Despite his remarkable talent, Mingming's blood vitality was a mere 119 calories, making Lu Chen the laughingstock of the entire class. Faced with repeated persuasion from his homeroom teacher, Zhang Jinming, Lu Chen resolutely said, "Teacher, I understand your points, but I still want to take the martial arts exam." Zhang Jinming sighed helplessly and said earnestly, "Lu Chen, your academic performance is outstanding. If you switch to the cultural exam, you could enter top-tier universities, research institutes, or even major corporations with limitless prospects. But if you insist on taking the martial arts exam, even if you pass by a stroke of luck, you'll only become an ordinary Beast Tamer. What a waste." Though your awakened talent is beast taming, in the martial arts world, this kind of life-oriented talent is a joke and utterly useless. The other students in the class sneered and mocked. To them, a mere life-oriented awakener dreaming of taking the martial arts exam was utterly delusional and overconfident. However, Lu Chen paid no attention to their scorn. His heart was filled with excitement. Just moments ago, he had activated the heaven-defying Zerg Dominator system. With each breakthrough in a major realm, he would gain a Source Queen insect with special abilities. The first queen, the bloodthirsty insect, could even feed energy back to him, essentially allowing him to auto-cultivate. Lu Chen silently vowed to make a name for himself in the martial arts exam with the help of the system, proving his doubters wrong through sheer strength. While awakeners usually start far ahead, Lu Chen had the misfortune of awakening the lowest-tier life-oriented talent, which was useless for martial arts cultivation. Yet now, he harbored an astonishing idea to cultivate a Zerg calamity. "I'm not following the school anymore. I'm planning to train on my own." After school, Lu Chen didn't go home. Instead, he took a taxi straight to Warrior Street. He needed to get some ferocious beast corpses for his bloodthirsty worm to devour, in order to test the feedback effect. Of course, hunting beasts outside the city would be the most direct way, but with his current blood energy value of 119 cards, Lu Chen didn't have the strength for that. Outside the city was another world entirely. One wrong move, and he could end up as a beast's meal. Even school-organized trials required expert escorts to ensure student safety. Half an hour later, Lu Chen arrived at his destination, Warrior Street. As the name suggests, this place was specifically for warriors, with various shops lined up, offering a dazzling array of goods. Despite Lu Chen being a plainly dressed high school student, the sales assistant who greeted him was very attentive, smiling warmly as she introduced herself. "Welcome to Nine Ding Pavilion. I'm your personal assistant, Ji Xiaoqian. Feel free to ask if you need anything." With the supervisor's introduction, Lu Chen decisively chose the lowest-tier training room, as he needed to save money. When he requested the freshest and most intact ferocious beast corpses, the old supervisor's eyes widened in disbelief. "Young friend, are you sure you want to buy beast corpses? Even a first-tier beast corpse costs at least 150,000. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chen could only muster the courage to say, "I'm a student. Can you give me a discount?" In the end, Lu Chen spent 1,000,000 yuan, buying 3 first-tier and 5 non-tiered beast corpses. Looking at the spoils laid out on the ground, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Most of the compensation money from his parents' accident was gone. Inside training room number 19, Lu Chen took a deep breath and summoned the bloodthirsty worm. A flickering rune shadow appeared on his right arm, marking the entrance to the insect nest space. Moments later, a tiny worm, about the size of half a finger, flew out, happily circling Lu Chen and occasionally rolling on his shoulder affectionately. Looking at the dark red worm with a touch of white frost on its head, Lu Chen smiled gently and said, "I'll give you a name. How about Hongshuang?" Despite its fierce appearance, with sharp foreclaws and a mouthful of teeth, the little worm was incredibly adorable in Lu Chen's eyes. Hongshuang understood its master's words and happily nuzzled his cheek. "Let's begin," Lu Chen commanded, and Hongshuang darted like a black streak into the corpse of the earth corrupt rat. This first-tier beast, with an adult body length of 3 meters and the ability to spit corrosive venom, was extremely dangerous. Yet, within just 5 minutes, the area where Hongshuang had entered collapsed rapidly. When the tiny worm emerged again, the massive beast corpse had become a shriveled husk, its bones starkly exposed. Lu Chen was stunned, unable to fathom how the small worm had devoured such a large beast. Immediately, a surge of immense energy roiled within him, making his skin hot and red, his entire body feeling like it was about to burst. When the wild energy storm subsided, Lu Chen was in disbelief. His blood energy value had increased by an astonishing 10 cards. His entire body was undergoing a profound transformation, a tangible improvement in strength, with no doubt about it. During his 3 years in high school, Lu Chen's blood energy level only increased from 100 calories to 119 calories. But now, in just a few seconds, it skyrocketed by more than 10 calories. This incredible feedback effect far exceeded expectations. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, Lu Chen conducted another experiment. Half an hour later, all the fierce beast corpses had been completely devoured by Hong Shuang. Lu Chen sat cross-legged, shirtless, with his skin turning blood-red and visibly trembling. Sweat and impurities continuously seeped from his pores, evaporating into wisps of white mist due to an inexplicable high temperature. After about 10 minutes, Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, which shone brightly, almost piercing through the air. Although he still appeared thin, his muscles hid terrifying explosive power. 149 calories. I'm now at the peak of a Kwasa warrior. If the school finds out, they'll probably treat me like a treasure, Lu Chen mused. Through this experiment, he had figured out the feedback rules. The stronger the devoured fierce beast, the more feedback energy he would receive. Conversely, as his own strength increased, the energy provided by the same level of fierce beasts would gradually decrease. Beyond the limit of a Kwasa warrior lies the starting point of the warrior sequencia, significant leap in life that results in a qualitative improvement in strength. However, for the vast majority of people, this step is a massive chasm that may take years to cross. Lu Chen pondered, to cross this threshold, there are 3 methods. Either through years of honing, consuming expensive breakthrough pills, or receiving help from a grandmaster. But I don't need any of these, because I have Hong Shuang. All I need to do is kill beasts and level up, which can even trigger specialized breakthrough feedback. Lu Chen roughly calculated that by devouring 100 first-tier fierce beasts, he could break through to the warrior sequence. This might seem like a pipe dream to other Kwasa warriors, but for him, it was a piece of cake. After all, unless one is an exceptionally gifted combat awakener, who would dare challenge prey stronger than themselves? In a corner, Hong Shuang was surrounded by a hazy glow, frantically laying eggs. The eggs floated and hatched slowly within the glow, resembling stars. Before long, the first generation of offspring had reached as many as 50. Hong Shuang emerged from the glow first, proudly hovering in front of Lu Chen. Its body had grown significantly larger, and the wings on its back had become even more transparent and sharp. Good job. I'll take you out for a big feast soon, Lu Chen praised with a smile. He then tentatively ordered all the offspring to transform into their fire form. Instantly, all 50 bloodthirsty insects merged into a fist-sized cluster of crimson flames. At the core, Hong Shuang's flames were eerily purple. Boom! When the flaming swarm struck the remaining fierce beast carcasses, the flesh and bones of non-tiered beasts instantly turned to ash, and even first-tier beasts could only withstand it for a few seconds. The power was so overwhelming that it left Lu Chen in awe. Combined with their already incredible speed, they could effortlessly annihilate early-stage first-tier beasts. Even more terrifying was the bloodthirsty insects' horrifying reproductive ability. With a 50-fold increase per generation, in just 10 generations, their numbers would reach over 9 quadrillion. If left unchecked, they could cover the entire blue planet in a short time. This is the true terror of a Zerg plague. If such a terrifying swarm were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly lead to disaster. I must quietly build up my strength and only reveal myself when I'm unbeatable. Lu Chen decided secretly to keep a low profile. To avoid drawing attention, the insects should appear in their fiery form as much as possible. With his training time nearing its end, Lu Chen began to plan his next steps. First, he must leave the city for trials as soon as possible to break into the warrior ranks and activate new source insects. Second, the first few generations of offspring must be carefully nurtured and protected to avoid any losses. To achieve this, he needs to find ways to make more money and buy more beast meat and essence blood to feed the swarm. Third, he must become the top scorer in the martial examination. By becoming the top scorer in Linsong City, the Jiangnan War Zone, and even nationwide, he can win significant prizes and resources to greatly accelerate his growth. As for developing the swarm in the wilderness, Lu Chen is not yet ready to take that risk. The dangers outside the city are numerous, and a single mistake could result in the loss of many valuable seeds. Once he has accumulated enough strength, he will sweep across the land. By then, the first 3 generations of offspring will be his most precious foundation. Around noon, Lu Chen returned home with a heavy combat pack on his back. For this upcoming trial outside the city, he had meticulously gathered all the essential supplies, but it had drained the last of his savings. The cost of warrior equipment was utterly outrageous. The base price for a low-tier alloy battle knife alone was 100,000. Adding combat suits and boots brought the total to over 300,000. Lu Chen knew all too well that his life depended on this journey, and he couldn't afford any carelessness. Besides nurturing his secret weapon, the Zerg creatures, he needed to ensure his own gear and skills were up to par. This was truly a do-or-die situation for him. He turned on his computer to check the trial location and muttered to himself, "The entire 100-mile radius of Linsong has been swept clean by the military, not even a tier 1 beast in sight. To hunt enough prey, he'll have to venture further into the ruins." Soon, he set his sights on an abandoned county town. Rumor had it that the area was complex and teeming with monsters. a place ordinary warriors dared not enter. But for Lu Chen, who possessed the Red Frost, it was a dream hunting ground. Unless he encountered a Tier 2 beast, he was confident he could emerge unscathed. Just then, his phone buzzed repeatedly. It was a message from Bai Qiuning, his childhood friend whom he hadn't seen in ages. She first mocked his low blood vitality, then warned him not to do anything reckless that could affect her. To top it off, she bluntly stated that she had informed her father about his plans, advising him to take care. Staring at the screen, Lu Chen felt a mix of confusion and frustration. As a transmigrant, he found these interpersonal relationships incredibly vexing. After glancing through their chat history, he felt a shiver of disgust and promptly deleted Bai Qiuning from his contact list. While Lu Chen was preoccupied with his own troubles, Bai Qiuning's father, Bai Weizhou, decided to pay him a visit. As a life-and-death comrade of Lu Chen's father, Uncle Bai had always treated Lu Chen as his own. Despite Lu Chen's reluctance to be tied down by external matters, he couldn't help but respect this caring elder. Here, I have 3 body transformation pills for you. They should boost your blood vitality by about 30 points. Bai Weizhou said with a smile, taking out a brocade box from his briefcase. My merits aren't much, but I managed to exchange them for this. You have dreams, and as your uncle, I must support you. By the way, I heard this year's martial exam has some monstrous talents, and the difficulty is unprecedented. Don't overdo it, okay? After a few words of advice, Bai Weizhou quickly took his leave. Watching his uncle's departing figure, Lu Chen stood in silence for a long time. He knew that these body transformation pills were priceless treasures for beginners, worth a fortune in the 9 Cauldrons Pavilion. Uncle Bai had spared no expense to give him a better chance of survival in the martial exam. After all, fatalities in these exams were not uncommon each year. But Lu Chen was well aware that he was no longer the same. He was already at the peak of a 149-card Quasa warrior. Within a month, he would officially step into the warrior rank. With his current strength, participating in the martial exam would be like an adult bullying a child, an overwhelming advantage. Meanwhile, in an abandoned village over 200 miles east of Linsong City, 2 close friends were having a conversation. Bai Qiuning, Lu Chen's childhood friend, was fuming over his sudden and unannounced departure. He actually deleted me? Where did Lu Chen get the nerve? Her best friend was so angry she stomped her foot. That loser with only 119 points dares to take the martial arts exam? Ridiculous. He must have a death wish. Helping him is a waste of time. Forget about him, Bai Qiuning said, shaking her head in exasperation. She shifted the conversation to another young man. How about Zhang Feiyu? He's handsome, comes from a good family, and most importantly, he's crazy about you. He's way better than that arrogant Lu Chen. We'll see, Bai Qiuning sighed. I want to get into the martial academy before thinking about any of this. The academy is full of top-notch fighters. Zhang Feiyu might just be average there. But Lin Xia from the elite class, she's a true prodigy. She should be coming, right? At 2 p.m., the transportation hub square to the left of the Linsong Martial Arts Association was bustling with people. Special vehicles heading out of the city were coming and going, creating an exceptionally busy scene. Lu Chen, clutching his ticket card, started sprinting, worried he might miss the last bus of the day. Fortunately, he managed to catch it just in time. Although the ticket was quite expensive, it promised safety. To Lu Chen's surprise, the bus was fully occupied, contrary to what he'd read online. As he stood there bewildered, a middle-aged man in the front passenger seat, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and advised meaningfully, during the day, you can go to the outskirts for trials, but at night, you must stay away from there. After saying this, the man seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and waved his hand dismissively, offering no further explanation. Lu Chen took the man's words to heart, bowed slightly in thanks, and then boarded the bus. Looking around, his gaze quickly settled on a group of strikingly poised teenagers. They were chatting excitedly. We are from the chosen class. We can't afford to lose face. As long as we avoid the central area at night, we'll be fine. Besides, we have Xia watching over us. They were gathered around a cool and beautiful girl, who was none other than Lin Xia, a prominent figure from the chosen class. It was said that the chosen class comprised the top martial arts candidates from Linsong, with basic entry requirements including a blood energy value of over 145 cards and awakened talents. In simple terms, anyone in the chosen class was a genius. Lin Xia was the cream of the crop, known not only for her stunning looks, but also as a rare level ice awakener with a blood energy value that had reached the pinnacle of a Quasa warrior. Lu Chen had heard of Lin Xia before, but seeing her in person, he didn't pay much attention. To him, women only slowed down the draw of his sword. Outside the city gates, the world resembled a primordial jungle, with vast forests and intertwining vines. Only this road was regularly cleared, preventing it from being swallowed by the wild. Cities were but isolated islands in the wilderness. If humans were to go extinct, it would likely be due to the plant demons, Lu Chen thought, recalling some scholars' hypotheses as he gazed out the window. Occasionally, other convoys passed by, and military patrols could be seen clearing beasts in the outskirts. But beyond 100 miles, the atmosphere grew increasingly desolate and deadly, with the howls of beasts echoing everywhere. Even the road became rough and damaged, clearly ravaged by fierce beasts. Despite it being his first time leaving the city, Lu Chen felt an unprecedented sense of tension and excitement. Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly, "Look, there's a master flying in the sky." Everyone immediately looked up. A figure streaked across the sky like a shooting star, moving at an astonishing speed. To be able to fly with a sword at such a young age, this person had already reached the airborne realm. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. The airborne realm was the third stage of a martial artist's cultivation, rumored to allow one to control the void and battle in the skies. While everyone was guessing, a guard in the front row explained, "That is Senior Qiu Yuanlong, the Thundersword of the Jiangnan War Zone. He reached the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm 5 years ago. With him here, our journey will be safe. High-level beasts won't dare to show themselves easily." A Grandmaster of the 9th level, a legendary quasi-supreme Grandmaster. It's truly astonishing that such a figure would personally venture into the wilderness. To put it into perspective, even the strongest guardian of Linsong is merely a Grandmaster of the 1st level. At that moment, Qiu Yuanlong descended with his sword, landing in front of a middle-aged martial artist. This man was none other than Yang Zhan, the protector of Linsong. "Master Qiu." Yang Zhan clasped his fists in salute, his expression grave as he reported, "I came to investigate as soon as I received the report. My preliminary assessment is that this place is not a beast horde passage, but rather the entrance to a natural secret realm." Upon hearing this, Qiu Yuanlong's previously furrowed brow finally relaxed. The mention of a beast horde always implied massive casualties and potential citywide destruction. In contrast, a natural secret realm seemed more like a rare opportunity. "In that case, let's go down and explore further," Qiu Yuanlong said in a deep voice. "You and I will investigate together." With that, he took the lead and stepped into the dark cavern. At 5 in the afternoon, the convoy arrived at their destination. As Lu Chen stepped out of the vehicle, rudimentary stone fortress came into view. Armed guards patrolled the walls vigilantly. Inside the gate, the space was roughly the size of a football field, with a few sparse shops, accommodation areas, and eateries. These supply points were usually operated by merchant guilds, which, while profitable, required powerful warriors to defend, a cost not to be underestimated. In popular trial zones, supply points were larger and could even form bustling small towns around massive ruins. Most passengers chose to rest at the supply point for the night, as the wilderness was extremely dangerous after dark. Lu Chen grumbled, feeling the pinch, 2,000 for one night? He then scouted the shops for local information, which matched the forum descriptions. The outskirts were populated by unranked beasts, the middle zone had numerous first-rank beasts, and the core area was suspected to harbor second-rank beasts. A few minutes later, Lu Chen casually walked out of the fortress. He encountered a team of warriors and overheard their conversation. "Even if there's a secret realm, with so many second-rank beasts inside, we don't stand a chance." A secret realm? Lu Chen's interest was piqued. From his studies, he knew that secret realms were coveted spaces by countless warriors, filled with martial arts techniques, materials, and even elixirs, crucial for the rise of human martial arts. However, they were also perilous, with the slightest misstep leading to dire consequences. "Forget it, it's none of my business." Lu Chen shook his head, dispelling the thought. For ordinary warriors, secret realms were undoubtedly tempting and worth risking their lives for. But now that he had bonded with the Zerg dominator system, as long as he acted cautiously, there was no need to venture into secret realms. He could focus on raising his Zergs instead. As night fell, darkness enveloped the land. Although the night was dangerous, it was also the best time to cultivate his Zergs. After traveling over 10 miles, the roars of beasts echoed continuously, occasionally mixed with the cries of the dying. Lu Chen stood on the high ground of a ruin, gazing at a town occupied by fierce beasts. The once bustling streets were now in ruins, with rusted abandoned vehicles scattered everywhere and bizarre giant trees growing wildly. Roar! A sudden beastly roar broke the silence nearby, followed by the sounds of intense combat. With his keen hearing, Lu Chen quickly determined that it was his classmates from the elite class facing a tough opponent. They were all awakened individuals with blood energy levels above 145 calories, and with a formal warrior, Great Xia, leading them, it was a formidable lineup. Could they have encountered a peak first-rank beast? Lu Chen looked towards the direction of the sound, resolving to remain vigilant. If he couldn't win, he would run. Only a fool would fight to the death. At that moment, a Tumterlong steel wolf blocked his path. This was a genuine peak unranked beast, with strength comparable to a Kwasa warrior at their limit. Lu Chen gripped the alloy combat knife on his back, muscles tensing. Finally, His first real battle had arrived. His blood energy surged wildly, almost bursting from his body in excitement. Kill. With a loud shout, Lu Chen sprang forward like a thunderbolt, charging straight at the steel wolf. The beast roared in defiance, charging to meet him heat. At the critical moment, Lu Chen's combat knife aimed straight for the wolf's neck, but the beast blocked it with a paw. The fact that this steel wolf even knows how to block and counterattack is simply unbelievable. In a critical moment, Lu Chen could only pull back, roll on the ground, and narrowly avoid the wolf's jaws. Both sides fell into a standoff once again. Here we go again. This time, Lu Chen feigned an attack on the wolf's jaw, then suddenly accelerated and swept past its side. Holding the knife in a reverse grip, he slashed fiercely at the wolf's belly. With a squelching sound, blood splattered, and the massive wolf collapsed with a thud. Lu Chen had to use his combat knife as a crutch, panting heavily. Good thing I changed tactics at the last minute, Lu Chen reflected. The initial strong attack could have worked, but the risk was too high. By leveraging his speed and adopting guerrilla tactics, he could bleed out his opponent while maximizing his own safety. It seems that no matter how much book knowledge you have to start from scratch in real combat. After dealing with the wolf's corpse, Lu Chen cautiously collected part of the body to feed his insects. After all, the chosen class was nearby, and he didn't want to draw too much attention. Meanwhile, above the chosen class, Master Qiu Yuanlong, at the 9th level, watched coldly, deeply disappointed by these so-called genius awakeners. A mere mid-tier first-level beast had them all in disarray, relying solely on their innate abilities and too afraid to engage in close combat, draining their mental strength in just a few moves. Yang Zhan's face turned bitter at these words, and he was momentarily speechless. Qiu Yuanlong then said, "That secret realm is about to open, and only extraordinary and lower-level warriors are allowed to enter. Let's see if these kids have the fortune to seize the opportunity. Come on, let's stay in your Linsong city for a few days. Once the martial arts exam is over, I'll take Lin Xia directly to Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy." Yang Zhan suddenly understood. So, Master Qiu's visit was to recruit students before other academies did. Lin Xia is indeed exceptional, Yang Zhan remarked. With her a great talent, she's undoubtedly this year's top scorer in Linsong City's martial arts exam. The night grew darker, and Lu Chen wandered around the outskirts like a ghost. He didn't ask Hong Shuang for help. Instead, he focused on honing his own skills. There were hardly any first-tier beasts here, but unranked monsters were everywhere, providing the perfect practice targets for Lu Chen. After 2 hours of fierce combat, Lu Chen was covered in blood and looked slightly fatigued. After taking down the last steel wolf, he paused to inspect his alloy battle knife. The nicks and wear on the blade were evident. He couldn't help but think, cheap stuff really isn't any good. But now I can kill a steel wolf in just 3 to 5 seconds, no problem. The Shadow Cat, though, is a real hassle because of its speed. Through constant trial and improvement, Lu Chen had already slain over 20 unranked beasts. But when it came to first-tier beasts, he still felt overwhelmed. Their speed, strength, and intelligence were far superior to those of unranked ones. Lu Chen had once tried to challenge a Steel Wolf King, but he almost ended up on his knees. If it weren't for Hong Shuang's timely intervention, his battle knife might have been shattered. The gap between major realms isn't something that can be bridged overnight. Once he entered the martial academy, he would have access to various martial techniques. Mastering them could at least double his combat power. Not to mention the legendary high-level techniques that could even allow a martial artist to defeat enemies across realms. Lu Chen was full of hope. As for the awakened, most of them were combat or support types, born with an additional ability that gave them an edge over ordinary martial artists. They were often hailed as prodigies. As a life-type awakened, well, let's not go there, he thought. With 1 month left until the martial exam, Lu Chen was confident that with Hong Shuang's support, he could raise his qi and blood values to the high level of the extraordinary realm. With the strength of the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, he could easily stand out among a group of prospective martial artists, even without any extra talents. Of course, Lu Chen knew he couldn't afford to be complacent. Every martial exam in Linsong City had a few early-stage awakened geniuses. To become the top scorer in the Jiangnan War Zone or even the national martial exam, just being in the extraordinary realm might not be enough. He would need to reach the aperture realm. After all, in the hundreds of years of the martial era, no one had ever reached the aperture realm before the age of 20. With that level, the national top scorer would be a sure thing. Phew, I shouldn't aim too high for now. The immediate priority is to break through to the extraordinary realm, Lu Chen decided. Since the outskirts were mostly cleared, it was time to head towards the central area and let Hong Shuang showcase her abilities. However, before he could get far, a flurry of footsteps suddenly echoed from behind the ruins ahead. Lu Chen frowned but didn't bother to avoid them. He stopped and waited for the approaching people. Soon, 4 figures came rushing out from around the corner in a panic. When they saw Lu Chen, their eyes lit up with joy as if they had found a lifeline. and they ran straight towards him. The young man leading the group shouted as he ran, "Sir, please save us. I'm Zhang Feiyu from Jiangnan Martial Academy. We will be immensely grateful for your help." As the two sides got closer, a girl being protected in the middle suddenly exclaimed, "Lu Chen, what are you doing here?" It was Bai Qiuning. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Noticing the puzzled look from Zhang Feiyu beside her, Bai Qiuning hurriedly stepped forward to prevent any misunderstanding and said to Lu Chen, "Lu Chen, I hope you can be more mature." Hearing this opener, Lu Chen almost laughed in exasperation. If he let her finish, he wouldn't be able to resist slapping her a few times. He shot Bai Qiuning a cold glance, bypassed everyone, and sped off deeper into the area. Did he hear what I said? Bai Qiuning looked bewildered as she watched Lu Chen's retreating figure. Forget about him. Her best friend walked up, visibly annoyed. He's definitely just trying to act cool. Thinking he's all that, Bai Qiuning was startled by her friend's words, feeling a surge of unease. With Lu Chen's limited skills, he wouldn't last 10 minutes in there. If something happened to him, her father would be furious. Although she no longer cared about the arranged marriage, Bai Qiuning knew her father, Bai Weizhou, always treated Lu Chen like his own son and had specifically instructed her to look after him during the martial arts exam. If Lu Chen were to die here, the consequences would be unimaginable. As Bai Qiuning's mind raced with worry, her best friend took her hand and comforted her. "Qiuning, you've already tried to persuade him. It's Lu Chen who refuses to come with us and insists on putting on a show. It's getting late. We should head back to the supply point. Besides, he's not an idiot. He's probably hiding somewhere safe. If he doesn't come back by morning, we can come back and look for him then." These words somewhat eased Bai Qiuning's anxiety. Zhang Feiyu chimed in as well. "Yeah, Qiuning, I'll come with you to look for him tomorrow." Bai Qiuning withdrew her gaze and nodded at him. "Thank you, Feiyu." The reason they ended up in this dangerous situation was because they had encountered a scarlet scale python. After barely escaping with their lives, who would have the courage to go back? After this brief interlude, they resumed their journey. About half an hour later, Zhang Feiyu suddenly noticed that the number of beast carcasses on the ground had significantly decreased. He said in a low voice, "Judging by these marks, a powerful fighter must have recently swept through this area. But strangely, all the beast carcasses have disappeared. Could it be that some mighty person took a fancy to these remains?" Hearing this, Bai Qiuning's best friend couldn't help but giggle. Could it be the work of our esteemed awakener, Lu Chen? Didn't he just pass through here? Him? Zhang Feiyu burst into laughter. A mere novice beast tamer, calling himself an awakener? What a joke. After encountering Bai Qiuning and the others, Lu Chen became exceptionally cautious. It wasn't until he completely distanced himself from the outer regions and saw no other signs of life that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a thought, Hong Shuang immediately flew out from the nest, happily circling around Lu Chen and even extending its stinger affectionately to touch his face. "Let's go. I promise to take you to the central area for a feast," Lu Chen said with a smile. To avoid other warriors, he deliberately chose the sparsely populated southern outskirts. Looking up at the sky, the once high-hanging blood moon was now obscured by dark clouds, making the night even darker. The roars of ferocious beasts echoed all around, as if they were right next to him. Lu Chen, accompanied by Hong Shuang, started searching the ruins for first-tier ferocious beasts. Suddenly, a strange hissing sound caught his attention. Following the noise, he saw several giant pythons as thick as barrels slithering among the broken walls, their scales glistening with an eerie reddish-brown sheen, like a moving blood cloud. "Red-scaled pythons, first-tier initial stage beasts that often hunt in packs," Lu Chen muttered. "Looks like those unfortunate guys from earlier ran into them. Hong Shuang, it's your turn." Hearing his command, Hong Shuang dashed forward without hesitation. As for the 50 larvae in the nest, Lu Chen was determined to protect them well. After all, each bloodthirsty insect could only reproduce once in its lifetime, and the offspring of the first 2 generations were invaluable seeds that couldn't be wasted. When the 3rd generation's numbers were large enough, that would mark the true rise of the insect race. Hong Shuang moved like lightning, so fast that even Lu Chen, a Kwasa warrior, could barely track its movements. Yet, facing the massive, thick-skinned red-scaled pythons, Hong Shuang showed no fear. It swiftly attacked the python's neck, piercing through the tough scales and burrowing into the flesh in an instant. Hiss! The red-scaled python let out a heart-rending scream, its enormous body thrashing and smashing the surrounding ruins into pieces. However, its struggles were futile. In just a few moments, it lay still. Hong Shuang emerged from the snake's mouth and attacked the next python with the same ferocity, unstoppable. In just 3 minutes, 14 red-scaled pythons lay dead on the ground. A one-sided massacre. Lu Chen watched in awe, swallowing hard. Even a 5th-tier extraordinary warrior would retreat in the face of a pack of red-scaled pythons, but in front of Hong Shuang, they were like lambs to the slaughter, utterly defenseless. Before long, Hong Shuang had devoured all the snake's flesh. It flew back to Lu Chen, looking not the least bit tired but rather more bloodthirsty. Lu Chen quickly checked the system panel. He still needed to kill 85 first-tier ferocious beasts to complete the breakthrough and enter the extraordinary realm. Tonight, I must break through, Lu Chen silently vowed. As they moved forward, he and Hong Shuang became like a harvesting machine. Leaving no survivors in their wake, whether it was lone wolves or packs of pythons, they were all annihilated. The little creature seemed to become more excited with each kill. 2 hours flew by. As dawn approached, they were still 26 beasts short of their goal. Something's not right. Could they have sensed the danger and hidden themselves? Lu Chen was puzzled. Whatever the case, he was determined to break through tonight. Gritting his teeth, he headed straight for the core area. Based on his earlier reconnaissance, there were at most 3 dangerous second-tier beasts lurking there. As long as he avoided them, harvesting first-tier monsters shouldn't be a problem. With Hong Shuang's current strength, she could easily take out early first-tier beasts in an instant, and would only need some effort to deal with mid-tier ones. Meanwhile, in front of another ruin, young men and women were excitedly staring at a faintly flickering rift in the void. A secret realm. It's really the legendary secret realm, they chattered, their faces brimming with excitement. Enough talk, let's figure out how to get in. One of them urged, noting their lack of numbers and the rift's limited 3-hour opening time. Wait a bit. Recruiting from the supply zone will take too long. Let's just find a nearby Kwasa warrior to fill in. I'll cover the cost, another suggested. Lin Xia, however, remained silent, simply reaching out to touch the dimensional rift. In an instant, several messages flashed in her mind. Flame Serpent's Molted Nest. Condition 1. 5 people must enter simultaneously. Condition 2. No one above the transcendent realm. How is this even possible? Why are there so few fierce beasts in the core area? Lu Chen frowned, meticulously searching for any clues around him. His breakthrough progress had already reached 88,100. Just a dozen more first-tier beasts would push him into the extraordinary realm. Yet, at this critical moment, he couldn't find a suitable prey. Could it be that a powerful presence is nearby, causing the beasts to hide? Lu Chen suddenly recalled passing by Senior Tianlei Jian earlier. No, if that powerhouse were here, I wouldn't have been able to hunt over 80 first-tier beasts. Could it be because of the appearance of a secret realm? He remembered what he had learned in class. When a natural secret realm opens, its peculiar aura spreads through a passage, affecting the surrounding environment. Some places might become barren, while others might be overflowing with spiritual energy. The current situation seemed to match the signs of a secret realm opening. With this thought, Lu Chen leaped to a higher vantage point to survey the area. The blood moon was hidden behind thick clouds, casting the land in darkness. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a figure about 700 to 800 meters away. Isn't that the group from the Tianxian class? And behind them, is that a rift in the void? Could it be the entrance to the secret realm? Despite being at the peak of a Kwasa warrior, Lu Chen couldn't see clearly from such a distance. Forget it. No matter how tempting the secret realm is, there's no need to take unnecessary risks. If I can't reach the extraordinary realm tonight, I can always go to another training ground another day. Ever since he bound himself to the Zerg overlord system, Lu Chen was confident that with a period of low-profile cultivation, he would surely become a supreme powerhouse. Competing for dominance was never his style. Steady development was the true path. However, just as he was about to look away, he caught sight of a massive object in his peripheral Visiona beast's corpse. It was a second-tier beast, the Earth Flame Spider. Its body was over 30 meters long, and with its 8 long legs, it rivaled even 100-meter giants in size. Lu Chen was stunned. But it's dead? There's no way the Tianxian class group could have such power. Could it be Senior Tianlei Jian's doing? Though he couldn't make sense of it, a fire burned within Lu Chen. If he could let Hong Shuang devour this second-tier beast's corpse and then absorb the energy, reaching the extraordinary realm would be a certainty. He might even get a second source insect from it. Yet, rationality told him that rashly seizing the spoils wouldn't be wise. As Lu Chen hesitated, Hong Shuang suddenly stepped in front of him, flapping its wings and pointing firmly at the distant Earth Flame Spider corpse with its front legs. You want to eat it? Lu Chen asked, understanding. The little creature nodded, rubbing its antennae excitedly, its desire evident. The Earth Flame Spider is also fire attribute like you. Are you trying to evolve? The master asked again. So that's it. Even insects need to devour similar beings to advance. Seeing Hong Shuang nodding vigorously in agreement, Lu Chen finally made up his mind and whispered, all right, let's go. I'll help you carve out a new path. But remember, unless I summon you, you must stay in your fire form. The Earth Flame Spider is no ordinary beast. It's rare even in the entire Jiangnan war zone. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity can't be missed. 700 to 800 meters was just a blink of an eye for a warrior. Lu Chen slowed his pace, pondering how to divide the spoils. After all, regardless of how the flame spider died, Its corpse had already fallen into the hands of the elite class, giving them legitimate ownership. Forcefully seizing it? That would inevitably lead to a fierce fight. They were all peers and awakened ones at that. It would be hard to determine a clear winner. But if they engaged in open and covert struggles, neither side would benefit in the end, making it a lose-lose situation. No. He needed to use his wits. An idea struck Lu Chen, and he decided to probe the situation first. He strode toward the entrance of the secret realm, quickly catching Lin Xia's attention. This usually reticent young prodigy cautiously sized him up, relaxing slightly when she recognized him as the peer they had met on the carriage. Hey, the secret realm is right in front of us. Don't you want to go in and take a look? Before Lu Chen could respond, Sun Qi and his two companions eagerly surrounded him, their faces lighting up with excitement, almost treating him like a savior. It turned out that this secret realm, named the Molten Serpent's Lair, was only open for 3 short hours, and most of that time had already passed. The rules required 5 people to enter simultaneously. Otherwise, they would miss out on this rare opportunity. Sun Qi and his friends had sent messages to the supply area, but even if those people rushed over, it would still take 3 hours. Watching the precious time tick away, they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Just when they were losing hope, Lu Chen's appearance was like a beacon of light. Buddy, are you going to enter the secret realm? Name your price. Just help us make up the numbers. 1,000,000 spirit stones. To buy a friend, it's worth it, Sun Qi said earnestly. Don't worry, with our elite class's strength, we can guarantee your safety. You won't have to lift a finger inside. Feigning hesitation, Lu Chen pointed at the flame spider's corpse. I'm an alchemist and need that corpse for my potions. Is it convenient for you to part with it? No problem at all. Take whatever you need. Sun Qi generously waved his hand but added, just so you know, this flame spider was slain by the Thunder Sword Senior. Its body is still imbued with his sword energy, which might interfere with your potions. Thanks for the heads up. Let me inspect it for a moment. Lu Chen smiled slightly and walked over to the massive spider corpse. He placed his right palm on the wound, and an inscription appeared in entrance to the insect nest. In a flash, red frost burrowed into the corpse, devouring it voraciously. Boom! Within just 2 minutes, the flame spider's bloated flesh was completely consumed, leaving only an empty shell that collapsed with a thud. Lu Chen turned leisurely, grinning at the stunned onlookers. You were right. This corpse is indeed ruined. The Thunder Sword Senior's sword energy is truly formidable. He then walked over to Sun Qi, smiling amiably. Friend, transfer the money. 1,000,000 it is, and you've got yourself a buddy. Sun Qi's mouth twitched as he realized he had encountered a cunning opponent. Had he just been taken for a fool? Bai Qiuning and her friends had just returned to the stone castle when they noticed that it was brightly lit inside, and the large square was packed with people. The surrounding chatter was incessant, and it didn't take long for them to understand the situation. Someone had discovered the entrance to a secret realm, and there was only one spot left. This news thrilled the eligible warriors, who were eager to rush in and explore. However, such rare opportunities are fleeting. It was said that the secret realm would only be open for 3 hours, and time was running out. Those who couldn't make it could only lament and sigh at the missed opportunity. Oh my god, there's a secret realm in there. Bai Qiuning's best friend exclaimed in frustration. If we hadn't rushed back, we might have made it in time. What a missed opportunity. As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to remember something and added, hey, I think Lu Chen went that way. Could he have a chance to enter the secret realm? Hearing this, Bai Qiuning felt a pang of worry. Him? That's unlikely. Haha, Qiuning, I was just saying, you took it seriously? Her best friend quickly tried to lighten the mood. With his measly 119 blood energy, it's a wonder if he can survive until tomorrow. Bai Qiuning shot her a glare, cutting her off before she could say more. She knew that if something happened to Lu Chen, her father would be furious, and who knows what he might do in his rage. Zhang Feiyu, standing nearby, added gleefully, I bet it was those from the celestial class who discovered the secret realm. Too bad they couldn't wait for anyone and could only watch the opportunity slip away. If someone like Lin Xia were here, she could waltz in with a dog and still dominate. But with Lu Chen's mere 119 blood energy, venturing into the depths, he's probably already become lunch for the scarlet scale python. The thought brought him immense satisfaction. If he couldn't have it, no one else should either. At this moment, at the entrance to the secret realm, Sun Qi, despite having reservations about Lu Chen's extortion, couldn't afford to be picky with the secret realm before him. He transferred 1,000,000 spirit stones without hesitation and led the way inside. Lu Chen followed with a nonchalant smile. This was a win-win situation for him. After devouring the second-tier earth flame spider, his red frost not only completed its first evolution, but also gained the terrifying red lotus hellfire ability. Additionally, the beast's corpse had brought Lu Chen's blood energy to the brink of breakthrough. Once the time was right, he could step into the extraordinary realm. The importance of this first leap as a life form couldn't be overstated. If not for the concern of attracting undue attention, he would have broken through on the spot. What excited him most was the chance to acquire a second source bug after the breakthrough. For now, Lu Chen kept a low profile, following Sun Qi like a worker. He neither spoke unnecessarily nor acted rashly. Having received 1,000,000 spirit stones, he felt obliged to do his job diligently. The cold stares from others didn't bother him. It was their issue, not his. He enjoyed the peace. Everyone's here. Let's discuss our plan. At the edge of the secret realm, Sun Qi took the lead, explaining the potential scenarios they might face inside. Du Feng and Shun Linlin also chimed in, sharing valuable experiences passed down from their predecessors' knowledge that couldn't be found in textbooks. Lu Chen listened intently, absorbing every word. Only Lin Xia remained silent, standing alone at a distance. As the main damage dealer of the team, she seemed accustomed to being solitary. Whenever asked for her opinion, she would always respond concisely with a simple good, or okay. Lu Chen discreetly observed this enchanting beauty from the elite class. He had to admit, Lin Xia looked like a fairy straight out of a painting, with her graceful figure and porcelain-like skin. What was even more striking was her aloof demeanor, as if there was an invisible barrier separating her from the rest of the world. Strangely, whenever someone tried to talk to Lin Xia, she would either stare at the ground or let her gaze wander, never making direct eye contact. Drawing on his experience from 2 lifetimes, Lu Chen concluded that this wasn't aloofness at it was unmistakably social anxiety. Perhaps she had been taught to maintain her persona at all times, he mused. Clearly, Lu Chen's intense gaze made Lin Xia uncomfortable. She looked up, her eyes as calm as an ancient well, with a hint of pressure emanating from them. Any ordinary martial artist would have averted their gaze instinctively, but Lu Chen stood his ground, staring back for a full 3 seconds. Finally, he noticed a flicker of panic in Lin Xia's eyes before she looked away first. Indeed, the aloofness was just a facade. Social anxiety was her true nature. Lu Chen reached this conclusion but didn't dwell on it. His mind was preoccupied with breaking through his current level, leaving him no time to concern himself with others. About 2 minutes later, Sun Qi and the group finished their discussion and stepped into the portal to the secret realm. Immediately, a strange energy ripple swept over them, spreading like water waves. Before they could react, a tremendous force enveloped them, causing the group to vanish. When Lu Chen regained his senses, he found himself in a bizarre cavern. The air around them was filled with an irritating heat, and the winding path ahead led to an unknown destination. Let's go, straight to the center. Sun Qi excitedly led the way, chatting as he walked. This kind of secret realm is actually a fragment of another dimension. If it weren't for these realms, martial arts wouldn't have flourished like this. This flame serpent's molting nest should be a beast realm. Who knows what treasures we might find? Only beasts of the 5th rank and above are considered demon beasts. If we could get a demon beast's core, wow, I can't even imagine. Du Feng chimed in from behind. I've also heard that the top-tier secret realms contain divine abilities that can control the elements. Shun Linlin added to the discussion. Apart from Lin Xia and Lu Chen, the other 3 chatted enthusiastically. In no time, they traversed the winding passage and emerged into an open platform, as vast as a football field. In the center of the platform lay the lifelike molting of a 100-meter-long giant serpent. A wave of scorching heat hit them, making their faces flush. It's really a demon beast molt. Such a colossal creature must be hiding countless treasures. Sun Qi exclaimed. Wait, his gaze suddenly froze, and he pointed with a trembling finger. Look over there. Following his direction, everyone gasped in astonishment. In one corner of the platform, there was a small patch of spiritual plants, emitting a dazzling, radiant light. We're rich. We're going to be rich. Sun Qi shouted in excitement, leaping off the platform first. Du Feng and Shun Linlin quickly followed suit. Only Lin Xia appeared grave, cautiously surveying her surroundings. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to jump down with the others. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's instincts were on high alert. The red frost within the insect nest had just given him a hint of foreboding. What did the red frost mean? Could there be hidden dangers in this secret realm? After much deliberation, Lu Chen was about to speak up and excuse himself. However, at that very moment, an irresistible force suddenly descended, indiscriminately binding the 5 of them in specific positions. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, muttered Sun Qi, his face turning pale. No good, we've fallen into a formation. Looking down, Lu Chen saw a blue glowing rune etched beneath his feet. The other 4 were similarly positioned, standing on lights of gold, red, gray, and brown. No wonder 5 people were needed to enter. This was a trap. Lu Chen cursed under his breath. Before the words were fully out, 5 beams of colored light burst forth, converging into a single stream that entered the snake's shed skin. Boom! The enormous snake skin came to life under the nourishment of the light beams. It slowly raised its head, its massive green eyes, as large as water tanks, gazing down at the 5 of them like ants. Fellow immortals, do you think I am a dragon or a deity? An ancient, resonant voice echoed in their minds, sending chills down their spines. 2 words flashed through Lu Chen's mind, seeking recognition. Whether in ancient Huaxia or the present Daxia, there has always been a legend known as seeking a title. According to the tale, some newly initiated supernatural beings would seek out humans to ask questions in order to break through their bottlenecks. If they received a satisfactory answer, their cultivation would greatly improve. This is because humans, being the most intelligent creatures in the world, are naturally favored by the heavens. Successful title-seeking creatures can share in this heavenly favor. Lu Chen always considered this to be nonsense, but today he experienced it firsthand. Fortunately, he remained calm. Hong Shuang, an ancient and extraordinary insect, had once triggered an apocalyptic disaster and was naturally endowed with the ability to avert major crises. Since it judged that there was no danger, there surely wouldn't be any. Even if something did go wrong, Hong Shuang's power could easily resolve it. With this thought, Lu Chen felt a weight lift off his shoulders, and the self-imposed pressure dissipated. At this moment, however, Sun Qi was in a panic, shaking his head frantically. Don't answer. A fierce beast seeking a title is a great calamity. If we speak, our lifespan, fate, and luck will all be drained, as if we were offering a sacrifice ourselves. Hearing this, Du Feng and Shen Linlin turned pale. Shen Linlin's teeth chattered as she stammered, What should we do now? Her question fell into silence, with no one responding. The shadow of death loomed over her, and her survival instinct made her look toward the strongest fighter, Lin Xia. Xia, save me, please. I don't want to die here, she cried. What she had once seen as an opportunity now felt like digging her own grave. The stark contrast from heaven to hell shattered Shun Linlin's psychological defenses completely. Stop crying. Sun Qi snapped, turning to Lu Chen. I still have a trump card. Maybe we can break free. If we do, you run. Live if you can, and if you die, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. His last words were spoken with utmost sincerity. Lu Chen nodded silently, realizing that although this rich second-generation kid was a bit arrogant, he still had a moral bottom line. Maybe I can get something more out of him, Lu Chen thought quickly. He suddenly spoke up, as friends, how could I abandon you? How about this? Give me another 5 million, and let's elevate our friendship. I'll find a way to get you out. Deal? What? Sun Qi was stunned. At a life and death moment, you're still thinking about money? You, a mere martial apprentice and alchemist? Don't be ridiculous. He shook his head with a bitter smile. If you really had that ability, I'd gladly give you 10 million. Despite his words, it was more of an emotional outburst. Sun Qi was about to discuss a strategy with Lin Xia when Lu Chen suddenly shouted, Deal? 10 million, and our friendship will be everlasting. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the giant serpent in the center of the secret realm seemed to grow impatient. It lowered its head, its scorching breath exuding terrifying flames, ready to devour them at any moment. Do you see me as a dragon or a god? Its question echoed in their minds once more. Lu Chen looked up at the massive snake head, a mocking smile curling on his lips. To me, you're nothing but a fraud. The words made Sun Qi and the others gasp in shock. Sun Qi was about to rebuke him when the serpent's roar erupted first. Usually, I will give you one last chancito. You see me as a dragon or a god. Its head loomed closer, and the violent pressure crashed upon them like waves, one after another. Lu Chen and Lin Xia remained calm and composed, but Sun Qi and the other two were ashen-faced, drenched in cold sweat. Shut up. Just shut up, damn it. If you provoke it any further, we're all dead. Sun Qi growled through gritted teeth, wishing he could slap Lu Chen to buy some time until he could regain some of his spiritual power and unleash his trump card. Du Feng and Shen Linlin glared at Lu Chen as if he were a heinous villain. Only Lin Xia's expression was inscrutable, as if she had detected something about Lu Chen. At this critical moment, Lu Chen glanced around at everyone, a playful smile curling on his lips. Encountering the legendary Tao Feng, how can I not satisfy my curiosity? Could this snake really transform into what he described? With that thought, he looked up at the giant serpent in the void and grinned. You know what? You're just a joke. A furious roar echoed through the underground space, shaking everyone to their core. Sun Qi was nearly in despair, cursing Lu Chen's recklessness in his heart. Just as he was about to lash out, Lin Xia interrupted. Shut up. From now on, do as he says. Before the words had fully left her mouth, she had already broken free of her restraints and dashed towards the snake's shed skin. Her clear voice rang out again. This secret realm is only of the transcendent level. There won't be any overwhelmingly powerful entities here. This flame serpent isn't truly revived. It's just a lingering thought. It looks formidable, but it's not that strong. Lu Chen deliberately provoked it to deplete its spiritual power and pressure, weakening the restraints on us. Now it's at its limit, and we have a chance to win. Her voice echoed in the empty underground space. Sun Qi and the other two were stunned, looking at Lu Chen with incredulous and puzzled expressions. Is this for real? Even Lu Chen himself was a bit bewildered under their skeptical gaze, blinking in confusion. Who would have thought Lin Xia, despite her social anxiety, had such a vivid imagination? Yet when it came to fighting, she was swift and decisive, like a completely different person. Meanwhile, as Lin Xia charged, the flame serpent retreated hastily. Its scales ignited, transforming into countless small serpents that lunged at her. What are you standing around for? Come help. Lin Xia shouted, a scimitar appearing in her hand out of thin air. Lu Chen, you command and seize the right moment. I can only fight Hedon. Her blade danced, emanating a cold aura that turned into moonlight. As she moved gracefully through the serpent swarm, her lethal strikes carried an unexpected grace. Seeing this, Sun Qi and the other two quickly joined the fray, relieving some of her pressure. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stood a short distance away, clutching his head in confusion. Me, command? I just wanted to see the big snake turn into a joke. He had intended for Hong Shuang to transform into a fire form and incinerate the enemy, but Lin Xia had acted first. The battle was now at a stalemate. Though the flame serpent was just a lingering thought, it was still formidable and not easily dealt with by ordinary warriors. As the snake's shed skin self-ignited, the number of flame serpents multiplied exponentially, quickly forming a sea of fire. Except for Lin Xia, who could barely hold on, Sun Qi and the other two were injured and had to fight back-to-back to defend against the onslaught. As they were about to be overwhelmed, Sun Qi shouted, Lu Chen, think of something? Didn't you say you had a bond worth 10 million? Start commanding already. Although they still had doubts, they had no choice but to grasp at straws in their current predicament. Lin Xia fought while waiting for Lu Chen's command. Despite their extraordinary talents, their mental energy was not infinite. After a brief clash, everyone looked pale and exhausted. We need to turn up the heat, Lu Chen declared, suddenly charging toward the front lines. He leaped into the air, aiming directly at the giant head of the molted snake. What the hell? I told you to save people, not get yourself killed, Sun Qi shouted, eyes wide in shock. Everyone knew the snake's weak spot was its head, but it was surrounded by raging flames, making it impossible to approach. Even Lin Xia, with all her effort, had to retreat in failure. Seeing Lu Chen rush into the fray, Lin Xia's expression changed. She was about to go help him when she suddenly stopped, a flash of surprise crossing her eyes. Lu Chen, midair, released a fireball from his hand. It was surrounded by purple aura and black as ink within. The moment it appeared, the temperature of the underground space soared. A gifted skill? What terrifying power? Lin Xia thought, her heart trembling. As an ice elemental awakener, she felt the impact most acutely. Even her frost powers were disrupted, becoming sluggish. Could he be in a rank awakener like me? No, this level. Could it be the legendary strength? Lin Xia wondered. Just then, Sun Qi's exclamation rang in her ears. No way, you're an awakener too. Before he could finish, Lu Chen's fireball had already reached the snake's head. Its defenses crumbled like paper, utterly ineffective. Fire has different levels too. The Red Lotus Hellfire of Red Shuang is far superior to this snake's molted form, Lu Chen assessed silently. Based on Red Shuang's current power, it could easily kill mid-tier first-level beasts even before its initial evolution. Now, with Red Lotus Hellfire, it could likely take down peak first-level or even second-level beasts with ease. Imagine gathering 1,000,000 bloodthirsty insects to unleash Red Lotus Hellfire simultaneously. What a sight that would be. Even a Grandmaster-level martial artist would struggle to survive. And this was just the first evolution. If the fire's power continued to evolve, how fearsome would it become in the future? Initially, Lu Chen thought the bloodthirsty insects were weak and even doubted the system's claim that they had once caused an apocalyptic catastrophe. But now, it seemed to be spot on. In the blink of an eye, Red Shuang had burrowed into the snake's head, tearing it apart within seconds. With a thunderous crash, the snake's molted form collapsed. A streak of red light fled from the snake's tail, but Red Shuang quickly devoured it and returned to the insect nest within Lu Chen. The underground space fell into an eerie silence. 4 pairs of complex eyes focused on Lu Chen. Sun Qi couldn't hold it in any longer and collapsed to the ground, laughing bitterly. So this is playing the fool to catch the wise, huh? The skill I've always wanted, and you just pulled it off. Du Feng nodded silently, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Shun Linlin gazed at Lu Chen with sparkling eyes, looking every bit like a starstruck fangirl. Lin Xia sheathed her curved blade and softly said, "Thank you." She then retreated back into her socially anxious persona and found a corner to sit in by herself. However, Lu Chen's heroic leap continued to linger in her mind. impossible to forget. After a brief rest, Sun Qi, whose strength had somewhat recovered, stood up and said, Lu Gu, by the rules, you get 70% of the spoils from this secret realm. He glanced around at his companions, seeing no objections, and added, don't worry, I won't go back on my promise to transfer the money. Sun Qi had clearly recognized that Lu Chen was a formidable awakener. Though the exact level of his talent was still unknown, it was undoubtedly high, at least a level. As for whether he could be stronger, Sun Qi didn't dare to speculate. If they were lucky enough to encounter an S-level fire awakener, it would shake the entire Jiangnan battle zone. Such a prodigy, if nurtured, would have limitless potential. Investing some money now to build a relationship was a surefire deal. Let me take a look first, Lu Chen said with a smile, stepping towards the giant snake's remains. Its head was riddled with holes and charred black. Oh, there is something here, he remarked, tearing open a crack and reaching inside. After a moment of searching, he pulled out a smooth, warm object that resembled a pebble, which emitted a faint golden glow and seemed to have water patterns flowing within it. Weighing it in his hand, Lu Chen turned and asked, Fu Gu, what is this? Before he could finish, Sun Qi, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly leapt up as if possessed. His eyes widened, fixated on the treasure in Lu Chen's hand, almost popping out of their sockets. A heavenly grade inner core, Sun Qi stammered, his atoms apple-bobbing as his eyes shone with greed. Du Feng and Shun Lin were equally stunned, their faces a mix of shock and envy. Only Lin Xia remained calm, glancing at it briefly before closing her eyes to meditate again. Sun Qi's excited voice echoed through the underground space. Whether it's weapons, elixirs, or techniques, they are all classified into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Each level is further divided into 9 grades. Lu Gu, what you have is top tier. The golden glow suggests it's a 1st or 2nd grade heavenly core. Anything higher would be unrealistic. This was the first time Lu Chen had heard of such classifications. It seemed to be knowledge taught only in martial academies. Curious, he asked, so, how much is this inner core worth in spirit stones? As he spoke, he continued to toss the treasure in his hand, playing with it casually. A heavenly grade inner core? It could probably sustain the growth of insects to the 3rd generation, Lu Chen mused. Sun Qi's eyes followed the inner core's movements, worried that Lu Chen might accidentally drop and shatter it. He subconsciously stepped forward, hands outstretched, but quickly pulled back. Lu Gu, that's a heavenly grade inner core. Please don't treat it like a toy. My heart can't take it, Sun Qi said with a bitter smile. After a pause, he continued, I've never heard of such a treasure. Even in Linsong City, nothing like this has ever appeared. I remember 5 years ago, the main base of the Jiangnan battle zone held an auction. A 3rd grade earth inner core in the Jiuding Pavilion fetched a staggering 400 billion. With Sun Qi's explanation, Lu Chen finally understood the value of a heaven grade inner core. Simply put, beasts of the 5th rank and above are called demonic beasts. Among them, those with noble bloodlines form inner cores within their bodies, making them 100 times stronger than other beasts of the same rank. Even martial artists of the same level would find it hard to contend with them. The quality of an inner core depends on the beast's bloodline, not its rank. Take the dragon race, for example. Even a 5th rank young dragon's inner core would at least be of earth grade. In contrast, other beasts might only produce a yellow grade low quality inner core even if they reach the 8th rank. Besides being a rare material for refining elixirs, the inner core has another astonishing use: it can awaken a martial artist's inherent talent related to the core. The higher the grade, the stronger the awakened talent. So, this heaven grade inner core can grant a martial artist an A-level fire talent? Lu Chen asked thoughtfully. Sun Qi nodded. Yes, A-level talents are incredibly rare. In recent years, only a handful have appeared in Linsong City, and Lin Xia from the Celestial class is one of them, he said, glancing involuntarily at the frosty young girl resting alone. Following his gaze, Lu Chen saw Lin Xia's cheeks flush under everyone's attention, the redness spreading to her neck and ears. This girl is not only socially anxious, but also quite adorable when shy. Lu Chen thought to himself with amusement. Fearing that more looks might cause trouble, Sun Qi quickly averted his eyes, cleared his throat, and continued. Because of the power of the heaven-grade inner core, not just in our Great Xia but even top financiers from other nations would pay a fortune to acquire it. Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. It seemed that the plan to cultivate an army of bloodthirsty insects could speed up. Spending money to feed the insects was discreet and efficient, killing multiple birds with one stone. With a flourish, he juggled the inner core a few times before catching it in his palm and addressing everyone. I'll keep this treasure, and the rest of the spoils are yours. How about that? It's worth noting that there were still plenty of opportunities and wealth in the secret realm. Though they hadn't found any martial arts techniques or magical artifacts, the small spiritual herb field they discovered was of exceptional quality, worth a fortune. Sun Chi shrugged and said with a smile, Brother Lu, you saved our lives. It's only right you call the shots. But I'd suggest you act quickly before you become a target, he assured. Don't worry, I can keep my mouth shut. Coming from a wealthy background, he was adept at reading the room and quickly earned Lu Chen's favor with a few words. Xin Linlin and Du Feng also nodded in agreement. As for Lin Xia, truth be told, Lu Chen's personal charm was more appealing to her than any heaven grade in her core. She was now only curious to know whether the fire he wielded was an A-level talent or the legendary S-level. However, respecting privacy, she didn't ask. The others were also tactful enough not to overstep boundaries. After about 10 minutes, everyone had recovered and carefully picked the spiritual herbs, storing them in their containers. Watching from the side, Lu Chen thought to himself that he should get a storage bracelet or something similar when they returned. Brother Lu, how about we head to the training room to recover? It's safe there, Sun Chi suggested. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. He was planning to use this opportunity to break through to the transcendent realm and see the second origin mother insect. The night grew darker, like an endless black shroud enveloping the land. It was the darkest hour before dawn. As they chatted, their gazes frequently turned toward the direction of the trial zone. After all, it's the legendary secret realm. Even if I can't experience it firsthand, my heart is brimming with curiosity, eagerly waiting for the chosen class to bring back news. Countless martial artists spend their entire lives without encountering a secret realm, and now, it's just within reach. Bai Qiuning gazed in that direction, unsure if she was worried about Lu Chen's safety or anticipating the triumphant return of Lin Xia and the others. We'll see Lin Xia soon. I'm a huge fan of hers, her excited friend exclaimed. Coming from humble beginnings, she's incredibly talented, hardworking, and beautiful. Among this year's martial arts candidates in Linsong, she's undoubtedly the brightest star. I heard she awakened in a great ice talent. If nothing goes wrong, she'll definitely take the crown and might even break into the top 10 in the Jiangnan battle zone. I wonder what they found in the secret realm, Zhang Feiyu mused, then shook his head regretfully. Who knows which lucky person got a boost from the chosen class? Once the news got out, all the elites spent a fortune hiring air masters, afraid they'd miss out. But just as they arrived, they found out Lin Xia and her group had already gone in. Switching his tone, he gently said to Bai Qiuning, Qiuning, with your skills, you'll definitely get into Jiangnan Martial Academy. Then you'll be my junior. Once we're both in, I must introduce you to my friends. Bai Qiuning smiled somewhat awkwardly and brushed her hair aside. Let's talk about it after I get in first. Playing hard to get. Huh? As my friend says, once you're in one of the top 9 academies like Jiangnan Martial Academy, why not find an outstanding awakened talent? No matter how excellent Zhang Feiyu is, he's still just an ordinary martial artist. In the academy, he'll probably be one of the least noticeable. They chatted idly for a while before Lu Chen was brought up again. Bai Qiuning's main worry was that he might encounter danger in the wilderness, leading to her father blaming her. Qiuning, are you afraid that if something happens to Lu Chen, Uncle Bai will blame you? Her friend clung to her arm, grumbling. But it's not your fault. We told him to return with the main group, but he insisted on showing off. Zhang Feiyu sneered. The path of martial arts is all about risking your life. No one can avoid it. Smart people might live longer, but fools, well, they die. He quickly changed his tone to comfort her. Qiuning, don't always think the worst. Maybe Lu Chen's just lucky and followed the chosen class in. However, before he could finish, Zhang Feiyu froze, staring wide-eyed into the distance, his face full of shock. A sudden uproar erupted from the crowd. They're back. The chosen class is back. Wait, I recognize those people. Who's the extra one? Could it be the one who paid millions to join? My goodness. The Sun family's young master, Sun Chi, is so generous. Why couldn't I get such luck? Bai Qiuning stared blankly at the approaching figures, her trembling lips barely managing to utter 2 words. Lu Chen? Honestly, Bai Qiuning genuinely hoped for Lu Chen's safe return. This would help her avoid a lot of trouble, especially the pressure from her father, Bai Weizhou. But she never expected Lu Chen to return triumphantly with the elites of the Tianqian class, and at the center of the group, no less. To his left was Lin Xia, whom Bai Qiuning had longed for, and to his right was Sun Chi, the prodigy of the Sun family. These two were practically the top contenders for the martial arts exam in Linsong City. Lin Xia, with her awakened a-level ice talent, was a true prodigy. Bai Qiuning always felt immense envy whenever she heard Lin Xia's name, wishing she could take her place, though she knew it was just a pipe dream. As for Sun Chi, he was the direct descendant of one of Linsong's top families, excelling in talent, strength, and status. He was Bai Qiuning's ideal partner, but she had no chance of getting close to someone like him. Yet at this moment, Lu Chen was the center of attention, like the moon surrounded by stars. Even the term dazzling seemed inadequate. Although Lin Xia remained stoic, she followed closely behind him, step by step. Sun Chi was talking non-stop with a flattering smile, almost like an eager attendant. The scene was overwhelming. What made Bai Qiuning even more despondent was that Lu Chen had clearly seen her, but merely glanced indifferently before looking away, not lingering for even a second. It was as if she were just another face in the crowd. Bai Qiuning was stunned, feeling like she was in a dream. Her best friend murmured beside her, "Am I seeing things? Is that really Lu Chen? How come it looks like Lin Xia and Sun Chi are his followers? What does he have to offer? Is it just his 119 blood vitality score, or that handsome face?" She had to admit, Lu Chen was indeed strikingly handsome, a heartthrob in high school. But in this era where martial prowess was everything, strength was the ultimate measure. No matter how good-looking, it was all superficial. Logically, top talents like Sun Chi and Lin Xia shouldn't be drawn to a mere alchemist. Could it be that in the world of geniuses, cultivation doesn't matter, and looks are the real winning card? Her best friend suddenly had an epiphany and excitedly whispered to Bai Qiuning, "This is a golden opportunity. By getting close to Lu Chen, we can get in with them. With your beauty, Sun Chi might notice you. He's the real deal, a perfect catch." Bai Qiuning's eyes brightened, her red lips slightly parted, but she said nothing, lost in her thoughts. Seeing her fixated on Lu Chen, Zhang Feiyu couldn't help but approach and say, "Qiuning, who would have thought your childhood friend could pull this off?" Not only did he survive, but he also joined the Tianqian class and entered the secret realm. He must have really ingratiated himself. After venting about Lu Chen, Zhang Feiyu felt a bit less jealous. What's there to be envious of? He's just a weakling with a 119 blood vitality score. How far could he go by flattering the powerful? With this thought, Zhang Feiyu smiled and said to Bai Qiuning, "Qiuning, don't worry. My family has always been close to the Sun family. I'll go say hi and introduce you all." Bai Qiuning nodded obediently, putting on an admiring expression. "Really, Feiyu? You have such connections?" "Of course." Zhang Feiyu straightened his collar. As the four people approached, he immediately put on a big smile, bent slightly, and said, "I didn't expect to meet the eldest son of the Sun family here. I'm Zhang Feiyu." Before he could finish, Zhang Feiyu froze. Sun Chi walked past him without even glancing his way, not breaking his stride at all. A few words drifted into Zhang Feiyu's ears. "What a joke. Does he think he's worthy of befriending me? Sorry, Lu. Let's continue our conversation." Zhang Feiyu was petrified on the spot, his face twisted as if he had swallowed a fly. It took him several seconds to retract his outstretched hand and turn around. Publicly humiliated, his face burned with embarrassment, and he didn't know how to face Bai Qiuning and the others behind him. Watching Sun Chi and Lu Chen chat happily, Zhang Feiyu felt worse than if he had been killed. He didn't dare harbor any resentment towards Sun Chi, but he directed all his malice towards Lu Chen. His gaze was venomous. "Feiyu, it's still early. They didn't see your face clearly. It was just a misunderstanding." Bai Qiuning comforted him kindly. "If it were broad daylight, this wouldn't have happened." Zhang Feiyu took the excuse, but inside he felt even worse. His face felt as if it had been slapped several more times, burning with shame. No one spoke for a time, and they could only watch the scene with Lu Chen unfold. After entering the stone fortress, Sun Chi suddenly remembered something. He turned and shouted to Lu Chen, "Lu, almost forgot. Let's exchange contact information." After getting Lu Chen's approval, he eagerly ran over to swap numbers. Zhang Feiyu watched this scene, his face twitching uncontrollably. This is ridiculous. How could a noble scion debase himself to cozy up to trash? Could it be some twisted affection? He clung to this thought like a lifeline and sneered that Lu Chen might be good at being a gigolo. Maybe even someone like Lin Xia wouldn't look down on him, thinking she's too good for him. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xia, who was about to rest, suddenly turned back. Blushing, she walked up to Lu Chen with her head down, her voice barely audible. "Lu Chen, can I, get your contact info too?" At that moment, Zhang Feiyu felt the world spinning, as if struck by lightning. Bai Qiuning's emotions were even more mixed. Looking at Lu Chen, she suddenly felt a surge of possessiveness might not accept him, but she couldn't let any other woman have him either. Lu Chen opened a restroom but didn't relax. He stood quietly by the window, gazing at the last traces of night before dawn. It was close to 6 in the morning, and the horizon was faintly glowing. "Someone wants to kill me, probably for my Tian-grade inner core," he analyzed silently. Excluding Sun Chi and Lin Xia, the only suspects left were Shan Linlin and Du Feng. Who could it be? The warning came from Hong Shuang. After returning from the secret realm, it had sensed a hint of killing intent. Unfortunately, before Lu Chen could identify the mastermind, the little creature had cocooned itself for a breakthrough. After devouring the remnants of the fiery serpent's soul in the secret realm, Hong Shuang had shown signs of evolution, but Lu Chen hadn't expected it to happen so soon. "The enemy is in the dark while I'm in the light. This situation works to my advantage," Lu Chen contemplated. "First, I need to solve the current problem and then make a breakthrough to the extraordinary level. I wonder what the second primordial mother insect will be like. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit room, Du Feng quietly watched the exit of the stone fortress. Holding a satellite phone, he spoke in a low voice. Yes, father. It is indeed a heavenly grade inner core. Although I am not sure about that guy's blood energy level, he definitely isn't at the extraordinary realm. Moreover, he has awakened a level fire talent. But I have that defensive trump card with me. As long as I withstand the first strike, the outcome will be certain. Don't worry, I will act cautiously. Once I succeed, I will immediately rendezvous with third uncle and return to the city to report. After hanging up, Du Feng shifted his gaze back to the exit, standing rigid like a stone statue. Why should you get all the benefits when we all entered the secret realm together? Sunchi doesn't care for it, Lin Xia doesn't need it, and Shun Lin Lin is always a lovesick fool. But I want it. Even though I only have a clever fire talent, isn't this heavenly grade inner core tailor-made for me? He muttered to himself, his hands busy checking the various equipment for the assassination. Once I awaken to an A-level talent, I will no longer have to endure the contempt of others or hide in the shadows of my brothers. By then, the entire Du family will have to rely on me, the youngest son. With that thought, a fire of maniacal desire ignited in Du Feng's eyes. After a night of chaos, the approaching dawn brought an eerie silence. Most people, exhausted, had retired to their rooms to rest. Meanwhile, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, silently opening his attribute panel, ready to embrace a transformation. The words "level up" flashed incessantly on the panel, as if beckoning him to break through his limits. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen willed the upgrade process to begin. In an instant, his face flushed crimson, and the long-dormant spiritual energy of the world suddenly surged, flooding into his body like a tidal wave. This raging energy coursed through his meridians, expanding, repairing, and strengthening every inch of his flesh and bones. It felt as though he had been reborn after a cataclysm, and his body even grew slightly taller. Under the surging blood energy, intricate blood-red patterns emerged on his skin, exuding an air of profound mystery. Above his head, a crimson glow ascended, with spiritual energy penetrating his marrow and blood energy soaring skyward. The next step would be to absorb spiritual energy into his purple mansion, allowing him to completely shed his mortal form and become extraordinary. At this moment, Lu Chen could clearly sense the miraculous transformation happening within his body. The mix of pain and joy was intoxicating. About 20 minutes later, Lu Chen's entire body shuddered. His dantian and purple mansion suddenly became scorching hot, and the spiritual energy from his limbs and bones surged toward it like rivers converging into the sea. It's done. I've broken through to the transcendent realm. Lu Chen's face lit up with joy. The entire process had gone even smoother than he had anticipated. He stretched his muscles, and the impurities mixed with dark blood fell away in clumps, as if shedding a layer of shackles. My power now is at least 10 times what it used to be. Lu Chen threw a punch, his fist enveloped in a faint blue glow, rippling like water. With the added effect of externalized spiritual energy, the destructive power could be multiplied several times. Even if only 2 fists could be wrapped in spiritual energy, it was still a feat beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. As my cultivation level advances, the spiritual energy vortex within me will continue to transform, marking yet another rebirth. Lu Chen mused. In the transcendent realm, the vitality value ranges from 150 to 250. The breakthrough process involves further unlocking the body's potential, ensuring that muscles, bones, blood, internal organs, and even the spiritual platform are fully integrated and connected. In martial arts terms, it means being transparent inside and out, seamlessly unified. Alright, it's time to see the true form of the second source insect. Lu Chen could hardly contain his excitement. He focused his mind, and a halo of light emerged from his brow, floating before him. The system panel instantly displayed relevant information. Dao Yin insect, female, rarity tornally unique. A functional source insect, born from the gate of Xianpin, elusive and ever-changing. It has left traces across many epochs. Talent, technique advancement consuming a certain number of subbodies can help the host advance techniques and martial skills. Technique proficiency upgrade consuming a certain number of subbodies can help the host improve proficiency in techniques and martial skills. Bind? The last line on the panel presented an option that made Lu Chen's heart race. After triple checking, he could hardly believe his eyes. The second origin motherworm is truly extraordinary. Although it can't wreak havoc like a natural disaster, the boost it provides is absolutely game-changing. Imagine having access to advanced techniques and high-level martial skills with ease. Mastering them effortlessly, it's a dream come true. On the market, the most common martial arts manuals are at best of the yellow or profound level, and they're outrageously expensive. Even the lowest level yellow techniques cost millions. Profound ones are rare and can only be found at auctions. As for Earth level and above, those are the treasured secrets of powerful clans, beyond the reach of ordinary people. But with the Daoyin worm, I just need to gather some basic techniques, and I can use the larvae to advance directly to the profound and Earth levels. Not to mention, the process of cultivating these techniques is greatly simplified. The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more excited he became, feeling almost euphoric. Calming his excitement, he began the binding process. The light cluster in front of him dispersed, revealing a butterfly-like worm. Its entire body was ethereal, with crystalline, iridescent wings that were breathtakingly beautiful. The moment the binding was complete, Lu Chen felt an immediate sense of closeness from the little creature. It fluttered joyfully onto his outstretched fingertip, looking very obedient. Look at your colorful wings, they're so beautiful. How about I call you Tsai? Lu Chen murmured affectionately as he admired it. Hearing this, the little worm flapped its wings, shimmering with light, clearly pleased with the name. If only Hong Shuang weren't in seclusion, I'd love for you two to meet, Lu Chen said regretfully. He then signaled Tsai to rest. Instead of entering the insect nest, Tsai landed on his right arm, transforming into a faint totem and disappearing. Outside, the night was fading, and dawn was breaking. The stone fortress began to bustle again, full of vitality. I'll wait a bit longer. Let Hong Shuang finish her breakthrough, then have Tsai produce more larvae to evolve my basic techniques. After that, I'll handle the trouble. Lu Chen's eyes were firm and full of confidence. He knew that the person coveting the heavenly grade inner core was surely lying in wait. When he returned to the city or ventured deeper into the wilderness, they would make their move. If I take the bus back, he won't dare to act rashly. But I don't have the patience for that. If you dare to target me, be prepared it's either you or me. With this thought, Lu Chen closed the curtains and awaited the right moment. He eagerly anticipated the next transformations of Hong Shuang and Tsai, and the incredible power of his upgraded techniques. Buzz Dufeng's satellite phone suddenly vibrated. He frowned, keeping a close eye on the stone fort's exit as he answered the call. Third uncle, it's Xiaofeng. Is the target still in the supply area? An elderly voice responded from the other end. Yes, he is. Dufeng quickly replied. Good, listen carefully, the old man said in a deep voice. First, continue monitoring the target. Your fifth uncle will join you shortly. Second, unless something unexpected happens, that kid is very likely to take the noon bus back to the city. But don't worry, your other uncles and I have set a trap, just waiting to catch him. Hearing this, Dufeng was momentarily stunned. He quickly stood up, lowering his voice. Third uncle, isn't it too risky to hijack a martial arts association vehicle outside the city? These buses are officially operated and backed by the powerful martial arts association. Remember what happened back then? The culprits were caught within 3 days, with some dead and others crippled. Thinking about it further, Dufeng added, moreover, Sun Qi and Lin Xia might be on today's noon bus. If anything happens to them, the whole of Linsong will be in an uproar. Sun Qi is a direct descendant of one of the city's top families, and Lin Xia, though from a humble background, has awakened a rare grade ice ability and has already caught the eye of a big shot at Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, planning to take her as a disciple. If such people perish at our hands, I can't even imagine the consequences. However, a sinister laugh came from the other end of the phone. Xiaofeng, you're still too young. The importance of a heavenly grade inner core is beyond ordinary comprehension. Missing this opportunity would be a true disaster. Fortunately, only our Du family knows about this. Once we succeed, who cares about Sun Qi or Lin Xia? Kill them, silence everyone, and relocate the entire family. Your father has already paved the way. It all depends on today. Once you awaken you're a great talent and grow stronger, won't you have the chance to rise again? After hanging up, Dufeng stood in silence for a while, his face pale. But soon, a surge of emotion welled up from within, turning into boiling blood. Lu Chen, today, I can only send you to the underworld. Around 10 in the morning, many martial artists who had heard the news were gossiping outside the stone fort. Although they knew the secret realm had disappeared, they came to try their luck and join in the excitement. These guys are always late to the party. Inside the room, a middle-aged man sneered. He was Du Xianghe, a senior member of the Du family. In terms of martial arts, he was second only to the family head, a renowned expert at the second stage of the fusion aperture realm. Third uncle, that brat hasn't shown up yet. Could he have already run away? Dufeng asked respectfully beside him. This operation had mobilized almost the entire Du family, young and old alike, all for that heavenly grade inner core. If they succeeded, it would all be worth it. If they failed, the entire Du family would face utter destruction. Just as Dufeng was about to say more, he suddenly trembled and stammered. He's coming out. Lu Chen, that kid. He's coming out. They saw Lu Chen calmly walking out of the rest area and heading straight to a weapon shop. Boss, give me a 300,000 alloy battle blade. He couldn't be bothered to pick and choose. After all, this rundown place only had goods of this caliber. Hoping for a steal was wishful thinking. This one will do. I won't haggle. Just charge me 30,000 more than the city price. The boss eagerly handed over a battle blade, grinning and boasting. Forged from blazing gold crystal, it slices through iron like butter. A second-tier beast's defense is nothing against it, let alone a first-tier one. Lu Chen paid the money, weighed the blade in his hand, and found the quality decent, at least better than his previous one. As for the boss's exaggerated claims, they went in one ear and out the other. This thing can tear through a second-tier beast? Yeah, right, he thought. But for killing people, it's more than enough. After settling the bill, Lu Chen swaggered out of the stone fortress. In his mind, he was communicating with his companion, Hong Shuang. Ever since absorbing the remnant soul of the flame serpent, it could communicate directly with him through consciousness. Master, Master, two hostile presences are targeting us, Hong Shuang excitedly reported. One is the scoundrel from last time, and the other is slightly stronger, but they're both trash compared to me. Lu Chen smiled knowingly. It seemed he needed to call in some backup. Pretending to be unaware, he leisurely headed southwest. Don't worry, whether that guy is trying to trick us or not, he won't live to see another day, Du Xianghe sneered. For the Du family, as long as Lu Chen didn't catch the bus, it would be a blessing. Why risk attacking openly on the Martial Arts Association's turf? Let's go. The prey has left the cage. Notify your second uncle's men. No need to wait at the station. Tell them to meet us directly. With that, Du Xianghe and Du Feng trailed Lu Chen from a distance. They were heading deeper into the vast Wui Mountains, a place most martial artists wouldn't dare venture. After walking alone for over 10 minutes, Lu Chen whispered, Hong Shuang, are they still behind us? Of course, Master, Master. Let me swallow them whole. Hong Shuang trembled with excitement in his mind. Hold on, we need to find a secluded spot for this. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold as he quickened his pace. A bit further, and they'd reach Qixia Mountain, where it would be easier to handle things without anyone around. He gripped his battle blade tightly, staying alert for any beasts in the mountains, and ready to strike at any moment. I'm just beginning to reach the extraordinary level. If it comes to a real fight, I'm probably no match for those two. Lu Chen knew his own strength well. The ones trailing him could very well include a master of the fusion stage. With my current skills, I don't want to become cannon fodder. Luckily, Hong Shuang had evolved once, gaining the Red Lotus Hellfire, and then further transformed after absorbing the Flame Serpent's remnant soul, greatly boosting its combat power. Otherwise, escaping unscathed this time would be uncertain. As for Kai, it could help him elevate ordinary blade and fist techniques to the second rank of the yellow grade. That would cost at least 3 million if bought. But his foundation was too weak. Even enhanced martial skills wouldn't be very strong. Lu Chen shook his head, feeling a mix of emotions. If you start with a 5th-tier Huang level technique and use Dao Yin worms to accelerate your progress, you might break through to the Xin level instantly, perhaps even achieving combat power comparable to the transcendent 9th level. Unfortunately, any martial arts manual can only be advanced using external forces once. The stronger the foundation, the greater the potential for improvement. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a shadow loomed overhead, blocking out the sky. Qixia Mountain. Finally. This place is rarely visited, even by local martial artists. It's time to open the mystery box, Lu Chen thought with a slight smile. Is the mastermind Du Feng or Xin Linlin? Let's wait and see. Sun Qi had a blissful sleep-in and woke up feeling refreshed. Just as he was about to catch the shuttle back, a phone call interrupted his leisurely plans. As he listened to the voice on the other end, his face twisted with rage. Du Feng, you bastard. How dare you play dirty behind my back? Damn it, you're dead meat. As the most prominent family in Linsong, the Sun family had informants everywhere. The Du family's little schemes couldn't escape their eyes. The news quickly reached Sun Qi, revealing the truth in an instant. Aunt, come save me. I can't just stand by on this one. Sun Qi pleaded over the phone. Lu Chen is my guest, and I have a stake in this secret realm. He even saved my life. Aunt, it doesn't matter what he finds in there. You have to come help. After hanging up, Sun Qi immediately sent a text to Lu Chen, but it was like a stone sinking into the Sino response. In a hurry, he rushed to the supply area and pulled up the surveillance footage of Lu Chen's departure. Stop. Right there. Sun Qi pointed at 2 figures on the screen, gritting his teeth. Du Xianghe, you bastard with a 2nd-level fusion talent. I'm not done with you and the Du family. He paced back and forth anxiously at the stone fortress exit. He knew his mediocre skills would be useless in a rescue attempt and might even get him killed. Who knew what desperate and insane actions the Du family might take? Half an hour later, a strikingly beautiful woman descended from the sky, landing gracefully in front of Sun Qi. The surrounding crowd gasped and quickly stepped back, an expert at the Void Realm. Who would dare provoke such a figure? Aunt, you're finally here. Sun Qi exclaimed with joy. Ignoring any pleasantries, Sun Qinyan got straight to the point. How long have they been gone? 3 hours. They left the supply area at 10 this morning. It's all my fault for waking up so late, Sun Qi said regretfully. He was young and impulsive, never expecting his teammates to betray him over a single inner core. Let's go, but be prepared. We might be too late to save your friend, Sun Qinyan said, lifting Sun Qi with a wave of her spiritual energy and soaring into the sky. As they flew, she asked pointedly, what exactly is it that made the Du family take such a risk? You'd better tell your aunt everything. After a moment of silence, Sun Qi sighed and confessed, it's a heavenly grade inner core, likely first or second grade. He then recounted the events of the previous night in detail. Before he could finish, Sun Qinyan's spiritual energy trembled violently, nearly shaking Sun Qi off. She glared at her troublesome nephew, wanting to scold him but held back. You only know that a heavenly grade inner core can create an A-level awakener. But did you know that the abilities derived from it can evolve continuously? That means an A-level could someday ascend to S-level, Sun Qinyan said, emphasizing each word. Hearing this, Sun Qi's face turned ashen. Meanwhile, in a dense forest somewhere on Qixia Mountain, Du Xianghe and Du Feng were hiding in the bushes, their eyes fixed on Lu Chen, who had stopped 100 meters away. Not going after him? Du Feng asked. Who cares? This place is perfect for his grave, Du Xianghe sneered, stepping out boldly. What's there to worry about? Even if that kid has extraordinary skills, so what? He's already scouted the area. There's no way there could be an ambush within 10 miles. And A-level awakened? He's nothing. He took what he shouldn't have, so he deserves to die. Du Xianghe channeled his energy, leaping forward like a dragon towards Lu Chen. Du Feng followed closely behind, only a few seconds late, but his heart was trembling with excitement and unparalleled inner core. It was almost within reach. Strangely, despite the noise they made, Lu Chen still had his back to them, seemingly unfazed. It wasn't until Du Feng shouted, Lu Chen, that inner core in your hand is destined to bring trouble. Why not sell it to the Du family? That Lu Chen reacted. He ignored them. Du Feng frowned and was about to speak again when the young man suddenly turned around. In his hands were 2 snow-white wooden plaques. He grinned. These plaques, they'll give them to you as tombstones. Hope you don't mind? Du Xianghe snorted coldly and was about to make his move when Lu Chen pulled out the inner core from his sleeve. Want it? Come and get it. In an instant, the Du brothers' eyes were glued to the crystal-clear core, lost in its allure. But in that split second, Du Xianghe felt a chilling dread surge through him, his hairs standing on end. Years of bloodshed had honed his instincts. He knew danger was imminent. In a flash, he released all his spiritual power, forming a crystalline defense behind him. Old fox, quick reaction, Lu Chen sneered, swinging his long blade straight at Du Feng's face. The blade's gleam was fleeting, swift as lightning, revealing the little thunder blade technique, a second-tier Huang-level skill. Second uncle. Du Feng screamed in terror, death's scythe looming overhead. As a mere Pequasa warrior, how could he withstand Lu Chen's full-force strike? The blade's arc was silent. Du Feng was cleaved in two before he could even cry out. His eyes widened in disbelief. The last image burned into his retinas, his severed lower body. Damn it, you bastard. Du Xiang's eyes turned blood-red, his internal energy surging. If he hadn't been focused on defending against Hong Shuang's sneak attack, how could his nephew have died before his eyes? Kill. His rage transformed into overwhelming killing intent as he lunged at Lu Chen. But before he could close in, a strange flame erupted from the side, blocking his path. Not a natural ability. It's that bug that attacked me earlier. Du Xiang's pupils contracted. The fire, purple on the outside and black within, was like hellfire, melting even the weapons he summoned. In his panic, his defensive formation began to crumble. No matter what treasures he pulled out, nothing could withstand the terrifying heat. Even his prized spiritual shield was on the verge of collapse. I'm going to die here. The brief skirmish had already left Du Xianghe terrified. The fire was absurdly fast, making his attacks futile. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. In a split second, he made a decision escape. He abruptly changed direction, attempting to break free. However, from all directions, identical monstrous insects appeared, their numbers continuously increasing. What on earth are these things? Terrified by Hong Shuang, Du Xianghe instinctively believed that all these bugs could transform into terrifying hellfire. Weighing his options, he decided to confront them head-on, hoping to carve a bloody path through them. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. His strategy had worked. A few seconds later, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. The third-ranked expert of the Du family, a second-level Rongqiao warrior, was dead. Almost let him get away, Lu Chen muttered to himself. Staring at the lifeless bodies of the two Du family members, He remained silent for a moment before signaling Hong Shuang to clean up. To the bloodthirsty insects, human flesh and the carcasses of beasts were no different. In no time, the two corpses were devoured completely. While Lu Chen was still pondering the feedback data, two lines of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Your bloodthirsty insects have devoured the flesh of a warrior. You have gained a special feedback technique. 4 Seasons Fist, Yellow Rank, Grade 7. Your bloodthirsty insects have devoured the flesh of a warrior. You have gained a special feedback movement technique. 7-Star Cloud Steps, Yellow Rank, Grade 6. Could Hong Shuang have such hidden mechanisms? It seems that devouring fierce beasts only provides energy feedback, but devouring warriors can actually grant their martial arts skills. Lu Chen suddenly realized the truth. When he first bonded with the bloodthirsty insects, the system panel had a line that said, Talent, Energy Feedback. In certain circumstances, special feedback may occur. He had puzzled over the meaning of this phrase, but had never figured it out and eventually forgot about it. So that's it. The special feedback ability of the bloodthirsty insects is activated by devouring warriors. At this moment, Lu Chen was filled with excitement and had even more aspirations for his future path. In the ancestral hall of the Du family mansion in the eastern district of Linsong, the main doors were tightly shut. All the Du clan members, both old and young, gathered inside with varied expressions on their faces. As the second most prominent martial family after the Sun family, the Du family had a solid foundation in Linsong. The family head, Du Hongtian, was a formidable master in the airborne realm. At this moment, Du Hongtian stood with a dragon-head cane, resembling an ordinary white-haired elder, silently gazing at the ancestral tablets. No one dared to disturb him, and the hall was filled with a solemn atmosphere. After a long silence, a loud bang echoed as the dragon-head cane struck the ground, deafeningly. Du Hongtian slowly turned around, his aura suddenly intensified, his eyes sharp and intimidating. You must all be wondering why I urgently summoned the clan elders. Du Hongtian's gaze swept across the room, a strange smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Half an hour ago, Lao Wu and Du Feng left the city to ambush a martial arts examinee in the wilderness. This statement caused the clan members' faces to change dramatically. Ambush a martial arts examinee? Has the Du family gone mad? If this gets discovered, the inspectors will uproot us completely. You know how strict the laws of Daxia are. The martial exam is the foundation of our nation. It's not something to be trifled with. If the examinee dies at the hands of a beast, it's one thing, but if it's at the hands of a fellow human, someone muttered. Why take such a risk? An elder asked shakily. Du Hongtian looked around meaningfully and said, because that young man possesses a celestial-grade demonic beast core. Everyone gasped in shock. A celestial-grade core was such a rare treasure that if the Du family obtained it, not only could they surpass the Sun family and dominate Linsong, but they could also establish themselves in Jiangnan. Clan leader, did we get the celestial-grade core? Someone asked eagerly. Get it? Du Hongtian squinted his eyes and smiled grimly. Lao Wu and Du Feng are both dead. The elders were stunned into silence, their minds buzzing. Du Xianghe was a formidable expert in the dual aperture realm, yet a mere martial arts examinee managed to kill him? Who would believe such a thing? As for how that boy did it, there's no need to delve into it, Du Hongtian sighed. The most pressing issue now is that the Sun family has already intervened. Sun Qinyan has just flown to the wilderness. It seems this celestial-grade core is not meant for our Du family. At the mention of Sun Qinyan, the clan members' faces turned ashen. No matter how bold the Du family was, they wouldn't dare confront the Sun family heathen. What should we do now, master? Someone asked. Du Hongtian pondered for a moment and then instructed. Spread the word that Lao Wu and Du Feng have betrayed the family and are now missing, severing all ties with the Du clan. Then, with a sharp look in his eyes, he added, and keep a close watch on that Lu Chen. He killed my grandson and broke the bloodline of our awakening. This debt won't be settled so easily. 6 generations of hard work built what we have today. Finally, an awakener appeared, only to perish in the wilderness. As both the clan leader and a grandfather, I am filled with rage. Meanwhile, in the Qixia Mountains, Sun Qinyan and Sun Qi landed in front of Lu Chen, who was leisurely grilling meat skewers by the mountain stream, the aroma wafting through the air. Brother Lu, are you all right? Sun Qi jumped down, eyes wide with disbelief. On his way here, he kept blaming himself. If it weren't for him inviting Lu Chen into this mess, how would he have ended up on the Du family's radar? The Du family is at the second level of the fusion aperture stage. After all, if it were Sun Qi facing such a formidable enemy, wouldn't he be running for his life, scared out of his wits? Yet, Lu Chen was remarkably calm, as if nothing had happened. The contrast was just too stark. Hey, what brings you here, rich kid? Lu Chen asked, feigning surprise. In this deserted wilderness, what trouble could I possibly get into? Just have to watch out for some fierce beasts, right? Even as he spoke, His gaze inadvertently drifted to the woman next to Sun Qi. She must be the legendary master of the airborne realm. Could she be after my celestial grade inner core too? Lu Chen wondered to himself. At the same time, he mentally asked Hong Shuang, if we need to deal with that woman, how effective would the bloodthirsty worm's self-destruction be? Rest assured, Master, although the little ones aren't as powerful as me, if they all sacrifice themselves together, it would be terrifying. If one isn't enough, use 10. If 10 aren't enough, use 100. She'll be blown to the heavens. Hong Shuang responded excitedly. Lu Chen felt a wave of relief. It seemed that self-destruction was his ultimate trump card, something he could rely on in critical moments. While the exact power remained to be tested, Hong Shuang wouldn't lie to him. If it came to a fight, 30 bloodthirsty worms detonating together should be more than enough, leaving 20 for future use. He calculated this in his mind. Just then, Sun Qinyan stepped forward, scrutinizing Lu Chen with a curious gaze. After a moment, she spoke, her words sharp and direct. Seeing how calm you are, it must have been you who killed Du Xianghe. Du Xianghe? Who's Du Xiang? Lu Chen started to say but was cut off. Sun Qinyan continued, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. A mere extraordinary stage junior managing to kill a second-level fusion aperture expert? Even in my presence, you're unruffled and even harbor killing intent. Interesting. Truly an interesting young man. Seeing Lu Chen's bewildered expression, Sun Qinyan smiled, her beauty unmatched. You must have some extraordinary trump card hidden, or else it would be impossible for someone at the extraordinary stage to kill a fusion aperture expert. Such instances are exceedingly rare even over several centuries of martial history. But if you think that alone can challenge the airborne realm, she shook her head, her smile deepening. Boy, you're overestimating yourself. Lu Chen opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. In 2 lifetimes, he'd never encountered someone so blunt. Not only had she seen through his abilities at a glance, but she also dismissed his tricks with disdain. Within just a few words, Sun Qinyan had taken control of the situation, guessing most of his intentions. Lu Chen felt a sense of helplessness at being seen through, but more than that, he felt genuine admiration. Having trained in martial arts for over 30 years, Sun Qinyan had never met such an intriguing junior. Despite his youth, he remained composed and was an outstanding actor, nearly convincing even her. Sun Qi stood there, dumbfounded, staring at Lu Chen and his aunt. His mind seemed to have shut down. Du Xianghe, who was at the second level of the fusion realm, had actually been killed by Lu Chen? Wait a minute. When did Lu Chen reach the transcendent realm? Last night, when they entered the secret realm, he was just an aspiring warrior. How did he advance overnight and even manage to defeat a powerful enemy at a higher realm? After Lin Xia, has Linsong City produced another prodigy? It's simply unbelievable. Sun Qi slapped himself hard on the face. Ouch, painful. This wasn't a dream. He looked at Sun Qinyan in disbelief, and saw that his usually reserved aunt had an unmistakable look of admiration and deep interest in her eyes. In over 30 years, Sun Qinyan had never shown any interest in a man. Could she be interested in Lu Chen? Sun Qi immediately imagined a dramatic scenario, then quickly chastised himself. What was he thinking? Just as he was about to speak, Sun Qinyan sat down in front of Lu Chen, picked up a wooden skewer, and started grilling meat. Lu Chen, right? I'm Sun Qinyan. You can call me Aunt Sun, she said, skillfully turning the meat skewers. Don't worry, our Sun family isn't like the Du family that kills for treasures. I'm here because Xiao Qi asked me to come and save you. Sun Qi grinned and proudly raised his chin at Lu Chen, as if to say, see, I'm a loyal friend, aren't I? Lu Chen smiled knowingly and handed over a skewer of grilled meat. Sun Qi happily took it and began to eat heartily. Sun Qinyan then said seriously, if you let me keep the heavenly grade inner core, our Sun family can help you sell it, charging only a 3% service fee. If you don't trust us, we can pretend I never said anything. Before she could finish, Lu Chen had already taken out a crystal-clear object the size of an egg from his pocket and tossed it over casually. Sun Qinyan instinctively caught it and, upon inspection, realized it was indeed a genuine heavenly grade inner core. Even a master in the void realm couldn't help but be moved by such a treasure. Seeing Sun Qinyan stunned, Lu Chen laughed and said, with Sister Sun handling it, I'd be more than grateful. I don't want to hold on to this hot potato any longer. Hearing this affectionate term, Sun Qinyan looked up, her expression softening a bit. Aren't you afraid our Sun family will just take it for ourselves? Sister Sun, you're joking. I'd rather take a gamble than lose my life, Lu Chen said calmly while biting into a meat skewer. Besides, though I'm young, I've had my share of hardships. I trust my instincts, and Sister Sun isn't the kind of person who only cares about profit. The Du family has already lost 2 lives over this inner core. Keeping it with me would only bring more trouble, and who knows, it might attract a Void Realm Master someday. Better to end it once and for all. Hearing these words, even Sun Qinyan was taken aback. She stared at Lu Chen, trying to find any sign of deceit. But the young man's eyes were clear and genuine. "You're very smart, even smarter than I imagined," Sun Chenyin murmured. "If Shao Qi had half your wit, our Sun family would have soared to great heights by now." She then suddenly covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "All right, I accept you as my little brother. Don't worry, calling me sister won't be in vain. Although the standard fee is 3, considering our relationship, I'll only charge you 1. Moreover, such a high-level inner core can't be digested in Linsong. We need to go to the Jiangnan war zone for business, which will take some time. If you need money urgently, feel free to ask Shao Qi for an advance, and we'll settle everything later." Sun Qi was stunned by what he heard. Damn, Brother Lu's silver tongue is something else. With just a few words, he managed to save the Sun family billions. If this gets out, won't other families be green with envy? A few years ago, even a single Earth-grade core fetched a sky-high price of 40 billion at auction. The value of this heaven-grade core is beyond estimation. Thinking of this, Sun Qi secretly gave Lu Chen a thumbs up, wishing he could learn the art of persuasion from him. But then again, what did the Sun family's loss have to do with him? He'd rather make more friends like Lu Chen. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sun Qinyang suddenly turned serious and warned, "In Linsong, the Du family has always operated underground. You must be very cautious. They will definitely seek revenge. However, as long as you stay in the city, they can't touch you. No one dares to act recklessly in the bustling city, or they'll be minced by the patrols in no time. But once you're outside the city, it's a different story. By the way, I heard that becoming the top scorer in the Jiangnan War Zone martial exam grants you an amnesty token?" Lu Chen asked thoughtfully. "Yes, it's called the Mountain and River Order, and it's incredibly valuable. In critical moments, it can summon a grandmaster to aid you, or be exchanged for significant merits. But remember, don't push your luck too far," Sun Qinyang explained. "Lu Chen, don't act rashly. The Du family patriarch is a master at the 4th level of the Void Realm. Even I might not be his match, and you definitely shouldn't act impulsively. However, with your grade fire talent, if you reach the Void Realm in the future, you might stand a chance." Lu Chen nodded, saying nothing more. Revenge should not be delayed. Better to strike first than wait to be attacked. With less than a month until the martial exam, and now holding substantial funds, reaching the 9th level of the extraordinary realm should be feasible. The immediate priority is to cultivate the bloodthirsty insect, expanding the 1st and 2nd generations. Once he claims the top spot in the martial exam and holds the mountain and river order, he can then tackle the Du family heathen. After a hearty meal, Lu Chen and Sun Qinyang set off on their way back. Now that he had money, staying in the wilderness was pointless. The first thing to do upon returning to the city was to purchase a large amount of fierce beast meat and accelerate the insect cultivation process. "Hold on tight," Sun Qinyang said gently, then used the void technique to take Lu Chen soaring into the sky. Sun Qi stood there in disbelief, shouting, "Aunt, did you just leave me behind like this? Brother Lu has only known you for a day, but I've been your nephew since childhood." His cries echoed through the empty valley, only to be met with the whistling wind. Sun Qi was so angry he jumped up and down, so being a biological nephew was still not as good as a newly acquainted brother? How is that fair? Linsong City, though he had only left 2 days ago, felt completely different to Lu Chen as he stepped through its gates. The events of the past few days had been extraordinary, forcing him to alter his original plans. He had intended to train in seclusion for a month, leveraging the benefits of Hong Shuang to quickly advance and breed the next generation of bloodthirsty worms. However, the presence of the formidable Du family, combined with the windfall from the heavenly grade inner core, had changed everything. Overall, the situation was improving, and Lu Chen couldn't help but smile as he took out a black card 50 billion. He wondered how far this money could take him in his cultivation journey. Before returning to the city, Sun Chenyin had landed in a secluded spot to hand him the card, leaving behind a faint, pleasant fragrance. The sensation of flying was truly exhilarating, especially being held by a mature and charming woman. The only downside was the card's seemingly modest 50 billion. Sun Chenyin had explained that while the Sun family was the dominant power in Linsong City with assets in various industries, their cash flow was not particularly abundant. Lu Chen didn't mind. He was more impressed by Sun Chenyin's sincerity. Reflecting on the Sun and Du families, Lu Chen shook his head, pondering the irony. How had he, a lone wanderer, become entangled with such powerful clans? In hindsight, having the Sun family's support was not a bad thing. Their backing would save him a lot of trouble, especially when dealing with the heavenly grade inner core. Doing it alone would have been much more difficult. With his mind made up, Lu Chen hailed a taxi and headed straight to Jiuding Pavilion. He closed his eyes to rest, planning his next steps. He had 2 major assets, Hong Shuang and Kai Yi. The former's bloodthirsty worms were a terrifying combat force, a veritable insect apocalypse, while the latter, an auxiliary source mother worm, was crucial for enhancing his own power. Over the next month, he had 2 critical tasks. First, He aimed to become the top martial artist in the Jiangnan war zone, securing the amnesty medal known as the Shanghai Order. Competing for the national top spot was optional, but winning the regional title was essential. During their flight, he had discussed this with Sun Chenyan, who candidly revealed that the top families and hidden powers had unimaginable resources and nurtured extremely talented individuals. Additionally, the military's martial artist training program had become formidable in recent years. Even the top spot in the Jiangnan war zone would require a fierce battle. Secondly, he needed to eliminate the Du family, a significant threat. While the Sun family was willing to do business with him, they wouldn't help with such underhanded tasks. Lu Chen would have to handle that himself. Better safe than sorry. It was best to eliminate the danger early. With these two priorities clear, his next steps were obvious. The immediate task was to enhance his own strength as quickly as possible, using his funds to procure beast corpses and leveraging Hong Shuang to advance rapidly. Additionally, by using the offspring of the Tsai worm, I can evolve my techniques and improve my proficiency. As for the blood-sucking worm clan, I'll observe them for now and proceed cautiously. If resources allow, I'll breed as many as possible. As he pondered this, the car arrived at Jiuding Pavilion. Lu Chen, familiar with the place, walked straight into the lobby. Seeing a receptionist approaching, he said directly, "Take me to the meeting room and have old Lu meet me." The receptionist's professional smile faltered, but she quickly complied, following Lu Chen while calling Lu Bingren. Moments later, in the meeting room, Lu Bingren entered with a beaming smile and personally made tea for Lu Chen. "Young Master Lu, what brings you here again? Are you looking to purchase more beast corpses?" Lu Chen, not wanting to waste time, took out Sun Chenyan's black card and slapped it onto the coffee table. "There are 5 billion on this card. Do you need to verify it?" Clang. Lu Bingren's knees nearly buckled. The last client was wealthy, but this one was a veritable god of wealth. Jiuding Pavilion had over a dozen customer managers, and if he could secure Lu Chen's business, he'd be this year's top performer for sure. Repressing his excitement, Lu Bingren respectfully said, "No need. I recognize the Sun family's black obsidian card." Lu Chen nodded and said, "First, arrange a training room for me, the best Tian classroom, for 20 days. Second, send me any fresh beast corpses of second rank or higher as they arrive." He then shifted the conversation. "By the way, old Lu, do you have any materials that enhance comprehension or other treasures beneficial for cultivation?" Lu Chen contemplated. The Tsai worm had two reproduction methods: natural, producing 60 offspring per hour, and feeding it specific materials to significantly increase output. Relying solely on Tsai's natural production was insufficient. Moreover, after killing Du Xianghe, he had gained two techniques through Hong Shuang's feedback: the 7 Stars Cloud Concealment Step of Yellow Rank 6 and the 4 Seasons Fist of Yellow Rank 7. These were far superior to his basic knife and fist techniques. According to the system, the 7 Stars Cloud Concealment Step required refining 2,000 Dao Yin worms to advance, while the 4 Seasons Fist required 2,500. Enhancing proficiency would consume even more. Currently, Lu Chen had fewer than 1,000 Dao Yin worms. Evolving techniques and improving proficiency seemed like a distant dream. Hearing this, Lu Bingren thought for a moment and shook his head. "Our stock here in Linsong is limited. However, the main base in Jiangnan has some inventory, like enlightenment tea, tribulus terrestris juice, and shenlua wood. If you need them, I can request a transfer immediately." Lu Chen was overjoyed and immediately placed an order, despite the high cost. The number of Tsai offspring directly impacted his strength. If these two techniques advanced, he might reach the Xin rank. Filled with anticipation for the future, Lu Chen focused on selecting the best materials and cultivating strategically. At the same time, in an office filled with the rich scent of flowers, Sun Chenyan was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, carefully reading a document in her hands. After a long while, she frowned, placed the file aside, and gazed out at the scenery, murmuring to herself, "This younger brother of mine is truly a mystery. Who on earth could make our Chenyan so concerned?" A venerable voice suddenly broke the silence, accompanied by the crisp sound of walnuts being cracked and the jingling of a birdcage. An elderly man with white hair and beard strolled in leisurely. "Great-grandfather." Sun Chenyan's face lit up with joy as she hurried forward. "You've come out of seclusion. Have you reached the Grandmaster level?" The visitor was none other than Sun Jinyue, the top expert of the Sun family. As a peerless master of the 9th level of skywalking, he had been in seclusion for years, striving to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Feigning anger, Sun Jinyue sighed dramatically. "The first thing you do upon seeing me is to expose my shortcomings. Have I failed as your great-grandfather? Do I need to become a Grandmaster just to show my face?" Despite his grumbling, the old man walked into the room cheerfully, carefully setting down the birdcage. With a hint of resignation, he said, "Below the Grandmaster, all are but ants. It's no easy feat to step into that realm. I heard you stumbled upon a heaven-grade inner core. I've lived most of my life and never seen one, so I came out of seclusion to take a look. Enough with the small talk. Tell me about this young man. Sun Jinyue settled into a grand armchair, his eyes gleaming with interest. Sun Xinyan put away the document and began to explain. His name is Lu Chen. His parents were low-ranking soldiers in the Linsong military and died in a beast tide 10 years ago. This child awakened his talent in high school, but unfortunately, it was as a life-type tamer. Her expression grew peculiar as she glanced at Sun Jinyue with curiosity. But according to Xiao Qi, Lu Chen displayed fire abilities of at least level during a fight in the wilderness. Moreover, he has always kept a low profile at school, never revealing his true self. Even when mocked for being just a tamer, he endured without complaint. Because of this, the school advised him to abandon the martial arts exam and switch to liberal arts to avoid dying in the wild. Sun Jinyue suddenly interrupted. Do you know his blood energy value in the most recent school test? 10 days ago, it was only 119 calories, Sun Xinyan instinctively replied, then stood up abruptly, her eyes wide with shock. Oh my god, how could I forget that? When I saw him, his cultivation level had definitely reached the extraordinary realm. Sun Jinyue put down the walnut in his hand, his eyes shining brightly. According to you, in just 10 days, this kid's blood energy value skyrocketed by over 30 calories. Such a rapid advancement would make even the most prodigious talents envious. Hearing this, Sun Xinyan felt as if struck by lightning, her mind blank. Her great-grandfather's voice echoed with deep meaning. I know, some people in the Sun family are quite restless. Upon hearing that Lu Chen possesses a heaven-grade inner core, they are all tempted, urging you to simply take it for yourself. Greed blinds you, fool. Sun Jinyue sneered, shaking his head. Do you think you can bully such a prodigious figure? Unless you completely uproot him, you're just asking for trouble. Now that news about Lu Chen has spread, every prominent figure in Linsong is probably murmuring his name. Moreover, Qiu Yuanlong, the Thunder Sword of Jiangnan Martial Academy, is currently in our territory. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on Lu Chen will definitely face Qiu's intervention. Besides, Daxia has always valued nurturing real talents. With Lu Chen's parents being military officers, he has additional protection. It's highly likely that the high-ranking officials of the Linsong military district will soon try to recruit him. Even though the old master has been in seclusion for years, he's still well-informed about external affairs. After pondering for a moment, Sun Jinyue instructed, Qinyan, I'm entrusting this matter entirely to you. Help Lu Chen properly. Consider it forming a good relationship with him. If anyone in the family harbors ill intentions, deal with them directly without reporting to me. Also, keep an eye on the Du family. That Du Hongtian is a madman and might do something unexpected. After giving his instructions, Sun Jinyue hummed a tune, picked up his birdcage, and leisurely left. He was in an exceptionally good mood, with a vague premonition that the rise of the Sun family might depend on this young man, Lu Chen. In the office, after calming down, Sun Xinyan couldn't help but sigh deeply. I thought you had more time to improve, but now the situation is set. If you had another month, you could easily become the top martial exam candidate in the Jiangnan war zone. Alas, time waits for no one. With the martial exam approaching, even with Lu Chen's extraordinary talent, it's hard to surpass those monstrous geniuses in just a few days. Thinking of this, a hint of regret flashed in Sun Xinyan's eyes. At this moment, just as Sun Jinyue had said, with the news of the heavenly pill spreading, Lu Chen's name resounded throughout Linsong. Many powerful figures were stunned, realizing that such a monstrous talent, 100 times more terrifying than Lin Xia, had been right under their noses. With an 11 fire attribute and a 10D increase of 30 units in his blood energy value, these two bombshells triggered a storm in Linsong City. Countless dignitaries and influential figures were eager to befriend Lu Chen, but they couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. The Du family, upon hearing the news, was even more frightened, fearing that malicious individuals would target them. However, Lu Chen was completely unaware of the outside commotion. At that moment, he was eating and living in the cultivation room of the Jiuding Pavilion, fully immersed in his training. The top-tier VIP treatment he received was well worth the money, with comprehensive facilities and meticulous service, making it an ideal environment for cultivation. The next day, Lu Bingrun, a steward, suddenly paid a visit. Entering the cultivation room, he respectfully smiled and said, "My young friend, your name is now renowned in Linsong. I was blind not to recognize you earlier." Lu Chen was puzzled, feeling inexplicably bewildered. Seeing this, Lu Bingrun detailed the situation outside, adding, "Rest assured, our Jiuding Pavilion always keeps our guests' information strictly confidential. No one will know you are cultivating here." After this explanation, Lu Chen finally understood what was going on. However, he didn't care about these empty titles. His original plan already included becoming the top martial arts candidate in the Jiangnan war zone. Now, being exposed a bit earlier was no big deal. Lu Bingrun took out a ring from his sleeve. It was a high-quality storage ring, a token of goodwill from the Jiuding Pavilion. "Please accept it," he said. You can rest assured. We always treat our esteemed guests this way, with no hidden intentions. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Chen smiled and nodded. In that case, I shall accept it with gratitude. Thank you, Steward Lu. He put the ring on and found it already filled with various items. Seeing this, Lu Bingren explained. The materials you need for enlightenment have been urgently dispatched from the headquarters. If it's not enough, just let me know. After a brief chat, Lu Bingren took his leave, and the spacious training room returned to silence. Lu Chen pondered over the information. Lu Bingren had revealed that with his talent now exposed, a wave of recruitment had swept through Linsong and the entire Jiangnan war zone. Various forces were doing everything they could to track him down. However, at a critical moment, Master Qiu Yuanlong of the Thunder Sword had stepped in to curb this chaotic situation. Master Qiu had even declared that any matters concerning Lu Chen should be postponed until after the martial arts exam, and that no one was to disturb his training until then. This move by Master Qiu undoubtedly saved Lu Chen from many troubles. Even the Juding Pavilion might not have been able to fend off all the prying eyes. Only a grandmaster of Qiu's caliber could pull this off. Lu Chen thought to himself, it seems Master Qiu also wanted to give the Du family a warning. After the exam, I must thank him properly. This is a favor I cannot forget. With that thought, a smile spread across his face. Ha, gaining 30 points in just 10 days has shocked you all, but little do you know, I'm already at the 5th level of extraordinary power. From 150 to 209 points in just 2 days, an increase of 59 points in blood energy. Thanks to the continuous supply of second-tier beast corpses from Juding Pavilion, Hongshuang's feedback could continue. At first, devouring an early second-tier beast could give him 15 points of blood energy. But as Lu Chen's cultivation advanced, the feedback from beasts of the same tier diminished. Now, to maintain the 15-point feedback, he needed to consume late second-tier beasts. Regardless, as long as the numbers increased, it meant his strength was growing. The only downside was that Juding Pavilion's stock of second-tier beast corpses was far from enough to satisfy Lu Chen's needs. As a second-tier city in the Jiangnan war zone, Linsong's trade volume was quite limited. The daily new stock of second-tier beast corpses at Juding Pavilion was at most a dozen, and even fewer were in good condition. As for the legendary third-tier beasts, they were exceedingly rare. It's known that third-tier beasts are as powerful as martial artists in the airborne realm, and there were only a handful of such experts in all of Linsong who would risk their lives to fight such terrifying creatures. Because of this, in the past 2 days, Lu Chen fed Hongshuang 3 second-tier beasts on the first day and only had 2 whole ones left on the second day. After the feedback, he could only wait or switch to other forms of training. Ah, this is driving me crazy. I've missed 5 meals in 2 days, and I'm counting on the little supplies we have left, which is hardly enough. Even though I've instructed Lu Bingren to purchase at higher prices, the results have been minimal. The largest beast hunting agency in Linsong City is actually the military, but they're a special unit, and it's not like they can be mobilized at will. Well, since that's the case, I might as well try advancing my skills. Lu Chen stopped thinking about it and took out a batch of enlightenment materials from his storage ring. He then summoned his life-bound insect, Tsai. It fluttered over gracefully, its wings as transparent as cicada wings, with brilliant colors flowing through them, truly mesmerizing. Just a small piece of the Dao wood is worth 30 million, Lu Chen thought with a bitter smile. Tsai, you must do your best. Breed more offspring, and don't let my efforts go to waste. The little insect, somewhat understanding, joyfully fluttered its wings and landed on the piece of wood, feasting on it. Although it could understand Lu Chen's words, it couldn't communicate directly through consciousness like Hongshuang. While Tsai was eating, Lu Chen began to take stock of his assets. Over the past 2 days, he had accumulated a total of 3,722 Dao insect bodies. This quantity should be enough to attempt advancing his skills. Last time, even the basic unranked fist technique underwent a transformation. As Lu Chen focused his thoughts, the speed of the flowing colors within Tsai's transparent wings suddenly increased. Simultaneously, ripples appeared in the surrounding void, and tiny colorful light particles floated out, dancing and swirling before forming a ribbon that connected to Lu Chen's forehead. Could these light particles be the offspring of the Daoyin worms? Lu Chen had been puzzled about where the 60 offspring that Tsai produced every hour had gone, and now he realized they were hidden within his wings. Instantly, a cool sensation traveled through the colorful ribbon into his forehead, and his consciousness seemed to be pulled into a void. Surrounding him were countless floating golden characters, containing the essence of the 7-star cloud concealment step, along with numerous illustrations and explanations. Just as Lu Chen was overwhelmed with astonishment, the golden characters merged into a cluster, forming a colorful light ball. The static illustrations came to life, as if tiny figures were demonstrating the techniques. Moments later, the colorful light ball exploded, and a brand new body technique manual was born. You have consumed 2,000 Dao Yin worm offspring, evolving the 7-star cloud concealment step into the step of heavenly stars. A line of information appeared in Lu Chen's mind, followed by a detailed introduction. The Step of Heavenly Stars, a body technique manual of Earth rank, 2nd grade, evolves through the arrangement of the 36 heavenly stars, exploring countless variations. It is divided into 9 levels, each level mastering 4 stars, each level containing profound mysteries. At the highest level, one can roam the void and traverse the starry sea with a single thought. After reading this explanation, Lu Chen's heart pounded violently, almost bursting out of his chest. An Earth rank technique was something he had only dared to imagine before, never really expecting to obtain one. To put it in perspective, take the Sun family of Linsong, for example. Despite their centuries-old heritage and solid foundation in the martial world, their core technique was merely a 6th grade profound rank technique found by an ancestor in ancient ruins. As for Earth rank manuals, they were unheard of in the entire city of Linsong. If news of this leaked, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of countless powerful figures. Compared to this, a single heaven-grade inner core was nothing more than a one-time consumable, at best creating 1 or 2 prodigies and intimidating peers. But an Earth rank technique was a true family treasure, capable of propelling a family like the Sun's to a new level. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen focused his mind and circulated his spiritual energy according to the Step of Heavenly Stars. Instantly, his figure flitted through the training room like a phantom, silent and swift as if teleporting. Even a transcendent realm martial artist would find it hard to track his movements without careful observation. This is incredibly powerful. With this technique, I might even dare to challenge a 2nd-rank fierce beast. Lu Chen excitedly tested the technique, yet felt a tinge of regret. Unfortunately, my current spiritual energy and mental strength are far from sufficient to sustain it for long. Lu Chen had only just scratched the surface of this Earth rank 2nd grade technique, not even reaching the 1st level. To truly master its mysteries, he would need at least 5,000 more Dao Yin worms as a foundation. But he was already running low on resources, like standing before an inexhaustible treasure mountain but unable to mine it. His gaze fell back on Tsai, who was still perched on the enlightenment wood, absorbing its essence in some unknown manner. Lu Chen calculated in his mind, thinking that 50 billion would be a staggering amount, enough to push him to the fusion realm. Little did he know, just buying the materials for comprehension alone cost him a whopping 8 billion. It seemed he needed to plan ahead. For now, he could only hope that Tsai would produce more offspring, enabling him to evolve his 2nd martial skill 4 Seasons Fist. This was a genuine combat technique, and if it could also evolve to Earth level, it would be extraordinary. 20 days later, in an antique-style office on the top floor of the 9 Cauldrons Pavilion, Huang Yongxiao, the manager of the Linchong branch, leaned back in his rocking chair with a puzzled look. Earth Essence Elixir? What's he going to do with that? He asked. The elixir is typically used by martial artists at the 9th level of transcendence to break through to the fusion realm. Could it be that Lu Chen had already reached this level? Across from him, Lu Bingren was equally perplexed. Boss, if you ask me, who else can I ask? He said, spreading his hands. It's impossible for him to have grown that fast in just 20 days. Even in 1,000 years of the martial epoch, no prodigy has ever advanced at such a speed. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Bingren added, according to the information we have, Lu Chen is likely also an alchemist. Recently, he's been buying beast corpses like crazy and frequently changing alchemical furnaces, probably because he obtained some ancient recipe and is trying to refine it. Huang Yongxiao nodded thoughtfully. His earlier speculation was indeed a bit far-fetched. From the initial stage of transcendence to reaching the pinnacle, one's vitality had to increase from 150 to 250, a difference of 100 units. It was impossible to achieve such a leap in just 20 days. During the quasi-martial artist stage, some external aids could boost vitality with few side effects, like the body transformation pill that Bai Weizhou had given to Lu Chen. But once formally becoming a martial artist, relying on external aids became rare due to the significant drawbacks. The increase in vitality required a comprehensive approach, balancing physical endurance, mental load, and spiritual energy absorption. Pursuing rapid numerical growth alone often backfired, resulting in superficial strength. In extreme cases, a weak body might not withstand the surge in vitality, potentially leading to an explosive death. Of course, some top-tier natural treasures were exceptions, but such items were exceedingly rare and hard to come by. After much consideration, Huang Yongxiao slowly spoke. Earth Essence Elixir is a controlled substance. First, register it and send a few portions to young Master Lu. Remind him to use alternative materials for alchemy if possible. For anyone else, I would outright refuse, but for Lu Chen, well, make an exception. As Lu Bingren left, Huang Yongxiao muttered to himself, no wonder this young friend prefers to stay in the alchemy room rather than fighting in the wilderness for rankings. After all, when he stepped into the extraordinary realm, there was only a month left until the martial arts exam. No matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't make much difference. TSK, This year's martial arts exam in Linsong is going to be exceptionally fierce. Lin Xia, who is at the 3rd level of the extraordinary, Sun Shi at the 2nd level, and that girl backed by the military, who is probably around the 3rd level as well. In comparison, although Lu Chen is a rising star, he seems a bit overshadowed. The date of the martial arts examination was approaching, and the atmosphere in Linsong City was becoming increasingly lively. After all, the annual martial arts exam was like a grand festival, attracting the attention of both martial artists and ordinary citizens alike. There were even various betting activities that had sprung up around it. At this time, in a secluded courtyard located dozens of miles north of the city, Qiu Yuanlong of Jiangnan Martial Academy stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at a distant waterfall. Behind him, seated by a tea table, were 2 unexpected guests, Yang Zhan, the president of the Linsong Martial Arts Association, and Sun Chenyan, the adopted sister of Lu Chen. After a long silence, Qiu Yuanlong finally turned around and asked with a smile, "I presume you two are here today for the martial arts exam?" He then took a seat at the tea table and began to brew tea himself. Noticing their serious expressions, Qiu Yuanlong continued, "The reform of the martial arts exam has been in the works for years and is finally about to be implemented. This involves a complex web of power struggles, and it has taken a decade to reach this point. As the first reformed exam, the authorities are placing great importance on it and have dispatched experts from our academy to oversee the event in various cities." Yang Zhan pondered for a moment before speaking. "I can understand opening the martial arts exam to the military, but why are secluded martial arts families and even self-proclaimed sects allowed to participate? They've never contributed to the battlefield." Sun Chenyan nodded in agreement. "Exactly. There are countless martial arts families like mine in Daxia, all of whom abide by the laws and are willing to serve the authorities. But why should those secluded sects, who have done nothing but occupy their own territories, get a share of the benefits?" Faced with their doubts, Qiu Yuanlong was not angered. Instead, he smiled, refilled their teacups, and said slowly, "Allow me to reveal a great secret. Have you ever heard of the legend of the Tianyuan secret realm?" As soon as he spoke, both Yang Zhan and Sun Chenyan's expressions changed dramatically, their faces full of astonishment. Hundreds of years ago, during the martial arts era, countless fierce beasts poured in from another world, causing widespread devastation. Many countries were destroyed. During this chaotic time, a place called the Tianyuan secret realm suddenly appeared within Kunlun and Daxia. Those who entered the secret realm emerged transformed and became many of Daxia's future greats. It was then that many of the legendary martial families arose. Seeing their rapid breathing, Qiu Yuanlong smiled without saying a word, took a sip of tea, and then continued, "After 500 years, the Tianyuan secret realm is showing signs of reopening. Both the military and secluded powers are eager to get a piece of the action. To balance the interests of all parties, the authorities have gone through extensive negotiations and finally settled on this reformed martial arts exam plan. A special ranking list, the Heavenly Heroes list, will be created, and only those who make it onto this list will have the qualification to enter the secret realm." That night, in the ancestral hall of the Sun family, Sun Qi, who was utterly bewildered, was summoned by his elders. Seeing the elderly man seated at the head of the hall, he quickly bowed and greeted. "Sun Qi of the Sun family greets great-grandfather." This elderly man was the pillar of the Sun family. Sun Qi had only met him once in his childhood, and this was the second time they were meeting. "I hear you have reached the 2nd level of transcendence?" Sun Jinyue asked, setting aside a birdcage. "Yes, great-grandfather," Sun Qi responded proudly, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Such cultivation is truly exceptional among his peers. In the previous martial exam, he might have even claimed the top spot in Linsong. With his awakened mental abilities, he could have ranked highly in the Jiangnan war zone. However, fate had other plans. This year, Lin Xia emerged in Linsong, stealing much of his spotlight. With merely a 2nd-tier cultivation and a mediocre mental talent, Sun Zhenyue shook his head in disappointment. "With such meager abilities, you dream of making it to the heavenly talents list?" "Keep dreaming." Seeing Sun Qi's bewildered expression, he couldn't be bothered to explain further and simply instructed, "Tomorrow, go to Qixia Mountain with your aunt for some training. Since your cultivation level is concerning, focus on honing your combat skills. If you can't even defeat a mid-tier 2nd-level beast before the martial exam, don't bother coming back." Sun Qi was dumbfounded. "Thank you, great-grandfather." Meanwhile, in a sprawling military camp on the southern outskirts of Linsong, several martial officers were in a meeting, all wearing expressions of joy. Unable to contain himself, a colonel exclaimed, "We've waited 10 years and finally, our military's children can participate in the martial exam. It's the stepping stone to the Tianyuan secret realm. Oh my, if only I were born a few decades earlier, I might have had a shot at the heavenly talents list." Someone chimed in, "Old Lu, when will you drop that bad habit? With your mediocre skills, dreaming of the heavenly talents list? Keep dreaming," a female martial artist teased. Amidst the laughter, The middle-aged martial artist at the head of the table raised his hand to quiet the room. Calm down, everyone. The Linsong martial exam is only the first hurdle. Only the top 3 will qualify to compete for the final spots in the Jiangnan war zone. By then, the hidden sex prodigies will reveal themselves. It's not going to be easy to make the list. Changing the subject, he asked, Old Ma, how are those 2 kids under your wing doing? The silent and reserved middle-aged martial artist addressed as Old Ma stood up and replied, reporting, Sir, Yun Yi has reached the 5th tier of transcendence, with well-developed talents and mastery of a 7th-grade yellow martial technique. As for Lu Yi, she has directly broken through to the 6th tier of transcendence, with 2 profound grade techniques at her disposal. The room fell silent in astonishment. Old Ma, you've been keeping this under wraps to surprise us today, haven't you? Lu Yi's rapid progress is truly terrifying. She's undoubtedly our military's ace. When the time comes, won't she dominate? I can't wait to see those old folks' shocked expressions. Lin Xia, Sun Qi, they'll all be overshadowed by our geniuses. Suddenly, someone asked, have you heard about a rising star named Lu Chen in Linsong recently? What's your take on him? That kid? He's a bit overrated. His blood energy surge is due to the body transformation pill, which he exchanged from our camp's resources. If you check, you'll see that his Tindy increase of 30 calories is somewhat exaggerated. 9 Cauldrons Pavilion. In the VIP cultivation room labeled Heaven, a soft hum filled the air as a cultivation pod slowly rose. Beneath the transparent hatch, specially formulated nutrient fluid gradually drained away. Lu Chen's figure began to emerge. As the hatch automatically opened, Lu Chen blinked his eyes in confusion and removed the oxygen mask. He hadn't expected that the cultivation would end so quickly just 5 days. He sat up, waiting for his consciousness to fully return. Moments later, Lu Chen stepped out of the pod and began to move his body. Instantly, his muscles crackled with unprecedented power. Upon closer inspection, he noticed subtle changes in his skin structure. Faint lines connected each pore, forming a cohesive pattern. When he channeled his spiritual energy, his blood surged, and his skin seemed to come alive, glowing faintly as if cloaked in a protective barrier. The strength and defense of his body had increased at least tenfold. Clenching his fists, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Earth Essence Elixir truly had unique properties. Before entering the cultivation pod, he had already reached the 9th level of transcendence. Now, his physical strength had ascended to a new level. With a thought, Lu Chen opened his attribute panel. The data before him was exhilarating. Name, Lu Chen. Age, 18. Vitality, 249. Realm, 9th level of transcendence. Talent, Beast Taming Affinity. Techniques, none. Martial skills, 4 Seasons Reincarnation Fist Mystic rank, grade 8, level 5. Tiger Cannon Fist Yellow rank, grade 2, level 3. Little Thunder Knife Yellow rank, grade 2, level 3. Movement technique, Stepping on the Dipper Earth rank, grade 2, level 2. Bound Source Insect, Bloodthirsty Insect Calamity Type, Red Frost, Subbody Count, 625,000. Dow Derivation Insect Functional Type, Colorful Garb, Subbody Count, 8,071. Overall, the data hadn't changed much since before he entered the cultivation pod. The only notable difference was that Colorful Garb had diligently reproduced a significant number of subbodies over the past 5 days. Lu Chen knew that in the previous 20 days, as his cultivation advanced, ordinary second-tier fierce beasts could no longer provide effective feedback for Red Frost. To step into the Fusion Aperture realm, Red Frost would need to devour either 100 peak second-tier fierce beasts or 10 third-tier fierce beasts. The latter was nearly an impossible task. Third-tier fierce beasts were as terrifying as human experts at the flight realm, far beyond what Lu Chen could currently handle. Relying on himself to slowly grind through the breakthrough to the Fusion Aperture realm could take anywhere from half a year to 3 to 5 years. Even taking second-tier breakthrough pills would require at least 10, which were not only expensive but also carried risks of failure. Lu Chen understood he couldn't afford to wait. Being bound to this mysterious system, if anyone discovered his ability to control the Calamity Insect Swarm, the consequences would be dire. Before his secret was exposed, he had to go all out to improve himself and cultivate the insect swarm. The resources in Linsong City could no longer keep up with his cultivation pace. Only a broader platform could meet Lu Chen's needs. That's right, the upcoming martial exam. With his current 9th level Transcendence realm, coupled with the Earth rank movement technique, Stepping on the Dipper, and the Mystic rank technique 4 Seasons Reincarnation Fist, Lu Chen was confident he could top the martial exam in the Jiangnan War Zone. Of course, his biggest trump card was the Bloodthirsty Insect King, Red Frost, which could transform into flames. With its assistance, Lu Chen was full of confidence about the exam. Just then, his phone's notification sound chimed. Homeroom teacher Zhang Jinming and Uncle Bai Weizhou both sent messages filled with anxiety and concern. They even suggested that Lu Chen should give up the martial arts exam and take the academic exam instead. This left Lu Chen puzzled what on earth happened with this year's martial arts exam. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. Today is already the 5th, and tomorrow all martial arts candidates will gather at the Martial Arts Association Square to prepare for the exam. Time is running short, and Lu Chen must hurry. After packing his belongings, Lu Chen settled the remaining balance and bid farewell to the Juding Pavilion. Before leaving, he specifically asked Lu Bingren for a detailed expense report. Looking at the several meter-long bill, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Over 4 billion, just like that. He had indeed invested heavily in enhancing his skills and physical prowess. On the top floor of Juding Pavilion, the chief manager watched Lu Chen's departing figure with a dismissive smile. He turned to his grandson and said, "Him? He only got to where he is now because of a few body transformation pills. In the martial arts exam, just strike directly. Victory is not honorable. Right and wrong will be evident. When the tide recedes, we'll see who is a dragon and who is merely a crab. Everything will be clear in the martial arts competition." At the same time, deep within Xia Mountain, a mid-level Tier 2 Vajra ape was roaring wildly, beating its chest. Standing before this towering 6-meter beast, a blood-soaked young man with tattered clothes wore a fierce expression of battle intent. With a loud shout, Sun Qi launched another attack. Wielding a long sword in his left hand and a heavy hammer in his right, he simultaneously employed 2 different combat techniques. He even pushed his mental power to the limit, directing it towards the Vajra ape. Instantly, the void rippled, spreading like water waves. Such frantic maneuvers left Sun Qi dizzy, with blood seeping from his eyes and ears. "I can do this. I damn well can." He gritted his teeth and continued his fight with the Vajra ape. Ever since his great-grandfather had thrown him into the depths of Xia Mountain, Sun Qi had been in constant battle. He had never imagined his family would truly abandon him, leaving him on the brink of death multiple times. This was not his first encounter with the Vajra ape. From being initially overpowered to gradually holding his own, and now to both being injured and bleeding, Sun Qi was growing through life-and-death experiences. Above the horizon, Sun Zhenyue and Sun Qinyin silently observed. "I told you, the Sun family's bloodline is second to none. This little guy is growing faster than I anticipated," Sun Zhenyue said, a smile on his face as he played with a walnut. Sun Qinyin was a bit bewildered. She had indeed conveyed their great-grandfather's casual remark to Sun Qi as a command. Watching the brutal battle below, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. Their great-grandfather's theories never seemed to fail. Shifting the topic, Sun Zhenyue suddenly brought up Lu Chen. As the only person to have close contact with him, Sun Qinyin didn't believe in the tales of chance encounters in secret realms or miraculous pills. The flames Lu Chen released back then had even disrupted her great ice ability, which meant those flames were far superior to her own. Naturally, the Sun family didn't interfere with the deaths of the 2 members of the Du family. Sun Qinyin knew well that it was undoubtedly Lu Chen who had killed them, though she hadn't revealed this fact. Hearing that Lu Chen had been refining pills at Juding Pavilion for the past month, Sun Qinyin chuckled. "From what I know, Xiao Chen is not one to waste time idly." In response, Sun Zhenyue teasingly suggested that Sun Qinyin consider being with Lu Chen. After all, in terms of talent, capability, and resourcefulness, Lu Chen was an unparalleled choice. Moreover, the future head of the Sun family had never shown interest in any man before. Sun Qinyin blushed and quickly retorted, "Great-grandfather, if I were 20 years younger, I would definitely pursue Xiao Chen with all my might. But now, my heart is devoted to martial arts, unwavering." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association, Yang Zhan was earnestly instructing his 3 disciples. Lin Xia, with her transcendent level 4, may not match up to the military's prodigies, but her great ice ability is formidable. Jing Qiong and Wang Xiaojun, though awakened ones, could have ranked in the top 5 in the previous competition. This year, with significant changes to the martial arts exam, their goal is to secure a top 10 spot and aim for the top 5. When Lin Xia expressed her desire to team up with Lu Chen, Yang Zhan frowned slightly. Though he didn't object, he said, "Remember, Lu Chen isn't as strong as the rumors suggest. It's better to choose stronger teammates." However, Lin Xia knew better. She had experienced firsthand in the secret realm how Lu Chen's flames had hindered her abilities. Only someone far superior could achieve that. At the military base in Linsong, Ma Peijin was giving a briefing. As an instructor of the 7th level of Skyward Flight, he placed high hopes on his top students, Yuni and Lu Yi, to bring glory to Linsong in this year's martial arts exam, where geniuses from all over the cities of Daxia would gather. "Yes, sir. Mission guaranteed." Yuni responded with a cheeky smile. "First place is free. I'll settle for second." "Instructor, I'll make a vow. I won't return to camp without first place." Lu Yi's promise was resolute and unwavering. The next morning, a bus carrying 47 martial arts examinees from Linsong No. 3 High School headed toward the Martial Arts Association. On the bus, Homeroom teacher Zhang Jinming was still trying to persuade Lu Chen to switch to academic studies. Lu Chen reassured him with a smile. Mr. Zhang, the homeroom teacher of the third-place student in the martial arts exam from our school a few years ago, won $1 million bonus. You better book a good hotel this time, at least for a 20-table celebration feast. Zhang Jinming was momentarily stunned but quickly caught on and waved his hand dismissively. Book a hotel for what? To celebrate your victory? Little did he know. His words left Lu Chen genuinely puzzled. Life's turning points often come unexpectedly. At least arrange for 20 tables. The Jiangnan War Zone encompasses a total of 72 fortified cities. Linsong City ranks among the lowest, mainly due to its remote location, far from the main base of the war zone, and almost bordering the Guanghai War Zone. This geographical disadvantage limits the scale of martial arts in Linsong City, with talented individuals being extremely rare. The number of participants in the martial arts exam barely reaches 1,000. At this moment, these young talents have gathered, each filled with ambition and eager to showcase their skills on the exam stage. Among them is Lu Chen. As he waits idly for the exam to begin, the surrounding chatter abruptly halts, as if someone pressed the pause button. Suddenly, the sound of gasps fills the air, mixed with murmurs. A grandmaster. Wow, it's the Thunder Sword Master. Could he take his place? Who the heck is boasting? Show yourself. Following everyone's gaze, Lu Chen sees a figure slowly ascending into the air from a high platform. The man has a resolute face, carries a long sword, and seems to be stepping on an invisible staircase, exuding an extraordinary aura. Thunder Sword, Qiu Yuanlong, Grandmaster 9th rank, Lu Chen silently recites. He had a brief encounter with this master on a previous bus ride, and now, unexpectedly, he sees him again here. Feeling the piercing cold sword intent up close sends shivers down his spine. No wonder there are rumors that this year's martial arts exam will mark the beginning of a new era, with even a grandmaster overseeing it. For Linsong City, having such a powerful figure present is almost legendary, given that the strongest local warrior is merely a first-rank grandmaster. A surge of hot-blooded excitement wells up in Lu Chen, his fighting spirit raging like a flood. In this world where martial arts reign supreme, doesn't he also aspire to soar through the skies, wield power, and stand at the pinnacle of waves? Of course, the prerequisite is not to expose his identity as a Zerg overlord. At this moment, Qiu Yuanlong stands in midair, hands behind his back, looking down at the 1,000-plus candidates below, and begins to speak slowly. I am Qiu Yuanlong, Deputy Dean of the Sword Cultivation Academy at Jiangnan Martial Arts Institute, Grandmaster 9th rank. Seeing the crowd's excitement, his long sword behind him hums, and the surroundings fall silent. I will oversee this year's martial arts exam. Now, I will announce the rules. Qiu Yuanlong's words are concise. First, the martial arts exam is risky. You have all signed a life and death agreement. If you want to quit, now is the time. His words hang in the air, but no one responds. Qiu Yuanlong nods. Second, this year's exam will use a point system. Everyone will enter the exam field and hunt fierce beasts to earn points. The points range from 1 to 50 based on the beast ranks, from unranked to the peak of the second rank. This is similar to previous exams, with the only difference being the addition of peak second rank beasts. In the past, the highest rank was only mid-second rank. Hearing this, Lu Chen's heart stirs. He thinks to himself that if there are enough peak second rank beasts, it would be perfect for him to advance to the fusion aperture stage. Currently, with 249 points of blood vitality, he is at the peak of the extraordinary 9th rank. To break through the bottleneck, he either needs to refine himself or meet the system's devouring requirement. Let Hong Shuang devour 100 peak second-rank beasts or 10 third-rank beasts. The latter option is clearly unrealistic. The only viable choice is the former. Seizing the opportunity presented by the martial exam, aiming for success, Qiu Yuanlong added a few more points, which left everyone stunned. In the central area of the exam site, there are Tier 3 beasts. This is the ultimate test. You can earn 500 points for hunting one. However, those lacking the necessary strength should stay away. Additionally, this year's exam allows for team formation, with a maximum of 2 people per team. Points for killing a beast will be evenly split between teammates. Tier 3 beasts? Those are comparable to Skyrealm warriors. Even the leading instructors are dumbfounded. If such beasts appeared outside the city, an alarm would be triggered, and a whole military squad would be dispatched to handle them. And now, they're actually being placed in the exam site. As the crowd buzzed with discussions, Qiu Yuanlong calmly stated, the Tier 3 beasts are in a weakened state. That's all I have to say. He then dropped another bombshell. The top 10 candidates in this year's Linsong City Martial Exam will be led by me to the main base of the Jiangnan War Zone to compete against top candidates from other cities. With that, Qiu Yuanlong turned and headed towards the exam site, leaving behind a surge of excitement and chatter. Staff members began moving among the candidates, distributing scoring wristbands and detailed instructions. Soon, It was Lu Chen's turn. Besides the wristband, he was also handed an emergency teleportation device. You must wear the wristband at all times, or you'll be disqualified. As for the teleportation device, it can save your life in critical moments, but will also mean you're out of the exam, the staff member cautioned. After thanking the staff, Lu Chen was quickly approached by his homeroom teacher, Zhang Jinming, who gathered all the candidates from Linsong No. 3 High School for a brief meeting. First, do not enter the central area. The Tier 3 beasts there are for the geniuses. Second, know your limits and prioritize your safety. Third, find a teammate as soon as possible and complete the binding on your wristbands. Zhang Jinming then looked at Lu Chen and sighed. Alas, with no one willing to team up with you, it's going to be tough to get into the martial academy. As his gaze swept over the other candidates, each one avoided eye contact, not wanting to be paired with Lu Chen. Just then, a timid voice came from behind. Lu Chen, hi, do you have a teammate yet? If not, could I team up with you? Zhang Jinming was stunned, and all the candidates were left speechless. The person asking was none other than Lin Xia. Across the square, Bai Qiuning hung up the phone, her face a stormy shade of anger. Her best friend, Su Qin, noticed and asked with concern, Qiuning, what's wrong? The martial arts exam is coming up, and you need to be in top form. Both of them had similar levels of cultivation and had barely crossed the threshold to become extraordinary martial artists after a month of intense training. They had planned to tackle the martial arts exam together, a crucial step for their futures, so Su Qin's worry was understandable. My dad insists I team up with Lu Chen and help him out, Bai Qiuning said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Su Qin was instantly furious and was about to explode when Bai Qiuning continued. Apparently, it's because he gave Lu Chen 3 body transformation pills, causing a lot of misunderstandings, and now he's trying to make up for it. Recently, stories about Lu Chen had been spreading wildly among the higher-ups in Linsong City. His skyrocketing blood energy, a level fire talent, and feats in secret realms made people think he was a peerless prodigy, even catching the attention of a grandmaster, who specifically instructed the Du family not to harm him. But within a few days, the narrative flipped. The truth came out, and Lu Chen's background was thoroughly investigated, tracing back to Bai Weizhou. It turned out that those body transformation pills were gifts from Bai Weizhou, exchanged for a lifetime of merits. As for the secret realm demon slaying, eyewitness Shun Linlin's account was full of inconsistencies, and the A-level fire talent was completely fabricated. A recent assessment at Linsong No. 3 High School revealed that Lu Chen only had a beast taming talent. Feeling increasingly guilty toward Lu Chen, Bai Weizhou had ordered his daughter to team up with him. Su Qin lowered her voice, her expression twisted with anger. Why should you help a loser? What's your dad thinking? This could affect your exam results, and you might not get into the martial arts academy. Why should you repay your dad's debts? It's so unfair. Qiuning, you have to resist. Teaming up with someone like Lu Chen is ridiculous. Her primary concern was for herself. Bai Qiuning was stronger, and teaming up would greatly benefit her own chances. Seeing their plans fall apart, Su Qin was desperate and was about to say something harsh to dissuade her friend when the surrounding commotion interrupted her. Qiuning, look over there. Isn't that Lin Xia? Su Qin pointed, eyes wide as if she had seen a ghost. Following her gaze, Bai Qiuning could only see a back but confirmed Su Qin's guess. Move over and take a closer look. Is she looking for Lu Chen? Su Qin continued. Though Bai Qiuning found it absurd, she walked over for a better view. The crowd parted, revealing the scene clearly. Lin Xia stood timidly behind Lu Chen, finally mustering the courage to say something. The people around Lu Chen turned to look, stunned, including several teachers. The entire square fell silent. The news spread quickly among the crowd, leaving everyone speechless. Soon, Bai Qiuning and Su Qin also learned the reason. The latter was even more frantic, clutching her hair and muttering, Why? What's the point? Why would Lin Xia ask to team up with him? At that moment, Bai Qiuning felt a strange, uncomfortable feeling in her heart. A thought suddenly arose in her mind. If she couldn't have it, she wouldn't let Lin Xia have it either. Biting her lip, she suddenly quickened her pace towards Lu Chen, determined to team up with him no matter what. Unconsciously, Bai Qiuning's steps grew faster. Just as she was halfway there, she saw Lu Chen shake his head and say to Lin Xia, Sorry, I don't need a team. The square was quiet, and everyone, including Bai Qiuning, heard his words clearly. Upon hearing this, she was overjoyed. A twisted sense of satisfaction surged through her, prompting her to blurt out, Lu Chen, let's team up. My dad just called and insisted. Instantly, all eyes were on Bai Qiuning. At that moment, she felt as if she was at the pinnacle of her life. Without even glancing at Lin Xia, she walked straight up to Lu Chen, smiling brightly. My dad wants us to be in the same team. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. At least we can earn some points to get into the martial arts academy. Bai Qiuning eagerly awaited Lu Chen's agreement. She knew that Lu Chen had always respected her father and never went against his wishes. The thought of him rejecting Lin Xia and soon agreeing to team up with her made her tremble with excitement. But to her surprise, Lu Chen's eyes turned cold, and he said calmly, "No, I don't want to team up." With that, he turned and boarded the bus heading to the martial arts exam area without looking back. Bai Qiuning stood there, petrified. The gazes from all directions felt like sharp blades, piercing her deeply. At this moment, another prodigy, Sun Shi, walked over and sneered, "She thinks she's good enough to team up with my cousin?" Ignoring Bai Qiuning, he turned to Lin Xia with a fawning smile. "Class President Lin, how about we team up?" Before he could finish, Lin Xia shook her head and said indifferently, "Sorry, I don't need a team either." With that, she also walked away without looking back. Sun Shi scratched his head and muttered to himself, "Is this what Grandpa meant when he said the strong always walk alone, and the weak need companions? Damn, I need to learn from Lu Chen." As the crowd gradually dispersed, the martial arts exam students boarded the buses heading to the exam site. Soon, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. "The last bus is about to depart. Students who haven't boarded yet, please hurry, or your scores will be invalidated." With her heart shattered, Bai Qiuning finally walked towards the bus. Su Qin tried to comfort her from behind. "Qiuning, don't take it to heart." After a few words of consolation, she added fiercely, "Lu Chen, that loser. Does he really think he can make it? I'd like to see how many points he can get." Bai Qiuning remained silent, her eyes filled with resentment. Her heart, as the saying goes, had been utterly broken by Lu Chen. The grand convoy departed from Linsong City, heading east. Military personnel escorted it closely from all sides and even from above, creating an imposing and high-profile scene. Inside the vehicles, the martial arts candidates were filled with excitement, eager to showcase their skills. After a little over an hour, by just before 9 a.m., all 1,300 candidates had gathered at the destination and quickly assembled. Standing among the crowd, Lu Chen scanned the distance. He noticed that the grandstands to the left were already filled with key figures from Linsong City. A quick glance revealed Sun Qinyang, who had clearly been watching him, and gave a playful wink when their eyes met. Lu Chen smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Immediately, he felt another gaze filled with cold, murderous intent. Du Hongtian, the head of the Du family, his archenemy. Lu Chen had already investigated the Du family and recognized him instantly. After a brief pause, he looked away, thinking to himself, "Soon, once I get my immunity token, I'll make sure the entire Du family is reunited." Although Lu Chen's current strength wasn't yet a match for Du Xianghe, who was at the 4th level of the Void Realm, he was already at the 9th level of the Extraordinary Realm. He needed to hunt 100 peak second-tier fierce beasts to break through to the Aperture Realm. Coupled with his trump card, the bloodthirsty insect, he was confident he could annihilate the entire Du family. Lost in thought, Lu Chen's gaze fell on the large display screen at the front of the grandstand. The left side of the screen showed 300 empty ranking slots, while the right side displayed real-time footage from drone cameras, clearly showing the movements of fierce beasts within the martial exam grounds. As the camera panned slowly, the crowd realized that the exam site was a ruined county town. Some high school teachers who had correctly predicted the location beamed with joy, knowing the terrain advantage could benefit their students. However, Zhang Jinming from Linsong No. 3 High School looked worried. He approached Lu Chen and the others, lowering his voice to instruct them. "We anticipated a forest setting and trained accordingly. Now that it's a ruined town, remember the basic principles we've reinforced. Be flexible, stay calm, be thorough, and be bold." Just as Zhang Jinming was about to elaborate further, Qiu Yuanlong's voice came from the front. "It's now 8:55 a.m. In 5 minutes, this year's martial exam will officially begin. Check your equipment and prepare to enter the arena." As he spoke, Qiu Yuanlong's gaze lingered on several promising candidates. Lin Xia from the Martial Arts Association, at the 4th level of the Extraordinary Realm with a great ice talent. Sun Qi from a local family, at the 3rd level with a great mental talent. Huang Tai from the Jiuding Pavilion, at the 3rd level with a great earth talent. Yun Yi from the Linsong military, at the 5th level with a great strength talent, and Lu Yi, at the 6th level with a great control talent. These 5 were undoubtedly the brightest stars in this year's Linsong martial exam, each at least at the 3rd level of the Extraordinary Realm and possessing awakened talents. In comparison, the others seemed much less impressive. After a few seconds of observation, Qiu Yuanlong's eyes returned to Lin Xia, a hint of approval flashing in them. At his level, he understood that talent determined the ceiling of martial prowess. Although the 2 military candidates had higher cultivation levels, their braid talents were ultimately limited. Lin Xia, with her exceptional talent and character, is truly a gem in the rough. Her future looks incredibly bright as she enters the Jiangnan Martial Academy. The only regret is Lu Chen. Previously, there were rumors that he was the 2nd-level awakener, which greatly excited Qiu Yuanlong, prompting him to gather information. But in the end, it turned out to be nothing, which was quite disappointing. However, this was just a minor setback for Qiu, and he didn't dwell on it much. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The candidates, divided into dozens of lines, quickly passed through the light band formation at the entrance. It is said that this is the latest teleportation device, capable of randomly sending candidates to the outskirts of the ruins. Those who formed teams were sent to the same location. Witnessing this scene, the senior officials from Linsong in the stands were all amazed. It's worth noting that in nearly 1,000 years of martial arts history, such an incredible formation had never appeared before. In previous martial exams, candidates were sent into the venue from different directions in batches to ensure fairness. Even Xiao Yuanlong, who was overseeing the event, found it astonishing. The hidden powers have clearly surpassed the official forces in terms of formations. To participate this time, they contributed a lot of good things, Xiao Yuanlong thought to himself. Realizing that this martial exam had deeper implications, he felt a slight unease. The Tianyuan secret realm, dormant for 500 years, was about to open. The martial exam was no longer just a selection process but a stage for various factions to compete. To this end, a special Tianjiao ranking had been established. With the military and hidden forces joining in, the competition would be unprecedentedly fierce. There were already reports of several SSS-level awakeners from the main venue. Ah, what a time of great contention. Reflecting on this, Xiao Yuanlong couldn't help but sigh deeply, feeling somewhat out of place, knowing that the competition for spots would be exceptionally intense. It felt like being gently washed over by rippling water. As Lu Chen passed through the light band at the entrance, his consciousness paused for a brief moment before he was transported into the martial exam area. What met his eyes were unevenly scattered building ruins. This description might not be entirely accurate because only the outlines of the buildings were visible, their surfaces completely covered with various vines layer upon layer, densely packed. In the distance, there were many bizarrely shaped giant trees with intertwined roots, making the entire town's ruins resemble an ancient jungle. It was too quiet. From his backpack, he took out a standard issue alloy combat knife. Pressing the switch, the blade extended to nearly 1.5 meters. The official gear was of quite good quality. Weighing it in his hand, Lu Chen set his direction and began to move quickly. The low-level beasts in the outer area held no attraction for him. His destination lay in the middle layers, or even closer to the core. He needed to speed up. The number of peak second-level beasts in this exam area was certainly limited. For others, this martial exam was all about scoring points and striving for a good rank. But for Lu Chen, ranking was secondary. The key was to break through to the fusion aperture realm. Such a rare opportunity, the officials had released a considerable number of peak second-level beasts in the exam field, so he had to seize it. As for whether there were enough to reach 100, he would find out after killing them all. Lu Chen's figure darted and leapt across the ruins of various buildings. Even when encountering beasts, he refrained from fighting, trying to save as much time as possible. He had to reach the location first and start harvesting. Losing even one beast to someone else would be a significant loss. Although he was not entirely sure of the other strengths, the officials wouldn't have released peak second-level beasts if no one could kill them. This ruin was still too vast. It would take me another half an hour to reach my destination. No, I need to be faster. Without further hesitation, Lu Chen directly used his special movement technique. With the surge of spiritual energy, his entire form became erratic, each step imbued with the pattern of stars. Despite not using his full power, his speed in this terrain increased nearly tenfold. The surrounding air, compressed by the high intensity, emitted a piercing whistle. Incredible! Lu Chen was astounded. He had only tried this technique briefly in the training room of the Nine Cauldrons Pavilion. Now, without obstacles and at full activation, it felt like a meteor streaking through the sky. The intense sonic booms even caused many of the buildings he passed to collapse. This movement technique was clearly designed for combat, complementing martial skills. Using it just for travel felt like a waste. Shaking his head, Lu Chen slightly reduced his speed to avoid excessive spiritual energy consumption. He was still in the 9th extraordinary level, and prolonged use would deplete his energy reserves. Meanwhile, all the martial exam candidates had already taken their positions around the exam field. Those who had formed teams earlier were teleported together after binding their information through their wristbands. Bai Qiaoning and Su Qin had already regrouped. After all, both of them were extraordinary level martial artists. If we push a bit harder, we might not make it to the top 10 in Linsong, but at least the top 20 is definitely possible. After calculating, Bai Qiaoning said, the outskirts are filled with low-level beasts. Let's not waste time there. We'll head straight to the central area, fight our way through, and start sweeping once we reach the first-tier beast zone. Su Qin nodded. When it came to tactics, she had unconditional trust in Bai Qiaoning. After all, Bai's father worked in the Linsong military strategy department, so she must have picked up some real skills. With their overall strategy set, the two girls began their journey towards the target area under Bai Qiaoning's command. Things went smoothly along the way. After about 10 minutes, they took a short break. Su Qin pressed her wristband and checked the rankings. After scrolling through the screen, She whispered excitedly, Xiaoning, you're ranked 13th, and I'm 14th. Wow, we're doing great. Bai Xiaoning was also in high spirits and nodded. The two of us complement each other perfectly re close combat. I'm long range. It's a great synergy. Even though we're not awakened, we've both trained in martial arts. As long as we keep our composure, it shouldn't be a big problem. After exchanging a few more words, Bai Xiaoning also checked the ranking information. She scanned through the top 10. First, Yun Yi, 79 points, Linsong military. Second, Lu Yi, 73 points, Linsong military. Third, Lin Xia, 62 points, Linsong elite class. Fourth, Sun Qi, 56 points, Linsong elite class. After reading through the top 10, Bai Xiaoning continued scrolling. When she found her own name, she skipped over it. Noticing this, Su Qin laughed. Xiaoning, you're looking for Lu Chen's rank, aren't you? She extended her hand, showing the screen on her wristband, which displayed the information. 1324th, Lu Chen, 0 points, Linsong number 3 high school. After Bai Xiaoning saw this, Su Qin scoffed. That guy really is useless. Dead last with 0 points after almost 20 minutes. Even killing a few low-level beasts would score more than that. Recalling past events, she added, luckily, you didn't team up with him, or you'd be dragged down. Killing beasts and having to split the points with him. Bai Xiaoning remained silent, feeling a mix of confusion and unease. If Lu Chen was really that bad, why would Lin Xia team up with him? But there was no point in overthinking it. After the martial arts exam, she and Lu Chen would be in completely different worlds. Even her father, Bai Weizhou, couldn't force her into anything anymore. After readying her hair, Bai Xiaoning softly said, let's go. Let's push harder and secure our spot in the top 20. Outside, in the stands, the Linsong higher-ups were all focused on the giant screen ahead. The rankings on the left side kept changing, but the top 5 remained stable. On the right side, the screen was fixed on Yun Yi, the military prodigy. The young man, weaponless, was fighting several first-tier beasts barehanded. Each punch, backed by terrifying force, was a crushing blow. Sitting next to Qiu Yuanlong was Song Wuyang, the head of Linsong's military. At this moment, with a smile, he introduced, Yun Yi has awakened a great earth force ability. He can harness the energy of the earth's veins to launch attacks. Besides that, he has also mastered the military's Huangdir 7th grade combat technique, the mountain shaking fist. Even though he commands a city's troops and holds significant power, making him a top figure in Linsong, he still remains humble and somewhat ingratiating in the presence of Qiu Yuanlong, a grandmaster of the 9th tier. In the face of absolute strength, power must yield. His introduction was clearly aimed at recommending Yun Yi to Qiu Yuanlong, hoping that the latter might take him as a disciple. Hearing these words, Qiu Yuanlong merely nodded slightly. His gaze shifted to the left side of the screen, and after a quick glance, he continued, turn on the scrolling mode. I want to see the overall data. As soon as the command was given, the ranking sequence on the screen started scrolling. Previously, only the top 100 were visible, but now, those ranked lower began to appear. 2 minutes later, it reached the end. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. The last place had a score of 0? That didn't make sense. The outermost area of the martial arts testing ground was filled with low-level beasts that even sub-extraordinary warriors could handle. How could someone score 0? In the back rows of the stands, the principal of Linsong number 3 high school and several other leaders broke out in a cold sweat instantly. The person in last place was from their school. Given the occasion, no one dared to lose their temper and could only sit there, gritting their teeth. At this moment, Qiu Yuanlong suddenly frowned and instructed, locate Lu Chen and focus the surveillance drone on him. If it were anyone else, he would have just glanced and moved on. But this was Lu Chen, someone who had left an impression on Qiu Yuanlong. At this very moment, with Qiu Yuanlong's command issued, the equipment team at the rear sprang into action. Initially, only 3 to 5 drones were patrolling from a distance, occasionally switching perspectives on the screen. But now, all 20 drones parked in the martial arts exam area were activated. The right side of the massive display screen was divided into 20 small windows, all rapidly searching for Lu Chen's trace. As the seconds ticked by, the entire perimeter of the exam site was thoroughly searched, but they couldn't find him. The equipment manager's face turned pale, and he erupted in fury, roaring, "You bunch of idiots! Activate the locator immediately. The martial arts exam wristbands have a tracking function. If anything goes wrong, none of us will make it back alive." The operators, jolted awake, hurried to comply. Moments later, the 20 drone perspectives vanished, replaced by Lu Chen's coordinates. On the screen, a light dot was moving at incredible speed. Even Qiu Yuanlong furrowed his brows as he watched. Lu Chen's speed was astonishing, almost like a flash, covering dozens of meters in an instant. Not even those in the transcendent realm could achieve this, let alone those in the infusion realm. The oppressive presence of a Grandmaster's 9th level, made everyone tense. The atmosphere became intensely charged. Given the situation, there were only two possibilities. Either the equipment was malfunctioning, or Lu Chen was dead, and the tracking wristband was moving rapidly inside a beast's stomach. The equipment manager, drenched in sweat, urgently reported, "Sir, we have drones monitoring third-ear beasts in the core area, requesting permission to deploy them along Lu Chen's path." The drones in the outer area couldn't keep up with the light dot representing Lu Chen, so stronger equipment was needed. Once permission was granted, he immediately assigned personnel to the task. In the stands, everyone was glued to the screen, their expressions tense. Sun Xinyuan was on the verge of tears, desperate to rush into the exam area to rescue Lu Chen. In contrast, the elder son Zhenyue remained calm, leisurely sipping his tea. On the other side, Du family head Du Hongtian watched the screen intently, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Lu Chen had caused the death of Du family awakener Du Feng and indirectly led to the loss of infusion realm expert Du Xianghe. This blood feud had to be avenged. Although Du Hongtian knew that the real culprit was Sun Xinyuan of the Sun family was deeply rooted in Linsong City, and the Du family was no match for them. Thus, all his anger and hatred were directed towards Lu Chen. At this moment, the drones from the core area were about to converge with the light dot. The screen showed the drone stopping, quietly waiting for the target to arrive. In the stands, everyone held their breath, hearts pounding. Finally, the light dot reached the drone's location. But strangely, the screen showed nothing. People looked at each other, baffled. In that split second, Sun Xinyuan noticed the elder beside him suddenly stand up, his face full of shock and joy. In the front row of the stands, Qiu Yuanlong also sprang to his feet. He forced himself to calm his racing heart and quickly gave the order, "Bring up the footage from earlier. Slow it down for me." "Yes, right there. Slow it down more." As the footage was paused and slowed down, everyone finally noticed a fleeting figure, almost imperceptible. Without intentionally looking for it, it would have been impossible to see. "Slow it down more. To the slowest speed." Qiu Yuanlong almost shouted the command. When the footage was slowed to its limit, Lu Chen's figure became clear to everyone. His steps were light and his movements graceful, like a ghost or a shimmering star. The most astonishing part was that Lu Chen's entire body was surrounded by starlight, as if he were wearing armor forged from the very stars, radiating brilliance. Qiu Yuanlong widened his eyes and, with a trembling finger, pointed at the screen. This is Earth-level movement technique. The legendary Earth-level movement technique. Only those who have reached the Grandmaster stage can invoke such phenomena, shifting stars and moving heavens. Taking a few deep breaths, Qiu Yuanlong tried to calm himself. He looked around solemnly and said, word by word, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is an extraordinary talent. If we nurture him, it won't be long before the entire city of Linsong is within our grasp." Just as he finished speaking, a shout erupted nearby. "Look, his ranking. He's in the top 10 now." Everyone turned to see the drone's surveillance footage showing Lu Chen in a fierce battle with a crimson flame leopard. His movements were as fast as lightning, unpredictable and elusive. His battle blade was incredibly sharp, cutting down the ferocious crimson flame leopard with ease. Among the crowd, Sun Xinyin felt a surge of excitement, barely containing her smile. She quickly pulled out her phone and typed rapidly, "Great-grandfather. Is that Earth-level movement technique? How could there be such a technique in Linsong? Moreover, without Grandmaster-level cultivation, it's impossible to control such a powerful technique." The old man shook his head knowingly, as if he understood everything but said nothing. At the same time, the crimson flame leopard collapsed with a thud, and Lu Chen stood with his blade sheathed. He looked up, grinned at the drone, and waved nonchalantly. The next second, the surveillance footage abruptly went black. Outside, in front of the viewing platform, the crowd buzzed with excitement. With just a few appearances, Lu Chen had won over everyone. It felt as if he was being gently washed over by rippling water. As Lu Chen passed through the light band at the entrance, his consciousness paused momentarily before he was transported into the martial exam area. What greeted his eyes were the uneven ruins of buildings, or rather, the outlines of buildings covered in layers of various vines, densely intertwined and impenetrable. In the distance, grotesque giant trees with gnarled roots made the entire town's ruins resemble an ancient jungle. The surroundings were eerily silent. Lu Chen retrieved a standard-issue alloy combat knife from his backpack and pressed the switch. Instantly, half of the blade extended out, reaching a total length of nearly 1.5 meters. Not bad quality for official gear, he thought, weighing the knife in his hand. Locking in his direction, Lu Chen began to sprint. For him, the outer area's low-tier beasts were of no interest. His destination lay in the middle to near-core regions. In this martial exam, most participants were racing against time to score points and secure a good ranking. But Lu Chen had a different goal. Rankings were secondary. The primary objective was to use this opportunity to break through to the fusion realm. The officials had released numerous pinnacle second-tier beasts into the exam area, presenting a rare chance that he had to seize. Whether he could slay 100 of these beasts would only be known at the end. Lu Chen's figure darted among the ruins, avoiding unnecessary fights even when encountering beasts, aiming to reach his destination as quickly as possible. He knew he had to race against time because missing even one pinnacle second-tier beast to another contestant would be a significant loss. Although he wasn't sure about the strength of others, the fact that the officials dared to release such high-tier beasts indicated that there were those capable of slaying them. However, the ruins were vast, and at his current speed, it would take another half-hour to reach his target. Not good enough, I need to speed up. Determined, Lu Chen activated his advanced movement technique. With spiritual power surging through him, his movements became erratic and unpredictable, with each step imbued with a celestial pattern. The advanced technique was truly extraordinary. Even without exerting his full strength, Lu Chen's speed in the complex terrain increased nearly tenfold. The intense pressure caused the surrounding air to emit sharp whistles. Impressive. Lu Chen marveled. Previously, he had only tried this technique briefly in the Jioding Pavilion training room. Now, fully unleashed in an unobstructed environment, he felt like a meteor streaking across the sky, causing airwaves to surge and many structures to collapse. This movement technique was clearly designed for combat, complementing martial skills. Using it merely for travel seemed like overkill. Shaking his head, Lu Chen slightly reduced his speed to avoid excessive spiritual power consumption. After all, with his current cultivation at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, prolonged use might deplete his energy reserves. Meanwhile, all the examinees in the outer ring of the exam area had taken their positions. Those who had formed teams were transported together through their wristband bindings. Bai Qiaoning and Su Qin were no exception. They quickly regrouped to discuss their next steps. This outer area is full of low-tier beasts. Let's not waste time here and head straight to the central region. Once we reach the first-tier beast zone, we can start our sweep, Bai Qiaoning said succinctly. Su Qin nodded in agreement, always trusting Bai Qiaoning's tactical decisions without question. After all, her father worked in the Linsong military staff department. With such an immersive environment, she was bound to have real talent and knowledge. Once they confirmed the overall strategy, under Bai Qiaoning's command, the two girls set off towards their target area. The journey went smoothly, and during a break, Su Qin checked the ranking information on her wristband and whispered excitedly, "Qiaoning, you're ranked 13th, and I'm 14th. Oh my gosh, we're doing amazing." Hearing this, Bai Qiaoning nodded in satisfaction and said, "We complement each other's combat strengths perfectly. You handle close combat while I cover long-range attacks. It's a great balance. Even though we're not awakeners, we've both trained in martial arts. As long as we keep a good mindset, we'll be fine." As she spoke, Bai Qiaoning also checked the top 10 rankings. First place, Yun Yi, 79 points, Linsong Military. Second place, Lu Yi, 73 points, Linsong Military. Third place, Lin Xia, 62 points, Linsong Elite Class. Fourth place, Sun Qi, 56 points, Linsong Elite Class. After reading the leaderboard, Bai Qiaoning continued scrolling to the bottom. Seeing this, Su Qin laughed and said, "Qiaoning, are you looking for Lu Chen's ranking?" She extended her wristband screen, which displayed, rank 1324, Lu Chen, 0 points, Linsong number 3 high school. That guy is such a loser. It's been almost 20 minutes, and he's still at 0 points. Even killing a few low-level beasts would have given him some points by now. Su Qin sneered and, recalling past events, added angrily, "Good thing you didn't team up with him, or you'd definitely be dragged down." Killing beasts and having to split the points with him, Bai Qiaoning remained silent, but a mix of confusion and unease filled her heart. She wondered, if Lu Chen was truly so mediocre, why would Lin Xia team up with him? Forget it. What's the use of overthinking? After the martial exam, we will be in completely different worlds. No matter how much my father insists, I won't bow down. Resolving herself, Bai Qiaoning tied up her hair and said softly, "Let's go. Let's work harder to secure a spot in the top 20. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, all the senior officials of Linsong were focused on the giant display screen in front. The rankings on the left side were constantly changing, except for the top 5, which remained stable. The right side of the screen was fixed on Yun Yi, the military prodigy, who was fighting several first-tier beasts barehanded. Each of his punches, empowered by immense strength, was a crushing blow. Sitting next to Qiu Yuanlong was Song Wuyang, the head of Linsong's military. He smiled as he vouched for Yun Yi. This kid has awakened a level Earth Force ability, allowing him to harness the Earth's energy for attacks. Additionally, he has mastered our military's yellow rank 7th grade combat skill, Mountain Shaking Fist. Song Wuyang's tone was humble and flattering. In the face of absolute power, even someone with significant military authority had to show deference. His recommendation was clearly an attempt to get Qiu Yuanlong to take notice of Yun Yi and perhaps even take him as a disciple. Qiu Yuanlong only nodded slightly and then shifted his gaze to the left side of the screen. After a quick glance, he ordered, "Activate scrolling mode. I want to see the overall data." Following the command, the rankings began to scroll rapidly. Previously, only the top 100 were visible, but now, the other contestants started to appear. 2 minutes later, the list reached the bottom, and suddenly, everyone was stunned. Because of the person ranked at the bottom, whose score is a glaring 0. This doesn't make sense. The outer area of the martial arts test field is filled with low-level fierce beasts, which even martial artists below the transcendent realm can handle. How could someone score nothing at all? In the back rows of the stands, the leaders of Linsong No. 3 High School were sweating nervously because the last-place contestant was none other than one of their own students. Due to the occasion, they couldn't lose their temper and had to grit their teeth and endure it. At this moment, however, Qiu Yuanlong frowned and ordered, "Check Lu Chen's location and send a drone to monitor him." Normally, he wouldn't pay much attention to an ordinary candidate. But this person had left a lasting impression on him, someone Qiu Yuanlong remembered well. At another location, Bai Qiuning and her best friend Su Qin also noticed Lu Chen's unbelievably high score. They had fought tooth and nail to barely make it into the top 15, with only a few dozen points. And Lu Chen? He had over 500 points. No way. It has to be fake. Su Qin sneered. Even geniuses like Yun Yi and Lin Xia couldn't achieve that in such a short time. She turned her head, seeking agreement, and continued, "To get that kind of score, you'd have to hunt second-tier beasts. But how long has it been since the assessment started? Not even 2 hours. No martial artist could be that outrageous." Bai Qiuning nodded silently in agreement and said, "It's indeed unrealistic. Let's hope he doesn't lose his qualification because of this. Come on. Let's continue hunting and face some peak first-tier beasts." Su Qin glanced again at Lu Chen's ever-increasing score, feeling more certain of her suspicions. "No wonder he doesn't team up with others. He's afraid of getting caught cheating," she said viciously. 10 years ago, someone tampered with the system during the martial exam, hacking the score system and altering the data. That incident implicated many people, and they were all executed. Hearing this, Bai Qiuning was shocked and silently relieved that she hadn't teamed up with Lu Chen, fearing she would have been dragged into the mess. Stimulated by Lu Chen's score, several talented candidates from Linsong City began heading towards the core area ahead of time. When Lin Xia arrived, she found Sun Qi, Lu Yi, Huang Tai, and other top candidates already gathered, with inexplicable expressions on their faces. Seeing her approach, Sun Qi eagerly ran up and whispered, "Class monitor, something's wrong. All the second-tier beasts in the middle zone have been slaughtered." He rubbed his hands, reasoning to himself, "I thought Brother Lu's score device was broken, which is why his numbers were so outrageous. But now it seems, those second-tier beasts, he might have killed them all. My God, such a large area, in such a short time. To get that kind of score, he must have been mowing them down instantly." Sun Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement, a scene flashing through his mind. He remembered the day he followed his aunt, Sun Qinyan, intending to rescue Lu Chen from the Du family's pursuit. But when they found him, he was leisurely barbecuing by the stream, even showing killing intent towards Sun Qinyan. He was confused at the time, but now it made sense. Lu Chen had real strength, and it was certain that Du Xianghe, a second-tier peak expert, was killed by Lu Chen. Gosh, Lu Chen had just stepped into the extraordinary realm and could already kill a second-tier expert? Thinking of this, Sun Qi's blood boiled, and he became extremely excited. "Let's go to the core area. I heard that Yun Yi from the Linsong military has already followed Brother Lu in, probably to compete for third-tier beasts. These freaks are too fierce. To know, third-tier beasts are equivalent to the human sky realm. The Sun family rules Linsong with 2 sky realm experts. And now, 2 martial exam candidates dare to challenge sky realm beings? It's simply unbelievable." Outside, in front of the judging panel, the massive display screen had its ranking section closed. After all, Lu Chen had already left everyone far behind, making watching other candidates uninteresting. Currently, the entire scene is focused on the Tier 3 beast, with real-time transmission through drone footage. The high-ranking officials of Linsong are holding their breath, awaiting the final outcome. The process of Lu Chen sweeping through Tier 2 beasts is hardly worth mentioning, but a Tier 3 beast is a different story. According to the regulations set by the upper echelons of Xia, the inclusion of Tier 3 beasts in this year's martial exam is to assist the military in identifying true top-tier talents. In small cities like Linsong, this rule is more of a formality. Only major warzone cities and powerful satellite towns might produce candidates capable of challenging Tier 3 beasts. Yet now, Linsong has produced 2 such candidates. Yun Yi from the military suddenly unveiled his extraordinary 9th-tier abilities, attempting to turn the tide against the Tier 3 beast. And Lu Chen, after effortlessly dealing with Tier 2 beasts, he too headed towards the core area. Where on earth did this Lu Chen come from? Song Wuyang, the top commander of the Linsong military, chuckled bitterly. I thought Yun would easily clinch the top spot with his 6th tier abilities. Who knew a dark horse like Lu Chen would appear? In small places like Linsong, the potential candidates are usually well known. The most talented among them is Lin Xia, who awakened in a level talent, but she comes from a humble background and has never received the best training. Others like Sun Qi have trained within their clans from a young age, laying a solid foundation, but they can't compare to the military elites. Given the expected scenario, Yun was the undisputed favorite for the top spot in this year's martial exam. But Lu Chen's sudden emergence has caught everyone off guard. There were even rumors confidently claiming that he had reached the extraordinary realm thanks to the military's body-molding pills. Now, those reports seem utterly ridiculous. A Tier 3 beast is not easy to deal with, even in its weakened state. Qiu Yuanlong, watching the screen, remarked calmly, Yun Yi's rash move will likely end in disaster. Just having 9th tier abilities is not enough against a Tier 3 beast. Song Weiyang became even more worried, responding, Yun has always been steady, but seeing Lu Chen charge ahead, he lost his cool. Speaking of which, isn't Lu Chen also just at the extraordinary level? How dare he challenge a Tier 3 beast? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe someone at the extraordinary level could slaughter over 100 Tier 2 beasts in an hour. But Tier 2 is just one step above extraordinary. With talent and martial skills, it's barely plausible. But to leap 2 major levels to fight a Tier 3 beast? That's just suicidal. You don't understand, Qiu Yuanlong said, eyes fixed on the screen as Lu Chen rapidly approached his target. Even this Grandmaster-level sword cultivator felt a mix of tension and anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, he added, I don't know if Lu Chen can kill the Tier 3 beast, but in the main warzone cities, there are indeed a few monsters who can. And they're not fighting weakened beasts like in this exam. Song Weiyang gasped. As a 4th-tier aerial expert, he held significant power in Linsong. But Linsong is ultimately one of the weakest cities in the Jiangnan warzone. What seems impossible here might very well be reality elsewhere. In the examination ground, Lu Chen was making his way towards the core area. Earlier, in his haste to clear out the 2nd-tier beasts, he had used up even his most secret techniques, resulting in significant depletion of his strength. Now, finally able to catch his breath, he began to recover his stamina. Looking back, he noticed a determined figure following him. It was Yun from the Linsong military. Although Lu Chen couldn't understand his actions, he didn't bother to question them. Could he also be planning to challenge a 3rd-tier beast? The thought made Lu Chen smile. He opened his panel and glanced at the devouring progress. 83100. He was just a step away from breaking through to the Rongqiao realm. Unfortunately, the number of 2nd-tier peak beasts wasn't enough. If he could kill that 3rd-tier beast, he might be able to advance immediately. Whether he could step into the Rongqiao realm hinged on this life-and-death battle. After all, due to the martial arts exam, almost all the 2nd-tier beasts around Linsong had been wiped out. Hunting alone would be time-consuming, laborious, and potentially dangerous. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that he had to seize. Originally, if 2nd-tier peak beasts could satisfy the advancement criteria, Lu Chen wouldn't have bothered with a 3rd-tier beast. Even though it was already weakened, the risk was still too high for a martial artist of the transcendent realm. Unless he used the swarm, it would take time to kill it. Thinking of this, Lu Chen shook his head. If he unleashed the swarm, the outside world would undoubtedly capture it all through drones, making it hard for him to escape scrutiny. However, although the bloodthirsty swarm couldn't be exposed, it could transform into a flame form to act as his 2nd innate ability. But this trump card was so astonishing that Lu Chen didn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. I'll decide when the time comes, he thought. With my Earth-level movement technique, I can at least ensure my survival and escape if needed. Lu Chen calculated silently, thinking that if the situation allowed, this would be a good opportunity to hone his skills. After a while, Lu Chen noticed that Yun wasn't the only one following him. In the distance, several top candidates from this year's martial arts exam in Linsong City had also quietly arrived, all looking excited and eager to watch. Looking back, Sun Qi stood out, making exaggerated gestures and mouthing, Lu Chen is awesome. Lin Xia waved her small fists in encouragement. Others displayed various reactions, some indifferent, some entertained, some flattering. After the 2nd-tier beasts were cleared out, they no longer needed to compete for points. Moreover, their rankings were already secure, ensuring their admission to the Martial Arts Academy. Knowing that Lu Chen was going to challenge a 3rd-tier beast, they naturally came to join the fun. After another 10 minutes or so, an open space came into Lu Chen's view. The ground was dotted with peculiar pillars emitting an inexplicable aura that sent chills down the spine. These pillars, spaced about 30 meters apart, formed a circular boundary separating the inner area from the outside world. Lu Chen understood that this was an official formation set up to contain the 3rd-tier beast. Looking up, he saw several military drones silently hovering in the sky. It was clear that people outside were closely monitoring the activity here through the drones' perspectives. Lu Chen's gaze deepened, and through the drones, it felt as if he was locking eyes with those outside. Even the formidable Thunder Sword Master of the 9th level is here, along with the menacing Du family. No turning back now. Even if I can't advance, I must seize this opportunity to accomplish another major task. Lu Chen's resolve was firm. The Du family, those relentless enemies who have been plotting to kill him, there's no retreating now. It's time for revenge. If I wait until I obtain the mountain and river order, it might be too late. They could escape and go into hiding. With this thought, Lu Chen cast aside all distractions and stepped boldly over the barrier, entering the territory of the third-ear beast. It felt like passing through a curtain of water. He found himself in the very heart of the examination ground. Everywhere he looked, there wasn't a single intact building, just ruins and devastation. The ground was littered with massive footprints, terrifying and grotesque. The entire core area was eerily silent, suffused with a violent aura. Lu Chen's expression was solemn as he vigilantly searched for his target. Among the crowd behind him, Yuni stood at the barrier, repeatedly hesitating to follow but unable to make up his mind. As a military elite, how could he tolerate losing to an unknown Lu Chen? Clenching his teeth, Yuni finally made up his mind and was about to step in when the ground beneath him began to shake violently, sending debris flying in all directions. A piercing beastly roar echoed through the sky, deafeningly loud. Immediately afterward, a colossal figure, nearly 10 meters tall, burst out from a heap of rubble in the distance, charging straight towards Lu Chen. The violent aura it emitted was like a landslide, sweeping across everything in its path. Flame demon ape? Sun Shi exclaimed, involuntarily taking a few steps back. The sheer size of the 10-meter-tall beast was overwhelmingly oppressive. Like a 3-story building, it was charging at a terrifying speed. A third-tier beast, comparable in strength to his own aunt and grandfather, could easily crush him into paste with a single swipe. Sun Shi instinctively wanted to flee but held back when he saw the pillars. These were set up by the authorities, so the containment should be secure. Not far ahead, Yun Yi, seeing this, turned and ran without hesitation. There's a limit to competitiveness. That's a third-tier beast comparable to the Yushu realm. One slap, and he'd be a puddle of mush. But what about Lu Chen? Is he insane? Surely he's running back too? Yuni glanced back and saw a shocking sight. Tiny Lu Chen was not retreating but speeding up, charging headlong towards the flame demon ape. It was like a moth flying into a flame, terrifying to behold. Are you crazy? Yuni shouted at Lu Chen, not sure why he did it. Even a weakened third-tier beast is beyond what we transcendent realm can handle. I give up, okay? Just come back. But Lu Chen ignored him, his gaze fixed intently on the flame demon ape. In the next moment, as he activated his earth-level footwork, he turned into a blur, disappearing as if blending into the starlight. Yes, he was really gambling this time, and he wasn't planning to use the flame form of Red Frost. With his footwork, at least he could save his life. Kill. With a standard alloy combat knife in hand, Lu Chen's eyes were like lightning, his cold, sharp gaze locked firmly on the roaring, charging flame demon ape. He gripped his battle sword tightly, his gaze cold and fierce, locking onto the charging firestorm ape. Outside, in the stands, the high-ranking officials of Linsong City watched in shock as Lu Chen charged fearlessly towards the blazing flame ape. Even those with slightly lesser cultivation levels couldn't help but stand up, their mouths dry and hearts pounding with a sense of dread. This was a third-ear beast, comparable to the Void Realm. Sun Chenyan's expression was tense, her eyes fixed intently on the giant screen in the distance, her fists clenched and cold sweat forming. As a Void Realm expert from the Sun family, she could easily handle a third-ear beast, but that only made her more aware of the terrifying danger Lu Chen faced. Too reckless. If it was just to compete for the top spot in the martial exam, there was no need for this. Sun Chenyan's heart was filled with anxiety. Lu Chen's sweeping victory in the second-tier beast area had secured him an insurmountable lead in points. Why suddenly target a third-ear beast now? Beside her, Sun Zhenyue's furrowed brows suddenly relaxed, his eyes gleaming as if he had an epiphany. Lu Chen harbored a killing intent. No, it was more than that. With his profound Void Realm cultivation, Sun Zhenyue could almost read Lu Chen's mind. Excluding all other possibilities, the only explanation was that Lu Chen was desperately proving himself, not just to kill a few enemies, but to eradicate them completely, leaving no future threats. Recalling Lu Chen's earlier inquiries about the Shanhe order, it became crystal clear. This young man holds grudges deeply, Sun Zhenyue thought with a hint of admiration. Lu Chen feared that the Du family, seeing his incredible potential, would flee. That's why he showcased his prowess in front of Qiu Yuanlong of the Sky Thunder Sword. At this rate, the Du family is likely to face a bloody purge tonight. Sun Zhenyue knew well that the Du family had deep roots in Linsong City. Without a legitimate reason, wiping them out would be nearly impossible. However, if Lu Chen demonstrated his terrifying talent and strength, coupled with Qiu Yuanlong's favor, those aligned with the Du family would undoubtedly distance themselves. By then, the Du family would have no escape. As for the laws of martial arts, they were hardly a concern. Which major power doesn't have a few dark secrets? Moreover, the Du family's rise was built on shady dealings. If Lu Chen could truly eliminate them, who would dare to question it? This young man is only 18? His mind is more meticulous than mine at 100. Sun Jinyue was filled with admiration, even more convinced of the Sun family's decision to invest in Lu Chen. Of course, all this hinged on Lu Chen's ability to slay the third-ear beast. On the battlefield, Lu Chen activated his step of the Celestial Dipper, his speed reaching its peak, the air whistling past like blades. Boom! The 10-meter-tall blazing flame ape roared, leaping into the air and slamming its fists down with a thunderous force. Buzz! The air compressed sharply, producing a piercing screech, like a high-pressure cooker reaching its limit. Despite the storm-like onslaught, Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged. He suddenly exerted force with his right foot, using the ground's rebound to launch himself skyward. Fully unleashing the step of the Celestial Dipper, his movements were unpredictable, his feet seemingly stepping on stars. In an instant, he was already close to the blazing flame ape's head, his speed surging again. In the midst of the starlight, the cold gleam of his alloy battle blade flickered intermittently. Kill! Lu Chen shouted softly, his strike seamless and fluid. First, a feint to confuse the enemy. As soon as the demon ape's double fists missed their mark, Lu Chen swiftly redirected his blade, aiming straight for its eyes. Unfortunately, his opponent was a Tier 3 beast with lightning-fast reflexes. In the nick of time, it shut its eyes tight, its eyelids forming a thick, shield-like barrier that thwarted Lu Chen's deadly strike, leaving only a bloody gash. Roar! The blazing demon ape was thoroughly enraged. Its right arm swept across like a mountain, while its left hand spread its fingers wide, blocking Lu Chen's escape route. Such strong defense? Missing his strike, Lu Chen darted sideways, narrowly evading the ape's right arm. Yet, the force of the wind still grazed him, sending him crashing into the ruins like a kite with a broken string, raising clouds of dust. From a distance, Yun Yi and the others turned pale. Though not directly involved, the residual energy forced them to retreat step by step. Is Brother Lu going to be okay? Sun Chi muttered anxiously, his face full of worry. No one answered. At this level of combat, even the most powerful among them, Yun Yi, couldn't make a judgment. Only Lin Xia knew that Lu Chen still had an ace up his sleeve glass flame. Yet, her face remained tense with worry. Boom! At that moment, a figure suddenly rose from the ruins. It was Lu Chen. He re-entered the fray, entangling with the blazing demon ape once more. His calm and composed demeanor made it clear that the previous blow had only been a scratch. This Tier 3 beast, though formidable, was just right for honing my skills. Lu Chen focused intensely, constantly dodging and waiting for an opportunity to leap and strike at the ape's injured eye with his alloy blade. He even felt that, by dragging the fight out, he might actually bring the beast down. 2 minutes later, the battlefield was engulfed in smoke and dust, with the ape's roars echoing and the combat zone expanding. Both fighters' forms were now hidden within the haze. He's lasted this long. Watching from afar, Yuni felt a mix of emotions. This battle made him realize the vast gap between himself and Lu Chen. Facing a Tier 3 beast, he didn't even have the courage to step forward. As he shook his head with a bitter smile, all his pride vanished. Just as he was lost in thought, the battlefield suddenly fell silent. Is it over? The hearts of the onlookers were in their throats. Under everyone's gaze, a figure slowly emerged from the dust. It was Lu Chen. Boom! In the distance, a black shadow as tall as a 3-story building crashed to the ground with a thunderous noise that shook the earth. Did he win? Did he really kill a Tier 3 beast? Yun Yi's eyes widened in shock, utterly stunned. Everyone had heard of miracles, but when one unfolds before your eyes, the soul-stirring impact is unforgettable. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to Lu Chen, watching as he calmly walked towards the outside world. Every martial arts exam lasts for 4 hours. During this period, the formations cannot be deactivated, so every candidate must wait until the time is up to leave. At this moment, time is slowly ticking away, and Bai Qiuning and her friend Su Qin have fought their way to the inner ring. They are covered in blood, mostly from fierce beasts. Thanks to their teamwork, their score is quite impressive, consistently staying within the top 15. After taking down another peak first-tier beast, Bai Qiuning glanced at the time and said, "It's about time. Let's head to the exit and wait. We're almost done." As everyone knows, when entering the exam field, each person is randomly teleported to different locations. To leave, they must go to the initial entrance and wait until the time is up to exit directly. Let's go. Su Qin nodded in agreement, putting away her alloy combat knife. With our scores this time, we should definitely get into one of the 9 major martial arts academies. According to tradition, the top 50 candidates in each city's exam are eligible to enter these prestigious academies. Getting into such a school guarantees a stable future, bringing honor to their families. Thinking about this, Su Qin became elated, forgetting all her injuries. The two chatted excitedly as they walked towards the exit. Suddenly, Su Qin changed the subject. After all this time, we'll finally see that guy's true colors. Cheating in the martial arts exam could land him in jail. She was, of course, referring to Lu Chen. Checking her wristband to view the rankings, Su Qin's eyes widened. Oh my! Xiaoning, look at this! She lifted her arm to show by Xiaoning, scoffing. Is this guy out of his mind? He racked up over 3,000 points? I don't even know what to say. In the last decade, there have been others who cheated in the exam, but those reckless individuals only dared to keep their scores just above the minimum threshold for the 9 major martial arts academies, fearing they might get caught. But Lu Chen? He had the audacity to score 3,000 points. Doesn't he know what that means? Su Qin shook her head in disbelief. He'd have to take down a third-tier beast in the core area to get that many points. Can he even do that? Clearly, she didn't believe it for a second. Bai Qiuning was also stunned by the astronomical number. However, she was relieved that she had distanced herself from Lu Chen and hadn't followed her father's advice to team up with him. Otherwise, she might have been implicated in this cheating scandal. Lin Xia, on the other hand, had wasted her talent by sticking with Lu Chen. If Lu Chen had agreed to team up with her, Lin Xia would certainly be dragged into this mess and miss out on the martial academies. Various dark thoughts flashed through Bai Qiuning's mind, but she kept them to herself. Forget about him. Let's get out of here. Before long, they arrived at the exit just as the time was up, signaling the end of the exam. A large group of candidates had already gathered, orderly making their way out. The young faces displayed a mix of emotions: joy, anger, sadness. After the onset of the martial era, the martial arts exam became the most significant turning point in everyone's life. Those who passed could enter martial academies for further training and resources. Those who failed would gradually weaken and become ordinary people. One exam determined their fate. That's how it worked. As Bai Qiuning and Su Qin mingled with the crowd, they suddenly noticed that all the high-ranking officials of Linsong City were standing at the exit, seemingly waiting for something. Even the renowned Grandmaster of the 9 Realms, Qiu Yuanlong, was present, standing right at the forefront. What was going on? Had something serious happened? Bai Qiuning was filled with suspicion. Beside her, Su Qin whispered excitedly, "It must be Lu Chen stirring up trouble. He's done for." Clearly, her hatred for Lu Chen ran deep. Hearing her friend's words, Bai Qiuning found it somewhat plausible. However, her keen observation skills noted the excitement and anticipation on the faces of Qiu Yuanlong and the others, deepening her confusion. Before she could figure it out, the crowd began to move forward slowly. As they passed by the high-ranking officials, everyone held their breath. Soon, most of the examinees had left the examination hall and stood in orderly lines on the flat ground behind it. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, after the intense battle, was resting and recuperating. Although he had worn down the Tier 3 beast with his footwork and endurance tactics, he had still sustained some injuries. Of course, there was another major task awaiting him: breaking through to the next realm. Yes, after devouring the Tier 3 beast, Lu Chen had met all the conditions for advancement and could step into the Rongqiao realm at any moment, acquiring a new primordial insect in the process. The thought of obtaining a new insect filled him with excitement, but he knew he needed to prioritize recovery. After all, such a significant breakthrough could not afford any mistakes. Lu Chen stayed put, and naturally, the talented individuals who had come to watch the battle also lingered around. With all the Tier 2 beasts cleared out, there was no need for them to compete for points anymore. Their current rankings were secure, with everyone comfortably within the top 10. Consequently, they began to gather around Lu Chen, some hoping to make connections, some seeking advice, and others just wanting to get acquainted. As the martial exam was nearing its end, Lu Chen finally opened his eyes and saw several figures sitting cross-legged not far away. Boss Lu. Sun Qi was the first to rush over, trembling with excitement. The others quickly followed, greeting him enthusiastically. Any thoughts of competing for rankings had long since vanished. Being young and impressionable, they were in awe of Lu Chen's incredible strength, their eyes shining with admiration. They soon formed a close-knit group, escorting Lu Chen towards the exit. About 10 minutes later, as they reached the exit, they were met by the top-tier lineup of the entire Linsong City. Leading the group was none other than the imposing Thunder Sword, Qiu Yuanlong. As if by tacit understanding, Sun Qi and the others quietly stepped aside, leaving the stage to Lu Chen. A Grandmaster personally welcoming him, what an honor. Yun Yi remarked sincerely, filled with admiration rather than jealousy. He knew he did not have the talent or qualifications for such an honor. The gap between individuals had never been more apparent than in this martial exam. In the back of the examinees group, Su Qin whispered to Bai Qiuning, "It's starting, it's starting." That boy is about to be judged. Before she could finish, Chiu Yuanlong's voice thundered across the field. He stepped forward to meet Lu Chen, warmly patted the young man's shoulder, and said gently, Lu Chen, you're exceptional, truly exceptional. It's incredible to see such talent emerging from Linsong City. At this point, the master-level warrior's tone shifted, and a kind smile spread across his face. Lu Chen, if you're interested, you can become my disciple. Of course, there's no rush to decide. Take your time to think it over. Not far behind Xiao Yuanlong, old master Sun Jinyue of the Sun family had a glint in his eye and a smile tugging at his lips. The boy wants to take on the Du family? He's got it in the bag now. With Xiao Yuanlong backing him, he'll be unstoppable in Linsong City. Meanwhile, Su Qin stood frozen, unable to process what had just happened. Bai Qiuning wasn't much better off, as if she were in a dream. A wild thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Could it be that Lu Chen really earned his score by hunting fierce beasts himself? But that's 3,000 points. That means he must have slain that incredibly powerful third-tier beast. Su Qin's murmuring reached her ears. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he possibly kill a third-tier beast? Just back in line. Sun Qi heard this and sneered dismissively. Who's the idiot here? How dare you doubt Lu Chen? If you're low, just keep it to yourself. Don't embarrass everyone else. Feeling smug, he added. All right, since I'm in a good mood today, I'll let you in on a little secret. Lu Chen wiped out all the second-tier beasts in the entire middle zone. Even the third-tier beasts in the core area fell to his blade. I saw it with my own eyes. It's no lie. Hearing this, Bai Qiuning felt as if she'd been struck by lightning, her body stiffening. Slowly, she turned her gaze from Sun Qi's face to Lu Chen in the distance, her mind in turmoil. The setting sun cast a golden hue over the city of Linsong. At the eastern gate, buses filled with students arriving for the martial arts exam began to pull in. Inside the buses, some students boasted, some hummed softly, others planned secret confessions, while a few remained silent. The slanting rays of the sun illuminated their youthful faces, capturing the last glimmers of their adolescence. From this moment on, each of them would embark on vastly different paths in life. At that moment, Bai Qiuning and Su Qin sat side by side, lost in thought. Despite their martial arts exam scores being high enough to gain entry into the top 9 martial academies, neither felt any joy. After a long silence, Su Qin glanced around nervously, as if wanting to say something but fearing to be overheard. She quickly typed a few lines on her phone and showed it to Bai Qiuning. Qiuning, what should we do? How did Lu Chen become so strong all of a sudden? I've got all the details, and everything Sun Qi said is true. He wiped out a whole group of second-tier fierce beasts, even slaying a third-tier one. We're doomed. What if he comes after us? Qiuning, you have to think of something. I can't lose everything I have now. How about we go and apologize to him later? Your family and his have been friends for ages. He probably won't hold a grudge, right? If that doesn't work, we can ask your dad for help. He wouldn't just stand by and watch his own daughter get bullied, would he? Since the advent of the martial era, the world had turned upside down, and martial artists had become the rulers of society. It was no exaggeration to say that all ordinary people served the martial artists. In this hierarchical society, power equated to status, and talent was the ladder to the top. If you stood at the pinnacle, wealth, power, and beauty were yours for the taking. Take Lin Xia, for instance, a great genius who had even attracted the attention of Qiu Yuanlong, a 9th-level grandmaster, who traveled a great distance to personally oversee the martial arts exam. But the potential Lu Chen had shown was likely to surpass Tin Lin Xia's. As soon as the martial arts exam ended, the elite and influential of Linsong City swarmed around him, their sycophantic faces nauseating. The military, the martial arts association, and all the major families were no exception. This scene deeply shocked Su Qin and Bai Qiuning and filled them with fear. If Lu Chen really became Qiu Yuanlong's last disciple and intervened in the exam's admissions, couldn't he just kick them out with a snap of his fingers? The more Su Qin thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Seeing Bai Qiuning remain silent, a flicker of malice crossed Su Qin's eyes. She continued typing. Qiuning, everything I did was for your sake. If Lu Chen finds out I spread rumors, I'm finished. We're best friends in this together. You have to help me. Do you want me to beg you on my knees? Facing Su Qin's anxious gaze, Bai Qiuning shook her head gently and whispered, don't talk nonsense. Once the bus stops, we'll go see him together. It'll be fine, trust me. Hearing this, Su Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had just been thinking about privately approaching Lu Chen to expose Bai Qiuning's manipulative behavior to protect herself. As time ticked by, the convoy soon arrived at the square in front of the Martial Arts Association. The moment Bai Qiuning and Su Qin got off the bus, they eagerly searched for Lu Chen's figure. However, Lu Chen hadn't taken the bus. He had arrived with Qiu Yuanlong in the same car. The surrounding students couldn't help but be filled with envy and jealousy. Let's go over there. Su Qin urged impatiently. Wait a moment, I need to touch up my makeup. Bai Qiuning hurriedly took out a small mirror, applied some lipstick, dusted some powder, and tidied her hair. The two then squeezed through the crowd and jogged over. Bai Qiuning wore a sweet smile and was about to strike up a conversation when Lu Chen shot her a cold, indifferent glance. His eyes were distant and detached, as if he was looking at strangers, far from the attentive gaze he used to have. Bai Qiuning's heart sank, as if pricked by a sharp needle. Not long ago, this young man was pursuing her. Had he really moved on so quickly? Just as she was about to step forward, Lin Xia walked over. Lin Xia nodded politely at them and then softly said to Lu Chen, "Let's go to Senior Chio's office." Lu Chen nodded slightly and left with Lin Xia, leaving Bai Qiuning and Su Qin standing there, dumbfounded. Bai Qiuning's face turned cloudy, a wave of resentment rising within her. Seeing Lu Chen's attitude, Su Qin was even more terrified, trembling all over. Qiu Yuanlong's office was spacious and bright. Lu Chen and Lin Xia sat on the sofa while Qiu Yuanlong personally brewed tea for them, pouring each a cup with a cheerful smile. "I called you here for two reasons. First, not only am I the chief examiner for this martial arts exam, but I am also the executive vice president of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. To cut to the chase, I want to invite both of you to join Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy." As he spoke, Qiu Yuanlong's gaze mostly fell on Lu Chen. He had come from the war zone primarily for Lin Xia, who had long promised to apply to Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. But now, his top priority was to recruit Lu Chen, this extraordinary talent. Qiu Yuanlong knew well that the spectacle of the martial arts exam had likely spread far and wide. Besides Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, the other 8 major academies might even send people overnight with lavish offers to win over Lu Chen. After all, this young man had single-handedly slain a third-tier fierce beast. Such prowess was comparable to Insufficient genius, a rarity in the entire war zone. More importantly, he had a humble background with no influential connections, a blank canvas. Such a prodigy was a once-in-a-lifetime, unpolished gem, even more valuable than those born with a silver spoon in the main city. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Qiu Yuanlong watched Lu Chen, feeling a rare sense of nervousness despite his grandmaster-level strength. Fortunately, Lu Chen soon nodded in agreement. "Senior Qiu, I will apply to Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy." "That's wonderful." Qiu Yuanlong was so excited he nearly jumped for joy. Relieved, he continued, "This year's martial arts exam is different. The top 10 from each city will go to the main city in the war zone for a second round of competition, vying for spots on the Heavenly Talents list." Lu Chen and Lin Xia were both taken aback. In previous years, the martial arts exam would have ended at this point, followed by waiting for acceptance letters. You should know that the Jiangnan War Zone has a total of 72 garrison cities, and 720 participants advanced in the first round. Including the elites from the main city, there are about 1,000 people, making them the backbone of the entire war zone. They will participate in a brutal elimination contest until only 50 remain. Qiu Yuanlong got straight to the point. After giving them a moment to process the information, he continued, "These 50 will then compete against the top contenders from the other 7 war zones, totaling 400 participants. In the end, only 100 will remain. These 100 will qualify to be listed on the Great Xia's Tianjiao ranking." After explaining the Tianjiao ranking, Qiu Yuanlong signaled Lin Xia to leave first. He noticed that Lu Chen had more to say. By now, night had fallen, and a cool breeze was blowing in through the window. "Little one, speak your mind. No need to beat around the bush," Qiu Yuanlong said with a smile, pouring Lu Chen another cup of tea. "Is it about the Du family?" Lu Chen was astonished. He hadn't even spoken yet, and this elder had already guessed his thoughts. He looked up and blinked, only to hear Qiu Yuanlong chuckle and shake his head. "I knew it. You hold grudges, don't you? But as warriors, we must always follow through on our intentions." Feeling a bit embarrassed at being seen through, Lu Chen nonetheless agreed wholeheartedly with Qiu Yuanlong's words. His admiration for the elder grew immensely. The head of the Du family, Du Hongtian, is a formidable expert at the 4th level of the Void Realm, far stronger than any 3rd-level beast. If you plan to go against them, make sure you have absolute confidence in your success. Qiu Yuanlong advised. "And one more thing." He stood up, retrieved a box from behind his desk, and solemnly handed it to Lu Chen with a smile. "Inside this box are 2 items. One is the evidence I've gathered over the years of the Du family's crimes, enough to have their entire clan executed. The other is my personal decree. With it, you can act in the name of justice, and no one will dare oppose you. Although you haven't officially become my disciple, there's something I must teach you. While we warriors have the power to defy fate, we must not overstep the law unless absolutely necessary. Rules are rules. If we don't follow them, who will? Breaking the law will bring divine retribution. Little one, learn to be flexible in your actions. There are countless ways to ensure you remain undefeated." As night descended, Lu Chen bid farewell to Qiu Yuanlong and stood in the plaza, gazing resolutely at the bustling streets. From Qiu Yuanlong, he felt a sense of care, even affection. After a long while, he looked up at the starry sky and murmured to himself, having such a teacher isn't so bad after all. Right after the martial exam, Qiu Yuanlong had publicly expressed his desire to take Lu Chen as a disciple, giving him time to consider. To be honest, Lu Chen hadn't planned to accept. His biggest secret was his identity as a member of the Zerg, a race despised by all. If this secret were exposed, the consequences would be dire. Because of this, he originally didn't want to form too many attachments. However, after this encounter, Lu Chen had a new plan. While Qiu Yuanlong's genuine appreciation and care moved him, the greater allure was the Tianjiao ranking. Once he made it onto the list, he could quickly cultivate a true Zerg disaster force. Relying on his own slow accumulation would take forever. But with the Tianjiao ranking as a springboard, many things would become much easier. But that's all for later. The pressing matter now is to settle accounts with the Du family. It's a dark and windy night, perfect for a mission like this. Timing, location, and people are all aligned. All that's missing is a little push from fate. Lu Chen knew that Qiu Yuanlong had already given him the necessary credentials to act at any moment. However, the elder had repeatedly reminded him to be fully prepared before making any moves. Was Qiu waiting for him to break through to the Void Realm before taking down the Du family? That wasn't necessary. Qiu probably hadn't seen just how sharp Lu Chen's blade was. Lu Chen chuckled to himself. With a thought, a surge of powerful energy suddenly coursed through his meridians, washing and invigorating them. The vortex of energy in his dantian began to frantically absorb spiritual power, drawing in the essence of heaven and earth through his pores. With a pop, it felt like fireworks exploded in his mind. The vortex in his dantian condensed into droplets of spiritual liquid, which, driven by his accelerated blood flow, began to resonate with the sounds of mountains and valleys within him. The transformed spiritual power started to reshape his body. Spiritualized blood and energy surged throughout his body. Was this the legendary integration realm? Lu Chen felt as if he had been reborn. His blood and energy values soared past the 250 mark in an instant. This meant he had officially stepped into the threshold of the integration realm. With a casual wave of his hand, several streaks of azure energy shot through the air, piercing the courtyard wall 10 meters away. In the transcendent realm, one could only engage in close combat, but in the integration realm, one could condense spiritual energy for long-range attacks. With his earth-tier movement technique, Lu Chen's combat power had skyrocketed tenfold. Time to bind the third origin mother worm. Although the bloodthirsty worm was already powerful enough, and he had a hidden ultimate trump card, the self-detonation of the bloodthirsty worm Du Hongtian of the Du family was a formidable master at the 4th level of the Void Realm. It was best to be thoroughly prepared. There was still plenty of time tonight. The Du family wouldn't get a wink of sleep. Seeing Lu Chen's explosive performance in the martial exam, not only sweeping through the entire middle circle and slaughtering second-tier ferocious beasts, but also single-handedly slaying a third-tier beast would undoubtedly put immense pressure on the Du family. The entire clan would be in a state of panic and unrest. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Lu Chen calmed his thoughts and stopped overthinking. The Du family wanted him dead. The feeling was mutual. Once he bound the third origin mother worm, he would go collect his debts from the Du family. Lu Chen felt a sense of anticipation. The first bloodthirsty worm was a disaster-type worm, which could provide feedback to Lu Chen, rapidly boosting his strength and allowing him to cultivate a disaster army. The second Dao derivation worm, although not a disaster type, was a functional worm that could deduce and evolve techniques, increasing proficiency. Its value to Lu Chen was not inferior to that of a disaster army. And now, the third origin mother worm was about to be born. I apologize for my mistake. I will strictly follow all your requirements and carefully complete this rewrite task. Please give me another chance, and I promise to satisfy you this time. If I still don't do well, feel free to punish me, and I will accept it without complaint. Thank you for your patience and guidance. I will do my best to present the most refined rewritten content. In the old, run-down neighborhood in the south of the city, rows of apartment buildings stood silently. Occasionally, a few homes were lit up, resembling scattered stars. Drawing the curtains, Lu Chen sat on the sofa. With a thought, a soft ball of light emerged from his forehead, drifting gently before him. A semi-transparent ribbon, composed of countless tiny light particles, extended from his forehead, connecting to the light ball. In his mind, information about the third primary mother insect appeared. The Tianjing insect, a rare female species with unique eternal attributes, and a guardian-type talent called Tianjing Guardian. All Tianjing insects could merge with the host's body, enhancing its physical strength. The specific effect depended on the number of Tianjing sub-insects. Devouring gold and transforming, the Tianjing insect could consume minerals, metals, and other materials to evolve accordingly. Number of sub-insects, 0. Reproduction requirement, consume minerals, metals, etc. Bind now? Following the disaster type and functional type, Lu Chen's third primary mother insect was a completely new kind. This time, the ability seemed to focus on himself. The first talent was easy to understand. The Tianjing insect could attach to him and enhance his physical strength. But the second talent was a bit vague. With a trace of doubt, he opened the detailed ability description. Devouring gold and transforming explained that the Tianjing insect's special ability allowed it to evolve after consuming certain materials, which would then be reflected in the host's physique. Evolution stages: Stone Stage, Gold Stage, Rare Treasure Stage, Extraordinary Stage, Star Stage, Chaos Stage. Stone Stage: the Tianjing insect evolves by consuming stone materials. The higher the grade of the stone, the stronger the attributes. Gold Stage evolves by consuming metal materials. After reading the detailed description, Lu Chen was deeply shaken. This ability was simply too powerful. In simple terms, the Tianjing insect would evolve by consuming materials and then merge with him, akin to enchantment. Besides enhancing physical strength, it could also grant special physiques. The specific effects would entirely depend on the materials consumed. The Tianjing insect had 6 evolution stages, meaning it could provide 6 different physiques. The stone and metal stages were manageable, but the later stages were outrageous. The star stage required devouring a star field? Lu Chen couldn't imagine how many Tianjing insects would be needed for that. The third primary mother insect could almost infinitely enhance his power, becoming stronger over time. It seemed a proper plan was necessary. Lu Chen pondered. The first stage was the stone stage. Better bind it first, then seek professional advice. Sun's family would be a good choice. With a thought, he decisively bound with the Tianjing insect mother. The floating light ball flickered, and a finger-sized insect emerged, resembling an ant with wings, its body a blend of blue and green. It looked at Lu Chen with a hint of shyness. After a moment of eye contact, it bowed its head and turned into a stream of light, merging into Lu Chen's body. Another shy little one. I'll call you Xiaolon from now on, Lu Chen said with a smile. As soon as the words were spoken, a voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Oh, a new one. Why are you as shy as Kai? Aren't you going to report to me first? Lu Chen ignored the little one's antics. Once a bug binds to him, his mind becomes like a chat room where they can all communicate. Of course, he can mute them anytime he wants. After being fed multiple times, Hong Shuang had already learned to speak, though she rarely did and usually stayed quietly in Lu Chen's right arm. As for the newcomer, Xiaolon, who knows if it can communicate? Just then, a timid child's voice sounded in Lu Chen's mind, as if mustering all its courage to speak. Be big sister. Xiaolon, you're much more sensible than Kai. Don't worry, big sister will take care of you. Big sister is really strong. Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. He could almost picture Hong Shuang puffing out her chest, full of pride. After some chattering between the two bugs, Xiaolon timidly said to Lu Chen, Father, hungry food? Lu Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Don't worry, in a couple of days, I'll take you to eat something delicious. As soon as Xiaolon attached itself, a strange sensation surged through him. It felt like a layer of clothing under his skin. So this is the celestial crystal guard? Seems like it's controllable, he muttered to himself. Closing his eyes to sense it for a moment, Lu Chen was delighted to find that, with only one celestial crystal bug, guarding his entire body would greatly reduce its defensive power. But if he concentrated its ability on vital parts like the heart, the effect would be quite impressive. Lu Chen summoned Hong Shuang to conduct a small experiment. He had Hong Shuang transform into her strongest flame form and attack the right hand protected by Xiaolon. A faint blue halo appeared and astonishingly held up. Although it lasted less than 10 seconds, it was still remarkable. After all, Hong Shuang's flames had evolved several times. Back at Qixia Mountain, they could instantly kill an expert like Du Xianghe. And the effectiveness of the Celestial Crystal Guard is proportional to the number of Celestial Crystal Bugs. If I have enough sub-bodies, my defense could become nearly invincible. Thrilled, Lu Chen could hardly wait to have Xiaolon start reproducing frantically. Once the Du family is dealt with, I'll focus on cultivating Celestial Crystal Bugs. The better the materials they consume, the greater my enhancement. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen walked to the window and looked out into the night. It was already 11 p.m. Before the new day arrives, the Du family will become history. In the Du family ancestral hall in the Eastern District, several high-ranking members gathered with solemn expressions. The head of the family, Du Hongtian, scanned the room and spoke gravely, Everyone, a great disaster is imminent. How should we respond? If you have any ideas, speak freely. To the Du family, Lu Chen's explosive power in the martial arts exam was completely unexpected. Previous intelligence suggested that Du Xianghe, who had chased Lu Chen at Qixia Mountain, was killed by Sun Jinan. Now it seems highly likely that Lu Chen was the one who did it. Their prodigy, Du Feng, also died at Lu Chen's hands. Such a genius, combined with Qiu Yuanlong's favor, spells serious trouble for the Du family. Patriarch, it's just one Lu Chen. Even if he has some talent, he can't threaten our Du family, right? A senior elder pondered aloud. Over the years, we've connected with many influential figures at the main base. Although Linsong is a remote small city, there are numerous mines around it. While their owners are prominent figures at the main base, our Du family manages them on a daily basis. It is precisely through these intricate networks of interests that we were able to rise in Linsong and stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sun family. Just now, I received a few phone calls. Du Hongtian looked at the elder with a blank expression and said, Xiao Yuanlong has already been informed, and those at the main base have distanced themselves from us. As soon as these words were spoken, the ancestral hall fell silent. After a long pause, someone finally said, given the circumstances, we have only one path left to take. Eliminate Lu Chen. A genius who doesn't grow is nothing. As long as we do it cleanly, Xiao Yuanlong won't be able to do anything to us. Others suggested a more cautious approach, considering the current situation where Lu Chen's rise seemed inevitable. Why not move the entire clan out of Jiangnan and find another way out? Before the words were finished, someone outside the ancestral hall reported, Master, a guest has come to see you, claiming to collect a debt. A debt? Du Hongtian sneered. In Linsong, who dares to come and collect a debt from us? Do they think they can kick us while we're down? Perfect timing, bring them in. Let's see how I deal with this. Moments later, a servant led someone into the ancestral hall. The visitor was tall, handsome, dressed in a high school uniform, with piercing eyes. It was none other than Lu Chen. He walked in, glanced around at everyone in the hall, and a slight smile appeared on his face. As everyone watched in shock and uncertainty, he gracefully walked to the center of the hall, sat down leisurely, and said softly, It seems I came at the right time. The situation between him and the Du family was already a life-and-death struggle. He had long investigated the core members of the opposing side. Now, looking around, he saw that all the high-ranking members of the Du family were present, seemingly discussing important matters. Lu Chen? Du Hongtian narrowed his eyes, surprised but with a kind expression. An esteemed guest from afar, forgive me for not welcoming you from a distance. At the same time, he signaled subtly. Immediately, the Du family members silently surrounded Lu Chen. With a creak, the heavy door was gently closed, making the hall a bit brighter. All eyes were on Lu Chen, but he seemed completely unfazed. Leaning back in the chair and even closing his eyes, one had to admit, the rich truly knew how to enjoy life. This chair alone must have cost a fortune. Sitting on it could even accelerate blood circulation. The hall was eerily silent. The elders exchanged glances with Du Hongtian, who shook his head slightly, not making any rash moves. So, the door is closed, and still no action? Lu Chen opened his eyes and smiled. Are you worried about Xiao Yuanlong? Don't worry, he's very busy and has no time for this. I'm the only one here to collect the debt. And what debt might that be, young friend Lu? Du Hongtian asked with a forced smile. A debt of life. Lu Chen stared directly at him, grinning. Your Du family has plotted against me, causing me constant anxiety, nearly scaring me to death. Shouldn't we settle this account? Du Hongtian's expression changed, and he suddenly roared, Kill him. At this point, there was nothing more to say. As long as they dealt with Lu Chen, and offered enough benefits to smooth things over with the main base, the Du family could safely navigate this crisis. After all, the other party had come to provoke them, so accidentally killing him in self-defense could be justified, right? As a fourth-level Void Realm expert, Du Hongtian's strike was a killing blow. He maneuvered in the air, his right hand clawing at Lu Chen's throat like an eagle's talon. At the same time, several other experts in the integration realm also closed in, cutting off Lu Chen's escape routes. The fierce wind howled, the air crackled, and sparks flew everywhere. Yet, Lu Chen remained unmoved. His strength was on a completely different level compared to the Void Realm experts. During the martial arts exam, he barely managed to solo a third-tier fierce beast only because it was severely weakened, and he relied on his agility to narrowly win. Now, even though he had reached the convergence realm, he was still no match for a fully powered fourth-tier Void Realm opponent. Since a direct confrontation was out of the question, it was time to unleash his trump card, the bloodthirsty Insect Legion. With a swish, the inscription on his right arm's insect nest glowed, and swarms of black shadows surged out like a roaring flood. He kept 200,000 as a reserve while deploying the remaining 400,000 in full force. Hong Shuang did not join the fray, but perched on Lu Chen's shoulder. After all, devouring warriors didn't return energy. Having obtained the two techniques from the Du family, this battle would serve as a practical test to see just how powerful the 0.1 calamity version of the bloodthirsty insects was. Master, I want to join the fight too. Hong Shuang clamored in Lu Chen's mind, eager to charge into battle. Though she usually clung to him affectionately and acted cute, she was, in reality, a battle maniac. After devouring the third-tier fierce beast during the martial arts exam, she seemed to have evolved again, enhancing both her combat strength and flame form. I know you're eager, but hold on for now. There will be plenty of opportunities later, Lu Chen said with a light smile. Using the insect swarm for combat this time was an experiment, and the data results were crucial. At this moment, with 400,000 bloodthirsty insects surging out, Du Hongtian was the first to bear the brunt. Seeing the dense swarm, his pupils contracted sharply, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Insect Master? You actually awakened this talent. A forbidden warrior that everyone must kill. After the initial shock, Du Hongtian, as a Void Realm expert, quickly regained his composure and charged again with increased speed. Insects? My Chi Shield can completely resist their bites. Once I deal with the Insect Master, everything will be fine. Though confident, Du Hongtian didn't dare to be careless. He channeled his spiritual energy madly, forming multiple layers of defensive Chi shields around him, resembling a crimson mech. Flame. With a flash, Lu Chen appeared in a corner, creating some distance. As the command was given, a batch of bloodthirsty insects transformed into a flame form, starting to burn Du Hongtian's spiritual Chi shield. The shield generated by the Void Realm expert's spiritual Chi began to melt like snow, only to be replenished immediately. The flames and spiritual energy were in a deadlock, but as the flames spread wider, Du Hongtian's expression changed, and a trace of panic arose in his heart. Damn it! What kind of insects are these? Now, he was completely enveloped by the flame-formed, bloodthirsty insects, looking terrifyingly monstrous. No matter how he countered, he couldn't extinguish them. As the highest decision-maker of the Du family and a Void Realm expert, Lu Chen had assigned him the most bloodthirsty insects, almost cocooning him in a fiery shell. Even with his Void Realm abilities, he was severely hindered. You brat, die! Du Hongtian roared, charging towards Lu Chen. At the same time, he squeezed out more spiritual energy to form Chi webs, sealing off Lu Chen's escape routes. To deal with a beast master, one only needed to kill the master, and the beasts would lose their power. If I kill you, not only will the Du family remain safe, but they might even rise to replace the Sun family. A forbidden martial artist. The Daxia kingdom hasn't seen one in years. This is a heaven-sent opportunity for glory. Lu Chen stared intently, ignoring his words. As Du Hongtian attacked again, sealing off the space around him, Lu Chen sighed and said, the flames are effective against the protective energy, but they're too slow. Looks like I need to enhance them further. Alright, on to the second phase. With a calm expression, Lu Chen quickly distanced himself using his advanced movement technique and continued, Insect Burst. Although Xiaolan's Heavenly Crystal Shield is in place, I still need to be cautious and avoid close combat. As soon as he finished speaking, the flames covering Du Hongtian flew off into the distance, and at the same time, 100 new bloodthirsty insects swarmed in. Seeing this, Du Hongtian felt a sudden surge of fear, even though he didn't know what was about to happen. A massive sense of dread hit him, causing his eyes to widen in terror. Suddenly, explosions rang in his ears one after another, and pain shot through his body from all directions. Before he could react, he felt a lightness in his lower half, and his perspective began to spin uncontrollably. First, he saw the ceiling of the hall, then his own broken lower body as he fell. It was his own torso. Ugh, a sound escaped from his lips as Du Hongtian, now like a half-empty sack, lost all signs of life. Lu Chen's eyes shone brightly as he assessed the impact of the insect burst. Against someone at the 4th level of the airborne realm, 100 insects are definitely overkill. With better planning, 60 should suffice. The bloodthirsty insect's self-destructibility, which Hong Shuang mentioned before, turns out to be surprisingly effective. Alright, let's wrap this up. Within seconds, the remaining senior members of the Du family fell silent. Even their strongest were only at the spirit fusion realm, completely helpless against the swarm of bloodthirsty insects. Hong Shuang, take a portion of the insect brood and clear out the direct line of the Du family in the inner residence. The little creature obeyed, happily leading a large group of bloodthirsty insects away. If you're going to do it thoroughly. Leave no future threats behind. Lu Chen, having lived 2 lifetimes, was never one to show mercy. He sat back down, deep in thought. This time, using the bloodthirsty insect swarm, he had gathered valuable data. Killing someone like Du Hongtian at the 4th level of the airborne realm cost nearly 1,400 insects, which was acceptable. With better coordination, the losses could be minimized even further. Unfortunately, neither Lu Chen nor Hong Shuang had the talent for sophisticated command. For now, the most effective combat strategy for the bloodthirsty insects was their flame form, with their self-destructibility as the trump card. To deal with someone at the peak of the airborne realm, 1,000 insects should be enough. But for a grandmaster, Lu Chen shook his head, unable to estimate. In the martial arts world, there's a saying, below a grandmaster, All are ants. At that level, a martial artist's strength undergoes a qualitative change. Even their physical body transforms. Because of this, there's a rumor among the common folk that once a martial artist steps into the Grandmaster realm, they become almost a different species compared to humans. I haven't truly witnessed the methods of a Grandmaster yet, but quantity can lead to qualitative change. If 1,000 bloodthirsty insects can't kill a Grandmaster, what about 10 million? Lu Chen shook his head, putting the thought aside. His gaze fell upon the fragmented body of Du Hongtian, his eyes deep and contemplative. A forbidden warrior, marked for death by all? So, I am a forbidden warrior. When he first awakened the Zerg overlord system, Lu Chen had considered this possibility. But hearing this unfamiliar term with his own ears added a subtle pressure. It seems the martial world truly does suppress anomalies. For now, I'll lay low, gather information once I'm in the martial academy. But speaking of which, I need to breed the bloodthirsty insects through a few more generations, at least to create a 1.0 disaster version. Previously, he had invested all 50 billion from the Sun family into the Daoyan worm, rapidly enhancing his strength. After tonight's battle, Lu Chen decided to shift his focus a bit, and to quickly realize his plan, he must ascend the Tianjiao rankings. Fortune favors the bold. Only then can he obtain resources. Vast, tremendous resources, enough to nurture billions upon billions of insect offspring. After leaving the Du family through a side gate, Lu Chen circled around to the main entrance, blending into the crowd of onlookers. Behind him, in the distance, flames roared into the sky. One of the four great families of Linsong City, the Du family was being reduced to ashes in a blazing inferno. The moon shone brightly in the sparse stars, deepening the night. The phone in Xiao Yuanlong's office at the Martial Arts Association kept ringing incessantly. Calls came from Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, other martial arts academies, and top financial groups in Daxia. With Lu Chen's extraordinary talent exposed in the martial arts exam, powerful factions were vying to recruit him. Unfortunately for them, Qiu Yuanlong had already secured Lu Chen under his wing. Although it was late at night, Qiu Yuanlong was beaming with joy. Last year, people mocked Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy for not attracting good talent. Now everyone was scrambling for Lu Chen? Dream on. It was known that among the 9 top martial arts academies in Daxia's 8 major war zones, Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy held a slightly inferior position. For this year's martial arts exam, they had gone all out, dispatching their strongest to capture all the geniuses in the Jiangnan war zone. As Qiu Yuanlong pondered, he felt a surge of emotions. Just as he was about to leave, the phone rang again. After listening for a few moments, his expression changed, and he flew out the window. Moments later, looking at the raging fire below, Qiu Yuanlong frowned slightly. This was the Du family residence, which had been massacred by Lu Chen. This kid sure has a heavy killing intent. But the martial path is one of bloodshed, so it's not entirely unexpected. What truly shocked him was Lu Chen's efficiency. He had just handed over the evidence of the Du family's crimes, and Lu Chen had already acted? Didn't I tell him to wait until he reached the airborne realm before causing trouble? Qiu Yuanlong was puzzled. The head of the Du family, Du Hongtian, was a solid airborne level 4, and in his prime. How did Lu Chen manage to win? It couldn't have been just his Earth-level body technique. Could he have hidden some trump card? Qiu Yuanlong suddenly remembered rumors that Lu Chen had dual awakenings, one being a seemingly useless life-type taming ability, and the other suspected to be fire-type. Even within a level fire talent, crossing 2 realms to defeat an airborne master would be difficult for even the most extraordinary talents in the main city. He was skeptical but had no way to verify it. The Du family estate was now a scorched wasteland, with no clues left behind. Never mind. Why overthink it? Once he reaches the main base, everything will be brought to light. With this thought, Qiu Yuanlong felt a bit impatient. The process of uncovering mysteries is always fascinating. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had just returned home. He pulled out his phone to see a dozen missed calls, some from Qiu Yuanlong, some from the Sun family, and others from Bai Weizhou. It seemed news of the Du family's demise had already spread. After a moment of thought, he decided to call back each one to assure them of his safety. As for the Du family incident, he would remain tight-lipped. Early the next morning, Lu Chen sent a message to Sun Qi, intending to take a taxi himself. However, Sun Qi insisted on picking him up personally. Before long, the roaring sound of an engine echoed through the neighborhood. Lu Chen looked up speechlessly as Sun Qi drifted his flashy sports car to a stop right in front of him, leaving Lu Chen feeling exasperated. Brother Lu. Sun Qi got out of the car, grinning. I heard you needed me. My dad, grandpa, and Aunt Xinyan are all back at the ancestral home waiting for you. Lu Chen was taken aback. This was quite a lineup. Last night, he had thought about getting comprehensive information on the ores, and the Sun family seemed the best choice. Although Linsong was a remote small town, it was rich in mineral resources. The now-destroyed Du family had been guarding the mines for a major client at the main base. As the top family in Linsong, The Sun family naturally had involvement in this field too. Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? Lu Chen asked, caught between laughter and tears. It's just some research. Why bring in the old master? Lu Chen knew about the old master of the Sun family, Sun Jinyue. This man was a formidable figure, a ninth-tier Yukong practitioner who had been the pillar of the Sun family. Thanks to him, the Sun family had held the top spot in Linsong for years. Relax. My great-grandfather was a miner. When it comes to minerals in Jiangnan, no one knows more than he does. Sun Qi said with a playful smile as he opened the car door. Should I say, Your Highness, please get in the car? Lu Chen was left speechless. Ha ha ha, Lu Chen, you really don't keep up with social trends, do you? It's a cheesy line from the internet. Girls like it when guys say, Princess, please get in the car. Too bad no one dares to ask me, Sun the Great, to say it. About 20 minutes later, at the Sun family ancestral home, in the reception room, Sun Jinyue, Sun Qinyan, and other high-ranking members had gathered. The old master, with his ninth-tier Yukong cultivation, personally received Lu Chen and poured him tea. Sun Jinyue had already heard about the destruction of the Du family. Although he had suspected Lu Chen would make a move on the day of the martial arts exam, seeing it realized was still astonishing. How had Du Hongtian, a fourth-tier Yukong practitioner and the second strongest in Linsong, fallen to a mere Rongqiao martial artist? The more he pondered, the more he found Lu Chen unfathomable. Regardless, his evaluation of Lu Chen rose several notches. After some pleasantries, Sun Jinyue finally got to the point. I heard from Sun Qi that you want to learn about minerals. That's right, senior son. Lu Chen sat up straight and nodded. I'm cultivating a technique that requires absorbing the power of minerals to enhance its potency. He had already prepared this explanation, which was logical and aligned with his needs. I see, Sun Jinyue mused, then slowly said, since the great changes in the world, the types of minerals have increased from around 20 to over 100, with even more subdivisions. May I ask, does your technique require specific minerals? Seeing Lu Chen nod, the old master's eyes flashed with surprise, but he didn't immediately respond. Instead, he looked around and signaled everyone else to leave the room. Once it was cleared, he asked intently, one last question. Does the power of your technique directly depend on the special properties of the minerals? If so, that's incredibly terrifying. In theory, only the top-tier Earth-level techniques could absorb mineral properties to amplify one's abilities. Such techniques are priceless and unheard of in a small place like Linsong, usually only possessed by top forces at the main base. Because of this, Sun Jinyue had cleared the room, fearing the leak of a monumental secret. Fortunately, Lu Chen understood his concerns and spoke frankly. It is exactly as you said, Senior Sunday. I hope you can guide me on how to choose. There are so many types of minerals that it's challenging to pick the best one. Since you understand my needs, please offer your advice. Allow me a moment to ponder, Sun Jinyue said, closing his eyes in deep thought. After a long while, he slowly spoke. Entrusting such a decision to me requires utmost caution. I boldly recommend 3 types of minerals for you. First, Dragon Blood Stone. This mineral is extremely rare, with only 3 mines in all of Xia, one of which is right here in Linsong. It is usually used to forge top-tier equipment, and has the special ability to amplify strength. High-quality Dragon Blood Stones can even emit dragon roars, disrupting the enemy's mind. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was utterly shocked. Both the strength enhancement and the dragon roars are extraordinary attributes. If the heavenly crystal worm were to devour these stones, it would surely gain these 2 features, possibly unlocking even greater potential. Unfortunately, dragon bloodstones are extremely rare. There are only 3 mines in the entire Xia, so the production is predictably low. Feeding both Little Blue and its offspring would be far from sufficient, Lu Chen lamented silently. Secondly, there are special attribute ores, such as fireburst stones, thunderstones, and windstones. These ores correspond to the 5 elements or elemental powers, possessing considerable strength and being relatively abundant, making them easier to obtain, Sun Jinyue explained. The last type is my personal favorite. If it were up to me, I might just choose it directly, the old man said with a knowing smile. Seeing Lu Chen's curiosity piqued, he finally revealed the mystery, magnetite. This ore is mostly used in everyday life and rarely for crafting equipment because its drawbacks are too apparent. It generates magnetic interference, affecting the user's senses and abilities. But based on what you said, if the abilities require it, the negative impacts of magnetite could be perfectly avoided. Lu Chen's imagination was instantly ignited. The ability to control magnetism, how fascinating. There was a character in a movie from his previous life known as Magneto, considered one of the strongest mutants. Manipulating metal was just the basics. He could enhance speed, make the iron in the human body explode, and even control energy. Various supernatural abilities flashed through Lu Chen's mind, filling him with excitement. He could barely contain himself, eager to let Little Blue start devouring and reproducing frantically. Of course, creating and controlling magnetic fields is merely theoretical. Whether all the features can be developed remains unknown. After all, the world has changed, and the structure and abilities of warriors are not what they used to be. It seems young friend Lu has made his choice. Sun Jinyue nodded approvingly. There are many types of magnetite, but the best among them is black gold magnetite. Besides basic magnetism, it can also affect the opponent's spirit. Our Sun family happens to have a batch in reserve. Take as much as you need, young friend. Additionally, he suddenly turned serious. Lu Chen, you have great fortune and will undoubtedly achieve extraordinary things in the future. If you don't mind, the Sun family is willing to serve you loyally, even to the point of sacrificing our lives. Sun Jinyue, who had always been cautious, had managed the Sun family to great success. This centenarian had never made a reckless move, but now, he decided to stake everything on this gamble. As the first to recognize Lu Chen's potential and one of the most influential people in Linsong, Sun Jinyue had a profound understanding of him. His talent and charisma were astonishing, and his decisive, ruthless methods were terrifying. It's no exaggeration to say that Sun Jinyue believed this young man would one day stir up storms, wielding immense power. Meeting such a person, how could he let him fall into someone else's hands? He immediately expressed his intention to bind their interests together. Seeing Lu Chen deep in thought, Sun Jinyue felt a bit anxious. After a long pause, Lu Chen finally spoke softly. The Sun family has shown me much kindness, and I am close friends with Sun Qi. The old man's words truly humble the younger generation. I am deeply grateful for his high regard. If ever given the chance, I will do everything in my power to repay the kindness of the Sun family. Hearing this, Sun Jinyue was overjoyed and quickly took out a key. This is the key to the Wujin magnetite warehouse. You may access it at any time. I will immediately order all the workers to leave so as not to disturb you. He then personally handed the key to Lu Chen with both hands, beaming as he looked at him. After Lu Chen left, Sun Jinyue pondered for a moment before calling Sun Qinyan and the others back. Although Sun Qinyan was now the head of the Sun family and managed all affairs, the old master still held the ultimate authority during critical times. Three things. Sun Jinyue's gaze swept across the room, finally landing on Sun Qinyan. First, from now on, the Sun family will fully support Lu Chen, clearing obstacles for him. We will use all our resources to assist him. This simple statement left the high-ranking members present in shock. Sun Qinyan, being Lu Chen's sworn sister, was somewhat aware of the situation, but the others exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes filled with doubt and concern. This decision essentially made the Sun family subordinate to Lu Chen. Yet, due to the old master's decisive nature, no one dared to voice any objections. Second, Sun Jinyue continued, gradually liquidate our assets in Linsong City and transfer them to our main base. Within 6 months, the entire family will relocate to the war zone. Third, only retain essential operational funds. Use the rest to purchase large quantities of Wujin magnetic stones within the territory of Xia. These 3 orders would drastically alter the trajectory of the Sun family's destiny. Ignoring the reactions of those present, Sun Jinyue waved them off, leaving only Sun Qinyan behind. Xiaoyan, what I just mentioned is of utmost importance. If anyone obstructs your plans, eliminate them. The old master sighed, as if recalling something, and remarked, I fear the next couple of years won't be peaceful. Sun Qinyan hesitated. Are you referring to the front lines? Indeed. Sun Jinyue's eyes flashed with worry. The Grey Mist Sea battlefront has been struggling in recent years and was breached twice not long ago. Yunzi City in Jiangnan was nearly massacred. If Yunzi City falls, Linsong will be the next target. Sun Qinyan remained silent. Much of this information was classified, unknown to ordinary citizens, and even low-ranking martial artists. Only Sun Jinyue, having fought on the front lines in his youth and made many comrades, could gather such fragments of intel. About 5 or 6 miles north of Linsong City, there was a large storage area. The mineral materials of various prominent families were gathered here, forming a site as large as a small town. Lu Chen arrived around noon, verified his identity at the checkpoint, and entered the core of the area. Soon, he found the Sun family warehouse. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the sight of 7 or 8 towering Wujin magnetic stone mountains, each about 20 meters high. Sun Jinyue had already made all the arrangements. The workers had been withdrawn, and the surveillance equipment dismantled. Now, Lu Chen was the only person in the warehouse. Let's get started, he called out to Xiaolan. The little creature's eyes lit up at the sight of the feast before it, babbling excitedly, Father, Father, is all this for me to eat? For a celestial crystal worm, sand and stones could suffice, but quality varied. To it, these stone mountains were a gourmet delight. Yes, didn't I say yesterday you could have a feast? Lu Chen nodded with a smile. As you devour, you also proliferate. I want to see how fast you can go. In 2 days, Qiu Yuanlong would take him to the main base. If the ores here could be consumed, it would save a lot on transportation costs. Yes, father. Xiao Lan cheered, diving toward the nearest stone mountain. Under Lu Chen's watchful gaze, countless blue-green threads suddenly appeared around the creature, intertwining like vines to form a massive net that covered the ore. The threads were covered in tiny hairs, resembling thousands of suction cups, which firmly adhered to the surface of the ore. In an instant, the entire net began to glow. Visible blue energy pulses flowed along the threads, continuously pouring into the little blue creature. In just a few seconds, a basketball-sized chunk of black gold magnetite was completely devoured, leaving only dust behind. Delicious, delicious. The little creature murmured happily to itself, then repeated its actions. Meanwhile, it strictly followed Lu Chen's orders, producing 10 offspring immediately after digesting the first batch of ore. The newborn offspring were equally submissive to Lu Chen and the little blue creature, eagerly joining the feeding frenzy. Lu Chen's eyes lit up in amazement at the speed. He had initially worried that they wouldn't be able to deplete the warehouse quickly, but it turned out to be much faster than he had anticipated. The number of Tianjing worms exploded, and the rate of consumption multiplied. In less than 10 minutes, the first mountain of ore was completely devoured, leaving only scattered debris. By then, the total number of Tianjing worm offspring had reached 30,000. Lu Chen took a deep breath and waited patiently. As the process continued, the worm population skyrocketed, and their efficiency in devouring ore became increasingly terrifying. At this moment, the entire warehouse had transformed into a sea of blue. Countless Tianjing worms were busily weaving nets and feeding, constantly extracting energy from the ore. 7 minutes later, 8 mountains of black gold magnetite had been completely consumed. Lu Chen's eyes blazed with intense light as he whispered, "Begin." He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the sky. In an instant, 840,000 Tianjing worms flapped their wings, transforming into specks of blue light that surged toward him. The sight was mesmerizing, like a dream. After all the Tianjing worms had merged into his body, Lu Chen's appearance remained unchanged. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that his skin, muscles, and even his outer layer were trembling slightly, as if adapting to something. Looking even more closely, a faint blue crystalline layer could be seen just beneath his skin. "My strength hasn't changed much, but my defense," Lu Chen muttered as he pulled an alloy battle knife from his storage bag and swung it with all his might at his left arm. A loud metallic clang echoed as the knife struck. His arm felt only a slight numbness before it quickly returned to normal, leaving a shallow white mark. The knife, however, was covered in fine cracks. "I'm currently at the first level of the fusion aperture stage, and even my full-strength attack couldn't break my defense, but it damaged the knife instead. This is the defensive power brought by 840,000 Tianjing worms?" Lu Chen was astonished. He didn't even know his own limits. It was important to note that the defensive enhancement was just the most basic characteristic of the worm fusion. More crucial was the derived ability from the ore. He immediately opened his panel and saw that, in addition to his original taming talent, he had acquired a new ability: Black Gold Magnetic Body. The levels of the Black Gold Magnetic Body ranged from 1 to 4. The first level required 500,000 Tianjing worms, the second level 5 million, the third level 50 million, and the fourth level 500 million. This ability was derived from the Tianjing worms devouring black gold magnetite. As his rank increases, his abilities will be enhanced. Abilities like Magnetic Control and Soul Magnetic Storm. As the name suggests, Magnetic Control is the basic ability to manipulate magnetic fields. As for Soul Magnetic Storm, it sounds incredibly powerful, potentially causing someone's mind to collapse. However, for now, I only have a first-tier black gold magnetic body, so my abilities are still quite weak. Lu Chen murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He couldn't wait to activate the Tianjing worm inside him and attempt to release a magnetic field. With a buzzing sound, an invisible wave spread outwards, causing the metal debris in the warehouse to move and shake without any wind. It worked. Lu Chen clenched his fist, feeling a rush of exhilaration. Although his magnetic power was still weak, he knew that as the Tianjing worm's rank increased, his ability to control magnetic fields would grow stronger. It was even possible that he could become as legendary as Magneto, but that was for the future. Right now, the most important thing was to go back and prepare his gear. In 2 days, he would accompany Qiu Yuanlong to the main city of the war zone to compete in the second round of the martial examination. All the geniuses from Jiangnan would gather there, vying for the final 50 spots. Lu Chen was brimming with confidence and anticipation for the future. Just making it onto the Tianjiao list would mean fame, fortune, and resources at his fingertips. At that point, he could not only feed the Tianjing worm abundantly but also accelerate the evolution of the blood-devouring worm, creating a true 1.0 catastrophe swarm. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's eagerness grew. He took one last look around the empty warehouse, a confident smile playing on his lips. Then he strode out the door, disappearing into the bright sunlight. Jiangnan War Zone, main base. This colossal city, home to 200 million people, is an incredibly complex entity. Skyscrapers tower above, slums are scattered throughout, and martial arts and technology intertwine, presenting a unique harmony. At this moment, in a KTV located in a poor district, the explosive music is deafening. Even in broad daylight, the dance floor is packed with people of all kinds, gyrating wildly, lost in the moment. In the lounge area, a young man with dyed yellow hair and flashy clothes is bobbing his head to the rhythm, utterly absorbed. Surrounding him are several scantily clad women, amusing themselves with games. The primary clientele of such places are ordinary people. For martial artists, time is too precious to waste on meaningless distractions. In a dimly lit private room, a middle-aged man walks in slowly and stands respectfully before the young man with yellow hair. You all can leave now. The young man waves his hand, and the women understand, getting up and leaving one by one. Young master, the task is complete. The middle-aged man leans in and whispers after the others have left. The people from the Grey Mist Sea will cooperate with us and increase their offensive. The young man shrugs, as if he had expected this. Leaning forward, he takes a sip of red wine from the table and says leisurely, "Increase their offensive? That's just empty words and evasion. Sigh, those aliens are not easy to fool. We need to offer something substantial. Uncle Fong, please make another trip and bring them what we previously discussed. That should settle it." Seeming to think of something, the young man swirls his wineglass and mutters to himself. Once the experts from the Grey Mist Sea make a move, the strong fighters stationed in various satellite cities by Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy will surely go to support. And at that moment, it will be our time to shine. Without powerful escorts, those geniuses selected from all over will be quite fun to hunt down, won't they? He downs his wine in one gulp and licks his lips with satisfaction. Uncle Fong, what has the church been up to lately? He asks. The church is still focused on the Tianjiao ranking. The middle-aged man shakes his head. In the Jiangnan War Zone, your elder brother and 12th sister have already been arranged to forge identities and participate in the selection. Huh, that guy, the eldest, always so proud, actually lowering himself to join that broken Tianjiao ranking. Isn't that just overkill? The young man rubs his hands together excitedly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. In the eastern part of the Jiangnan War Zone, a long coastline stretches for thousands of miles. After the drastic changes in the world, this vast ocean has turned into a deadly area, becoming a dreaded forbidden zone. The sea is perpetually shrouded in thick, gray mist, hence the name Grey Mist Sea. In that forbidden land, besides ferocious beasts from the ocean depths, other powerful monsters occasionally appear, launching attacks on the borders of the Great Xia. For hundreds of years, the Jiangnan War Zone has built extensive defensive fortifications along the coast. In areas with the most frequent battles, numerous fortresses and strongholds have been erected. The larger ones house millions of troops, while the smaller ones have hundreds of thousands. These include both ordinary soldiers and martial artist battalions. Sun Jinyue of the Sun family from Linsong once served here, fighting bloodily. It was through accumulated military merits that he was able to establish a foothold in Linsong and elevate his family to prominence. At this moment, in the massive meeting room of Fortress Zero in the central part of the front line, a video conference is underway. None of the 108 fort commanders were absent, each wearing a grave expression. In the conference room, a middle-aged officer with graying hair was speaking. According to our reconnaissance, a beast horde is gathering deep within the Grey Mist Sea. A major battle is likely inevitable. Everyone must be prepared. If you notice anything unusual, report to me immediately. Now, I'll go over the areas that are likely to be attacked. Fort 14. Expect a severe level beast horde. Prepare your defenses and keep a close watch on intelligence reports. Fort 29. You might be facing a catastrophic level beast horde. Everyone be ready to fight at any moment. I will mobilize additional troops from other forts and the city garrison for rapid support. Linsong City, Qingsong Cemetery. The rarely trodden path was covered with withered yellow leaves, and the pine trees on either side swayed gently in the chilly autumn wind, occasionally shedding a few more leaves. Xiao Chun, I'm genuinely happy for your success, Bai Weizhou said with his usual kind smile. He wore a simple brown coat and carried a bag filled with items for the memorial. Originally, Lu Chen had planned to visit Bai Weizhou at his home, but Bai Weizhou had chosen to meet here instead. Lu Chen had always held deep respect and gratitude for this friend of his father, almost to the point of affection. Since the death of his parents, Bai Weizhou had cared for Lu Chen more than even his own daughter, Bai Qiuning. When everyone else opposed Lu Chen taking the martial arts exam, Bai Weizhou had unhesitatingly used all his lifetime merits to exchange for 3 body transformation pills to aid him. This kindness was something Lu Chen would never forget. Heh, I just got lucky, Lu Chen said with a shy smile. It was really those body transformation pills you gave me that provided the opportunity for me to win first place in the Linsong martial arts exam. Luck had nothing to do with it. It was all your own effort and skill. Bai Weizhou pretended to be angry, giving him a stern look. Lu Chen nodded sheepishly but thought to himself, Uncle Bai is right. I earned every bit of this through hard work. With the help of the sky crystal worm, his strength had surged once more, granting him the black gold magnetic body. Even without deploying the bloodthirsty insect army, he was confident he could defeat powerful foes like Du Hongtian. And that was just his overt abilities. Besides the bloodthirsty insect self-detonation, he now had an additional layer of formidable defense. To test its limits, Lu Chen had even asked Sun Jinyue to attack him. After comprehensive experiments, he had a clear understanding of his own defense. An all-out strike from a 9th level Void Master could break his defense but not cause substantial harm, and he could heal almost instantly. In other words, he could now withstand attacks from master-level fighters. Lu Chen still remembered Sun Jinyue's expression at that time, shifting from confusion to shock to bewilderment, finally muttering, amazing. Next time, don't come to provoke an old man like me. The memory always made him chuckle. At this moment, Bai Weizhou stopped and said, we're here. Lu Chen looked ahead at the tombstone, which bore a photo of his parents. Qingsong Cemetery was no ordinary place. Those buried here were all military personnel from Linsong. Xiao Chun, your parents and I have been close friends for over 30 years. We grew up together, joined the army at the same time, and even served in the Linsong garrison together. Back in those days, your dad and I competed fiercely for your mom's affection, but I wasn't quite as handsome as he was. Bai Weizhou rambled on, as if talking to Lu Chen but also to himself. Lu Chen listened intently, curiosity piqued by the gossip. Unfortunately, Bai Weizhou didn't delve deeper into the story. After a while, he asked Lu Chen to take out the paper money and burn it together. Xiao Chun, you've grown up now. There's not much Uncle Bai can teach you or help you with. Just remember one thing, he said, gazing intently at the photo on the tombstone. The path of martial arts is rugged and difficult, but you must stay true to yourself. As long as you hold on to justice, move forward bravely. The world will eventually embrace you. By the way, I've received my transfer orders and will soon be heading to the Grey Mist Sea frontline. You'll be departing for the main base the day after tomorrow, so I won't be able to see you off. Take care on your journey. With that, he placed the offerings in front of the grave, his eyes growing distant. On the 4th day after the martial arts exam, Qiu Yuanlong was supposed to lead the top 10 candidates from Linsong City to the main base of the war zone. However, a sudden large-scale outbreak along the Grey Mist Sea front line, with a significant increase in higher-level beasts, made the situation exceptionally intense. Several war fortresses struggled to hold their ground and urgently needed reinforcements. Any delay could lead to disastrous consequences, spreading the calamity inland. In this critical moment, the top brass of the war zone urgently dispatched powerful reinforcements and mobilized garrison troops from various satellite cities. Qiu Yuanlong of Linsong City had no time to consult with Lu Chen and hurriedly rushed to the Grey Mist Sea front line, delegating the escort task to others. Therefore, they had to wait until the day after tomorrow to head to the main base of the war zone together with the promoted candidates from surrounding cities. In an antique study room, Lu Chen was biting into an apple, facing the elderly Sun Jinyue, who was engrossed in practicing calligraphy. Sun Jinyue's brush danced across the rice paper, writing several wild cursive characters. Although they had a certain aesthetic appeal, Lu Chen didn't quite feel it. They originally planned to depart today, escorted by Senior Qiu to the main base, but now they had to postpone until the day after tomorrow. As Sun Jinyue continued practicing his calligraphy, he said, according to the plan, 72 masters will lead the 72 satellite cities in the Jiangnan war zone, but currently, only 8 masters can participate. The situation is urgent. From the main base, masters will lead the promoted candidates in 8 directions, and there are only 6 cities along the Linsong City line, with relatively fewer personnel. Lu Chen nodded, not surprised by the changes in the task deployment. Despite the reduced number of masters in the escort team, they still represented a formidable force, only now responsible for more talents. Although the Jiangnan war zone is vast, it remains relatively secure due to patrols by powerful figures like the demon suppressors. Seeing Lu Chen's silence, Sun Jinyue assumed he was worried and reassured him. Don't worry. Although it's dangerous outside the city, following a fixed route that trade caravans frequently use, nearby beasts will be cleared out, so it shouldn't be too problematic. Besides, with your current strength, you're almost invincible below the master level. Even if you can't win, you can escape. Reflecting on yesterday's test, Sun Jinyue still found it hard to believe. A martial artist at the Rongqiao stage able to withstand a master's attack? If this news got out, no one would believe it. He himself was over 130 years old and had been practicing martial arts for more than a century. Although only a step away from becoming a master, he was still stuck at the 9th level of Yekong. Compared to Lu Chen, Sun Jinyue seemed to have always lived in the shadow, which made him extremely frustrated. He felt as if all his efforts were meaningless, and his heart was filled with resentment. After a moment of self-adjustment, Sun Jinyue bent down and carefully dried the ink on the Xian paper. Then, with confidence, he picked up his work and presented it to Lu Chen, proudly asking, "How about it? Although my skills may not match yours, this piece is definitely top-notch. In Linsong City, it's worth a fortune." Lu Chen scrutinized the piece, struggling to recognize the characters for a few seconds. When he finally identified the 4 large cursive characters, he read them softly, then gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "The old master's work is both vulgar and elegant. This kind of mindset is something I need to learn from." However, he suddenly noticed that Sun Jianyue's expression had darkened, and he was staring intently at him. It turned out that the 4 characters were Spring Pool Autumn Charm. "Kid, you're crossing the line." Sun Jianyue couldn't hold back his outburst. Lu Chen quickly laughed and explained himself. After some casual conversation, he suddenly asked, "You mentioned you fought on the Grey Sea battlefield when you were younger? I'm really interested in the front lines." For others, fierce beasts were a disaster, but for Lu Chen, they were the best ingredients. He imagined releasing his bloodthirsty insect army during a massive beast tide, rapidly proliferating, a scene both risky and tempting. He even considered that his forbidden martial artist identity might be exposed. Sun Jinyue let out a snort, but then fell silent. His eyes glazed over as he delved into memories. After a moment, he sighed and said, "That place is hell on earth. Death is everywhere, especially during a beast tide. So many people die. Whether they are ordinary soldiers or martial arts experts, anyone could lose their life. When I was in my 20s, full of ambition and newly advanced to the convergence realm, I wanted to earn merits and money. After joining the battle, I and over 400 freelance warriors were assigned to a battalion. You know, after several major battles, only 13 of us survived. It was too tragic, too brutal." Lu Chen remained silent. On September 21st, 581. Although it was just the beginning of autumn, the temperature had dropped rapidly, and by around 10 in the morning, it was still bone-chilling cold. The landscape trees along the roadside were bare, adding to the desolate atmosphere. However, the streets were still bustling with people. Neither the temperature nor the stalemate on the Grey seafront could dampen the prosperity of Linsong City. Lu Chen and the other 10 qualifiers stepped out of the vehicle, arriving at the East City Gate. Today, they would be escorted to the main base of the Jiangnan War Zone. Leading the group was Yang Zhan, the president of the Linsong City Martial Arts Association. He gazed at the 10 prodigies in front of him without saying much, then spoke seriously. "The responsibility of escorting you falls on 2 formidable warriors, and you must show them the utmost respect." Leading the team is Master Song Qifeng, who has reached the 3rd realm of cultivation and hails from the Jiangnan Martial Academy. His deputy is Li Mingyun, who has achieved the 9th level of aerial mastery and comes from the Li family in Yunzi City. She has been specially hired by the authorities to participate in this escort mission. After the introductions, Yang Zhan's expression softened, and his gaze conveyed encouragement. "You may have heard bits and pieces about the Tianjiao rankings. Regardless of the outcome, each of your destinies will unfold as it should. In any case, I wish you all the best of luck." Just as Yang Zhan finished speaking, a tremor suddenly came from the ground. In the distance, several giant beasts were rapidly approaching along the road outside the city, like small mountains charging towards them. "Ah!" A girl's scream came from behind, her terrified expression unmistakable. Sun Qi sneered at the sound, muttering under his breath, "Such a fuss over nothing. And you call yourself a prodigy? Don't be alarmed. That's the escort team." Yang Zhan, gazing into the distance, continued, "This is as far as I can take you. Once you reach the main base, make sure to report your safe arrival." In the distance, 4 enormous beasts drew closer. They were massive, 5 to 6 meters long and about 3 meters tall, with broad, flat backs equipped with soft seats and windshields. Camel rhinos. Lu Chen thought in amazement. He had heard about these beasts in class. They were gentle, easy to tame, adept at carrying heavy loads, and often used for transporting goods. On the leading camel rhino sat 2 people. One was Song Qifeng, a grandmaster responsible for the escort, a master of the 3rd tier. The other was Li Mingyun from the Li family of Yunzi City, a female warrior of the 9th tier of the airborne realm. The second camel rhino was packed with 20 geniuses from other cities, all fortunate recipients of advancement slots. The remaining 2 camel rhinos were empty. As the convoy reached Lu Chen and his companions, it came to a halt. Song Qifeng dismounted and signed off with Yang Zhan before turning to the 10 advancement candidates from Linsong City. His eyes lingered on Lu Chen for a moment, nodding kindly. "Commander Yang, thank you. I'll take it from here." Despite his grandmaster status, Song Qifeng remained humble and approachable. After exchanging pleasantries with Yang Zhan, he approached the 3rd camel rhino, gently patting its neck. The beast snorted and lazily lay down, lowering a soft ladder. "All right, we don't need any supplies for now. You all can get on." Under his instructions, Lu Chen and the others climbed onto the back of the camel rhino. Standing there felt like stepping on some sort of rubbery material extremely flat and comfortable. In front of them were neatly arranged soft seats and several small tables filled with various fruits and snacks. Sun Chi chose the front row, pulling Lin Xia to sit inside, with Lu Chen in the middle, and Sun Chi himself closest to the aisle. Once everyone was settled, the escort team set off. The sound of the camel rhinos running rumbled in their ears, but aside from a slight bumpiness, there was no discomfort. Lu Chen was surprised, marveling at how even more comfortable it was than high-speed trains from his previous life. Though not as fast, it was still impressively swift. Advancement candidates from Linsong City, welcome to our team. I'll keep this brief. Song Chifeng stood at the front, his voice clear and strong, reaching everyone. First, we are about 3 days away from the main base of the war zone. The journey through the wilderness might be a bit monotonous, so be mentally prepared. Second, there will be 2 breaks each day, at noon and 6 in the evening. We won't travel at night, and will set up camp to rest. Lastly, Song Chifeng paused, his expression turning serious. If we encounter any danger, do not panic. Deputy Leader Li and I will handle it. He seemed concerned about alarming the others in the convoy. He smiled and said softly, we're taking the caravan route, so it's usually safe. After giving a brief explanation, Song Chifeng sat back down. The caravan accelerated, maintaining a speed of around 200 kilometers per hour. Sun Chi kept his eyes fixed ahead, his gaze flickering. Suddenly, he turned around and nudged Lu Chen with his elbow, lowering his voice. Brother Lu, have you heard any gossip lately? Lin Xia, who was sitting next to Lu Chen, maintained a reserved posture, pretending to look out the window to hide her nervousness. She was always shy and not good with words. Although she was familiar with Lu Chen and Sun Chi, she still found it hard to open up. Hearing Sun Chi's whispering, she didn't lean in but tried to focus on their conversation. For a girl, nothing is more enticing than gossip. Anything interesting? Lu Chen replied casually, not really interested. After all, he could chat with Hong Shuang anytime. That little guy sometimes shared embarrassing stories with Xiao Lan, relaying them to Lu Chen in an insect's voice. He knew what was going on but treated it as a joke. Blocking out the group chat, Sun Chi's voice dropped again, filled with excitement. They're having an affair. Lu Chen and Lin Xia both thought, can I hear this? Should I plug my ears? No, I need to focus on the outside. They won't know I'm eavesdropping. Haha, I've been observing for a while. Sun Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, haven't you noticed? Li Mingyun from the Li family has been trying to win over Master Song with some very clever moves. For instance, just now, after Master Song finished speaking and sat down, Li Mingyun handed him a peeled grape. And if you look closely, although they sit close together, every time Li Mingyun talks to Master Song, she leans in, trying to get a bit closer. Lu Chen widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Sun Chi. This guy was like a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. If this were ancient times, Sun Chi could definitely be a private investigator, earning millions a year. Meanwhile, he discreetly observed for a while, and found that the situation was indeed as Sun Chi described. Lin Xia also wanted to see what was happening up front, but if she did, it would reveal that she was eavesdropping. No, she had to hold back. Lin Xia, you can do it. Seems like I was right, wasn't I? Sun Chi said proudly. Lu Chen gave him a thumbs up in agreement. Sun Chi continued, should we warn Master Song? I don't think he's ever been in a relationship, and that woman from the Li family seems very experienced, like a pro. If this keeps up, that bad woman might succeed. He sighed, a grandmaster. Yet unaware that emotions can be like a play, easily manipulated by others. Despite his desire to warn Master Song, Sun Chi knew he wouldn't actually do it. He could only keep observing. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly spoke softly. I heard, young Master Sun, that you're quite a shy guy. Never even held a girl's hand? Huh? Sun Chi's expression immediately turned awkward, as if someone had hit a sore spot. He hurriedly denied. Nonsense. As the young master of the Sun family, I'm adored by everyone. Who's spreading such rumors? Lu Chen chuckled and said, oh, it was your aunt, Sun Chenyin, who let it slip. Sun Chi was suddenly left extremely embarrassed, not knowing how to respond. In a secluded area in the wilderness, 2 figures in black robes were discussing something, occasionally mentioning Lu Chen's name. Just then, a person in a gray robe approached. He respectfully greeted them, reporting to the 2 envoys. We've just received news from our agent. The conditions are ripe, and we can act at any time. With that, he handed over the detailed intelligence. After reviewing it, the 2 black-robed figures looked delighted. One of them said, excellent. The Li family scheme is indeed effective. Our Route 4 might be the first to complete the mission. The rewards will surely be generous. The other envoy nodded and added, I had some doubts about appointing Li Mingyun as the agent, but she has skillfully made Song Chifeng lower his guard. After a brief discussion, they decided to strike tomorrow afternoon while the escort team was resting. Their plan was to eliminate the promising talents on this route in one fell swoop as a stern warning. The day's journey passed without incident, rather uneventfully. We took breaks at noon and in the evening, and after spending a night at a way station along the trade route, we continued our journey the next day. Initially, everyone was enthusiastic, eagerly observing the scenery outside and occasionally exclaiming in surprise. However, as time went on, our interest gradually waned. Spending the entire day on the back of a camel rhinoceros could indeed become tedious. Lu Chen managed well enough. He could communicate with the 3 insect larvae in his mind and focus on his cultivation when the mental link was closed. Sun Qi, on the other hand, was too restless to sit still. After failing to persuade Lu Chen to join him, he went off to find other young talents from Linsong City for a game of cards. Not long after he left, Great Xia, who was sitting inside, hesitated for a long time. Finally, she mustered the courage to poke Lu Chen's arm and handed him a box of pastries. Her face turned bright red, and she couldn't look Lu Chen in the eye as she stammered, "Would you like some breakfast? These pastries are quite good, and I bought too many." What a clumsy excuse. Lu Chen's lips curled into a smile as he accepted the pastries, thanked her, and took a bite. "They taste pretty good," he complimented. Lin Xia's nervousness eased a bit, and she giggled, her eyes forming crescent shapes. Just as she was about to speak, Sun Qi unexpectedly returned, standing behind Lu Chen with a complicated expression on his face. "So, when I'm here, you don't have breakfast? Am I not worthy of breakfast? Didn't you say you bought too much? So there's none left for me? Humph. This dog food, I don't need it." He was hurting inside, but when Lu Chen turned to look at him, he forced a smile and said, "It's fine. You guys go ahead and eat. I'm not hungry, really, not at all." With that, he turned and walked to the back, leaving a lonely silhouette behind. Lin Xia fell silent again, too shy to speak with Lu Chen, but inwardly she was very happy. After all, those pastries were actually homemade by her. As time went on, Sun Qi became more considerate and stopped being a third wheel. Lu Chen, not being much of a talker, focused on his own cultivation. At around 10 in the morning, the escort team arrived at the third city on this route, Lian City. Without entering the city for supplies, Song Qifeng signed off on the transfer with the other party and continued the journey with the 10 young talents. As evening approached and the sky darkened, Song Qifeng ordered the team to set off again, aiming to reach the next way station before nightfall. During the day, there was still laughter and chatter, but as night fell, a sense of oppression began to creep in. The area outside the city at night always felt frightening, with the howls of beasts echoing through the mountains and forests. On the back of the camel rhinoceros, we couldn't use any lighting equipment to avoid attracting dangerous beasts. Although Song Qifeng was capable of handling any threats, it was best to avoid trouble. Half an hour later, the team arrived at the way station, only to find it in ruins. Song Qifeng and Li Mingyun's expressions turned grave. Li Mingyun softly said to A Feng, "Keep an eye on the students. I'll go check things out." With a reassuring glance at A Feng, she gracefully levitated into the air to survey the surroundings. Moments later, Li Mingyun approached the camel team and reported to Song Qifeng, "It seems like it's been 2 or 3 days. Judging by the footprints on the ground, it looks like they were attacked by beasts, not humans." Song Qifeng nodded, his worries somewhat alleviated. He softly replied, "Thank you, Mingyun. You should rest now." Nearby, Sun Qi watched them with a keen interest. He whispered, "It appears Master Song has genuine feelings for Li Mingyun. Even a tough guy like him can be moved by emotions." Lu Chen rolled his eyes, indifferent to the gossip. After all, it was already the second day, and they were expected to reach the main base of the battlefield by tomorrow night. Meanwhile, Lin Cs stood under the cover of darkness, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Song Qifeng's voice cut through the air. "Students, let me brief you on the situation. The inn was destroyed by beasts, so we'll have to camp here tonight. Thank you for your understanding." Leading the camel team, he guided them to a designated spot by a steep cliff with a gentle stream flowing nearby and started setting up camp. The ground had already been prepared with tent anchors, specifically for such situations. Given the dangers of the wild, inns were occasionally destroyed, and caravans couldn't continue traveling in the dark, necessitating a rest stop. The area was equipped accordingly. Everyone worked together and quickly set up the tents. After inspecting the setup, Song Qifeng scattered several layers of beast repellent powder and threw a few ball-like devices that rolled away and unfolded, serving as alarms. Once all the preparations were complete, he looked visibly relieved. Approaching the group, he smiled warmly and said, "When camping in the wild, it's crucial to have proper protection and alarms. Safety first. If you're interested, I can share some tips." As soon as he finished speaking, the 30 talented students from 3 cities eagerly sat down cross-legged. If the situation allowed, they would have cheered with excitement. After all, receiving a lesson from a master was an unprecedented privilege for these prodigies from the garrison city. Song Qifeng also sat down and began sharing his survival skills under the vast night sky. Lu Chen sat among the group, listening intently. Some of the information he had learned from textbooks, but much of it was the master's personal insights, potentially life-saving techniques in critical moments. Suddenly, Li Mingyan stood up and softly said, "I need to use the restroom. Any other girls want to join me?" Instantly, a few girls followed her to a nearby spot. Song Qifeng timely reminded, "Boys, you can go over there. Make sure to come back quickly." Lu Chen, pulled by Sun Qi, joined a few other boys heading to the other side. After the water was released from the gate, Sun Qi noticed that everyone else had left. Lowering his voice, he whispered to Lu Chen, "I take back what I said earlier. That Li Mingyan from the Li family doesn't seem so bad after all. Even though she played a little trick on Master Song, she still seems like a decent person. I thought she was a bad person before, but now it seems that having a few tricks up her sleeve to secure a better future isn't such a big deal." Sun Qi had a look of realization, as if he had gained a new understanding of love. "You should worry about yourself. Flirting with that girl from the Huang family, thinking I didn't notice," Lu Chen teased, then suddenly stopped and turned serious. "You go ahead, I'll catch up." "What? Are you going to the bathroom? Get lost," Sun Qi retorted as he walked away. After he left, Lu Chen moved further away and asked in his mind, "Hong Shuang, did you say there was killing intent? Are you sure?" "Master, how could I be wrong? I'm an expert in this area," Hong Shuang said proudly, then added, "But it's strange. I sense a hidden killing intent, but I can't pinpoint who it is. It's like it's being shielded by some force." Lu Chen's gaze became deep and contemplative. In this remote wilderness, any unexpected incident could have dire consequences. After some thought, he decided to return to the camp first. Just as he took a few steps, a scream rang out, seemingly from a female student. He quickly returned to the camp and saw Song Qifeng standing up, looking in the direction where Li Mingyun and her group had left. The scream had come from that direction. After a moment, Li Mingyun, looking slightly embarrassed, called out, "Old Song, can you come over here for a moment?" She seemed hesitant, as if she had something difficult to say. Song Qifeng pondered for a moment and then agreed, "All right." He then walked into the darkness. Meanwhile, in Lu Chen's mind, Hong Shuang issued another warning, "Master, the killing intent has intensified. No, there are even more sources of killing intent now, but they're still being shielded." Lu Chen's expression grew serious as he watched Song Qifeng's figure disappear into the night. He couldn't pinpoint the exact reason, so he couldn't say anything that might cause more trouble. Besides, Song Qifeng was a master-level practitioner, capable of handling various unexpected situations. After considering for a moment, Lu Chen called Sun Qi and Lin Xia over and quietly instructed, "If anything happens, stick with me and don't act on your own." A few seconds later, several girls who had gone to the woods returned to the camp. Lu Chen counted them silently and noticed that besides Master Song and Li Mingyun, one person was still missing. Could something have happened? Just as he was feeling uneasy, the last girl returned and walked straight to Lu Chen. "Hello, Lu. I'm Lu Yuanyuan. Master Song asked you to come over." The night enveloped the land, with a blood moon faintly visible in the sky, casting a crimson glow that painted the surrounding mountains and forests with an air of mystery. Song Qifeng stood up and walked in the direction of Li Mingyun's voice. Despite his confusion, he felt no anxiety, only a sense of impending yet unspeakable event. As expected, upon entering, he saw Li Mingyun sitting on the ground, holding a girl with an embarrassed expression. Several other girls were also present. After scanning the scene, Song Qifeng's gaze settled on the injured girl, and he asked in a deep voice, "Mingyun, what happened?" Li Mingyun shook her head with a bitter smile and replied softly, "Lu Yuanyu, and was bitten by a Deja flower python while she was relieving herself. Her whole body is paralyzed, and my spiritual power isn't enough to dispel the toxin." Song Qifeng's face showed surprise upon hearing this. With his master-level cultivation, this should have been an easy task. However, considering the injured was a female student, and the sensitive location of the injury, coupled with the subtle relationship between him and Li Mingyun, realizing his awkward expression, Li Mingyun couldn't help but chuckle. She then turned to the other girls and said, "You all go ahead. We'll join you later. Tell everyone not to worry." After the group left, Li Mingyun softly said to Song Qifeng, "Ah Feng, saving her is the priority. It's okay. Besides, I don't mind these things." As she spoke, a strange glint flashed in her eyes, and her spiritual power began to stir quietly. Not only that, but a hint of coldness appeared in Lu Yuanyuan's eyes as she held something in her hand, ready to act at any moment. Eliminating Song Qifeng would make the other geniuses easy targets. Capturing them alive and delivering them to the church might lead to successful brainwashing. If not, they could simply be executed. "All right." Song Qifeng nodded and took a few steps forward, but suddenly remembered something. He patted his head and exclaimed excitedly, "I almost forgot. I have a high-grade detox pill here. Just take it directly." Saying this, he retrieved a jade bottle from his storage ring and tossed it over. Noticing the injured girl's slightly lifted clothes, Song Qifeng stopped. Li Mingyun caught the jade bottle, her face showing a trace of panic, but she forced herself to remain calm. A master is not easily killed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a need for such elaborate schemes. As the antidote entered Lu Yuanyuan's mouth, she exchanged a glance with Li Mingyun, deciding to move to the second phase of their plan. Lu Yuanyuan nodded slightly and swallowed the pill, which quickly took effect. She struggled to her feet and silently opened the item in her hand. A colorless and odorless gas began to spread rapidly. After expressing her gratitude, Lu Yuanyuan waved goodbye, saying, "I'll go ahead." In the dense forest, only Song Qifeng and Li Mingyun remained. The atmosphere grew delicate. The colorless and odorless gas quietly entered their bodies. Song Qifeng frowned slightly, sensing something amiss, but he wasn't entirely sure, given the complex sense of the forest. The conversation between Li Mingyun and Song Qifeng was abruptly interrupted when Song Qifeng's expression turned serious. His eyes fixed ahead, and he lowered his voice, "Careful, there are enemies." He didn't rush forward because he believed protecting the students behind them was more important. Just as he was about to lead Li Mingyun back to the camp to strengthen their defenses, Li Mingyun, upon hearing the warning, suddenly panicked. She stood up hurriedly and moved behind Song Qifeng, clinging tightly to his arm with fear in her eyes, appearing extremely terrified. Her storage ring glowed, and a dagger appeared in her hand. Song Qifeng felt an increasing sense of unease. His spiritual power seemed to be hindered by something. Although it had little effect on someone of his master-level cultivation, the more critical issue was that his protective aura seemed to be eroding, making it difficult to form a defensive barrier. He told Li Mingyun, "Go ahead, protect the students. I'll handle the situation here." At that moment, Li Mingyun suddenly struck, silently stabbing the dagger into Song Qifeng. Normally, his protective aura would deflect the dagger, but this time it pierced directly into his chest. Blood seeped from the tip, staining his clothes. Song Qifeng's face turned pale instantly. He looked down at the wound, feeling the poison spreading through his body. "Ah Feng, please don't blame me. As a master, you might have been useful to me, but the ancient God Church offers me more," Li Mingyun said softly, her voice tinged with a hint of regret. Meanwhile, 5 figures approached from a distance, dressed in the attire of the ancient God Church. One of them, clad in a black robe, looked at Song Qifeng lying on the ground and instructed his companions to take him away and keep him alive. Then, the fake Song Qifeng began to transform, becoming an exact replica of Song Qifeng, even mimicking his voice. A black-robed person said, "All right, it's Lu Chen's turn now. It seems this candidate shows great promise. The higher-ups want to meet him personally." The fake Song Qifeng muttered to himself, his voice gradually matching the original. Li Mingyun was stunned by the words she heard, but she quickly composed herself and respectfully asked, "Honorable sir, she's just an ordinary student. Why go to such lengths to capture her? Wouldn't it be easier to apprehend her directly?" The envoy from the ancient God Church was a master at the 9th level of the air control realm. Although his cultivation level was similar to Li Mingyun's, his combat prowess far exceeded hers during their past encounters. She couldn't withstand even 10 of his moves. Because of this, Li Mingyun treated him with great deference. The envoy calmly explained, "You don't understand. That little one has already mastered an earth-tier movement technique. If we act rashly, it might backfire, and we could even accidentally harm her. That would be difficult to explain to our superiors." Seeing that Li Mingyun seemed to want to say more, he softly added, "Hush, little fish is coming." At the camp, the young talents from 3 different cities were initially a bit anxious. But when several girls returned safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even though Song Qifeng and Li Mingyun were still in the forest, nobody seemed worried anymore. Watching them call each other by nicknames, some began to realize that their relationship was more than just friends. What's the big deal about dating anyway? Seeing the masters act this way actually made things more exciting. Just then, according to the plan, Lu Yuanyuan walked out from the edge of the forest and headed straight for Lu Chen. Without hesitation, she said, "Hello Lu Chen. I'm Lu Yuanyuan. Master Song wants to see you." Lu Chen paused for a few seconds, then nodded slightly and started walking towards the forest. Lu Yuanyuan let out a sigh of relief. Among the 30 or so talents present, Lu Chen was the hardest to deal with. It was best to leave him to the experts. As for the others, they were no match at all. As Lu Chen's figure gradually disappeared into the night, the talents from the other 2 cities started to chatter. Someone exclaimed, "Who is that person? He was summoned by Master Song alone." Another scoffed, "What's so special about someone from Linsong? Their martial arts development is way behind ours. Probably just got in through connections." Someone immediately retorted, "Don't speak nonsense. Lu Chen is a true prodigy, far stronger than us. He passed the ultimate test." "Wow, really? He single-handedly defeated a Tier 3 fierce beast." Hearing this, a few people from Linsong couldn't sit still and began recounting Lu Chen's heroic deeds, causing a wave of exclamations. Usually, at this point, Sun Shi would step up as the storyteller. But recalling Lu Chen's instructions, he merely observed the surroundings quietly. While talking with Lin Xia, he whispered, "According to Lu Chen, we should find a chance to leave here soon and avoid. Although we don't know what's happening, as Lu Chen's friends, we trust him." In the forest, a faint layer of white mist rose, bringing a slight chill to the skin. Lu Chen moved further away from the camp, his steps rustling through the thick layer of fallen leaves. His visibility was limited to just 3 meters. Though his mind was racing, his steps never faltered. Soon, he saw two figures, their backs to him, chatting happily. Were they Master Song and Li Mingyun? Lu Chen glanced at them and recognized them. Just as he was about to move forward, Hong Shuang's voice echoed in his mind, "Master, there's a strong smell of blood here." Something happened within the last 2 minutes. As the original mother insect of the bloodthirsty worms, Hong Shuang's ability to sense blood was unparalleled, even capable of detecting killing intent. Lu Chen remained silent, stopped in his tracks, and said expressionlessly, "Student Lu Chen here. I wonder what Master Song wants from me." He stopped about 5 meters away from them, right at the limit of his vision. Suddenly, a wave of tension enveloped the dense forest. Lu Chen stepped in front of Li Mingyun, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Without warning, Li Mingyun lunged at him with a dagger, but he swiftly countered, subduing her in his arms. Li Mingyun was astonished. Her dagger couldn't penetrate Lu Chen's defense. What happened next left her even more shocked. Lu Chen delivered a powerful blow, driving a sharp spirit spike into her eye. She struggled briefly before collapsing, powerless, in Lu Chen's embrace. At that moment, the fake Song chiefing revealed an appreciative expression and began to clap, as if applauding the dramatic turn of events. He continued, "Remarkable. No wonder the people in the church speak so highly of you and want to capture you alive. Not only are you extraordinarily talented, but your courage is astounding. Do geniuses like you even leave room for other warriors to survive? I wish I could eliminate all of you one by one." The fake Song chiefing stepped closer, suddenly changing his tone. "Oh no, my dear young man, we will definitely become colleagues in the future. I might even depend on you. By the way, how did you know I wasn't Song Chifeng?" Lu Chen, expressionless, subtly moved to the side while answering. "Because Master Song always starts with his left foot, and you just stepped forward with your right foot first." Of course, this was just an excuse Lu Chen made up. The real reason he saw through the imposter was thanks to Mao Shuang showing off in the group chat. Just because of that? The envoy of the ancient god church frowned, finding it hard to believe that such a reason could suffice. His expression kept changing as if he was ready to knock Lu Chen down at any moment. "Behave and come with me, or else, you will suffer." At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly waved his hand and asked, "Are you a master?" The envoy of the ancient god church was momentarily taken aback by the sudden challenge. Shaking his head, he said, "Master, the path to ascension is not so easy. There are countless experts in the void realm, yet few ever become masters. Don't think that masters are commonplace." Noticing the change in Lu Chen's eyes, he sneered, feeling underestimated. "Do you really think becoming a master is as easy as picking a cabbage? Even among 100 void realm experts, not one might advance to master." After speaking, he suddenly realized something was amiss. From a distance, Lu Chen's eyes discreetly scanned the surroundings, seemingly looking for an escape route. However, after hearing the envoy's explanation, the youth's gaze turned calm, even showing a hint of shame and anger. "So, you're just in the void realm?" "That's right. I'm at the 9th level of the void realm. Do you think I'm as weak as that Li Mingyun?" The envoy of the ancient god church laughed mockingly, inwardly ridiculing Lu Chen's ignorance. Though both were at the 9th level of the void realm, some could exchange blows with a master, while others could be easily defeated by those in the fusion realm. This was the difference in strength. As an elite envoy of the ancient god church, he prided himself on his superior cultivation techniques, martial skills, and even his equipment. Yet, when he looked at Lu Chen, he saw not only calmness but also a hint of provocation in the youth's eyes. Are these so-called prodigies all insane? Disliking the look in Lu Chen's eyes, the envoy decided to act immediately and teach him a lesson. However, Lu Chen moved even faster. "You startled me." Rushing towards the envoy, Lu Chen growled, "You're not even a master, so why the pretense? What's so funny? I thought you were formidable, but you're just trash." The envoy blinked, feeling both bewildered and angry. Yet the next moment, he felt a chill down his spine. Lu Chen's figure vanished before his eyes, leaving only flickering starlight shadows. Earth-level movement technique. Even though there had been intelligence suggesting Lu Chen had mastered such a technique, witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. In the ancient god church, this movement technique was top tier, requiring centuries of merit to acquire. As a Void Realm envoy, he had no right to learn such a technique. If he could capture this boy and extract the secrets of this technique, the thought sent a shiver down his spine. If he truly did that, the church's enforcement team would likely arrest him, subjecting him to endless torment and suffering. These thoughts passed quickly, and the envoy's lips curled into a mocking smile. Is this your trump card? Pity. It's interesting but not enough. In the face of absolute power, everything else was insignificant. It was laughable that Lu Chen, possessing an Earth-level movement technique, didn't take the opportunity to escape. Could it be that he was hiding fusion realm strength? How delusional. The envoy's spiritual power surged wildly, and with a special eye technique, his eyes glowed a faint blue, locking onto Lu Chen's figure. Lu Chen was a warrior dispatched on a mission, brimming with confidence as he activated the miniature array on his feet, boosting his speed tenfold. He had anticipated various scenarios and was prepared to overcome all challenges. Suddenly, he heard the enemy's voice. Before he could react, he felt a powerful impact, sending him crashing into a massive tree trunk with a dull thud. Shocked and furious, he touched the corner of his mouth and found blood, igniting his inner rage. In the shadows of the dense forest, Lu Chen faced another figure in a black robe, an opponent who was also a high-ranking emissary of the Yukuan order. Without exchanging words, they swiftly charged at each other, their silhouettes intertwining. Surprisingly, the emissaries of the ancient god church couldn't lock onto Lu Chen's figure, unable to counter his teleportation ability. Even with their specialized eye techniques, they could track Lu Chen's movements but couldn't break through his teleportation skill. Lu Chen used his teleportation ability for sneak attacks but found the two emissaries' defenses too strong. Though injured, they remained unyielding. He realized he might not hold out for long, as his cultivation was still shallow and his spiritual power limited. Before resorting to using the insect larvae, he decided to try a new ability, Soul Magnetic Storm. This power consumed a tremendous amount of energy and, at his current level, could only be used once. Upon making his choice, Lu Chen's movements became ghostly and elusive. The two emissaries displayed unwavering determination, but sensed that Lu Chen was nearing his limit. They decided to join forces to block Lu Chen's retreat. Suddenly, their bodies seemed to lose control, their spiritual energy chaotic and unmanageable, and their protective shields vanished. In an instant, Lu Chen swung his alloy blade, decapitating the two emissaries and ending the battle victoriously. Although the Soul Magnetic Storm demonstrated immense power, it left Lu Chen feeling mentally drained. Panting heavily, he prepared to have the insect larvae devour the enemy's corpses to regain some of his strength. Suddenly, they turned to look behind them and saw two figures rushing over in a panasit with Sun Qi and Lin Xia. They were clearly too worried to heed Lu Chen's warnings and had hurried over to help. Sun Qi's face was pale, his legs trembling, and he spoke breathlessly, "Brother Lu, it's bad." The people at the camp were first knocked unconscious, and then some people in gray robes appeared. Lin Xia, slightly more composed, still had a hint of panic in her eyes. Seeing Lu Chen's condition, she quickly went to support him. Sun Qi was about to do the same but found Lin Xia already struggling to carry Lu Chen on her back. This scene left him a bit stunned, blinking in confusion as if his mind had short-circuited. Why was someone else carrying him? Lin Xia, not caring about such details, lowered her voice and asked, "Lu Chen, hang in there. Who should we find? Which way should we go?" Lu Chen blinked and exchanged a glance with Sun Qi before focusing his gaze. "Find Master Song Qifeng. He has a communicator. We must locate him, or we won't stand a chance." He pointed in the direction and urged them to move quickly. Though Lu Chen didn't know much about the power of the ancient god cult, he knew that these madmen who dared to ambush the geniuses of the Jiangnan war zone were no ordinary foes. The strength of the 9th level of sky control was far from enough to match them, and there was likely someone powerful pulling the strings, perhaps even a grandmaster. As for whether Song Qifeng had survived, Lu Chen had no idea, but he was certain Song had been gravely injured. Based on this, Hong Shuang should be able to follow the scent of blood to find them. A blood moon hung in the night sky, casting a crimson hue through the clouds. The mountains and forests were shrouded in this eerie light, as if draped in a mysterious veil. Lu Chen led Lin Xia and Sun Qi silently through the dense woods. The roars of beasts echoed around them, sending chills down their spines. Their faces were pale, not just from exhaustion, but from the recent perilous events. The fate of their fellow prodigies was uncertain, and even the master-level Song Qifeng had mysteriously disappeared. The three of them faced potential pursuit, their nerves taut as they followed Lu Chen's lead in silence. After nearly 10 minutes of walking, they reached the edge of a mountain stream, where the sound of rushing water and a distant waterfall could be heard. "Stop," Lu Chen whispered, preparing to get off Lin Xia's back. However, Lin Xia quickly stopped him, saying, "I can manage. I still have strength left. You rest." Sun Qi isn't strong enough to bear the burden of carrying someone through the forest. Lu Chen had suggested getting down multiple times, as his physical strength had long recovered from the potions he had taken, though his spirit was still affected by the soul storm. Yet, it didn't hinder his combat ability. Lin Xia, however, was stubborn, always thinking Lu Chen was concerned for her well-being. No, that's not it, Lu Chen said with a wry smile. We've reached our destination? Oh, okay, got it, Lin Xia responded, surprised, her face blushing slightly, though it was hard to see in the night. Sun Chi stood silently, worry etched on his face. Lin Xia's words, though reasonable, had been too blunt and hurtful. You two wait here, Lu Chen ordered sternly, seeing their expressions change. The situation inside is unknown. If you come in, you'll only be a burden to me. According to Hong Shuang's intel, the depths of this stream are the hiding place of the ancient god cult. Song Chifeng might be in there, his fate uncertain. I've decided to go in and swiftly resolve the fight with the help of my insect minions. Having given his instructions, Lu Chen slipped into the depths of the stream under the cover of the blood moon, leaving Sun Chi gazing into the distance, silent. Moments later, he murmured to himself, Sun Chi, swear to train hard and never drag Lu Chen down again. Lin Xia, do you believe me? He turned to look for his partner, but saw no one. Lin Xia's voice came softly from behind a pile of rocks. It's not about strength. It's about keeping a clear head. If you keep shouting, you might attract unwanted attention. Sun Chi, what's wrong? Lin Xia asked, her tone indifferent. That was a bit harsh, wasn't it? I may not be as strong as you two, but I'm still a level awakened, and you two are a level and level. Fine, continue without me. I'll leave, okay? Sun Chi said, his voice filled with resentment. He then jumped behind the rock pile, setting up a few portable formation plates to enhance their concealment. As Lin Xia had said, this place was full of dangers. Not far ahead, a secret base of the ancient god church lay hidden. The mountain pass was narrow and winding at first, but after 100 meters, it suddenly opened up into a wide and bright natural fortress, extremely well concealed. Lu Chen emerged from the pass and looked back at the corpses on the ground, completely devoured by bloodthirsty insects. Despite the path being guarded by 7 or 8 hidden sentries, they were mere food for the insects and couldn't send an emergency signal. Under the cover of night, the swarm's lethality increased. He had to move faster. If everyone here died, the base would soon notice something amiss. Even without a message, the lack of response from the sentries within the allotted time would raise alarms. Through the flames, Lu Chen saw a few rudimentary buildings and 2 patrols of the ancient god church. Oh, those students. 100 meters to the left, there was another passage where a group of genius students escorted by Song Chifeng lay unconscious, being handed over. Lu Chen's gaze swept across and he seemed to recognize some familiar faces geniuses from Linsong City, such as Yun Yi, Lu Yi, and Huang Tai. But his heart remained unmoved. His mission was singular: find Song Chifeng, obtain the communicator, and contact his superiors. Otherwise, he, Lin Xia, and Sun Chi would be hunted down. In the vast wilderness, their escape was uncertain. As for the fate of those geniuses, it had nothing to do with him. Everyone had their destiny. If they were unlucky enough to be killed, it was meant to be. Red Frost, have you pinpointed the location? Yes, underground. We need to hurry. I sense his life is slipping away. His vitality is almost gone. Master, I also sense a lot of fierce beast blood underground. So much, so much, so much. Feast, feast, feast. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. Why would the ancient god church store so much fierce beast blood? But that was unimportant. Since he was here, he would take it all. This was an unexpected boon. If the quantity was sufficient, the 60,000 bloodthirsty insects might proliferate to over 30 million. He took a deep breath and became even more cautious. Now, he wasn't just after Song Chifeng, but also the fierce beast blood that Red Frost mentioned. Activating his magnetic control ability, his electromagnetic field enveloped him, bending the surrounding light and rendering him somewhat invisible. If those 2 black-robed, 9th-level elites were here, they might sense him. But now, only low-level gray-robed members were in the valley. Coupled with the cover of night, he wasn't worried about being discovered. If he wasn't underground, he would have released the insect swarm directly. He began searching for the entrance to the underground passage. Only by finding and confirming its usability could he clear out the ancient god church members in the valley. Deep underground, the area was like a maze, with many ancient god church members each performing their duties, living and resting there. At the center of the core area lies a vast circular void, approximately 200 meters in diameter. Countless mechanical arms dance in the air, connecting to mysterious pipes that extend into unknown directions. Below these pipes is a massive pool filled with blood-red liquid. The intense smell of blood permeates the enclosed space, staining the surrounding walls red. A burly man casually soaks in the pool. Blood mist rises around him, occasionally coalescing into various strange shapes, almost as if they were alive, even emitting roars. Suddenly, he sits up, his upper body emerging from the pool. Beneath the skin near his heart, his capillaries swell, resembling tiny, menacing blood dragons. Thump-thump sound of his heartbeat echoes through the enclosed space of the blood pool. The man, lost in thought, sighs and says, "The blood of fierce beasts is indeed hard to come by, and its purity is not high enough. If I had a few hundred more fourth-tier beasts, my blood seal technique would advance to the next level." He mutters to himself, his expression suddenly twisting. "If only I could massacre a city." In the Jiangnan war zone, slaughtering any city would provide the blood of millions of beings. Enough for me to reach the Grandmaster realm. Boma door opens on the high stone wall ahead. A black-robed emissary from the ancient god church enters and respectfully says, "Master Sword Bearer, the task is complete. All the geniuses on line 4 have been captured, and Song Qifeng is under control." However, there were some unexpected incidents. Emissaries 11 and 17 were killed in action, and the agent Li Mingyan also perished. Additionally, 3 students escaped and are being pursued with full force. After hearing the report, the man frowns, a cold glint in his eyes. "You messed up such a small task? How did those 2 failures die?" Even though the emissaries of the ancient god church are only at the 9th level of the void flight, their strength is not to be underestimated. They are killing machines created through secret methods. Although they can advance further, they are nearly invincible within the same realm. Did a grandmaster intervene? Impossible. The man ponders, but then shakes his head, dismissing the thought. The assassination here happened too quickly after Song Qifeng was controlled. No other strong figure could have arrived in such a short time. The emissary continues, "The specific situation is still under investigation. But it is certain that both the agent and the 2 emissaries were killed by the same person, and there are signs of an ambush." An ambush? Then it couldn't have been a grandmaster. The man smirks. It seems one of the 3 who escaped is exceptionally gifted. To defeat an ancient god emissary. Interesting, very interesting. Wu Tsang stands up and steps out of the blood pool, appearing like a giant beast in the blood mist. By the way, has Lu Chen, the one the higher-ups are looking for, been found? Lu Chen is one of the escapees. The emissary, struggling under the pressure of the blood mist, takes a moment to catch his breath and replies, "Yes, he has been found." Wu Tsang's face lit up with a strange smile, filled with surprise and anticipation. Lu Chen's strength far surpassed what he had shown in the martial exams, making Wu Tsang exceptionally excited. As a prodigy closely watched by the ancient god church, every move of Lu Chen had been thoroughly scrutinized. From his birth to his participation in the martial exams, all information about him had been meticulously gathered. Such a promising talent, if nurtured by the ancient god church, would undoubtedly become a grandmaster-level powerhouse and bring great glory to the church. Wu Tsang's heart surged with excitement and expectation. He extended his hand, and the robe on the rock wall flew towards him, preparing for the imminent battle. He paid no mind to the fleeing students, determined to personally witness Lu Chen's performance. Silently, he prayed that Lu Chen would live up to expectations and showcase a stunning display of power. However, just as Wu Tsang was about to make his move, a piercing alarm echoed through the massive cavern, signaling an enemy attack throughout the entire base. Wu Tsang received an urgent report, learning that the base had been breached and none of the higher-ups had survived. His heart skipped a beat as he eagerly inquired about the enemy's strength and identity. If it was someone from Jiangnan Martial Academy, he would have no choice but to retreat swiftly. But the response he received shocked him even more. The enemy appeared to be just one person, and it was Lu Chen. He was still in the stairwell, not yet prepared to descend. Upon hearing this, Wu Tsang disappeared from his spot instantly, ready to confront this sudden crisis. In the valley, Lu Chen moved like a ghost, destroying all surveillance equipment and displaying immense electromagnetic prowess. He then activated the insect nest inscription on his arm, releasing hundreds of thousands of bloodthirsty insects that ferociously began to slaughter everything in their path. Under the assault of the bloodthirsty insects, members of the ancient god church fell one after another, leaving the valley drenched in blood and filled with carnage. Except for the unconscious students, no living beings remained in the valley. After completing this gruesome battle, Lu Chen retracted all the bloodthirsty insects and proceeded to the underground passage, ready for the next challenge. He noticed an intact surveillance camera quietly aimed at him. According to the original plan, he was supposed to enter the underground to fight, but upon learning that the underground stored the blood of fierce beasts, he decided to change his strategy and finish the battle outside. After all, fighting underground might cause a collapse, leading to unimaginable consequences. Suddenly, the underground elevator emitted a loud noise. Someone was coming up. A smile tugged at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. He had guessed correctly. The people below would come up, as they were unaware if Lu Chen had sent a distress signal. If they had indeed contacted Jiangnan Martial Academy, staying underground would be a dead end. As the elevator doors slowly opened, the expressionless Wu Tsang saw Lu Chen, but his gaze quickly shifted, warily scanning the surroundings for other potential threats. A few seconds later, his brow furrowed slightly, a sense of doubt rising within him. As Wu Tsang looked at Lu Chen again, he seemed to have a moment of realization, a flash of understanding in his eyes. It was clear that the person before him was indeed alone. Wu Tsang felt a mix of awe and surprise, silently marveling. Is this guy courting death or just incredibly bold? Well, since he's so eager to face me, let's show him what I'm capable of. Wu Tsang extended his right hand, and a massive, blood-red hand materialized in the air, reaching out to grab Lu Chen. Just as it seemed Lu Chen was doomed, his expression suddenly changed to one of terror and unease. He shouted, "Grandmaster! You're actually a grandmaster!" With that, he instantly employed his earth-level movement technique and fled the scene at lightning speed. At that moment, he realized it might already be too late. Wu Tsang smirked coldly, his figure flickering as he appeared right behind Lu Chen, reaching out to grab him again. In the face of absolute power, the earth-level movement technique seemed utterly insignificant. However, in the next instant, Wu Tsang noticed that the panic in Lu Chen's eyes had vanished, replaced by a calm indifference, even tinged with a hint of anticipation. Suddenly, Wu Tsang's vision was filled with a swarming mass of insects. Boom! The moment Wu Tsang stepped out of the elevator, Lu Chen felt an intense surge of power, like a blazing sun, a force so overwhelming it left him stunned. The aura emanating from Wu Tsang surpassed even that of the previous black-robed envoy, confirming to Lu Chen that this was undoubtedly a master. Despite having anticipated this, facing it in reality filled him with a palpable sense of dread. He fixed his gaze on Wu Tsang, and as Wu Tsang made his move, Lu Chen feigned panic and quickly retreated to the open ground outside. When Wu Tsang pursued him, Lu Chen activated his electromagnetic ability, swiftly moving 5 meters away, as if fleeing for his life. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted behind him. 30,000 bloodthirsty insects self-destructed, releasing a terrifying energy blast that turned the entire valley into ruins. Lu Chen, having prepared in advance, hid in a pre-dug pit, waiting for the explosion to subside before painstakingly crawling out. He didn't immediately go to confirm the outcome, but instead kept his eyes fixed on the area. The last time he faced Du Hongtian, 100 bloodthirsty insects self-destructing were enough to resolve the situation. But this time, he was up against a master. The psychological pressure was immense, and to ensure safety, he used 30,000 bloodthirsty insects. Though the quantity was large, their quality still needed improvement. At this moment, Lu Chen stood in the pit, quietly watching the center of the explosion, completely unflustered. Time seemed to stand still. The night wind howled through the valley, sounding like the wails of ghosts. "Hong Shuang, can you sense anything?" Lu Chen asked after a dozen seconds had passed. "Master, his level is too high. I can't sense him. Wah wah wah, I need more evolution." Hong Shuang whined. Lu Chen reflected that, beneath a master, everyone else was like ants. He now understood this saying more deeply. Rumor had it in the martial world that becoming a master was like crossing a chasm, transforming into a new being. But Wu Tsang should be dead, right? After all, those were 30,000 of my children. Hong Shuang's voice held no sadness, making Lu Chen laugh helplessly. He nodded, then leaped out of the pit, cautiously approaching the explosion site, searching for any remaining traces. As he got closer, his eyes scanned the ground. When he was within 10 meters of the explosion point, a massive wave of terror surged through him, making his hair stand on end. He isn't dead. Instinctively wanting to flee, his body was paralyzed by fear, rendering him immobile. Rocks flew into the air, and a figure, like a demon from hell, lunged at Lu Chen. It was Wu Tsang. His once imposing figure was now a wreck, his right arm gone, the right half of his body blown clean off, his head riddled with bloody holes. Wu Tsang's face was unrecognizable, a bloody mess with exposed bone peeking through. He roared in fury, "You damned bastard!" His voice was like it came from decaying bark, filled with endless hatred. Despite losing his eyes, he seemed to sense Lu Chen's expression and grinned. Burning with rage, he felt a twisted satisfaction. Finally, it's going to explode, isn't it? Used up. Huh? Bug cultivators. Bug cultivators are amazing. After so many years, Xia has another forbidden warrior. This is fantastic. Capturing and dissecting him might just help us create a few more. Wu Tsang's entire body felt as if it were soaked in acid, with blood oozing everywhere. After struggling to finish his words, he paused and took slow steps towards Lu Chen. He raised his remaining left hand, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Consumed by anger and no longer caring about the orders of the ancient god cult or the identity of the forbidden warrior, He just wanted to kill, to vent his fury, to obliterate the one who nearly killed him and destroyed years of effort. Grind your bones to dust. You little bastard. Do you know how many years it took me to accumulate 35 blood marks? 190 years. And now it's all ruined. Die. Not just you, but everyone related to you must. Wu Tsang raged, blood gushing from his throat, but he kept roaring. He seemed desperate to see the despair in Lu Chen's eyes at the last moment. However, as his strike landed on Lu Chen's chest, a bizarre scene unfolded. Lu Chen's skin melted under the immense force, revealing a light blue crystal barrier beneath, brought by 840,000 celestial crystal bugs. Wu Tsang's eyes filled with confusion and tremors. Despite his weakened state, he was still a duel master. A single strike should have severely injured, if not outright killed, any warrior of the same level. Yet this guy, who had just entered the aperture fusion stage, was unscathed. Surprised? Shocked? Lu Chen's face was pale, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Though he had successfully defended against the attack, his internal organs were shaken and injured. He looked at Wu Tsang and suddenly smiled. I have something even more exciting. Wanna try? With that, the bug nest inscription on his arm glowed, releasing 10,000 bloodthirsty bugs. Most of them circled behind Wu Tsang, while a few flew straight for his neck. Wu Tsang instantly felt a chill throughout his body, experiencing boundless fear for the first time. In his final moment, he saw Lu Chen mouthing a word boom. The 10,000 bloodthirsty bugs exploded. Wu Tsang's head was blown off, and his mangled body turned to debris, scattering everywhere. At such close range, Lu Chen couldn't avoid the terrifying energy blast, and he was violently slammed into a mountainside 50 meters away. Thud. Lu Chen hit the ground hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. His body was restrained, forcing him to use his ultimate move. For survival, he had to be ruthless with himself. He had to pull out all the stops. Fortunately, most of the insects were behind Wu Tsang, and the self-detonation created a buffer. Along with the protection from 840,000 heavenly crystal bugs, he barely managed to withstand the close-range explosion. After taking a few labored breaths, Lu Chen said with difficulty, Hong Shuang, quickly devour that guy's head. There might be unexpected gains. The little creature immediately flew out from Lu Chen's forehead, eagerly searching for the head. She didn't mind the disgust. As long as she could fill her stomach, she was content. Leaning against the mountain wall, Lu Chen sat on the ground, continuously popping pills into his mouth. After more than 10 minutes, he finally regained some strength. This battle with the Grandmaster was far more challenging than he had imagined. He had almost died here. If it weren't for the first wave of 30,000 bugs successfully ambushing, he might have been the one dead. The terrifying power of the Grandmaster gave Lu Chen a clearer understanding. It was no exaggeration to say, if it was an unknown fight without the chance to ambush, even if all his 600,000 buglings self-detonated, they might not have been able to kill the opponent. Coughing, Lu Chen struggled to stand up, using his alloy war knife as a crutch, and staggered towards the ladder room. Just as he reached the door, a notification appeared in his mind. Your bloodthirsty bug Hong Shuang has devoured the flesh and blood of a martial artist, gaining a special feedback, acquiring the blood seal art at the 8th grade of the profound rank. Your bloodthirsty bug Hong Shuang has devoured the flesh and blood of a martial artist, gaining a special feedback, acquiring the blood demon eye at the 2nd grade of the profound rank. 2 profound rank feedbacks. Lu Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. This harvest far exceeded his expectations. As expected of a grandmaster, truly wealthy beyond measure. Even though Wu Tsang was left with just a broken head, he still contributed, and it was of the profound rank. 8th grade of the profound rank, just one step away from the pinnacle of the profound rank. This was the most powerful technique Lu Chen had acquired so far. His previous 7-star cloud concealment step was only at the 6th grade of the yellow rank, and it only reached the earth rank through Kai's evolution. But this time, it was the 8th grade of the profound rank. Maybe, if he was lucky, it could even touch the heaven rank. Master, I'm so full I feel like I'm about to evolve again. Hong Shuang flew back, giving Lu Chen an affectionate peck on the cheek. As long as you're full, Lu Chen smiled and said, now that you're full, leave the blood of the beasts underground for the buglings. Don't hog it all. Not long after, taking the transport elevator to the underground base of the ancient god church, tens of thousands of bloodthirsty bugs rampaged through, slaughtering all the members of the ancient god church. Along the way, Lu Chen also found Song Qifeng's location. However, that was secondary. The most important thing was, he found the blood pool. Upon arriving at the enormous enclosed space, Lu Chen was dumbfounded as he looked at the blood pool below. How much beast blood was in there? His eyes gleamed with greed, like a farmer seeing a landlord's treasury. Licking his lips, he commanded his nearly 600,000 bloodthirsty bugs to swarm in, all diving into the blood pool. Lu Chen knew that his bloodthirsty bug army version 0.1 was likely to soar through several versions. After observing for a while, he headed to where Song Qifeng was imprisoned. Jiangnan War Zone, main base. In a conference room at the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, senior leaders arrived one after another, their faces grim as they struggled to control their inner rage. After a few minutes, an elderly man sitting at the head of the table stood up and said in a low voice, "No more waiting. Let's begin immediately. Old Lu, report the situation." "Yes, headmaster." A middle-aged warrior at the other end of the table stood up and said bluntly, "In the past hour, 8 grandmasters from our academy, responsible for escorting talented students from various satellite cities, were attacked by the ancient god cult. Grandmasters Yun Shanhe, Wang Xiaojun, and Zhang Weiqiong managed to break through and escape with some students. Unfortunately, Grandmasters Jing Chuming and Jing Jiawei were killed in action, and the fate of their students is unknown. Grandmasters Song Qifeng and Fang Jun are currently missing, and the status of the students they were escorting is unclear. Originally, 72 Grandmasters were assigned to escort 72 talented students, but a sudden outbreak at the Grey Mist Sea front line forced the strongest Grandmasters to be urgently redeployed, leaving only 8 to escort the students along a specific route. Now, the situation is dire. An elderly woman dressed plainly spoke with a heavy voice. 50 years ago, we defeated 2 of the 3 leaders of the ancient god cult, and the last one fled severely injured into the Grey Mist Sea, causing the organization to disappear. Are they resurfacing now? Those poor children. As soon as she finished speaking, an old man with fiery red hair and beard, carrying an ancient sword on his back, slammed the table and growled, "The ancient god cult. Those scum deserve to die." He immediately expressed his desire to go out and hunt them down but was stopped by the headmaster. The headmaster emphasized that the priority was rescue, not revenge. He looked around and said again, "I've already sent people to assist Grandmasters Yun Shanhe, Wang Xiaojun and Zhang Weiqiong. They should be fine. As for the 2 fallen Grandmasters and those children," his eyes turned cold, filled with murderous intent, "I've dispatched the Rakshasa division. No matter where the culprits flee, we will hunt them down. For every citizen of Jiangnan they harm, we'll eliminate 100 of them." Mentioning the Rakshasa division sent a shiver through the high-ranking officials in the room. They knew this meant severe and unyielding action. This division was extremely secretive. To join, one had to be at least a Grandmaster level. In a large-scale secret realm battle, they once massacred tens of thousands of foreign enemies, striking directly at the enemy's royal court. At this moment, even the fiery-tempered, red-haired old man suppressed his anger and sat back down, waiting for the headmaster's next move. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. The acting head of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy furrowed his brow, anxiously scanning the room. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a gentle, elderly woman, Mrs. Qin. He gently requested, "Mrs. Qin, please head over to Fang Jun's location. His position is the most remote. Your mount, the sky-splitting hawk, flies fast and can get you there quickly." Mrs. Qin stood up humbly and nodded. Qin Meng accepts the mission. With that, she swiftly exited the conference room. The acting head then turned to a red-bearded elder, Old Li. He spoke tensely. "Old Li, you go to Song Qifeng's location and get there as quickly as possible." Old Li grinned fiercely and replied, "Leave it to me. I'll find the man and catch the culprit." Just as Old Li was about to set off, a leading elder reminded him, "Song Qifeng's exact location is still unknown. You'll have to search along the route." Old Li paused, his anxiety evident, and said, "No specific location? How long will that take?" "At least 2 days, right?" At that moment, the conference room door was pushed open, and a young man holding a communication device walked in. "Director, we've re-established contact with Master Song Qifeng." The young man hurriedly handed over the communication device. The elder immediately took it and asked urgently, "What's the situation with Song Qifeng?" "This is Lu Chen." A young voice came from the other end of the communicator. "Master Song's condition is critical. If someone can be sent quickly, he might still be saved." The entire conference room fell silent, the tense atmosphere weighing heavily on everyone. In the hidden underground lair of the ancient cult in the Nameless Valley, Lu Chen gently placed the communicator down after ending his contact with Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. His gaze fell on the unconscious Song Qifeng lying on the ground. The master who was responsible for escorting him was in a dire state. The wound on his chest, left by an attack, was hastily bandaged by Lu Chen, but it was far from effective. The cloth was already soaked with blood. If he hadn't reached the level of a master, with this rate of bleeding, he would have succumbed long ago. Even more alarming was that Song Qifeng's entire skin had turned green, indicating a terrifying poison. Even his faint breaths were tinged with green. This confirmed what Elder Jean had said. The more beautiful a woman is, the more deceptive she can be. Moments ago, they were entangled in intimacy, and the next, she launched a vicious attack. That Li Mingyun had no emotions at all. Fortunately, he managed to defeat her in the end. Poor Master Song. Not only deceived emotionally but also poisoned all over. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze, feeling a mix of emotions. He asked in his mind, Hongshuang, how long can Master Song hold on in this state? By the time they arrived, Song Qifeng was already unconscious. Although they managed to contact using the communicator, they discovered that without Song Qifeng himself, it couldn't be retrieved from his storage ring. Thankfully, Hongshuang always had some peculiar abilities. For instance, stimulating the heart and blood circulation, like a defibrillator from his previous life. It briefly awakened Song Qifeng, who handed over the communicator to Lu Chen before lapsing back into unconsciousness. I can only sense blood. I know nothing about the poison, Hongshuang replied in his mind. I must admit, the blood of a master is truly rich. Master, could you kill a few more masters for me to feast on? I'm still craving more. Lu Chen felt speechless. Did masters grow like cabbages? Killing a few more? He had barely survived the fight with Wu Tsong. Ignoring Hongshuang, Lu Chen glanced at Song Qifeng once more before turning away and heading towards the blood pool. Life and death were in fate's hands. As a cultivator at the early stage of the fusion aperture realm, he could do no more. He had done his best. Now, he could only await reinforcements from Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. Shortly after leaving the stone chamber, he arrived at the blood pool space. The enclosed space before him was filled with swarming bloodthirsty insects. They were everywhere. A sea of red bodies, layer upon layer, like a crimson ocean. The sound of their wings flapping together formed a deathly chorus in Lu Chen's ears. The bottom of the blood pool was gradually becoming visible, still teeming with countless bloodthirsty insects in their final feast. At the upper edges, many insects that met the conditions for reproduction were tirelessly laying new offspring. Everything was running smoothly. Out of the previous 600,000 insect larvae, the fourth generation accounted for about 500,000. Due to resource limitations, a significant portion of the third generation hadn't reproduced yet. This time, with the blood pool below, Lu Chen prioritized the reproduction of all the third-generation larvae that hadn't yet bred. Now, the fully formed fourth-generation numbers over 6.2 million. This number is incredibly daunting. When encountering any grandmasters, Lu Chen wouldn't have to hesitate to use more explosive power, ensuring he could take them down in one go. Once he reaches the main base of the Jiangnan War Zone and participates in the Tianjiao ranking selection, he will have access to more resources. At that point, he can see if he can cultivate the fifth generation of insect larvae. Staring at the nearly depleted blood pool, Lu Chen asked Hongshuang, you said you were close to evolving earlier. How much more do you need? Hearing this, the little creature perked up immediately, responding excitedly, is the master going to let me eat some grandmasters? Just 10 or 8 grandmasters will do if that's too much, even one is fine. This little thing was starting to bargain? Lu Chen, slightly annoyed, said, no grandmasters left. There's some broth at the bottom. Go drink that. Don't come back until you've advanced. After the fourth generation was fully formed, the remaining blood pool was quite scarce, so it made sense to let Hongshuang consume it. Whoosh! Without a second thought, Hongshuang sped towards the bottom of the blood pool at 100 meters per second. If she couldn't get the delicious grandmasters, a quick snack would do just fine. After all, Hongshuang considered herself easy to please, as long as there was food. As she descended, she, being the primary mother insect, immediately commanded all the larvae to stop consuming and to spit out whatever they had ingested. Yes, she was that domineering. In the stone door area above, after retrieving all the bloodthirsty insects back into the nest, Lu Chen began to take stock of his gains while waiting. The most significant gain was undoubtedly the blood pool, which allowed the fourth generation bloodthirsty insects to fully form. They evolved from the initial version 0.1 to version 1.0, reaching the official release version. Next in line were 2 profound level cultivation methods, the 8th grade blood seal method and the 2nd grade blood demon eye. If the environment allowed, Lu Chen would have started evolving immediately. Kai's unnoticed and quietly proliferating Daoyin insects were finally going to be useful. However, Lu Chen decided to wait until he reached Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. After all, the experts there might arrive at any moment. Upon reaching the main base, there were 3 tasks, the Tianjiao ranking, the Wujin magnet, and the evolution techniques. Previously, in Linsong City, according to Qiu Yuanlong, every participant who advanced in the Tianjiao ranking would receive a share of resources. With each assessment passed, the share would increase. Later on, there might even be a chance to enter a special secret realm for tremendous advancement. Lu Chen wasn't particularly interested in anything else, but planned to proliferate the insect larvae to the 5th generation. By then, the bloodthirsty insect swarm would reach over 300 million. As for the Wujin magnet, it was being handled by the Sun family. Before departing for the main base, Old Master Sun Jinyue had said that the entire Sun family would move to the main base with Lu Chen. The business would be split, with the premium segments transferred over. The first task for the Sun family was to acquire Wujin magnets nationwide, doing their utmost to meet Lu Chen's needs. After the battle with Wu Tsong, Lu Chen had gained a deeper understanding of Tianjing's protective abilities and realized the importance of safeguarding himself. However, 840,000 Tianjing bugs seemed far from enough. Wu Tsong's heavy blow had left him seriously injured, making him aware that he might face even graver consequences at his peak. Reflecting on the previous dangers, Lu Chen still felt a lingering fear. Nevertheless, the final evolution technique was relatively simple. As long as Kai's Dalian insects were plentiful enough, they could begin evolving and improving their proficiency. Time flew by as Lu Chen was lost in thought. It wasn't until Hong Shuang returned from clearing the blood pool that he snapped out of his contemplation. Hong Shuang requested to evolve, her form seemingly larger, growing from the length of a finger to half the length of a palm. After saying this, the little creature transformed into a streak of light and entered Lu Chen's spiritual sea through his forehead. What a bountiful harvest! Lu Chen murmured to himself, gazing at the now dry blood pool with a hint of a smile. However, the next moment, a buzzing sound suddenly filled his ears, and the void shook violently, reminiscent of the time when Wu Tsong had trapped him. The difference was that back then, he had been confined to one spot, whereas now the entire space seemed like a cage. Just as Lu Chen was puzzled, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Little one, what did you gain? Tell me." Lu Chen's hair stood on end instantly. When did this person appear? Had even Hong Shuang not noticed? Could it be another master? Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the mysterious old man before him. This person was truly formidable, able to traverse space undetected, surpassing even Hong Shuang's extraordinary perception. Lu Chen speculated inwardly that this old man's cultivation level was likely far beyond that of a grandmaster. As his mind raced, he ruled out some possibilities and guessed the old man's identity. Suppressing the urge to trigger the self-destruction of his bloodthirsty insect, Lu Chen decisively turned around, cautiously distancing himself from the old man. He asked in a deep voice, "May I ask who you are? Are you a member of the ancient god church?" By this time, he had already seen the old man's face. The man was dressed in a plain Zhongshan suit, with messy, fiery red hair that gave him a unique appearance. However, the most striking feature was the peculiar large sword on his back. The sword was so broad it looked like a door plank, contrasting sharply with the ordinary hilt, making for a striking visual impact. The old man glared and said irritably, "I've lived for 300 years and met countless people. You're still too green to play tricks in front of me." He introduced himself. "I am Li Bagong from the Jiangnan Martial Academy, responsible for handling this incident." After speaking, he scrutinized Lu Chen and muttered, "Qiu Yuanlong said he found a treasure, but I don't see anything special." Just at the first stage of integration, the intelligence from a few days ago said he was only at the extraordinary level. Seems like he's been hiding his strength. Li Bagong continued muttering to himself, "Young people these days always like to hide their true cultivation and pretend to be ordinary. How ridiculous." He then glared at Lu Chen again and said, "Stop standing there like an idiot. Lead the way, take me to see Song Qifeng." Lu Chen blinked and obediently led the way towards Song Qifeng. He was a bit puzzled. The old man's thought process was rather peculiar, and he clearly knew Lu Chen well. The sudden abandonment of further questioning left Lu Chen's prepared explanations hanging awkwardly, especially the mention of Qiu Yuanlong, which showed a familiar sentiment, indicating that this Li Bagong was no ordinary figure. Lu Chen was convinced that this old man was indeed a big deal. Thankfully, Hong Shuang had returned in time and was not discovered. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After all, the identity of a forbidden martial artist was no small matter. Suddenly, Li Bagong asked, "That person's cultivation was exceptional, should be a great grandmaster. But their personality must be terrible, likes to collect the heads of enemies? Too strange." Hearing this, Lu Chen felt relieved, realizing the old man was lost in his own wild thoughts. He mentally labeled the old man as someone who liked to overthink. Shaking his head, he replied, "At that time, I and 2 companions agreed to enter the valley alone. I saw a woman in a red dress fiercely fighting a giant man, moving so fast it was hard to follow. Then there was a huge explosion, and I was knocked unconscious. When I woke up, the ancient god church members were all down, and I found Master Song here. He gave me a communicator and told me to contact the higher-ups immediately." After Lu Chen finished speaking, it was hard to read Li Bagong's expression. Lu Chen listened to Li Bagong's muttering, feeling a twinge of curiosity. A woman in a red dress? Could it be the notorious Su Leaguai from Yunming's? No, she wouldn't come here. Maybe it was Murong Qing from Tianya Pavilion? Unlikely she wouldn't kill a grandmaster this easily. Could it be those seductive foxes from the Qingqiu tribe? They do like wearing red dresses, and there are quite a few of them. Lu Chen ran through a list of potential suspects based on the information he had, but dismissed each one. He decided to stop guessing. Li Bagang's eyes were suspiciously fixed on Lu Chen's back. Is he lying to me? After a moment of observation, Li Bagong shook his head. Whether true or false, it didn't matter much to him. His mission was complete. The students were safe, and Song Qifeng was still alive. That was enough for him. The only thing that piqued Li Bagang's curiosity was the identity of the woman in the red dress Lu Chen mentioned. Once the injured were taken care of, he decided to investigate thoroughly. Soon, the two of them reached Song Qifeng. Li Bagong looked at the green-skinned man before him with a strange expression. He used some technique on Song Qifeng's neck, and soon Song Qifeng woke up groggily. Li Bagong teased, "Xiao Song, that green look of yours is quite a sight." Song Qifeng glanced at Lu Chen, seemingly embarrassed to discuss this in front of a junior, so he changed the subject. "I didn't expect you to be here. How are the students?" "The students are all safe. No need to worry," Li Bagong replied seriously while continuing the treatment. He then joked, "Xiao Song, how about I just detoxify you and leave the green skin as a memento? It actually looks quite nice on you." Lu Chen almost burst out laughing on the side. He hadn't expected the old master to have such a sense of humor. This was just the beginning. Li Bagong continued chatting with Song Qifeng like a chatterbox. He curiously asked, "How did a grandmaster get injured like this?" "Judging by the wound, it was a sneak attack, wasn't it?" "Strange, who could sneak up on you?" "Oh, it was a woman? Then it's fine. The Li family in Yunza City has been dealt with. You're really unlucky to be beaten by a woman. If your family head knew, he might disown you." Song Qifeng, embarrassed, said, "Can you not talk about this? There are students around. Have some decency. This is really embarrassing." He trusted the intelligence organization of the Martial Academy to uncover the truth, and Li Mingyun's true identity should have already been revealed. Seeing Song Qifeng close his eyes in pain, Lu Chen sensibly exited the room. 10 minutes later, Li Bagong and Song Qifeng came out together. Seeing Lu Chen waiting outside, Song Qifeng introduced him with a slightly awkward smile. "This is Senior Li Bagong, a sword cultivator from the Tianke division of the Martial Academy." Lu Chen nodded, his eyes falling on the exaggeratedly large sword on Li Bagang's back. This sword cultivator was indeed unique. He dutifully followed behind the two, and once they emerged from the underground area, they joined the students outside. Some personnel from the Martial Academy had already arrived for rescue operations. Among them were Sun Qi and Lin Xia, who had been hiding outside the valley earlier. Li Bagong stood in the desolate valley, his eyes coldly scanning the surroundings. A deep sense of regret filled his heart. The failure to find the enemies of the ancient God Church made his blood boil. Impatiently, he waved his hand, signaling the others to head back, deciding to take another round before returning to the Martial Academy. Suddenly, he shouted, "Ban Ban, grow!" Instantly, the massive sword on his back let out a low hum, detached from his hand, and soared to the ground, expanding rapidly. Lu Chen watched in awe, not because of the sword's transformation, but because the name Ban Ban was just so cool. Led by Song Qifeng, the group boarded the giant sword and soared into the sky. Under the blood moon's glow, they headed straight for Jiangnan Martial Academy. The entire experience left Lu Chen exhilarated. The night wind howled as a group of people gathered on the massive sword, crowding at its edge to gaze at the bustling scene below with excitement. Initially, when they ascended into the void, their hearts were filled with fear. However, upon discovering the sword's incredible stability, its windshielding barrier, and its ability to instantly annihilate any flying beasts within a 500-meter radius, they were both shocked and exhilarated. Some daring students ventured to the edge to take in the night view, drawing others to join them. Once safety was assured, everyone seemed to forget the earlier peril, and the atmosphere became lively. This joy had nothing to do with Song Qifeng. As the master escort, he stood alone at the sword's tip, gazing into the distance with a deep expression, his thoughts unknown to anyone. Sun Qi shifted his gaze away from Song Qifeng and proudly declared, "A wise man doesn't fall in love. Otherwise, he'll get his heart ripped out. Brother Lu, now you understand why I've lost interest in women, right?" Once mocked by Lu Chen for never holding a girl's hand, Sun Qi finally regained some dignity. However, just as he finished speaking, a delicate girl approached, politely greeting Lu Chen and Lin Xia. She tiptoed and whispered to Sun Qi, "Qi, you once said we would climb the highest peak together and make a wish to the red moon. Now the opportunity has come." Sun Qi instantly felt his whole body stiffen, as if all his glory vanished in that moment. How could the warriors not hear his voice? Seeing Lin Xia stifling her laughter and Lu Chen's peculiar expression, Sun Qi felt his face burning. He could only awkwardly say, "I, Sun Dashao, have never claimed to be wise." With that, he hurriedly left with the girl. However, as they departed, Sun Qi heard Lu Chen softly say, "Got it, Qi." Sun Qi stumbled, not daring to look back. The girl beside him lowered her voice and asked in surprise, "Qi, didn't you say only I could call you that?" Sun Qi could only awkwardly wave his hand, feeling a bit embarrassed. After this episode, Sun Qi found himself in an awkward situation, much like Song Qifeng. Watching them leave, Lin Xia softly laughed and said, "That girl is Huang Linglan. She comes from a well-off family, innocent and pure. She has a level talent, especially skilled in music. She had a good relationship with Sun Qi in the genius class." After this awkward incident, Lin Xia was no longer as reserved around Lu Chen, and they could at least have a normal conversation. Under the blood moon's glow, they chatted and laughed. 2 hours later, everyone's eyes focused on the distance, where the outline of a massive city gradually emerged, stretching to the horizon like a colossal beast sprawling across the land. This was the main base of the Jiangnan war zone. Standing on the giant sword, the previously noisy crowd fell silent, awestruck by the sight before them. Lu Chen heard someone muttering to themselves, reciting passages from a textbook. The text described the main base of the Jiangnan war zone, built in the 104th year of the martial era. It took 40 years to complete and was rebuilt several times after being destroyed by various disasters. The main base has a permanent population of 200 million, with about 30 million non-residents, and the number of martial artists remains unknown. As the capital of the war zone, the main base has stood strong for over 4 centuries, weathering numerous storms. What were once mere symbols to Lu Chen now took on a new significance as he witnessed the grandeur of this city with its 200 million inhabitants. Even as a time traveler, Lu Chen was awestruck by the city's magnificence. The familiar cities of his past life paled in comparison to this war zone's main base. As the giant sword sped forward, Lu Chen's view expanded. The first thing that caught his eye was the 100-meter-high city walls, patrolled by numerous soldiers and equipped with new weapons that combined technology and martial arts, leaving people in awe. Flying within the main base was prohibited without special permission. After hours of silence, Song Qifeng walked to the center of the giant sword and informed everyone that they would land at South Gate number 17, where vehicles would transport them to the dormitory building. He emphasized that they must report to the Martial Academy in 3 days. Otherwise, they would lose their qualification to participate in the Tianjia ranking. After a few minutes of QA, Song Qifeng turned to Lu Chen and told him that he didn't need to go to the dormitory but should follow him directly to the Martial Academy and stay at teacher Qiu Yuanlong's villa. He also instructed Lu Chen to tell his friend, Sun Qi, not to spread rumors, or he would personally teach him a lesson. After his speech, Song Qifeng led the giant sword to land. Lu Chen found Sun Qi and relayed Song Qifeng's message. Sun Qi was stunned and secretly relieved that he hadn't said anything inappropriate, realizing the consequences could have been severe. He understood that this place was entirely different from their previous residence in Linsong City, and that they needed to be cautious and avoid offending anyone. Lu Chen felt the same and realized that some things are better left unsaid to avoid unnecessary trouble. He remembered his experience by the underground blood pool where Li Bagong overheard him talking to himself. Fortunately, he hadn't said anything excessive back then, or the consequences could have been dire. After coordinating with the city guards, Song Qifeng arranged for most students to take the bus to the dormitory. These arrangements were already in place, so they didn't need a grandmaster's attention. Some students, having connections within the main base, chose to leave on their own. As for Lu Chen, he was the most special case, following Song Qifeng smoothly into the Jiangnan Martial Academy. As night fell, Song Qifeng hurried through the darkness, with everything around him a blur. Suddenly, he found himself in front of a small villa, his gaze landing on Lu Chen, feeling a mix of emotions. He hesitated before finally deciding to speak, awkwardly saying to Lu Chen, "Xiao Chen, you're a smart kid. I hope you can keep what happened in the valley a secret and not let your teacher find out. You understand what I mean, right?" He looked uneasy and continued bitterly, "Your teacher has a big mouth. Once he knows, the entire Martial Institute will hear about it, and I'll be finished." Lu Chen nodded solemnly, just about to respond, when a familiar voice cut in, "Hey, old Song, what's going on? Are you threatening my apprentice?" Crack. Song Qifeng felt something inside him shatter. He turned around in disbelief, only to see Qiu Yuanlong. "How did you get back so quickly?" Although Qiu Yuanlong looked weathered, his eyes were sharp. He explained, "The battle at Grey Mist Sea has paused for now. There were urgent casualties that needed to be transferred to the base, so I sneaked into the teleportation array and came back." Song Qifeng opened his mouth to speak, but was at a loss for words. Fate was beyond his control. The kind-hearted master looked to Lu Chen for help, his eyes full of helplessness. "Lu Chen, you must keep this secret for me." Then, he resolutely decided to make a quick exit. However, Qiu Yuanlong interrupted again. "Ah, I heard someone fell for a woman and ended up getting stabbed in the back, even painted green. Could that be you, old Song?" Just a few steps away, Song Qifeng froze, his lips trembling. He would rather lose face in front of the younger generation than be exposed among his peers. "Is it really you?" Senior Li Bagong posted a photo in the group of someone covered in green paint, with their face pixelated. Everyone's been guessing who it is. Song Qifeng, feeling conflicted, stood there, his emotions in turmoil. The night was deep, nearing 6 in the morning. As a martial artist, Lu Chen was used to staying up late. He was full of energy without a hint of fatigue. Stepping into the villa, he sat on the sofa, waiting for Qiu Yuanlong to arrive. Shortly after, Qiu Yuanlong, now in casual clothes, picked up a tea set and began brewing tea with intense focus. The rich aroma of the tea filled the room, instantly refreshing the senses. "Try this tea," Qiu Yuanlong said with a proud smile. The Longjing tea in his hands had been specially processed and was exclusively supplied by the Martial Academy, unattainable elsewhere. Lu Chen lifted the teacup and took a sip. Initially, the tea tasted bland. However, he soon felt a surge of energy within him, as if some force was enhancing his inner strength. In moments, the liquid spirit in his dantian began to condense into a drop of pure spiritual essence. Even though he didn't practice much regularly, he realized how extraordinary this tea was. It could accelerate his cultivation progress. Seeing Lu Chen's satisfied expression, Qiu Yuanlong couldn't help but boast. "Not bad, right? For someone just entering the integration realm, this cup can help you gather pure spiritual essence, saving a lot of time. But this effect only works once, so don't expect too much." Lu Chen felt a twinge of regret but remained calm, even a bit reflective. Since stepping into the transcendent realm and then the integration realm, his cultivation journey had been minimal. His progress relied heavily on Hong Shuang's support, breakthroughs achieved through absorption and accumulation. This was something only he knew, not even his closest companions. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen changed the topic and asked, "Senior Qiu, has the battle at Great Xia ended? Is my uncle Bai Weizhou safe?" Although he had a mentor-student relationship with Qiu Yuanlong, certain matters had delayed their interactions. Lu Chen had been worried about Bai Weizhou's situation but had no direct way to find out until now. Rest assured, that battle was just to distract the masters and draw them away. Qiu Yuanlong replied firmly, then added more gently, "I've already contacted Bai Weizhou and ensured his area is taken care of. There won't be any problems." Seeing Lu Chen hesitate to speak, he raised his hand to stop him and advised, "No one is perfect. You must know when to act and when not to. It's not wrong to plan for your own people. For me, it's just a small effort." Lu Chen nodded, accepting the guidance and gaining a new perspective on Qiu Yuanlong. This senior was not a rigid traditionalist but a shrewd and capable figure. "By the way, since we have time now, let me explain the process of the Tianjiao ranking to you," Qiu Yuanlong said, picking up his teacup and clearing his throat. "The Tianjiao ranking has been set up starting with your generation, and it serves two purposes. First, it selects the top 100 geniuses in Xia to be sent to the Tianyuan secret realm." He looked at Lu Chen with a hint of emotion. After a brief pause, he slowly said, "You young people of this generation are truly fortunate. The Tianyuan secret realm is located in the Kunlun Mountains and only opens once every 500 years. The last time it opened, it coincided with a period of turmoil in the Daxia kingdom. Those who survived after entering became the strongest in the kingdom. They emerged out of nowhere, quelling the chaos and laying the foundation for Daxia's future. As a result, many legendary families arose in Daxia, such as the Ying family in the capital, the Jiang family in Jiangnan, and the Ji family in Qinluo. These families, known as the 8 Great Clans, stand at the pinnacle of this land." Hearing these secrets for the first time, Lu Chen couldn't help but be amazed. He realized that entering the Tianyuan secret realm could propel a martial artist to the peak in a very short time. It was simply astonishing, even more powerful than his own Xiao Hongshuang. Observing Lu Chen's shocked expression, Qiu Yuanlong was in no hurry. He quietly waited for him to digest all this information. He picked up his teacup and slowly savored the tea. When the time was right, he continued, "Because of the remarkable achievements last time, this opening of the Tianyuan secret realm has attracted many strong individuals who hope to send their descendants in. But such a method is obviously impractical, so the Tianjiao list was created. This list has 100 spots, and being on it means you have a ticket to enter the secret realm." After explaining the background, Qiu Yuanlong succinctly outlined the selection rules. It's actually quite simple. The 8 war zones will gather the qualifiers from each satellite city at the main base for further selection. Each war zone will have about 1,000 people, and 50 will be selected from each zone. These 50 will then compete with qualifiers from other zones. Ultimately, 100 people will be chosen from the merged group of 400, and they will be the members of the Tianjiao list. After listening, Lu Chen curiously asked, "Senior Qiu, do you think I have a chance to make it onto the Tianjiao list?" He was purely curious. Currently, his displayed abilities included the first level of the fusion aperture realm, an earth-level body technique, and a suspected fire-based power. In Qiu Yuanlong's eyes, what level did these abilities place him at? After all, the Jiangnan war zone alone, in terms of area and population, was equivalent to the China of his previous life. And now, Daxia had 8 such war zones. The total population was close to 10 billion. Geniuses were countless. Xiao Yuanlong laughed and shook his head. Wishful thinking. With your current strength, you're at least 10,000 times away from making it onto the Tianjiao list. Lu Chen was taken aback. It seemed he had been too conservative. His current strength was far from enough. He realized that in the eyes of others, the only thing worth mentioning about him might be his speed. In a small place like Linsong City, he might be considered top-notch, but among the younger generation of the entire Daxia kingdom, he was insignificant. At this moment, it seemed Xiao Yuanlong didn't want to hurt Lu Chen's self-esteem. Xiao Yuanlong's gaze was stern and his expression grave as he spoke. The Tianjiao list, how challenging is it to make it onto it? Those who do are once-in-a-lifetime geniuses. This year's selection has drawn the attention of countless factions. Besides the military, many hidden forces are involved, including some sects we've never heard of and descendants of legendary solitary figures. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Even the friendly monster clans of the Great Xia dynasty have sent their best young talents, such as the Dragon clan of the East Sea and the Fox clan of Qingqiu. Standing out among these top contenders is like climbing to the heavens. Lu Chen blinked, somewhat dazed. He never imagined that the Tianjiao list would attract so many formidable competitors. Should he show a bit of his strength to give Xiao Yuanlong a little shock? Lu Chen hesitated, worried that revealing too much too suddenly might be a mistake. However, Xiao Yuanlong, sipping his drink, continued, I hope you can secure more resources in our war zone's internal selection to improve yourself. Your personality fits perfectly with our circle. If you get stronger, it will also bring me glory. By the way, let me ask you, Xiao Chun, have you awakened your fire talent? After speaking, Xiao Yuanlong stood up and said, Never mind. I'll take you to test it. The equipment in Linsong City is too outdated and might give inaccurate results. Our martial academy has the most advanced equipment. Lu Chen blinked again. Testing his talent? That sounded like a good idea. It would leave an indelible impression on Xiao Yuanlong, without leaving any traces. After all, once his soul connected with the primordial mother worm, he would receive corresponding marks. These marks, once detected by the testing equipment, would reveal themselves. For instance, Hongshuang's flammability, Dao Yanworm's comprehension, and the Tianjing worm's crystal shield, along with the Wujin magnetic body. Testing his talent was indeed exciting. Lu Chen suddenly felt full of anticipation. After all, it wouldn't expose the baby worms, so there was no harm. In the early autumn dawn, it seemed as if everything was shrouded in a light mist. The moment the topic of testing talent came up, Xiao Yuanlong couldn't sit still. He grabbed Lu Chen and dashed out of the room. Lu Chen followed without hesitation, his heart already brimming with excitement. Under Xiao Yuanlong's guidance, he began to re-examine himself. Lu Chen had previously pondered deeply about becoming a disciple, wavering in indecision. Despite his immense potential and hidden aces, accepting a mentor came with certain risks. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, after experiencing various events, Lu Chen gained a new understanding of himself and the martial arts world. He realized that this world was full of complexities, much like the revenge against the Du family. Although he possessed the overwhelming power of the insect swarm, he lacked legal justification. Acting on his own would only invite punishment. In contrast, Xiao Yuanlong could easily operate within the law, ready to act at any moment. Following the revenge, Master Sun Jinyue decisively led his family to stand by Lu Chen's side. This was the influence of power. After battling the masters of the ancient god cult, Lu Chen profoundly understood the terrifying prowess of martial arts experts in this world. Without the advantage of a surprise attack, even his insect swarm would struggle to contend with them. This battle gave Lu Chen new insights. He realized he could no longer underestimate high-level experts just because of his hidden cards. He understood the need to continue concealing his true strength, even though his army of bloodthirsty insects had grown to an impressive 620,000. To cultivate a true catastrophe, his efforts alone wouldn't be enough. Even with the Sun family's support, it seemed insignificant. However, if Xiao Yuanlong became his mentor, things would be different. Xiao Yuanlong had a lineage, a backing, and a complete interest group. Under his protection, all actions would proceed more smoothly and swiftly. With the upcoming Tianjiao list selection, various forces would undoubtedly vie for the positions. To secure more resources, Lu Chen would need support. At this moment, following Xiao Yuanlong, his eyes deepened, and he made a decision. You support me, I bring rewards. Only by uniting can we go further. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide anymore. During the talent test later, he would fully activate the divine soul imprints granted by the 3 primordial mother insects. Senior Qiu, rest assured, I will act carefully. As he strolled through the campus of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, Lu Chen looked around, feeling an overwhelming emptiness. At this hour, there should have been some students around, which puzzled him. Xiao Yuanlong burst into laughter. He told Lu Chen that Jiangnan Martial Academy was entirely different from regular schools. There were no traditional class structures or fixed academic terms here. The first task for every new student was to choose a mentor, with mutual approval required from both sides. These mentors varied greatly in their strengths. Some were as powerful as grandmasters, while others were still at the level of the fusion realm. Seeing Lu Chen's astonished expression, Qiu Yuanlong grinned and said, "Don't underestimate any mentor. Rank isn't everything. For instance, a mentor skilled in forging might not have high cultivation levels but possesses extensive connections and numerous hidden assets. Those proficient in alchemy are even more impressive. We have a saying here at the Academy. The lower the mentor's cultivation, the richer they are, with some even being as wealthy as nations." After hearing Qiu Yuanlong's explanation, Lu Chen suddenly understood. Wealth, when it reaches a certain level, can be converted into power. In his past life, Jack Ma was the perfect example, dining with national leaders while claiming he didn't care for money. After some thought, Lu Chen humbly asked, "Senior Qiu, since there are no class structures or academic terms, how does the Academy conduct assessments and determine graduation?" Qiu Yuanlong smiled and replied, "Through credits. As long as you accumulate 1,000 credits, you can graduate anytime. The graduation rewards are so generous that even I'm tempted." After saying this, Qiu Yuanlong added, "Although there are no classes, the Academy encourages students to form teams or groups, take on tasks assigned by the Academy, and earn credits upon completion. Credits can't be traded, but they can be used to purchase various items in the Academy's internal store, many of which are unavailable outside and are offered at low prices. Many students are reluctant to graduate just because of this." Through their conversation, Lu Chen gained a deeper understanding of Jiangnan Martial Academy. As the top scholar from Linsong City and especially recruited student by Qiu Yuanlong, he didn't need to attend the upcoming opening ceremony and could focus entirely on preparing for the imminent Tianjiao ranking assessment. Soon after, they arrived at the testing area, a futuristic glass building with no visible seams, giving a sense of complete unity. The place was bustling with Academy students, each young face brimming with confidence and energy. Their conversations left Lu Chen a bit puzzled, but he couldn't help but feel that the place was truly impressive. No wonder it's one of the 9 great martial academies of Daxia. Lu Chen thought to himself. Many students recognized Qiu Yuanlong and greeted him with respect, while also casting curious glances at Lu Chen. Qiu Yuanlong responded with a slight nod and a calm smile. After completing the registration, they were about to head to the testing area when suddenly, a figure appeared before them, as if teleporting to their side. Qiu Yuanlong called out to Lu Chen, catching him off guard with the sudden invitation. Despite his surprise, Lu Chen followed Qiu Yuanlong to a drinking spot. Qiu Yuanlong proudly displayed his recent trophy from slaying a 7th-tier beast, a giant whip extending 10 meters, which he planned to use for brewing wine. When Lu Chen saw the martial arts champion of Linsong City, he was taken aback to find an energetic old man with disheveled hair, a red bulbous nose, and a large gourd hanging from his waist. The old man's gaze fell on Lu Chen, who quickly bowed and introduced himself respectfully. "Student Lu Chen, greetings to you, senior." Internally, he chuckled at how the masters of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy loved to maintain an air of mystery. "Younger fellow, I've heard about you. Qiu Yuanlong couldn't stop praising you," the old man said, pulling a small gourd from his storage gear and handing it to Lu Chen. "This is a little gift from Grandpa Ma. Take it." Lu Chen blinked and glanced at Qiu Yuanlong. The old man continued, "This is something good, even better than the dragon well tea I gave you. By the way, this is Senior Ma Jingyang, a grandmaster of our lineage. He usually stays at the testing center. If you ever get hold of some rare liquor, remember to bring it to him." Lu Chen was taken aback and responded with deep respect. A grandmaster, a rank above Qiu Yuanlong? He couldn't help but recall the last encounter with old manly Bagong and wondered what his cultivation level was. After a brief conversation, the 3 of them headed to the aptitude testing area, choosing the highest precision testing room. As they neared the destination, Ma Jingyang transmitted a message to Qiu Yuanlong. "Xiao Qiu, you know what Uncle Li Bagong said last time, right? He doesn't think highly of Lu Chen. You should reconsider. Even though our lineage's younger generation is dwindling, we can't let just anyone in. I've observed this kid. Although he's just started merging his apertures, his foundation is unstable. Compared to other prodigies, he lacks depth, and his rapid progress suggests he might have had some extraordinary encounter." Qiu Yuanlong was silent for a moment before replying, "Uncle Ma, Lu Chen's character aligns well with our lineage, and he values loyalty. As for his talent, let's wait for the test results." Ma Jingyang sighed and finally said, "If this kid truly hasn't strength fire affinity, keep him. If not, be prepared to tell him the truth." Qiu Yuanlong nodded silently. Following the 2 seniors, Lu Chen sensed a heavy atmosphere but couldn't guess their telepathic conversation. The 3 of them rode the elevator to the 7th floor. The security here was noticeably tighter, with hardly any other students around. However, with Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong leading the way, Lu Chen passed through without any issue. The entire corridor was made of special alloy, seemingly to prevent radiation. They passed several tightly closed doors with plaques reading Martial Arts and Genetic Lock Research Center, Bloodline Talent Purification Research Center, Beast Soul Research Center, Martial Soul Research Center, and so on. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at their destination, the Martial Talent Testing Center. Lu Chen's eyes lingered there, filled with anticipation. Qiu Yuanlong smiled as he explained that even in the martial era, the human body structure remains a mystery. Typical talent tests only focus on the soul, but that's not entirely accurate. According to researchers at the Martial Academy, talent formation is still a puzzle but may be linked to the soul, blood, and even the body. Therefore, the talent testing equipment is divided into 5 levels. Our Martial Academy has the highest level of equipment, capable of detecting all inherent talents in the human body. Lu Chen nodded, feeling a bit excited and gaining a deeper appreciation for Jiangnan Martial Academy's capabilities. The various research institutes within this building alone are enough to demonstrate its extraordinary nature, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. When Ma Jingyang's identity was recognized by the censor, the alloy door opened. With him around, they had access anywhere. As they entered, they noticed other people in the room. Hearing the commotion, the people turned to look at the door. A middle-aged martial artist spoke up. Ma Lao, what brings you here? Did the detection system notify you that my disciple has a double-scrade talent? The speaker had a gloomy demeanor. Although his words were polite, there was a hint of deliberate bragging. He glanced at Qiu Yuanlong and sneered. Old Qiu, you're here too? I heard you got injured in the Grey Mist Sea and didn't rest properly. Why are you wandering around here? Qiu Yuanlong immediately retorted. Mind your own business. Your wife ran off with someone else. Is it because you're not strong enough? Ma Jingyang frowned and said, Li Ping, have you finished the test? Hurry up and get out. The room was filled with various large pieces of equipment and instruments lined up on both sides. In the center was a circular platform emitting a soft white light, with several metallic robotic arms suspended above, connected to various detection devices. At this moment, a young man with blonde hair walked down from the platform. He was the one who tested with a double-scrade talent. Li Ping smiled and said, the test is over, Ma Lao. Don't get angry. It's not good for your health. He stood aside with the young man, not leaving but watching with a smile. Ma Jingyang was about to lose his temper but was interrupted by Qiu Yuanlong. It's all right. Xiao Chun, you can start now. The Martial Academy was not a harmonious place. Conflicts often erupted over resources and ideologies. The faction behind Li Ping had always been at odds with Qiu Yuanlong's group, practically archenemies. It wasn't worth getting into a fight over such minor issues. However, after Qiu Yuanlong spoke, Lu Chen shook his head and walked straight up to Li Ping, saying, Senior, please step out for a moment. I need to begin my test. The strong are often lonely. Lu Chen just wanted to shock Qiu Yuanlong, and now there was Ma Jingyang too, but they were all on his side. For others, secrecy was the best policy. If the news leaked, it could bring trouble, like assassination attempts from the fanatics of the ancient god cult. After Qiu Yuanlong finished speaking, Li Ping ignored him and simply looked at him with a mocking expression. Li Ping felt disappointed in the disciple Qiu Yuanlong had chosen, believing his manners needed improvement. With a cold demeanor, Li Ping lifted his head and scrutinized the master in front of him, showing no emotion. Qiu Yuanlong, infuriated, was about to react when Ma Jingyang intervened. Ma Jingyang warned Qiu Yuanlong, giving him 3 seconds to leave, or else he would use his seniority to overpower him. Li Ping shrugged and walked out with a young man with dyed yellow hair. After seeing the alloy door close, Li Ping smiled and said, let's wait here and watch their annoyed faces when they come out. Today is truly a good day, witnessing such a moment of humiliation. Ming Qiu, you really did me a favor. The young man with yellow hair shook his head and replied, it's nothing. As long as it makes you happy, teacher. In the testing room, Qiu Yuanlong still wore a dissatisfied expression. As he operated the equipment, he complained to Ma Jingyang, Master Ma, why did you stop me? That guy was clearly provoking me, and I couldn't stand it. Ma Jingyang gave a cold snort. Do you think you can beat him in your current state? Heal your injuries first. As an elder, he couldn't intervene personally, or else the situation would spiral out of control. He then turned to Lu Chen and said, young man, I know you're upset, but sometimes you have to control yourself. When you can't defeat your opponent, you must endure. Understood, Master Ma, Lu Chen replied with a smile, showing no sign of emotion. This display impressed Ma Jingyang. Softening his tone, he continued, Little Chen, I know young people care about their pride and fear embarrassment. That doubles rank put a lot of pressure on you, and you were worried about losing face? But surely you've heard this saying, a master cannot be insulted. You're a junior trying to teach a master a lesson? Without me here, you might have been beaten badly. Remember that. Lu Chen nodded again. It turned out Master Ma misunderstood him. Thinking he was afraid to show his talent in front of others, fearing embarrassment, and thus wanted to drive the opponent away, Lu Chen didn't say much. After all, the test was about to begin. Following Qiu Yuanlong's instructions, he took off his shoes and stood barefoot on the glowing platform. A cold sensation, accompanied by a faint airflow, enveloped him. The mechanical arm above lowered, bringing the terminal sensors to connect to his neck, forehead, and chest. Finally, a very fine needle gently pricked the index finger of his right hand. After carefully checking several times, Qiu Yuanlong advised, "Little Chun, keep a good mindset. Don't stress too much, just treat it as usual." "Don't worry, Senior Qiu," Lu Chen replied with a soft smile, "but you and Master Ma should prepare yourselves mentally and not get too excited." His words were subtle. Both Qiu Yuanlong and Ma Jingyang mistook his advice as not to have high expectations. Soon, a beep sounded, and all the large devices on both sides began to operate. Ma Jingyang stood by calmly, without any expectations. Qiu Yuanlong, however, was a bit nervous. He genuinely admired Lu Chen. So young, yet decisive and ruthless, skilled in patience. After acquiring the heavenly grade inner core, he decisively handed it over to the Sun family despite having the powerful Du family as an enemy. This showed his ability to assess the situation, distinguish right from wrong, and understand when to advance or retreat. He was also loyal to his friends and family, like Bai Weizhou. Qiu Yuanlong had read Lu Chen's profile and genuinely liked him. "Little Chen, do you see the 4 pillars on the left side of the platform?" Qiu Yuanlong pointed. "This is the imaging area. Each pillar represents a different talent, with colors indicating the levels, from F to SSS, in gray, white, green." Before he could finish, the first engraved stone pillar on Lu Chen's left suddenly emitted an energy wave. This indicated that a talent had been detected. Qiu Yuanlong walked over, nervously waiting. Not far away, Ma Jingyang stood still, his gaze fixed intently on the stone pillar. He murmured, "The energy fluctuation is exceptionally strong. Could it be due to his fire attribute? It seems to have reached a level." Suddenly, the energy on the inscription pillar began to surge violently, and a dazzling multicolored light burst from the top. Qiu Yuanlong's eyes widened instantly, and he subconsciously kept wiping them, his mouth twitching but unable to speak. Lu Chen curiously asked, "Senior Qiu, what level does the multicolored light represent?" But Qiu Yuanlong didn't respond, staring at the light in a daze. Once he confirmed the truth, he turned his head, trembling, to ask Ma Jingyang, only to find the latter had somehow appeared beside him. In a panic, he stuttered, "Master Uncle, did I see it right? Is it multicolored?" Qiu Yuanlong's voice quivered. Ma Jingyang confirmed, "Yes, it's SS level." With that, he immediately teleported to a display screen and continued, "It's an SS level fire attribute." Even a grandmaster would find it hard to contain their excitement at this moment. Lu Chen blinked, feeling a bit surprised, but upon further thought, it made sense. After all, Hongshuang's flame ability was capable of evolving. Being imprinted in his soul and recognized as SS level was logical. Ma Jingyang added, "Xiaoqiu, your disciple is truly remarkable." Just as Ma Jingyang was about to continue speaking, another energy fluctuation came from the second inscription pillar. Another attribute was being measured. Moments later, another burst of multicolored light rose. At this, Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong exchanged glances, their hearts racing wildly. Another SS-level attribute? This was simply extraordinary. Ma Jingyang steadied the somewhat shaky Qiu Yuanlong and returned to the display screen, frowning as he said, "This is an attribute not recorded in the database. Judging by the inscription structure, it resembles both the mental and array systems, but is distinctively different." Ma Jingyang fell into deep thought. Hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly understood, realizing it was the ability derived from the imprint of Tsai in his soul. Although the Dao Yin worm couldn't participate in battles, as a functional type of source worm, it could evolve techniques and enhance proficiency, greatly benefiting Lu Chen himself. "Xiao Chen, do you know how incredible you are?" Qiu Yuanlong leaned against the wall, still reeling from the shock, his expression a mix of excitement and joy. "Dual SS-level attributes. Do you know how many?" Suddenly, the third and fourth inscription pillars lit up simultaneously, one multicolored, the other golden. Qiu Yuanlong sat on the ground, mouth agape, staring at the 3 multicolored and 1 golden lights, utterly stunned. Ma Jingyang, who had been pondering, glanced over and was equally taken aback. After a moment of silence, he struggled to say, "The third SS level is a defensive attribute, and the fourth level is geomagnetic." The final results are roughly what Lu Chen anticipated. The defensive attribute was the imprint left by Xiao Lan, also confirmed as SS level. The geomagnetic attribute came from Ma Jingyang's own Wujin geomagnetic body, an ability granted by the sky crystal worm's consumption of minerals, and being rated its level was expected. As for Lu Chen's original taming attribute, at this moment, in the testing room, the 4 inscribed stone pillars lit up, casting a tricolor and golden glow on Qiu Yuanlong and Ma Jingyang's faces. The room fell into an eerie silence as they stood there for a long time. Finally, Qiu Yuanlong softly said, "I can't guide this disciple any further. Fortunately, we never formally established a mentor-disciple relationship." He turned to Ma Jingyang and continued, "Old Ma, I'll leave Xiao Chun in your hands. What do you think?" Ma Jingyang shook his head repeatedly and said, "Teaching a monster like him might make me question my own abilities and leave this world prematurely by decades. This kid is a disaster." Hearing these words, Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He couldn't understand why he was considered a disaster. "Let's take him to see the Grandmaster," Ma Jingyang suggested. "Such a monster is best suited to be under her guidance." Qiu Yuanlong agreed but frowned, saying, "If Xiao Chun becomes the Grandmaster's disciple, I would have to call him Martial Uncle, and you would have to call him Little Martial Uncle. This relationship is getting complicated." Lu Chen cleared his throat and said, "Senior Qiu, let's call each other as we please. I'll call you Uncle Qiu, and you can call me Martial Uncle. It's no big deal." The way Qiu Yuanlong, Ma Jingyang, and Lu Chen addressed each other was indeed perplexing. Ma Jingyang broke the silence. "Then you can call me Grandpa Ma, and I'll call you Little Martial Uncle. How about that?" After a moment of silence, the three of them, with complex expressions, walked out of the talent testing room, only to encounter the anxious Li Ping and his companion. "Oh, you guys are out? Old Xiu, your disciple's talent." Before he could finish, Ma Jingyang slapped him hard across the face. The force was so great that it bypassed any defense, knocking out several teeth and swelling his face instantly, which would take 3 to 5 days to recover. Li Ping fell to the ground, stunned. The yellow-haired guy beside him wanted to say something, but was also slapped away, crashing into the alloy wall. This time, it was Qiu Yuanlong who struck. Lu Chen blinked and felt a slight sense of relief. After walking a bit further, he asked, "Seniors, didn't we agree not to get physical?" Ma Jingyang replied nonchalantly, "I was in a good mood, so I gave a big slap to relieve some stress." Qiu Yuanlong followed up, "Old Ma bullied the young, so I bullied the even younger. It's no big deal. Besides, who does Li Ping think he is? Worthy of my martial uncle?" Lu Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He knew that the two seniors were standing up for him. In the lobby of the testing center, Qiu Yuanlong and Lu Chen were seated on a sofa in the corner, enjoying the warmth of the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Curious, Lu Chen asked Uncle Qiu what Senior Ma was up to. Qiu Yuanlong explained that after testing Lu Chen's aptitude, he felt unqualified to be his teacher and wanted to pass the responsibility to Ma Jingyang. However, Ma Jingyang flatly refused and warned that mentoring such a monster could shorten his lifespan. Consequently, they decided to let the Grandmaster make the final decision. But just as they reached the lobby, Ma Jingyang suddenly realized something and hurried back to the testing area. Qiu Yuanlong nervously communicated to Lu Chen that the aptitude data stored in the backend was dangerous, and Ma Jingyang had returned to address this issue. He warned Lu Chen that the enemies weren't just fierce beasts, but also many ill-intentioned peers who would do anything for resources, benefits, personal desires, or beliefs. Lu Chen nodded silently, realizing that the martial world now was far more complex than in his previous life, with various factions constantly clashing. He observed the bustling crowd in the lobby, which included researchers and martial arts academy students. Turning to Qiu Yuanlong, he asked curiously, "Uncle Qiu, has anyone with my kind of aptitude ever appeared in Xia?" He mentioned with some pride that although he didn't inherently possess this aptitude, he had borrowed it. As the master of the 3 primal source worms, he could use the bloodthirsty worm's flame form for attacks. The Dao Yin worm's deduction ability was effective only on himself, and the heavenly crystal worm not only enhanced his defense, but also significantly boosted his physique with each evolution. These 3 primal source worms were his most powerful abilities, and they would grow stronger as his cultivation level increased. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuanlong communicated his discontent to Lu Chen, saying that a 3-color one-gold aptitude was extremely rare and had made them even suspicious of each other at the time. Lu Chen's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this, marveling at how even masters and grandmasters could have such petty actions. It seemed everyone was deeply shocked. Suddenly, Qiu Yuanlong recalled something and asked Lu Chen if he had been waiting to see their reaction before the aptitude test. He felt that Lu Chen had anticipated it and found it excessive, thinking that Lu Chen was making a mockery of the masters and grandmasters. Lu Chen awkwardly admitted that he had somewhat expected it, but didn't think it would cause such a commotion. Qiu Yuanlong glared at him, implying that he shouldn't underestimate masters and grandmasters, adding that only Lu Chen could have caused such a situation. Faced with Qiu Yuanlong's serious expression, Xiao Chen's face turned solemn. Qiu Yuanlong spoke earnestly to him. "Xiao Chen, your talent in martial arts is unprecedented for nearly 600 years. Although I cannot be your master, I must remind you not to be arrogant. Talent is important, but it does not define your entire strength. It only indicates your potential to some extent." As Qiu Yuanlong looked at the young man before him, his heart was filled with complex emotions. He wanted to encourage Xiao Chun to work hard, but also worried that his words might dampen the boy's spirit. He understood what Elder Ma had mentioned before. A genius of this caliber could only be nurtured by a grandmaster. Pausing for a moment, he took a deep breath and continued, Xiao Chun, the path of martial arts is long. Although you will soon surpass me, your Uncle Chiu, you must remember that in this world, so-called prodigies are as common as fish in the river, but few truly rise to greatness. If they fall prematurely, even the best talent is meaningless. I believe you are wise enough to understand my words. Keep them in mind. They will benefit you in the future. Do not worry too much. Seeing the serious expression on the young man's face, Chiu Yuanlong jokingly added, I'm at the 9th level of master, just one step away from grandmaster. I can protect you for a while. If I can't, there's still your grandpa Ma Jingyang. If he can't, there's Uncle Li Bagong. Though we are few, we have never been interrupted. We will all protect you until the day you truly rise. Feeling Chiu Yuanlong's genuine concern and encouragement, Lu Chen was moved. Emotions surged within him, and his eyes reddened slightly. He stood up and bowed deeply. Initially, he might have joined Chiu Yuanlong's camp for selfish reasons, relying on a strong background, but now he felt a sense of belonging. At this moment, Ma Jingyang walked over and teased, Xiao Chiu, you have quite the nerve, letting your grandmaster's disciple bow to you, and accepting it so calmly? Lu Chen smiled at him and softly replied, Grandpa Ma, you're back. Although the generations are a bit mixed up, let's stick to the usual titles. Chiu Yuanlong also stood up and asked, is everything settled? Yes, it's all taken care of, Ma Jingyang replied, looking at Lu Chen with a smile. Xiao Chun, I lost 10 years of salary for you. The test data has been backed up on Terminal 4, and I don't have the authority to delete it. Chiu Yuanlong tensed up. What should we do then? Ma Jingyang laughed. I've already destroyed Terminal 4. Not a trace left. Only then did Chiu Yuanlong breathe a sigh of relief, and Lu Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Although he didn't know the value of Terminal 4, causing a grandmaster to lose 10 years of salary was certainly no small matter. But that was just a minor issue. When the news of the terminal's destruction reached him, Old Master Ma was sure to face criticism and questioning from his rivals. However, Ma Jingyang didn't want to dwell on these negative emotions any longer. He was eager to visit the Wenxin Pavilion and seek guidance from their grandmaster. Ma Jingyang urged everyone to depart quickly, especially directing a peculiar smile at Lu Chen as he reminded him, Little Chen, when you meet our grandmaster, make sure you don't show any signs of discomfort. Lu Chen, puzzled, asked, why? Chiu Yuanlong, standing nearby, explained, our grandmaster, well, how should I put this? She was the top figure on the Daxia Qinghua list centuries ago, and her presence is even more formidable now. Given your youth, it's best to keep your head down when you meet her. Remember, absolutely no looking up. Lu Chen had always been puzzled by the vast expanse of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. He couldn't seem to get a precise grasp on its size. This morning, he set off from Chiu Yuanlong's villa and walked to the testing center, which took him at least half an hour. Now, to visit the Heart Inquiry Pavilion, as recommended by Senior Ma Jingyang, walking was no longer an option. He needed to take a shuttle bus. Since flying was prohibited within the main base, the Martial Arts Academy was no exception. After waiting for the shuttle to arrive, Lu Chen and the two seniors boarded the vehicle and began their journey to the Heart Inquiry Pavilion. However, more than an hour had passed, and they still hadn't reached their destination, which struck Lu Chen as odd. Ma Jingyang had clearly stated that the Heart Inquiry Pavilion was within the academy and that many important figures resided there. Bewildered, Lu Chen finally couldn't resist asking, how much area does our martial arts academy occupy within the main base? Chiu Yuanlong looked at him with a smile, seemingly waiting for his answer. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen guessed, maybe 1/5? But after reconsidering the scale, he hesitantly added, could it be 1/10? Even he found his answer hard to believe. It was astonishing to think that a city with a population of 300 million would have such a large proportion of its area controlled by the academy. Ma Jingyang burst into laughter and said, in fact, the Martial Arts Academy controls half of the entire main base. Seeing Lu Chen's stunned expression, the two seniors felt very satisfied, as if they took delight in his bewilderment. Ma Jingyang continued, you might think I'm exaggerating, but actually, I'm being quite conservative. Considering various properties, like residential areas, office buildings, and affiliated martial arts academies, the academy controls 3/5 of the entire main base. And it's not just Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy. The other 8 academies are the same. The Great Xia Kingdom is built on martial prowess and shares its power with the martial arts academies. At this point, Ma Jingyang's expression turned a bit peculiar, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. He went on, Little Chen, perhaps you don't fully understand the structure of our Great Xia. Let me summarize it for you. The Great Xia Kingdom is built on martial prowess and shares its power with the martial arts academies. Lu Chen felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. His heart skipped a beat, and his scalp tingled. Only today did he realize the immense influence of the 9 major martial arts academies. In other words, the academies could be seen as regional warlords. The Heart Inquiry Pavilion was located at the northernmost part of the academy, hidden deep within a sea of bamboo. When they arrived, Lu Chen felt as though he had stepped into a celestial paradise. Surrounded by verdant bamboo and ethereal sounds, wandering through the area felt like all his worries were forgotten. In the outer bamboo grove, various adorable animals roamed freely, hopping around with a lively and endearing spirit, showing no fear of humans. Some spirit monkeys even jumped onto Lu Chen's shoulders, chattering in whimsical tones, "I am the six-eared macaque. Pay up. Once I attain enlightenment, I'll grant you celestial fruit." Lu Chen was speechless, reminded of a silly text message he had received in his past life. "I am Qin Shi Huang. Pay up." Though he felt uneasy, he didn't dare to shoo away the spirit monkeys, as they might belong to some important figure. Suddenly, Ma Jingyang swatted away one of the spirit monkeys, which let out a sharp cry, leaving Lu Chen dumbfounded. These mischievous monkeys are getting more and more unruly, even resorting to extortion. Ma Jingyang shouted angrily, his voice tinged with frustration and discontent. He swore to capture all these monkeys and give them a good lesson. The monkeys seemed to understand his words, as a cacophony of noise erupted from the bamboo forest, sounding like a heated argument among a crowd. Qiu Yuanlong smiled at Lu Chen and said, "Xiao Chun, don't worry about it. These monkeys used to be the spirit pets of a certain important figure. No one knows why they've become so troublesome, and it's irritating everyone." They continued on their way and soon arrived at an ancient, quaint building in the middle of the bamboo sea. A stone tablet stood in front of the building, inscribed with 3 large characters, Wenxin Pavilion. Ma Jingyang straightened his attire and led the way towards the building, with Qiu Yuanlong and Lu Chen following closely behind, meticulously checking their clothes to ensure there were no creases. Qiu Yuanlong transmitted his voice, saying, "Time is tight. There's no time to explain. Hurry up and straighten your clothes, or there will be trouble when we meet the Grand Master." Although puzzled, Lu Chen obeyed Qiu Yuanlong's instructions, tugging at the hem of his clothes to make them neater. Following Ma Jingyang, they passed the stone tablet and took a few steps before entering Wenxin Pavilion. In an instant, Lu Chen felt his consciousness blur, and the next moment, he seemed to be in another world. The scene before him made him feel as if he were in a rural countryside. In the fields, some simple farmers were working diligently, occasionally wiping the sweat from their brows. In the distance, a small river sparkled under the sunlight, its banks lined with weeping willows. On a stone arch bridge, some people were carrying hoes, some were balancing poles on their shoulders, and others were even selling tea. Further away, a cluster of thatched and tiled houses were scattered haphazardly, seemingly without any order. Ma Jingyang quietly reminded them to be cautious, then led Qiu Yuanlong and Lu Chen through the fields. Some people glanced at them as they passed by, and then continued their work. Lu Chen felt an inexplicable pressure, wondering if these people might all be important figures. He speculated, feeling his worldview being turned upside down. The world of important people was so simple and unpretentious, which he found hard to believe. The 3 of them walked through the fields, looking out of place. Soon, they arrived at the stone arch bridge, where Ma Jingyang stopped in front of an old man selling tea and respectfully said, "Uncle Zhang, you're selling tea again." Qiu Yuanlong was even more respectful, addressing him as Granduncle Zhang, and gave Lu Chen's sleeve a discreet tug. Lu Chen understood and quickly greeted, "Hello, Grandpa Zhang." A bead of sweat appeared on his forehead, as he had almost called the old man by the wrong name. The old man had graying hair, a hunched back, and blurry eyes, looking as if he could pass away at any moment. He looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Who is this handsome young man?" Ma Jingyang hurriedly introduced, "He is a new member of our sect, and we're taking him to meet the Grand Master." The old man nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Chen, as if scrutinizing him. Under such a peculiar gaze, Lu Chen felt a bit uneasy. Lu Chen felt a chill run down his spine, his entire body tensing up involuntarily. Being referred to as Shirshu and Shishuzu by Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong carried a significant weight. It meant he was a respected elder. Just as his anxiety peaked, he heard the old man laugh and say, "Not bad, young man. You remind me of myself in my younger days. Come, have some tea. It's scorching hot today. You must be thirsty." Hearing this, Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong eagerly watched the old man's worn kettle. However, the elder paid them no mind, shakily pouring a bowl of tea and handing it to Lu Chen. Taking the bowl, Lu Chen quickly bowed in gratitude, while Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong looked on with envious eyes. After taking a sip, Lu Chen felt a refreshing burst of energy. He couldn't help but praise, "Your water tastes exceptionally sweet." "Ha ha ha, it's just plain water, young man." "I'm glad you like it," the old man replied, flashing a toothy grin. He then pointed to the side and said, "The master is playing mahjong over there." You should go to him. After Ma Jingyang bowed on behalf of the three, they left. As they walked away, Qiu Yuanlong muttered, Lu Chen, your luck is something else. When I joined, old Zhang only gave me half a bowl of tea. Ma Jingyang added, I got a bit more, but still just half a bowl. Lu Chen blinked, about to respond, when he suddenly felt an uncontrollable surge of spiritual power within him. The speed was like a river bursting its banks, with the surrounding spiritual energy converging into his body. The surge was so intense that it formed a funnel-shaped vortex above his head. After 10 breaths, all the anomalies vanished, and Lu Chen's cultivation had directly advanced from the first to the fourth level of the fusion aperture stage. Now you understand, Qiu Yuanlong said enviously. Even a sip of tea from the old man brings great benefits. Unfortunately, we never got the chance. Exactly, the rarer something is, the more it's cherished, Ma Jingyang added with a bitter smile, then led the way forward. The Grandmaster is playing mahjong. We should hurry over. The three continued along the river, passing numerous houses with various preserved foods drying at the doorsteps. These weren't just fish or meat, but things that made Lu Chen's heart race with fear, like the head of a several-meter-long flood dragon, golden lions with multiple heads, snake meat strung on enormous logs hundreds of meters long. The subtle pressure made Lu Chen's heart pound and nearly numb. Finally, they passed through this area and arrived at a village-like square. In the center stood a massive peach tree, tall and majestic, its branches lush and full of blooming peach blossoms. What amazed Lu Chen even more was that the petals, once caught by the wind, seemed to come to life, playfully chasing each other. Each petal appeared to be an individual entity. 8,000. 9 circles. Pong pong. Don't move, I haven't played yet. Various female voices called out, and Lu Chen, curious, wanted to take a look. However, he heard Qiu Yuanlong's voice in his mind. Don't look. Remember what I told you before. You're still young. You can't handle it. Lu Chen quickly lowered his head, focusing on the toes of Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong. The young man was exceptionally handsome, his gaze fixed on the ground, deep in thought as if pondering something profound. The sisters looked at him with envy, and Qiu Yuanlong's exemplary behavior commanded respect. A melodious and captivating voice, as sweet as honey, reached Lu Chen's ears, making his heart flutter. Despite clenching his teeth, he couldn't help but keep his head down. In this place, it was not uncommon for Qiu Yuanlong's transmitted messages to be overheard. Ma Jingyang quickly stepped in to smooth things over, successfully restoring order. He then turned to one of the women and said, Master, I've brought Xiao Chan to pay his respects to you, and we have some matters to report. All right, wait until I finish this round. The woman replied with a slightly indifferent tone, which made Lu Chen understand her identity. He silently committed this fact to memory. The mahjong game continued, and the 4 women displayed an air of exaggerated enthusiasm in their conversations and actions. Lu Chen noticed that his master was particularly bold and exuberant at the table, slapping the tiles and calling out moves with a passion for the game. Minutes later, a triumphant "Who?" echoed through the room as his master won the game, demanding payment from the others immediately. Hurry up, I have important matters to attend to. Her demeanor puzzled Lu Chen. After collecting the money, she led Ma Jingyang and the others to her residence, with Lu Chen quietly following behind, his eyes on the ground. Soon, they arrived at a courtyard. The woman turned to Lu Chen and said, Don't mind what Qiu Yuanlong said, just relax and don't be too uptight. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt the eyes of the 3 others on him. After a moment's thought, he lifted his head and saw a graceful woman sitting on a stone bench not far away. Her beauty was so striking that Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. He thought she was the most beautiful woman he had seen in both his lifetimes. Her appearance was like that of a fairy in a painting, combining cold elegance with soft beauty and serene grace with refined charm. These seemingly contradictory qualities harmonized perfectly in her, without the slightest discord. Although Qiu Yuanlong had previously mentioned that his master was the #1 beauty on the Daxia Kingdom's list, Lu Chen had mentally prepared himself. Yet, seeing her in person still filled him with awe. The fact that one person could embody such a diverse array of traits left him utterly amazed. In his past life, Lu Chen had seen many female celebrities, each with their own unique charm, whether they were natural or enhanced. However, none could compare to the woman before him. She was dressed in a smoky blue tasseled long dress that barely reached her knees, adorned with cloud patterns that highlighted her slender, fair legs, and paired with knee-high boots. But what really caught Lu Chen's attention was her white hair, cascading like a waterfall, tied with a single black ribbon. Beneath a few strands of bangs, she wore a black blindfold that covered her eyes. As Lu Chen stood momentarily dazed, Hong Shuang's interference brought him back to reality. He quickly straightened his posture and greeted Shizhu. Beside him, Qiu Yuanlong and Ma Jingyang, who had expected to witness a blunder, were surprised to see Lu Chen regain his composure so swiftly. After all, they had been quite embarrassed when they first met Shizhu. Suddenly, Lu Chen noticed the woman sitting on the stone stool. She paused mid-sentence and slightly tilted her head, as if staring at him from behind her blindfold. The atmosphere grew tense instantly. Even Ma Jingyang was frozen in place, not daring to move a muscle, completely at a loss. Out of nowhere, several sword lights flashed like moonbeams. Before anyone could react, the sword lights vanished without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Yet, Lu Chen felt a chill run down his spine because those sword lights had been aimed directly at him. In his confusion, he saw a few strands of his black hair fall, and the hem of his robe was sliced off, drifting slowly to the ground. He recalled that before entering the Heart Inquiry Pavilion, Qiu Yuanlong and Ma Jingyang had meticulously groomed themselves, ensuring symmetry and neatness. At the time, he hadn't understood their actions, but Qiu Yuanlong had simply said, "There's no time to explain," and advised him to tidy up, warning that meeting Shizhu unkempt could lead to big trouble. Was this the situation Qiu Yuanlong had warned about? It seemed a bit exaggerated. He stiffly turned to look at Qiu Yuanlong, who was staring straight ahead, his lips twitching as if holding back laughter. This was definitely revenge. They had made fools of Qiu Yuanlong and Ma Jingyang during the talent test, and now it was his turn. Was this the mindset of the powerful? He blinked and continued to focus on Shizhu. He understood that the woman before him was undoubtedly obsessive-compulsive. Any sign of disorder or asymmetry, and she would correct it with her sword. Thankfully, he only had one head. Otherwise, he might have lost two. Finally, Shizhu's expression softened a bit, and she continued. "No need to be so stiff. Just act naturally, or I'll feel uncomfortable too. Enough talk. I need to go play mahjong." She paused for a moment. Looking at Lu Chen, she suddenly asked, "Ma Jingyang has already told me about your talent. 3 colors and 1 gold, even in my time. No one possessed such a gift. The most talented person only had 2 colors and 2 golds." She shook her head as if unwilling to delve into past history. Instead, she assumed a serious expression and said, "This level of talent is incredibly rare, beyond your imagination. If word gets out, the entire Xia will be shaken. The top 8 families would all extend their support to you. I'm telling you this so you can make an informed choice. Are you sure you want to become my disciple?" After saying this, she fell silent. The small courtyard also grew quiet. Qiu Yuanlong and Ma Jingyang were both a bit tense, observing Lu Chen's reaction out of the corner of their eyes. "Disciple is willing." Lu Chen expressed his decision without hesitation. In fact, he felt there was no real choice to make. No matter how powerful the 8 families were, with all their resources and influence, what did it matter to him? From Qiu Yuanlong, he felt warmth. From Ma Jingyang, he felt the care of an elder. Even from the first encounter with Li Bagong, he felt a sense of tolerance. After all, in the battle in the valley, Lu Chen must have left many flaws, and there were many things that couldn't be clearly explained. Yet, old man Li Bagong didn't ask unnecessary questions, because he, like Qiu Yuanlong and Ma Jingyang, belonged to the same lineage, and Lu Chen was the candidate recommended by Qiu Yuanlong. "Good. Our lineage is called..." She paused. "The name doesn't really matter. You just need to know our philosophy. Cultivate the mind, achieve clarity, kill to stop killing." After confirming Lu Chen's joining, her previously cold voice carried a hint of warmth. After a few brief words, she hastily stood up and said, "As your mentor, I am not currently in this realm, and with the Tianjiao list about to begin, you will soon enter the Tianjiao camp. We'll talk about teaching and guidance after you finish the Tianjiao list. Oh, and take this." She hurriedly threw an item to him and added, "They keep urging me. I have to go. Ma Jingyang, Qiu Yuanlong, take good care of Lu Chen." With that, she left the courtyard like a bird taking flight. Lu Chen was taken aback. Before he could react, the mentor returned again and approached Ma Jingyang. "Xiao Ma, give me the Yuan core you have. I've lost quite a bit in card games, and this avatar won't last." Ma Jingyang wasn't surprised at all, and quickly handed over the item. It was clear this wasn't the first time they had encountered such a situation. After the mentor left completely, the 3 of them remained silent, exchanging glances before preparing to leave. Soon, they crossed the stone bridge again and arrived at the fields. Lu Chen couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer and asked, "Uncle Ma, Uncle Qiu, what exactly is the name of our lineage?" Just as he asked, his mentor had clearly hesitated earlier, and the expression on her face was somewhat awkward. This made him even more curious. "Ahem." Ma Jingyang cleared his throat. "The name is just a label. It's not really important." "All right, Xiao Qiu, you tell him." Lu Chen's curiosity only grew. He looked at Qiu Yuanlong with eyes full of anticipation. Lu Chen's eyes flickered with confusion and curiosity as he shyly asked, "Ba Dan Hui. Lu Chen? Doesn't that name sound a bit too dramatic? After all, it was given by my master, who dominated the Summer Dynasty's elite list for 400 years. He recalled Xiao Yuanlong mentioning that within each martial academy, there are numerous organizations, some with ancient traditions and others newly established. The founders of these groups were once young students themselves. Some have become powerful figures, some met untimely deaths, and others faded into obscurity. Remembering that his master was once a bit of a dramatic girl herself, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. He opened the pastry box in his hand, revealing a treasure that resembled amber, clear and warm. It was the moonstone, and Xiao Yuanlong had told him that it contained the full power of their Grandmaster sword strike. Lu Chen felt a deep sense of gratitude, marveling at his master's generosity in giving him such a precious item. He asked Xiao Yuanlong if everyone received such a gift, but Xiao Yuanlong remained silent while Ma Jingyang looked displeased. Realizing he might have been given special treatment, Lu Chen smiled and changed the subject, focusing on the other items in the box. On the left side of the box was a crescent-shaped token. Xiao Yuanlong explained that this token granted access to the Heart Inquiry Pavilion and allowed a certain level of authority to utilize the Academy's resources. On the right side lay a small golden sword. Its blade seemed not solid but rather like liquid metal, shimmering slightly. Ma Jingyang's expression changed dramatically upon seeing it, his heart racing and his eyes glued to the sword. Xiao Yuanlong also remarked on the Grandmaster's apparent favoritism, which was hard to accept. Ma Jingyang composed himself and told Lu Chen that, regardless of whether it was him, Xiao Yuanlong, or senior brother Li Bagong, they were all sword cultivators. While it seemed they all had talent in swordsmanship, that wasn't necessarily the case. Ma Jingyang continued to explain that the Heaven-tier sword heart held immense value. Integrating it would be like gaining an additional level talent in swordsmanship. His own sword heart was of the yellow-tier quality, and so was Xiao Yuanlong's. Lu Chen felt at a loss, unsure how to comfort his senior's wounded pride. He realized that saying anything might only stir up more emotions, so he chose to accompany them in silence. The three walked out of the special small world without a word, surrounded by a bamboo forest that remained as serene as a fairyland. Walking along the stone steps, Xiao Yuanlong said to Xiao Chun with a serious expression, "In 2 days, the Tianjiao camp will assemble. Make sure you're there on time. Now that you're a member of the Batian Society, us old folks will do everything we can to support you in securing resources. We're experts in fierce battles, and we guarantee you won't suffer any losses." Hearing this, the elderly Ma Jingyang smiled warmly and said, "Once you make it onto the Tianjiao ranking, I'll call everyone in the society to celebrate your success together." Xiao Chen solemnly replied, "I'll do my best and won't let everyone down." Then he curiously asked, "Uncle Qiu, you mentioned before that I was far from the last place on the Tianjiao ranking. How about now?" Xiao Yuanlong responded without hesitation, "You're now in the top 20. Although you're not in the first tier, you've made significant progress." Noticing the confusion in Lu Chen's eyes, Xiao Yuanlong continued, "This time, the competition for the Tianjiao ranking is fierce. New generations from various factions, including the 8 major families, the Martial Arts Association, the military, hidden forces, and even powerful beings from the Demon Clan, are all participating. Your talent is exceptional, but your training time is short, so having a gap in strength is normal." Seeing this, Ma Jingyang encouraged, "You still have 2 months in the Jiangnan War Zone's Tianjiao camp. We'll support you with all the logistics you need. Just tell us what you require. We'll arrange specialists to teach you in fire arts, magnetism, swordsmanship, and defense, fully aiding your growth." Lu Chen nodded firmly, without a hint of discouragement. This attitude reassured both Ma Jingyang and Xiao Yuanlong. For young people, confidence and encouragement are paramount. Losing fighting spirit or doubting oneself can hinder even the greatest talents. Watching Lu Chen, Xiao Yuanlong silently cheered him on. Although he was currently at a disadvantage, with his talent, he was bound to catch up in the future. However, they were unaware that Lu Chen had already begun planning his next steps. If he could secure enough resources, his primary task would be to upgrade the bloodthirsty worm from version 1.0 to 2.0. Currently, the 4th generation numbered 6.2 million. If he successfully bred the 5th generation, the number would exceed 300 million. In this way, the power of version 2.0 could far surpass expectations. Version 5.0 is here. Although the bloodthirsty swarm can't be used in the Tianjiao rankings competition, it's still a valuable trump card for Lu Chen. The second matter, colorful wing bugs. Despite their continuous reproduction on his arm, the pace is painfully slow. They can only produce 60 bugs per hour, which can't keep up with his consumption rate. Especially after the battle in the valley where he slew the Grandmaster of the ancient God Church and obtained 2 profound level techniques. If he wants to evolve immediately, the number of colorful wing bugs required will be significant, not to mention the need to improve proficiency. The third matter, heavenly crystal bugs. In the future, there will be a 2-month trial in the Tianjiao camp within the war zone. This period should be sufficient to acquire enough black gold magnetite. The Sun family is handling this, and the funds are fully covered. After all, Lu Chen had already handed over his Heaveneer inner core to them for sale, and negotiations are currently underway. Waiting for the number of heavenly crystal bugs to increase, Lu Chen isn't sure how strong his defensive abilities will become. As for the recently acquired swordsmanship talent, Lu Chen doesn't have a specific plan yet, and will wait for the elders' arrangements. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Looking at Xiao Yuanlong, Lu Chen thought to himself, Uncle Xiao, you have no idea? My personal foundation is enough to rival the heritage of centuries-old families. The results I achieve in the Tianjiao rankings competition 2 months from now will only be revealed then. After taking the shuttle back to the villa area, Lu Chen greeted the two elders and left the martial academy, heading straight to the property the Sun family had purchased for him. In 2 days, he would report to the Tianjiao camp. During this time, he decided to evolve the two techniques first. The colorful wing bugs have been reproducing for so long, and the number of sub-body Dao Yin bugs should have increased. The Sun family is currently relocating to the main base, a journey that will take a few more days. However, they've already taken care of their property arrangements by entrusting them to a close acquaintance. The main base in the Jiangnan war zone is densely populated, with nearly 300 million people, making property prices quite steep. Unlike their previous experience of being taken advantage of, owning property here is not only a status symbol, but also a crucial part of life security. Lu Chen left the martial arts academy and took a taxi to his new home. After a grueling 3-hour drive, he finally arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. It was already 7 p.m., and the sky was getting dark. This area was quite far from the core region, at least 20 rings away, he thought as he walked into the community. He quickly entered a 3-bedroom apartment using an electronic code, finding that Mr. Sun had made very thorough arrangements. The house was spotless, the fridge stocked with a few days' worth of food, and the shelves were filled with various snacks. Everything from bed linens to kitchenware was brand new. Just as Lu Chen finished surveying the house, the doorbell rang. He opened the door to find Sun Qi, just as he had expected. Hey, Fu Gu, are you living next door to me? Sun Qi asked curiously. Yes, Lu Chen replied. Looks like I got demoted from Linsong City to the 20th ring. Sun Qi teased. Fu Gu, you're really down on your luck. Moving here feels like falling into an abyss. Lu Chen muttered a few words to himself, and then walked into the living room with Sun Qi. They chatted for a while, and Sun Qi excitedly shared his day's experiences. Lu Gu, I'm telling you, this place is incredibly bustling, Sun Qi exclaimed, then started recounting all the strange and interesting things he had seen. Lu Chen listened attentively, treating this as part of his intelligence gathering. From Qiu Yuanlong, he had heard about various powerful forces like the Dragon Clan of the East Sea, the Fox Clan of Qingqiu, Wudong Mountain, Yunmings, the military prodigies, and the noble families, all of whom were becoming active, some openly and some covertly, with some even forming alliances. After talking for over an hour, Sun Qi was parched. He grabbed a bottle of cola from the fridge and invited Lu Chen to a small gathering of some talented youngsters from Linsong City that evening. I have other plans, so I won't be able to make it, Lu Chen replied with a smile. Sun Qi pouted and said, Lin Xia told me that if you go, she'll go too. Looks like the two of you top dogs aren't going to be there. Lu Chen chuckled and asked, where is squad leader Lin living now? This was a nickname that Sun Qi always used, and Lu Chen had gotten used to it. At the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association, they have found a legendary and incredibly powerful mentor. It's said she is a female grandmaster, even more formidable than Master Song Qifeng. Sun Qi eagerly shared the news, then waved his hand and said, it's getting late, I need to go. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back and said, Brother Lu, my old man used to say that practice requires a balance of movement and stillness. If you keep pushing yourself like this every day, it might cause problems. So, Lu Chen sensed there was more to be said. So, we only have 2 days before we head to the Tianjiao camp. If we don't go and experience it now, we might miss the chance. Sun Qi rubbed his hands together, stammering. I asked Huang Linglan to go out tomorrow, but she's too shy to go alone. So I had to compromise and invite you and class leader Lin along. Brother Lu. No, I should say Godfather. Your child is begging you. Seeing the helpless look on Sun Qi's face, Lu Chen thought for a moment and finally agreed. After all, he had already finished adjusting his techniques for the night and had nothing else to do, so going out wouldn't hurt. Qiu Yuanlong had also reminded him earlier that once Tianjiao camp started, there would be a 2-month closed trial, making it difficult to come out. Watching Sun Qi leave excitedly, Lu Chen closed the door and pulled the curtains. He carefully inspected the room and found no listening devices. All right, let's get started. He opened the system panel and took a glance. The number of Dao Yin insect bodies had surged from over 8,000 to 19,409. The evolution was indeed sufficient, but increasing proficiency was another matter. Based on his previous evolution experiences, Lu Chen had identified a pattern. For a yellow tier grade 5 technique, 1,000 Dao Yin insect bodies were required to start the evolution. Each subsequent grade required an additional 1,000 bodies. This time, he had 2 choices for evolution. the Blood Seal Art at Black Tier Grade 8 and the Blood Demon Eye Worm at Black Tier Grade 2. He only had enough resources to evolve one of them. Alright, let's evolve the higher tier one first. Having made his decision, Lu Chen took a deep breath and cleared his mind of distractions. As soon as he focused, a system prompt appeared before him. Do you wish to consume 12,000 Dao Yin insect bodies to evolve the Blood Seal Art to Black Tier Grade 8? Yes, evolve. Instantly, the colorful wings attached to his right arm flew out and unfolded before him, creating a mesmerizing display. As the air currents swirled, it seemed as if the void had been partitioned off. Centered on the colorful wings, an independent space formed, with countless iridescent light particles emanating from the wings' veins. Even though he had seen this scene many times, Lu Chen still found it dreamlike and surreal. Among the three primordial mother insects, Sai was undoubtedly the most visually stunning, and its evolution method was a visual feast. As the number of light particles increased, it seemed as if a colorful light sphere was floating in the living room. The 12,000 Dao Yin insect bodies transformed into particles and began to perform the technique in a mysterious way. The original content of the Blood Seal Art emerged within, giving off a faint crisp sound, and transformed into countless tiny figures, starting to practice, summarize, and deduce. After all, it was a black tier technique. This evolution process was significantly longer than the previous ones. Lu Chen waited for 5 minutes, watching as the tiny figures formed from light particles gradually merged into one and began practicing the final version until it was flawless. After another 3 minutes, the colorful light ball burst open, turning into a beam of light that merged into Lu Chen's forehead. He had expended 12,000 Dao Yin insect bodies, and the Blood Seal technique evolved into the Primal Demon Blood Seal technique. Along with it, he obtained detailed information about the new method. The Primal Demon Blood Seal technique was ranked as a first-grade heavenly technique, creating 108 primal demon blood orifices. It used spiritual energy to form blood seals stored within these orifices, ready for use at any time. This technique had 9 levels, with each level requiring the creation of 12 orifices. Lu Chen meticulously read through the technique's details, his eyes glowing with increasing intensity. This was definitely a heavenly technique. Such power was truly defying the natural order. Traditional martial artists only had one dantian to convert and store spiritual energy. However, as their cultivation advanced, the spiritual energy needed to be continuously refined and compressed into higher quality liquid spiritual energy. In battle, martial artists would continuously consume their internal spiritual energy, much like a car uses fuel. The Primal Demon Blood Seal technique, however, forged an entirely new path. The 108 primal demon orifices could be understood as 108 independent dantians, each serving as a fuel reservoir. Compared to the previous Blood Seal technique, which only had 36 orifices and required the absorption of living creatures' blood to form blood seals for energy storage, the evolved technique tripled the number of orifices. Crucially, the energy stored in these orifices no longer required the absorption of living creatures' blood, but was instead converted from the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. Lu Chen's heart raced, and his entire body seemed to be on fire. If he could elevate the Primal Demon Blood Seal technique to the 9th level and fill the additional 108 dantians, the results would be astonishing. He would be unbeatable among his peers and could even fight across levels, easily handling challenges. Of course, as his realm advanced, each level would be a formidable barrier. Careful selection of battles would be necessary, but at lower stages, it would be effortless. Thinking about the scene of the Grandmaster from the ancient god sect building a blood pool during cultivation, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a chill. Thankfully, he had successfully launched a surprise attack at that time. Otherwise, if the opponent had activated the blood seals, their combat power would have increased several times, or even dozens of times, instantly. Every Grandmaster was formidable. However, Song Qifeng was different. He was easily defeated by a woman at the Yukong realm. Thinking of this, Lu Chen smiled slightly. He didn't know if Grandmaster Song had already left, but looking at the remaining 7,409 Dalian insect bodies in his hand, he decided not to hesitate any longer. He directly expended 7,000 Dalian insect bodies, elevating the Primal Demon Blood Seal technique to the 1st level. Suddenly, he felt a series of faint popping sounds from various places within his arms, as if holes were being dug, a sensation difficult to describe. All 12 orifices of the 1st level were created in his arms. The Xiaoshang, Laogong, Xiaofu, Yujia, Shenmin, and Dalan points on both hands, 12 in total, aligned perfectly like shadows following the body. Lu Chen had just completed opening his magic blood aperture, akin to finishing the construction of a pond, now only needing to fill it with clear spring water. For others, opening a single blood aperture would take an immense amount of time, at least several months. Infusing it with spiritual power would also be a lengthy process. Lu Chen suddenly recalled that during the battle in the valley, a grandmaster from the ancient god sect, had bitterly mentioned that accumulating 35 blood imprints had taken him 190 years. But for Lu Chen, it was different. Opening blood apertures merely required waiting for enough Dao-derived worm bodies. Filling the blood imprints was even easier. With Hong Shuang's assistance, there was no need to rush in advancing his realm. He could first fill the 12 blood apertures. In the main base of the Jiangnan war zone, on the outskirts in a slum area, the door to a shabby bar was pushed open, releasing a burst of loud and intense noise. Inside, the dimly lit hall was packed with people swaying to the rhythm of the music. Multicolored lasers crisscrossed, casting chaotic lights in every corner. As the lights fell on the face of a young man with yellow hair, his expression alternated between gloom and brightness. Ah, such a familiar atmosphere. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to enjoy it for the next 2 months. He stretched out his arms and walked straight into the dance floor. Moving with the crowd, he occasionally interacted intimately with various women. After feeling satisfied, the yellow-haired youth slowly retreated to the edge of the dance floor. Under the gaze of several seductive eyes, he ascended the stairs. At the far end, he pushed open a door and entered an office. Young master. Several people inside stood or sat, immediately bowing with utmost respect. Uncle Fong, Aunt Lu, Old Master Gu, we're all family, no need to be so formal, Liang Mingqiu said with a grin, casually sitting on the sofa. He picked up Aunt Lu's glass, licked the lipstick-stained rim, and drank it all in one go. The three masters were accustomed to such behavior and paid it no mind. I might not be able to come back here for a while. The tasks at hand can't be delayed, and I'll need the help of the 3 sword-bearers. As he spoke, his hand roved towards Aunt Lu's soft body, gently caressing it. Aunt Lu's plump body trembled slightly, her eyes becoming moist. After adjusting to a more comfortable position, Liang Mingqiu continued, eldest brother and 12th sister have already secured their positions and can enter the Tianjiao camp. Naturally, I can't fall behind. I've acknowledged a useless grandmaster from Jiangnan Martial Academy as my teacher, and have also gained the qualification to join the Tianjiao camp. Ha ha ha. Even among the top ranks of Xia, there are still talents with remarkable courage. To think they could present the Tianyuan's secret realm as a trump card, forcing all factions to reveal themselves and engage in intrigue. At this moment, Uncle Fong, sitting across from him, spoke up. The situation outside the domain is unfavorable. Xia can't hold on and must seek internal support. Old Master Gu, nodding in agreement, added, otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to using the Tianyuan's secret realm. These matters, considered secrets by many, were effortlessly laid bare. Their attitudes were indifferent and dismissive. All struggles will eventually bear fruit. The ancient god we devoutly worship will descend upon the world, cleansing all sins and bringing endless light. After saying this, Liang Mingqiu smiled slightly and added, the big shots will handle these trivial matters. I've already been recognized and will be joining the Tianjiao camp in 2 days. Heh, the various war zones are truly generous, providing so many resources. We must make good use of these opportunities. As he spoke with excitement, he tightened his grip, causing the object in his hand to deform. Aunt Lu felt a shiver run through her body, tensing up and gritting her teeth to avoid moving. Oh, by the way, the higher-ups in the church have given me a new task, to incite conflict between the Yao tribe and the Xia human race. He withdrew his hand and sniffed it, seemingly intoxicated by the scent, then continued, the relationship between the Yao tribe and Xia is delicate. Although they are allies, conflicts are constant, especially with the East Sea Dragon clan. 200 years ago, an old hag from the Batian Society killed a dragon prince, sparking a feud. Mentioning the Batian Society, a murderous intent flashed in Liang Mingqiu's eyes. He followed his master to the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy Testing Center, only to be slapped by Qiu Yuanlong. It was the first time he had been hit, leaving a scar on his heart. That contest was deeply hurtful to him. He decided to wash away his anger with blood. Damn it! How dare they hit my master's disciple? Everyone in the Batian Society deserves to die. I have a plan, and you will execute it. The geniuses from the East Sea Dragon clan have already arrived at the base. In 2 days, find the right moment to create an unresolvable conflict. Ideally, let a promising young person be killed by the Dragon clan. Liang Mingqiu's eyes gleamed with a cold light. After pausing for a moment, he continued, I have a few candidates in mind, and you will arrange at Lu Chen from Linsong City, who has already joined the Batian Society. Shangguan Yun from the main base's Shangguan family. Run Likuan from Azhou City. The next morning, Sun Qi dragged Lu Chen to the central area of the main base. Just as they got out of the car, Lin Xia and Huang Linglan arrived at the same time. Both women were clearly dressed up, especially Huang Linglan, who came from a prestigious family in Linsong City and always had a refined sense of style. Today, she looked particularly radiant. However, Lin Xia's appearance slightly overshadowed her. Lin, the class monitor, had let her hair down from her usual ponytail, cascading like a waterfall, and wore a form-fitting long dress that was both elegant and charming. When she noticed Lu Chen's gaze, she blushed and shyly lowered her head. Sun Qi happily announced that everyone was present and ready to go. He winked at Lu Chen, signaling that everything was going smoothly, and then continued to explain that the main base of the Jiangnan war zone had 12 martial artist markets, with the largest being Xingyue Market, their destination. It was said to be founded by an important figure, known for its orderly management and fair prices. Even grandmasters frequently visited. Perhaps they could find something valuable too. Although they might not have the expert eye, they could still buy some trinkets they liked. Lu Chen had come here alone the day before to prepare for today's outing with Huang Linglan, so he was well prepared. After finishing the introduction, he walked ahead with Huang Linglan, chatting and laughing, intentionally leaving Lu Chen and Lin Xia behind. The two walked in silence, and Lin Xia seemed increasingly nervous. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't start a conversation, she greeted him. "Lu Chen, we meet again." Lu Chen nodded. "Yes, it's been a day." As they moved through the crowd, Lu Chen clearly sensed the presence of many martial artists around them, along with some practitioners whose auras were extraordinary. Compared to Linsong City, the number of martial artists at the main base was immense. After about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination Xingyue Market. At the entrance stood a gilded plaque over 10 meters high, with 3 majestic characters exuding a subtle aura of power, clearly extraordinary. The place was bustling with people, including many ordinary folks who came to broaden their horizons. Sun Qi quietly reminded Lu Chen that, unlike in Linsong City, no one would protect them here, so they needed to be cautious. Lu Chen gave him a thumbs up, didn't expect the young master of Linsong to be on the defensive. Sun Qi widened his eyes. Defensive? I'm just going with the flow. He snorted and walked into Xingyue Market with Huang Linglan. Lu Chen smiled at Lin Xia. Shall we go in and take a look? On the main street of Xingyue Market, each storefront was lavishly decorated, exuding grandeur and luxury. Every shop signboard had its unique charm. Through the open gate, Lu Chen was greeted by an array of dazzling products, everything a martial artist could need. Elixirs, weapons, techniques, materials, and overwhelming selection. As he wandered, he suddenly spotted a familiar storage pavilion. He had spent nearly a month at its branch in Linchang City, recalling the experiences of nurturing insects, enhancing his cultivation, and evolving techniques, which filled him with nostalgia. After about 10 more minutes, led by Sun Qi, the four of them finally reached an area where they could make purchases, the free trade zone. This vast expanse was crowded with people, with stalls densely packed, truly a sea of humanity. Many martial artists sat on the ground, displaying their wares, creating a bustling scene. Sun Qi and Huang Linglan came over and patiently explained that there were over 50,000 stalls here, operated by individual martial artists. For a small fee, anyone could set up a stall for a day. The prices of goods were completely determined by the sellers themselves, depending on their skills. There was one thing to keep in mind. Some senior experts frequented this area, and it was crucial not to offend them, as some might be grandmasters. After this explanation, Sun Qi parted ways with Huang Linglan and Lu Chen, each going their own way, with plans to meet up later. Lin Xia followed Lu Chen, casually browsing as they walked. When they reached the materials section, Lu Chen checked the signs and decided to try his luck. Since mastering the primordial blood imprint technique, his demand for Dao evolution insects had peaked. Heavenly level techniques were incredibly precious, each representing a qualitative leap for him. While the resources to enhance blood-eating insects would come from the Tianjiao camp, and Sun Jinyue was acquiring black gold magnetic stones for the sky crystal insects, there was no need to worry about those. However, the Dao evolution insects were a different story. Their breeding rules were extremely stringent, with Sai only able to produce 60 per hour, totaling 1,440 per day. It took 7,000 to reach the first level and 30,000 for the second. Waiting alone would require 20 days just to meet the bare minimum. As for the third level, it seemed almost unattainable. Soon, Ma Jingyang and Xiao Yuanlong would teach him the sword techniques of the Bati insect, expected to be at least earth level. Further evolution would bring significant changes, but it would require sufficient materials to feed the Dao evolution insects. Lu Chen only knew that items related to comprehension could accelerate Sai's breeding. Other materials were still unknown. Therefore, he decided to try his luck. If he sensed anything, Sai would inform him, so a quick tour wouldn't hurt. In a corner of the free trade zone, Fang Xing and Lu Xiaowei, two of Liang Mingqiu's grandmasters from the ancient god cult, quietly observed Lu Chen. They had only 2 days for this mission. According to their young master's plan, they needed to find an opportunity for the East Sea Dragon clan to eliminate a promising young talent, under very stringent conditions. After comprehensive monitoring of several candidates, today, a familiar face finally appeared. Lu Chen from Linsong City. When their eyes met, an unspoken understanding seemed to pass between them. This was a golden opportunity. Daoist Lu, You stay here and keep watch. I'll head over to Xingyue Main Street to lure a few Dragon Clan prodigies. Luckily, they've been frequenting the market lately. As for the next steps, I already have some ideas. We can start with his friend, Sun Qi. Fang Xing flashed a confident smile and quickly left the scene. In the bustling trade district of Xingyufang, stalls were arranged in an orderly yet vibrant manner, showcasing a dazzling array of goods. Lu Chen and Lin Xia headed to the materials section, while Sun Qi and Huang Linglan made their way straight to the women's area. This section was perfectly curated, selling a variety of items crafted by martial artists specifically for women. There were things like elegant silk dresses that could change color when charged, hairpins that projected magpies, and even self-repairing black stockings. The variety was overwhelming, and it was a feast for the eyes for any woman, whether a martial artist or an ordinary person. Sun Qi generously bought a few trinkets for Huang Linglan. The prices of genuine items were quite steep, almost unattainable. However, the replicas looked just as good, at least in appearance. Both felt happy, and their feelings for each other subtly grew warmer. After wandering around for a while, they noticed a crowd gathering around a stall, causing quite a commotion. Naturally, Sun Qi and Huang Linglan joined the crowd, standing on tiptoes to see what was happening. On the stall sat a middle-aged woman with a voluptuous figure, dressed with a touch of elegance that drew attention. Only one item was displayed: a necklace. Huang Linglan was immediately captivated, unable to take her eyes off it. The necklace was made of a string of delicate pearls, each the size of a grain of rice, with a faint pink hue inside that resembled petals floating in the sky. The central pendant was a small, hollow, teardrop-shaped crystal. With the keen eyesight of a martial artist, one could clearly see liquid swirling inside the crystal, along with a tiny, enchanting mermaid swimming within. Sun Qi noticed the longing in Huang Linglan's eyes and sighed inwardly, thinking that the necklace was beyond his means. Even if he could afford it, Huang Linglan might not agree to accept it. Nevertheless, he glanced at the price tag beside the necklace and was shocked. 500,000? That seemed incredibly cheap for something meant for martial artists. The pearls had tiny formations inside them that had calming and beautifying effects. Similar items usually started at 5 million. However, before Sun Qi could get too excited, he noticed 2 lines of text below the price tag. This necklace is named Ocean's Heart, worn by a beloved woman in her lifetime. She wished to give it to someone destined to have it. The mermaid inside will sing if touched by the destined person. This made it seem like a gimmick. Was there a catch? As the most prominent young master of Linsong, Sun Qi was generous but not foolish. After some thought, he found no apparent trick. Meanwhile, one by one, girls from the crowd stepped forward to touch the necklace, hoping for a reaction, only to leave disappointed. Let's go check out other stalls, Huang Linglan said softly, withdrawing her gaze. Why don't you give it a try? Sun Qi encouraged. Huang Linglan shook her head, a hint of doubt surfacing in her heart. She thought that even if the rumor was true, there was no way she could be that lucky. She turned to look at the crowd and continued, Look, so many people have tried, and none of them succeeded. However, Sun Qi was unfazed by all this. He pushed through the crowd, holding Huang Linglan's hand, and walked forward without hesitation. With a smile, he said, Let's give it a shot. Since we're here, we might as well try. Huang Linglan pouted, thinking Sun Qi was even more naive than she was. So, she crouched down, a bit of anticipation in her heart, and reached out to touch the pendant on the necklace. Unbeknownst to her, the female monk at the stall watched her with a strange look, subtly crushing something hidden in her sleeve. Suddenly, the pendant seemed to activate, emitting a faint blue glow, and the sound of crashing waves came from within. Simultaneously, a tiny mermaid inside the pendant began to sing softly, her voice faint and elusive. Huang Linglan was stunned, staring at the necklace in disbelief. She turned to look at Sun Qi, who was equally bewildered. At that moment, Lu Xiaowei, disguised as the stall owner, was also visibly excited, her eyes moist. Her daughter's last wish was finally coming true. Child, you are the chosen one. In the distance, the Grandmaster of the ancient god church, who had orchestrated this event, smiled in satisfaction. The fish has taken the bait. It's not easy to be 1 in a million. The more it is, the more we must protect this necklace. Fang Xing shifted his gaze toward the entrance of the free trade zone. There, a few tall figures caught his attention. 2 young men with dragon horns on their foreheads were casually browsing, seemingly intrigued by the trinkets of the human world. They attracted some controversy because previously, a conflict had erupted between the Dragon Clan prodigies and the warriors of the Great Xia over weapon materials, including the use of dragon scales. And this time, the pendant of the necklace was made from a dragon's eye. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Chen was aimlessly wandering through the materials section. His steps were hurried, walking down one aisle every few minutes before turning to continue. These materials were almost entirely unfamiliar to him. He was here just to try his luck, hoping to find something useful. If something truly valuable was there, his colorful robe would sense it. Unfortunately, he hadn't found anything useful so far. Lin Xia followed behind him, feeling somewhat frustrated. She began to wonder if Lu Chen was also socially anxious. She tried to start a conversation, but Lu Chen's responses were always devoid of emotion. For instance, she said, "Hey Lu Chen, look at that fire coral. Isn't it beautiful?" Lu Chen replied, "That's just something secreted by insects." Speaking of insects, I do find them quite fascinating. Although his answer was correct, as a literature prodigy, Lu Chen was well-versed in such knowledge. Lin Xia still felt a bit disappointed. Her curiosity seemed unfulfilled. After several unsuccessful attempts, she decided to give up on talking to Lu Chen for the time being. The two walked in silence, swiftly moving through the materials section as if time was flying past them, everything seeming so rushed. Lin Xia followed behind Lu Chen, carefully observing the surrounding cultivation materials, hoping to glean some new knowledge. However, as they moved, Lu Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. In a twist of fate, they collided with each other. What a coincidence. Lu Chen turned around, concerned, and asked, "Are you hurt?" Lin Xia's face flushed red. She took a step back and softly replied, "No, I'm fine." She was wearing a form-fitting long dress today, and had been so engrossed in studying the description of a particular material that she accidentally bumped into him. Almost pressed against Lu Chen's back, the sensation in that instant made her face burn, her neck and earlobes turning red. After answering Lu Chen's question, she stood aside, tense and not daring to raise her head. She then heard the sound of Lu Chen squatting down and casually asking, "How much is this stuff?" Lin Xia glanced over and saw it was a common material called chishui sand, typically used for practicing palm techniques or forging special alloys. She couldn't help but wonder why he needed it. Didn't he know it was cheaper to buy with credits inside the martial academy, at least a third less expensive? Though she thought this, she didn't say anything. 300,000 a pound? The seller was a tall man, exuding an unmistakable aura, clearly a martial artist in the Rongqiao realm. After hearing his answer, Lu Chen sized him up and said, "If you need a large amount, I can give you a discount." "Don't worry, the supply is ample." Lu Chen sneered and continued, "Chishui sand for 300,000 a pound? Do you think Jiangnan Martial Academy students are fools? If I weren't short on credits and urgently needed experimental materials, I wouldn't buy from you. 150,000 a pound, take it or leave it." The seller gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Fine. How much do you need?" But Lu Chen didn't answer. Instead, he pointed to a jade bottle next to the Chishui sand and said, "Is this all the jade marrow liquid you have? I'll take it too, 50,000 a pound." As he spoke, he secretly observed the seller's expression. As expected, the mention of jade marrow liquid visibly unsettled the man, as if hearing the name for the first time. Lin Xia beside him was also puzzled. Was this liquid called jade marrow liquid? It was never mentioned in the textbooks. 50,000 a pound is too cheap. Jade marrow liquid isn't easy to obtain. It's at least 80,000 a pound, take it or leave it. The seller's tone was firm. A hint of a smile flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. The name he had casually made up was being used by the seller. It seemed the implanted identity information had caused a misunderstanding. The reason he initially asked about the price of Chishui sand was to inform the seller that he was a student from Jiangnan Martial Academy and worked in the lab, thus having extensive knowledge of various materials. With this step in place, he could now move on to what he truly wanted. As for the liquid's name, though Lu Chen wasn't sure, Cai's strong reaction suggested it could accelerate reproduction. Anything that could be used as food for Dao, yin worms was undoubtedly precious. After all, in Linsong City, it had cost tens of billions to acquire even a small amount of comprehension-related materials. Something like this could happen at this stall? Lu Chen wondered to himself. Perhaps the seller had come across this item by chance and didn't understand its true value, so they were deliberately selling it at a high price. Looking at the cash in his hand, he frowned and sighed inwardly, 80,000. What a loss. However, he took a deep breath and made up his mind, thinking, all right, since the jade marrow liquid I ordered won't arrive for a few days, I'll use this to tide me over. Without hesitation, he handed the money to the shopkeeper, displaying his generosity and magnanimity. The shopkeeper's face lit up with joy. He took out several large jade bottles from his storage equipment and handed them to Lu Chen, explaining as they made the transaction, "Young brother, you know this jade marrow liquid is quite heavy. One bottle weighs 10 pounds, totaling 63 pounds, worth 5,040,000. We agreed. No small change in this business." Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately began the payment process without further delay. Seeing this, the shopkeeper quickly asked, "What about the Chishui sand? Do you still want it?" Shaking his head, Lu Chen sighed, "No, I've already taken a big loss today. If I buy more, my mentor will surely scold me." The shopkeeper chuckled and didn't press further. His gaze towards Lu Chen softened. Once the transaction was complete, Lu Chen stored the special spiritual liquid in his storage ring, feeling a surge of excitement but maintaining a composed appearance. Standing up, he casually said, "If you have more next time, you can sell it directly to me." The shopkeeper shook his head and replied honestly, "The jade marrow liquid from that cave is almost depleted. This is all I found." Lu Chen nodded and left without further ado. After walking a short distance, Lin Xia whispered to him, "Lu Chen, this stuff isn't really called jade marrow liquid, is it?" Lu Chen was taken aback and curiously asked, "I did make up the name on the spot. How did you know?" Lin Xia shook her head and smiled. "Not only is the name wrong, but you also tricked that shopkeeper." Seeing Lu Chen's shocked expression, she chuckled softly. "You don't talk much usually. If you were seriously shopping, you wouldn't say so many unnecessary words. Only when you're not sincere do you ramble on like that." Lu Chen sincerely praised, "Class leader Lin, you're truly wise beyond your years." Lin Xia proudly raised her chin, almost bursting into laughter like someone had ruffled her hair. The two continued to stroll through the market, but they hadn't gone far when a commotion reached their ears. Amidst the noise, they could faintly hear someone shouting, "The prodigy from the East Sea Dragon clan is about to fight again." More and more people surged in that direction. Lu Chen turned to look and saw a dense crowd, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Neither he nor Lin Xia were the type to enjoy such spectacles, so they continued toward the materials section without hesitation. However, someone didn't want them to leave so easily. A loud shout came from the crowd. "The person being beaten is someone I know, a prodigy from the Sun family in Linsong City. I heard he's a candidate for the prodigy camp." Lu Chen suddenly turned around, frowning as he looked in the direction of the voice, but he couldn't see who had spoken. As a martial artist, he could clearly sense that the person shouting wasn't directing their words at the scene of the incident, but rather toward them. Someone watching the commotion was calling out to the outside, and it happened to be toward them? Something was off about this situation. There was no time to hesitate, though, as the victim turned out to be Sun Qi, one of Lu Chen's few friends. Putting his doubts aside for the moment, Lu Chen and Lin Xia quickly made their way to the scene, pushing through the crowd to the front. The stall owner was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a throng of onlookers. In the distance, several figures approached. Two of them were dressed in regal attire, their expressions cold and indifferent, with two dragon horns protruding from their foreheads. Accompanying them were a few others who seemed to be either followers or guides, exuding a powerful aura, all of them being formidable sky realm cultivators. Standing opposite them were Sun Qi and Huang Linglan. Sun Qi's expression was resolute, and Huang Linglan's gaze was unwavering. Faced with these powerful adversaries, they did not back down. The entire scene was filled with tension and excitement, as if a fateful confrontation was about to unfold. The young dragon clan member stepped forward with a haughty demeanor, his voice cold and commanding. "Take off that necklace and hand it over," he demanded. His gaze as icy as a winter's chill, seemingly capable of freezing life itself. He then turned to Sun Qi, his tone imperious. "Now, right now, you must kneel and apologize for your earlier insolence." His finger pointed at Sun Qi, and the oppressive aura he exuded nearly forced Sun Qi to the ground. Sun Qi's muscles trembled uncontrollably, sweat soaking his forehead, cheeks, and back, yet he stood his ground. Despite his reasoned arguments, he was met with arrogance and disdain, as if he were no more than an insignificant insect. The tension was palpable, growing thicker by the moment. Huang Linglan tugged at Sun Qi's sleeve, whispering softly, "Sun Qi, just give him the necklace. Let's avoid trouble and go home." Sun Qi remained silent, his heart aching. This was the second time he felt despair due to his weakness. He couldn't understand why they had to surrender their belongings and kneel in apology. His anger erupted like a volcano. "Why? I'm not some worthless bug," he shouted. The Dragon Clan youth sneered, then said impatiently, "This is your last warning. Don't cause trouble." Sun Qi roared in fury, his entire being surging with energy as he charged forward, driven by his own sense of dignity. Although his great-grandfather had advised patience, there were moments when he simply couldn't endure any longer. His eyes blazed red, and he launched a full-force attack, only to find his opponent unscathed. The Dragon Clan youth remained indifferent, as if Sun Qi's assault was beneath his notice. Raising his hand, the dragon youth let out a dragon's roar, his energy rippling through the air, causing onlookers to back away. However, in the next moment, a burst of electromagnetic energy swept through the scene, clearing everything in its path. Fang Xing and Lu Xiaowei, the instigators, looked thrilled. Their plan seemed to be succeeding. If Lu Chen were to be defeated or even injured in front of everyone, the ancient God Church could further incite conflict between the Dragon Clan and the Great Xia. This move was crucial, and now, it was about to reach fruition. At that moment, Lu Chen's figure flashed and swiftly positioned himself in front of Sun Qi. His gaze was icy, and with a firm voice he said, "Let me handle this." Sun Qi lowered his head, remained silent for a moment, trying to mask his emotions, and then forced a bitter smile, saying, I still have to rely on you, Brother Lu. After saying this, he cast a deep glance at the young dragon clan member and quietly stepped aside. As he helped Huang Linglan up, Sun Qi heard Lu Chen's voice in his ear. Are the other races this brazen nowadays? He looked towards the scene and saw Lu Chen standing where he had previously been, his expression serious. After a brief pause, he turned to the dragon clan prodigy and said, I'll give you a choice. Apologize to my friend or kneel. Lu Chen mirrored the earlier insult directed at Sun Qi, not noticing the changes in Sun Qi's expression or the surge of emotions within him: grief, anger, fear, and confusion. These emotions seemed to be triggered, making him feel an overwhelming sadness, almost bringing him to tears. He casually wiped his face, unsure if it was sweat or tears. Lu Chen's words caused shock among the onlookers because the opponent was from the Dragon Clan, possessing unparalleled talent and enjoying various privileges. Even though a master from the main base was present, no one dared to step forward, as it involved the Dragon Clan and their unfathomable influence. However, Lu Chen ignored all of this, frowning and seriously repeating, Didn't I make myself clear? Go over, kneel, and apologize to my friend. Ao Feng sneered, his expression becoming more sinister. Ignoring Lu Chen, he turned to ask his two followers, Can we kill this guy? The two airborne warriors lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Jiang Chuyang, he snorted, loudly asking the crowd, I ask you, should this person be killed or spared? Another handsome young man stepped out from the crowd, approached Lu Chen, and said with a wry smile, No matter who you are, you can't escape this situation. He then offered a condition, break your own arms and I might spare your life. However, he noticed that Lu Chen's face remained expressionless. He sighed and continued, Do you understand the significance of the dragon eye on that girl's necklace? And, you're not a match. I advise you to take my suggestion and avoid seeking your own death. Although he provided a reason, he didn't mention the Dragon Clan prodigy's humiliation of Sun Qi, as he deemed it unimportant. He assumed the other party would make a choice. But Lu Chen suddenly turned his head, looked directly at him, and asked, Are you Jiang Chuyang? From the Jiang family in Jiangnan? Zhou Yuanlong mentioned you. At the pinnacle of de Xia's hierarchy stand the 8 great families, whose rise began during the upheaval of heaven and earth. Their ancestors once received unparalleled blessings in the Tianyuan secret realm, which propelled them to prominence. They have now been cultivating their power for nearly 6 centuries. These families possess deep foundations and extensive influence, reaching a fearsome level. Despite de Xia's military rule, jointly controlled with the 9 martial academies, within these academies, the largest interest group is the power of the 8 great families. This is why Jiang Chuyang could confidently make such a statement. When he heard Lu Chen's inexplicable question, he furrowed his brow slightly and nodded, admitting, Yes, I am a descendant of the Jiang family. Lu Chen then asked, Since you are from the Jiang family, why do you not protect the people of Jiangnan but instead assist the foreign tribes in their wrongdoing? With this question, the entire free trading area fell into an eerie silence. Among the onlookers, many were filled with righteous indignation, their faces flushed with anger, wanting to shout out loud but unable to do so due to the Jiang family's powerful status in Jiangnan. Jiang Chuyang's face turned icy cold. He glanced at Lu Chen with indifference, as if looking at a worthless dead man, then turned to Ao Feng and said, Do as you wish. I'm just here to watch the show. As a prodigy of the Jiang family, Jiang Chuyang always believed that being called a genius required not only talent but also a sharp mind. He could always articulate what should and shouldn't be said clearly. If someone were a rational person, they would undoubtedly make the right choice. Even if it meant sacrificing their arms, they could still resolve the issue. After all, for a martial artist, especially one who had reached the Rongqiao stage, losing both arms was not a big deal because there were many ways to heal. What they lost was just a bit of face. But losing face had its degrees. When faced with an opponent far superior to oneself, it wasn't called losing face. It was called knowing when to advance and retreat. However, not only did Lu Chen reject his proposal, but he also seriously questioned why he would help oppress his fellow humans for the benefit of another race. What was he even talking about? Not understanding when to advance and retreat was one thing, but lacking a sense of the bigger picture. Jiang Chuyang's gaze turned cold as he stepped back to watch the situation unfold. Things had escalated to a point where he could no longer control them, and frankly, he couldn't be bothered to control them anymore. If a fool wanted to die, so be it. At this moment, seeing Jiang Chuyang's attitude, Ao Feng no longer held back. His fierce eyes locked onto Lu Chen, as if contemplating how to torment him. As one of the princes of the East Sea Dragon Clan, Ao Feng had known from a young age about his inherent nobility. Moreover, his father was one of the most powerful beings in the world. He had every reason to be arrogant. This time, he and other Dragon Clan prodigies had come to Daxia to participate in the Tianjiao camp. However, in this main base, he discovered that someone was using parts of dragon bodies to make equipment. Ignoring his father's warnings, he caused several conflicts, injuring multiple people. Though the commotion was significant, it was quickly quelled by the Jiang family, leaving him unscathed. Aofeng was not foolish and could naturally deduce that the Jiang family, or rather Daxia, had some form of cooperation with the East Sea Dragon Clan, or even needed the Dragon Clan's assistance. This meant he had another bargaining chip. Various thoughts flashed through his mind as Aofeng stared at Lu Chen, slowly walking forward. He sneered. I heard that your human race has a tradition of taming fierce beasts as pets. I have a proposal. If you are willing to become my human pet, I won't kill you. Moreover, following me might even give you a chance to achieve something. As he spoke, a golden dragon mark lit up on his forehead. A wave of pressure, stronger than before, surged like the tide. Lu Chen's magnetic field was instantly shattered, putting him in grave danger. At this moment, Aofeng continued to press forward, the pressure mounting. He applied pressure while giving Lu Chen time to respond. His gaze fixed on Lu Chen, and as he saw the latter frown, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Killing a human genius might be easy, but turning one into a pet would crush their spirit even more. Unexpectedly, a furious shout suddenly echoed through the crowd. Aofeng's oppressive force seemed to hit an immovable mountain, unable to advance any further. His face darkened as he looked in the direction of the voice and saw an elderly man with a goatee slowly emerge from the crowd. As the old man passed by Lu Chen, he encouragingly patted his shoulder and nodded. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, vaguely remembering seeing him at a stall in the materials section. The killing intent in his heart slightly abated, and he silently thought to himself, Hong Shuang, wait for a moment. When the time comes, Lu Chen will appear in his flame form. Just now, he sensed Aofeng's power level and roughly estimated that Aofeng is at the high stage of the Sky Realm, though the exact level is unclear. Without utilizing the bloodthirsty insect swarm, Lu Chen can barely hold his ground, relying on the protection provided by 840,000 sky crystal bugs. However, he still yearns to overwhelm his opponent and make him submit, a desire that remains unfulfilled. Therefore, he must use another trump card, the flame form of Hongshuang. In the fierce battle in the valley last time, after devouring the head of the ancient god sect's Master Wu Tsong, the little guy evolved again. The flame ability evolved from Red Lotus Hellfire to 9 Nether Calamity Fire, with a power that has drastically increased. Lu Chen even began to doubt whether his current sky crystal protection could withstand Hongshuang's flames. This ultimate move is also one of his most powerful attacks. Perhaps it won't be long before, when all 12 blood orifices of the first level of the primordial blood seal art are filled, he might be able to crush everything hidden, but now is not the time. However, just as Lu Chen was about to make his move, someone intruded onto the battlefield. From the aura, it was clear that this person was a master. An elderly man with a goatee stood in front of Lu Chen, staring straight at Aofeng and questioning Jiang Chuyang, who stood aside. As a member of the Jiang family, don't you know that every person from the Heavenly Talent Camp is the future of Daxia? You could have stopped all this. Yet you allowed things to escalate due to personal grudges. Such behavior is disgraceful. Has the 600-year prestige of the Jiang family fallen so low that even the talents in the family have become as short-sighted as you? These words were directed at Jiang Chuyang, whose face turned a shade of iron blue, his chest heaving, and the coldness in his eyes gradually replaced by rage. Yet he remained silent, glaring fiercely at the elderly man with the goatee. In front of a master, even the most outstanding talents of the Sky Realm dare not act rashly. Not to mention, this elderly man's identity was far from ordinary. As his words fell, a few more figures emerged from the crowd. Both men and women, all masters, stood in front of Lu Chen, silently protecting him. Though they did not speak, their silence left the onlookers profoundly shocked, as if their hearts were ablaze. The turn of events exceeded Lu Chen's expectations. Though he felt a warm sense of gratitude, he sighed. If this matter continues to escalate, it might end up being trivialized or even ignored, leaving only Sun Qi injured. Haha, bullying the weak. Is this how Daxia treats its guests? As the mocking voice echoed, a figure strolled leisurely through the air from the top floor of a distant building in Xingyue Pavilion. Though separated by several kilometers, it seemed as if he was just a few steps away. Behind him followed several other figures. Seeing this descending figure, a look of joy appeared on Aofeng's face as he shouted, Uncle Wu, you're here. The man addressed as Uncle Wu nodded slightly without speaking much, just waiting for the others to arrive. The expressions of the masters standing in front of Lu Chen changed slightly, becoming extremely solemn. The man Aofeng referred to as Uncle Wu was none other than Aoqian of the East Sea Dragon Clan. Unlike Aofeng's white jade-like dragon horns, Aoqian's were deep silver with a hint of gold. This symbolized that he had reached the peak of Grandmaster level cultivation. As several figures descended, the atmosphere grew tense. The leading figure surveyed the surroundings with a somber expression. Before he could speak, Ao Qian's cold voice cut through the silence. It seems the Great Xia isn't particularly welcoming us. His gaze fell lightly on the few masters standing in front of Lu Chen. As he spoke, he strode forward, emanating a pressure as overwhelming as a landslide and tsunami. With each step he took, the faces of those masters grew paler. The ground beneath them began to crack, unable to bear the weight. Is there anyone here who dares to bully the prodigies of our dragon clan? Do they think our warriors are no longer needed on the battlefield? Ao Qian continued, his tone icy. As a member of the East Sea Dragon clan and a prominent figure in the demon race, this insult is unacceptable. Does Great Xia think it can do without our support? His face grew even colder as he took another step forward. Blood trickled from the corners of the masters' mouths, their bodies trembling under the immense pressure, but they held their ground, refusing to retreat. They knew that if they fell, Lu Chen would be doomed. Jiangming elder, wasn't I right? Ao Qian sneered, then turned to the elder from the Jiang family. I need a satisfactory answer, and now is the time. The elder's face was grim, the pressure making even this grandmaster break into a cold sweat. After a brief silence, he made his decision. Striding forward, he shouted at the masters, "What are you doing? Move aside. Don't force my hand." Seeing their unwavering stance, a sinister expression crossed his face. The trouble he caused, he should bear the consequences. In the grand scheme of things, everyone must be ready to sacrifice. I say it again, move aside. The elder with the goatee, who was the first to support Lu Chen, smiled bitterly, wiping the blood from his mouth. If the grand scheme means bowing and scraping, then Great Xia would rather perish. Our Jiang family has stood for 600 years. Our ancestor died standing tall. His words were met with even greater pressure. Just as the elder with the goatee was about to collapse, a hand supported him from behind. Thank you, sir, Lu Chen said softly, his expression gentle. But he's right. I caused this trouble and I'll bear it myself. Feeling two people approaching to stand by his side, he shook his head. Brother Fu, class leader Lin, please help these elders and ladies to rest. Sun Qi and Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, but eventually complied, showing some courage. The elder from the Jiang family looked at Lu Chen and sighed. What a pity. You've tangled with the wrong people, and there's no turning back now. He's just a genius from Weicheng. If he dies, so be it. As long as we maintain good relations between the demon race and Great Xia, and don't let it affect the battlefield, that's enough. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly lifted his head, calmly surveying everyone present. The grandmaster of the Jiang family, Jiang Ming. The prodigy of the Jiang family, Jiang Chuyang. The grandmaster of the dragon clan, Ao Qian. The prodigy of the dragon clan, Ao Feng. So, you want me to die to maintain that ridiculous alliance, huh? Lu Chen shook his head. If your ancestor of the Jiang family saw this, he would be very disappointed. But no worries, I will teach a few unworthy descendants a lesson on his behalf. Just as Jiang Ming was about to lose his temper and make a move, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. A terrifying fear gripped him, making every cell in his body tremble. He felt that if he dared to move, he would instantly disappear into thin air. And it wasn't just him. Ao Qian, the grandmaster of the dragon clan, felt the same way. Both of them stood rooted to the spot, eyes filled with terror. Because in Lu Chen's hand was an amber crystal. Inside the transparent crystal, a delicate crescent moon could be seen. The moon sealing stone. Jiang Ming stammered, his soul nearly leaving his body. You? He trembled, unable to complete a sentence. The moon sealing stone. Only the master of the Wunshin Pavilion possessed it. It contained her ultimate sword strike. Once unleashed, not even a grandmaster like him, or someone 2 levels stronger, could survive. Jiang Ming was internally wailing. How did he provoke the lunatics of the Ba Tian society? Normally, as an elder of the Jiang family, he was well aware of the various forces within the main base who could be oppressed, who needed to be appeased, and who should be approached with caution. But the Ba Tian society was different. They were like a wild card, backed by an insanely powerful woman. The members of the society often acted with impunity, frequently disregarding the Jiang family. When clashing with the Ba Tian society, intimidation was futile. One had to reason with them, and if reasoning failed, one had to yield. Because their principle was to achieve peace through the sword. If you didn't yield, they would fight until you did. How could this young man be a member of the Ba Tian society? Moreover, the moon sealing stone was not something easily crafted. That crazy woman only had a few, all in the hands of her direct disciples. Wait. A thought suddenly struck Jiang Ming's chaotic mind. He had recently heard that Xiao Yuanlong of the Ba Tian society had taken a disciple in Linsong City. What was his name? Lu Chen? But how could Xiao Yuanlong's disciple possess something given by that crazy woman? It was utterly implausible. After all, She hadn't taken a disciple in 300 years. Even a prodigy with triple-level talent and top-tier swordsmanship had been directly rejected. And this mere Lu Chen? Jiang Ming's mind was in complete disarray, unable to make sense of anything. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, holding the moon sealing stone, looked at Ao Feng and said calmly, "As I said, go apologize to my friend. On your knees." Ao Feng's face turned deathly pale. He gritted his teeth and looked pleadingly at his uncle Ao Qian. But the latter's eyes were fixed on Lu Chen, as if trying to discern something. As the Grandmaster of the East Sea Dragon clan, he had never been threatened like this before. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he regained his composure, his face darkening as he said, "So, you are one of that old witch's people. What a fateful encounter." The words "fateful encounter" were almost squeezed out of his mouth. 200 years ago, the former crown prince of the dragon clan of the East Sea was ultimately slain. All of this was orchestrated by the Ba Tian Society. This incident sparked a thrilling battle, the outcome of which remains unknown. While the Ba Tian Society emerged unscathed, the dragon clan's intense fury gradually subsided during their grand revenge operation. Have you ever thought that once the moon-suppressing stone is activated, you will become a permanent sinner of the Great Xia dynasty? O Qian said indifferently, this was merely a clash of egos. Why must it end so dramatically? Recalling that madwoman, a shiver of fear crept over him. Elder Jiang Ming of the Jiang family knew well. He also understood that the young man before him was likely the woman's direct disciple. Suppressing this any further was pointless. It was best not to entangle here anymore. As for the future, once you enter the Tianjiao camp, you can't rely on external forces, only personal strength. As a genius of the dragon clan, he would have countless opportunities for revenge. What does it matter to become a permanent sinner? Lu Chen shook his head, let out a cold laugh, and reiterated for the third time, "Ao Feng, I'll give you one last chance to apologize for what you've done in the past." The air around them seemed to freeze, with onlookers standing in fear, not daring to make a sound. Ao Qian, as Ao Feng's protector and a grandmaster at the peak, would never easily admit defeat. He roared and stepped forward, raising his hand to strike. He couldn't believe a 17 or 18-year-old boy would risk it all. If the moon's suppressing stone was activated, he would die here. In that case, Lu Chen would also perish, and no one would be spared. He was gambling, betting on whether Lu Chen was bluffing. However, as his hand reached halfway, he froze. The moon-suppressing stone in Lu Chen's hand emitted a silver glow, reaching a critical state. Unmatched sword energy radiated from it, causing the temperature within hundreds of meters to plummet, giving everyone goosebumps. "Go ahead." Lu Chen looked at Ao Qian expressionlessly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "You can try and see if I dare." Ao Qian's face twisted. He stared at Lu Chen, breathing heavily. After a few breaths, he shouted in a rage, "Ao Feng, kneel down. Apologize." The moonstone in Lu Chen's hand emitted a faint lunar glow, as if exuding a mysterious power. Meanwhile, in the small world of the Wenxin Pavilion, cherry blossoms from a large peach tree in the village square fluttered to the ground. At a table, four women were intensely engaged in a game of mahjong, the atmosphere tense and lively. A silver-haired woman was about to play a tile when she suddenly paused. The other three women gestured for her to continue, their expressions subtly changing. One of them softly questioned, could it be the presence of the moonstone? And it's inside the base. The other three immediately turned their gaze to the silver-haired woman, who smiled faintly and said, "What's there to be nervous about? It's just a minor scene. If you're worried, let's take a look together." She gently set her tile down and extended her jade-like fingers, lightly tapping the air. Instantly, the scene of Xingyue Pavilion appeared before them. Lu Chen, with a playful smile, subduing a grandmaster of the East Sea Dragon tribe. The dragon tribe's prodigy, yielding to Sun Qi, his expression twisted with unwillingness, forced to kneel and apologize. The silver-haired woman curled her lips into a slight smile but feigned displeasure, saying, "This kid, no guts, just likes to scare people." She added, "Why not use the moonstone directly? It's not like we don't have a backup plan." The three women at the table exchanged complex glances, remaining silent, their eyes twitching. Their master, known as the Crazy Woman, now had an apprentice who seemed to be following in her footsteps. Just look at Lu Chen. If Ao Qian makes another move, Lu Chen would definitely dare to use it. In the main base of the Jiangnan war zone, someone actually dared to use the moonstone. This was sheer madness. The moonstone was the ultimate weapon of the moon demon. Once activated, it would undoubtedly shake the entire war zone's leadership, bringing unpredictable consequences. A hint of fear surged in the hearts of the three women, despite their high cultivation levels. Was another troublemaker about to emerge in the dominant society? At this moment, the silver-haired woman closed the virtual projection and resumed playing her tile. One of her friends was about to declare a winning hand when she heard someone muttering, "Giving him the moonstone? It's not just for scaring people. If it's used up, just get another one. She sighed and murmured to herself, my apprentices. Not a single one can compare to me. The silver-haired woman noticed her friend's unease and asked curiously, Xiao Yin, are you about to win? Why are you hesitating? If you want to win, just do it. I'm in a good mood today. I can afford to lose. The woman called Xiao Yin forced a smile, her face slightly stiff, and said, oh, I'm not even in the winning phase yet. In a pavilion deep within Jiangnan Martial Academy, an old man and a young man were playing chess. The black and white dragons on the board were entwined in a deadlock. As the game progressed, both furrowed their brows, fully absorbed, searching for each other's weaknesses. As the elder in the purple robe meticulously positioned his piece, he was suddenly taken aback by the sword energy emitted by the woman opposite him. No, it was the moon suppression stone. His expression changed slightly as he urgently exclaimed, the members of the Beatty Society are using the moon suppression stone in this main base. He prepared to get up, but noticed the young man in the white robe remained motionless, quietly observing the board. Old Yang, that's the moon suppression stone. The elder in the purple robe reminded anxiously. It could cause a major disaster. Those Beatty Society people are always causing trouble. He looked at the young man in the white robe, his tone calm but his words full of concern. Don't worry, let's finish this game first, said the young man in the white robe, known as Old Yang, calmly. Going now won't help. If the moon suppression stone is truly activated, there will be lives at risk, and rushing over will be futile. Come, let's continue our game. The elder in the purple robe hesitated for a moment, then realized the truth in those words. He sat back down with a bitter smile, but his mind was preoccupied with the situation outside, leaving him little interest in the game. Seeing the serene expression of the young man in the white robe, he couldn't help but feel displeased. Old Yang, as the leader of the Jiangnan war zone, aren't you at all worried? The Beatty Society must be reined in. Otherwise, they could bring great trouble. The young man in the white robe shook his head, finally lifting his gaze from the board to his old friend. Smiling, he pointed to himself, then to the elder in the purple robe. I am in charge of the Jiangnan war zone, and you are the headmaster of the Jiangnan Martial Academy. How do you assess our strength? The elder in the purple robe, slightly puzzled, pondered for a moment before replying solemnly, we are undoubtedly among the strongest in the world. The young man in the white robe smiled and continued. And if we add the second-generation ancestor of the Jiang family to the mix? If the three of us join forces? The elder in the purple robe responded without hesitation. We could dominate and control everything. Exactly, the young man in the white robe said with a smile as he placed a piece on the board, then stood up to gaze at the distant pond and exotic flowers. After a moment of silence, he sighed. You have served here for 100 years. Think about it. Despite the Beatty Society's audacious behavior, they haven't crossed the line in these centuries. The young man in the white robe mused to himself, though they are often called troublemakers, most of their actions are for justice and the people's welfare. Even if some actions seem extreme, they are actually advocating for the people. Like the incident 200 years ago when that crazed woman killed the Dragon Clan's eldest prince. Do you know the real story behind it? The elder in the purple robe, despite his profound cultivation, only knew a little about it. The elder in the purple robe, hailing from the capital, has long overseen the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy and is well-versed in the local dynamics. He confided in the young man in white, revealing that the Jiang family, the de facto rulers of Jiangnan, have grown increasingly dissatisfied with the Batian society and are plotting to eliminate them. The elder pointed out that the Jiang family has been operating covertly and has already infiltrated the Batian society. The young man in white suddenly realized that the Jiang family might be secretly planning to take down the Batian society, and that a young man named Lu Chen could very well become their target. With a furrowed brow, the elder mentioned that the Jiang family had already recruited the young men brought back by Qiu Yuanlong, suggesting that Lu Chen might become a thorn in their side. The young man in white took a deep breath, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He resolutely stepped into the drizzle, understanding that once he reached the Tianjiao camp, he could no longer rely on external aids or forces. He knew the Jiang family would employ more tactics, and Lu Chen's actions had already thoroughly angered the Dragon Clan, further complicating the situation. After careful consideration, the elder decided not to delve deeper into the matter. He focused on the chess game in front of him, but was unsettled by an inadvertent move made by the young man in white, which reminded him of the pride he felt after his own recent move. In the villa area of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, Qiu Yuanlong and the elder Ma Jingyang were sipping tea and discussing the latest developments, while Li Bagong listened attentively. Li Bagong, a member of the Batian Society, was shocked to hear the results of Lu Chen's test, causing him to crush the fruit in his hand. He had witnessed a perilous rescue in a valley and still harbored murderous intent. After surviving a bloody battle, he now listened as Qiu Yuanlong and Ma Jingyang recounted Lu Chen's exploits. The astonishing news he heard made him even more anxious about the future. Li Bagong, who held a higher rank than Ma Jingyang, was privy to certain core secrets and naturally had the right to know. After a moment of contemplation, he muttered to himself, "When I arrived at the valley, I had a feeling that kid was extraordinary. I didn't expect him to be hiding so much." And the stronghold of the ancient god society was guarded by a swordsman named Wu Tsong, who was quite formidable. Lu Chen mentioned that before he fainted, he saw a woman in a red dress fiercely battling Wu Tsong. I couldn't be bothered to investigate further at the time, but after sending the students away, I went back to check. At this point, Li Bagong paused, looking at the two people in front of him with a peculiar expression. "It seems like Lu might be hiding something," he said. The room fell into silence. Qiu Yuanlong furrowed his brow, stood up and asked, "Uncle Li, what do you mean by that? Lu didn't even know you at the time. Isn't it normal for him to withhold some information? When did our Batian society start doubting our own members? Moreover, Lu is now the direct disciple of our grandmaster, ranking even higher than you." Ma Jingyang couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Why were these two arguing? Forget it, he thought. Let them be. After all, Batian society promotes honesty and openness. If there's a conflict, just suppress it to the same level and have a fight. He sipped his tea, observing the situation. Suddenly, he saw Li Bagang's strange expression and heard him exclaim, "What are you thinking, Qiu? Lu has already been judged by the Grandmaster, and is definitely a good kid. Li Bagang's face twisted with embarrassment, but he continued, "I just think Lu must have seen the real face of that woman in the red dress, and might even have gotten to know her. I was just thinking." Ma Jingyang spat out his tea, slapping the table with laughter. "Brother, are you hoping Lu can introduce you to her?" Qiu Yuanlong's face also took on a strange look, his mouth twitching at the absurdity of it all. But seeing Li Bagang's expression and hearing Ma Jingyang's words, he began to think it might be true. "Exactly," Li Bagong said earnestly. "I've been single for over 300 years. I have two great loves in life. First, I love red things." He pointed to himself. "My lion-like hair is red, my messy beard is red too." "Ah, this." Qiu Yuanlong's eyes widened. "Is this something a grandmaster should be hearing?" "Second, I love killing." Li Bagong tapped the large sword on his back, continuing, "And I love smashing my opponents into pieces, grinding them into pulp." "So?" Qiu Yuanlong blinked, eagerly anticipating what came next. Despite being a member of Batian society, his cultivation level was too low to ask his senior such questions. At this moment, Ma Jingyang walked over, trying to suppress his laughter. "So, the woman Lu mentioned, wearing a red dress, might also love the color red. And as you just said, Wu Tsong of the ancient god society was smashed into pieces, his body shattered into countless parts, and his head taken away." Hearing this, Qiu Yuanlong suddenly realized, clapping his hands in admiration, "This is fate. The woman in the red dress shares the same interests as Uncle Li, so Uncle Li wants to meet her." Seeing the two men looking at him expectantly, Qiu Yuanlong quickly cleared his throat, waved his hand, and sat on the sofa, trying to lower his presence. However, his ears perked up as he eavesdropped on the gossip. "Indeed," Li Bagong said proudly, "what's wrong with an old man like me wanting to meet such a remarkable woman?" He was about to say more when he suddenly felt a familiar sword aura. The moon-suppressing stone. Which senior brother is using the moon-suppressing stone at the main base? The living room fell silent for a few seconds. Qiu Yuanlong suddenly jumped up. "Xiao Chun. It's Xiao Chun. He just received the moon-suppressing stone from our grandmaster. Something's wrong. He's in trouble." Saying this, he immediately dashed out. Just as he reached the door, a large hand grabbed him back. In his ear, he heard Li Bagong shout, "You're too slow. Bamban, make it big." A large sword flew out from behind, instantly enlarging. Grabbing one person in each hand, he jumped onto it. The students of Jiangnan Martial Academy only saw a flash of sword light above their heads, but couldn't make out anything else. Inside the main base, no flying without special permission. This rule had a hidden clause, except for the troublemakers from the Batian society. In emergencies, that group of crazies wouldn't follow the rules anyway. At Xingyue Square, in the free trade zone, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. The Dragon Clan Grandmaster Ao Qian was suppressing unparalleled anger, staring intensely at Lu Chen, who was just a step away. Not far off, the Dragon Clan prodigy Ao Feng was kneeling on the ground, gritting his teeth as he apologized to Sun Qi. Despite being under a gaze filled with killing intent, Sun Qi somehow felt no fear deep down. Perhaps with Lu Chen around, he instinctively felt safe. The prince of the East Sea Dragon Clan, a top prodigy, was kneeling in front of him and apologizing. Sun Qi couldn't have dreamed of such a thing. If it were his old self, he would be trembling with fear right now. The gap in status and talent would have crushed his courage to stand. But now, he was expressionless, meeting Ao Feng's gaze. Sun Qi knew he couldn't embarrass Lu Chen. Looking at Ao Feng, especially those eyes filled with killing intent, He stared intently. He also knew the other wanted to kill him and would definitely act on it. But as long as it wasn't now, that was enough. The future could wait. Brother Fu, Lu Chen's calm voice came over. Let's settle this matter here. What do you think? Sun Chi nodded and smiled brightly. Sure. I'll listen to you, Brother Lu. No one knew that inside. He was roaring and shouting, get stronger. Get stronger. All right. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze from Sun Chi's face and looked at Ao Qian in front of him, smiling. You all? Before he could finish, a sharp whistling sound rang out. Lu Chen felt a shadow cast over him as he looked up. It seemed familiar. Wait, isn't that Senior Li Bagang's Ban? And it? And what? Li Bagong, with his hair and beard red with fury, was the first to jump down. After scanning the area, a sinister expression appeared on his face. Following closely behind were Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong. At that moment, Ma Jingyang suddenly shouted, Senior Brotherly, go easy, don't kill anyone. Lu Chen blinked his eyes. The sudden turn of events caught Lu Chen completely off guard. He saw Li Bagong storming over, radiating an aura even more terrifying than that of Ao Qian, the Grandmaster of the Dragon Clan, by several magnitudes. The crisp sound of 2 slaps echoed like thunderclaps, sending chills down everyone's spine. Simultaneously, 2 figures were sent flying and crashed to the ground. It turned out to be Ao Feng, the genius of the East Sea Dragon Clan, and Jiang Chuyang, the prodigy of the Jiang family. Their faces were swollen and deformed, recognizable only by their clothes. Elder Jiang Ming of the Jiang family was about to speak when he was punched in the chest and slapped across the face. Then, a massive hand grabbed him and hurled him to the ground with immense force, sinking him into the earth, leaving him silent and motionless. You're next, Ao Qian. You think you're tough, bullying my junior uncle? Li Bagong roared in fury, looking like a demon king. Ao Qian, now the target, broke out in a cold sweat. Don't force me to make a move. Oh, you dare to make a move in front of me? Go ahead, try it. Li Bagong growled. If you strike first, it's self-defense on my part. I won't be held responsible if I kill you. If you don't, I will enact justice on behalf of the heavens. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Somehow, that logic made sense. He watched as Li Bagong charged at Ao Qian and began a one-sided assault, his eyes twitching. Compared to the earlier scene at the testing center where he had beaten up Li Ping and his disciple, this was almost gentle. Is this the organization he joined? It was truly astonishing. A few minutes later, Li Bagong, covered in blood, walked over to Lu Chen and patted him on the shoulder. Xiao Chun, you don't have to be so cautious. Remember, at Body Angui, we are always the bullies, never the bullied. If you can't win, play dirty. Even if the sky falls, our Grandmaster will support you. With that, he grabbed Lu Chen, like an eagle clutching a chick, and said with a cheerful smile, let's go. We need to head back. Old Li has an urgent matter and needs your help, junior uncle. Qiu Yuanlong, hearing this, felt his curiosity ignite once more. He wondered if Li Bagang's junior uncle would meet the lady in the red dress. Turning around, he left with Sun Chi, Lin Xia, and Huang Linglan, all boarding the vehicle together. As the plane landed, the group headed straight to the villa area of Jiangnan Martial Academy. Sun Chi and his companions, feeling out of place, decided to leave after a brief greeting. They felt they didn't belong here, neither in status nor in strength. Although they, like Lu Chen, had been admitted to Jiangnan Martial Academy and would participate in the Tianjiao Camps trials, the gap between them was significant. To Sun Chi, the Batian society was almost legendary. Yet, Lu Chen, who also hailed from Linsong City, had already integrated into it and had even become a disciple of a remarkable master. This stark contrast left Sun Chi feeling a mix of heaviness and confusion. Lin Xia felt the same disparity. After everything they had been through, they suddenly realized that the distance between them and Lu Chen was growing. Chi, what should we do next? Huang Linglan asked softly, sensing the heavy atmosphere as they walked out of the villa area. Sun Chi replied, let's train. He glanced back at the path they had taken and said quietly, I just want to become stronger now. No matter the cost, I'm willing to bear it. Although Huang Linglan didn't fully grasp the weight of his words, she firmly declared, I want to train with you too. All right, later on, my grandpa and the others will be at the main base here. Let's have a meal together, Sun Chi suggested. Huang Linglan, slightly panicked, responded. What? Are we meeting the parents already? Sun Chi smiled but didn't say much more. Turning to Lin Xia, he solemnly said, Class Monitor Lin, I won't fall behind. I don't want to fall behind. He silently added to himself that after witnessing the vast world alongside Lu Chen, he no longer wanted to waste his time like he did in Linsong City. Even if he couldn't be the main character, leaving his mark under the spotlight would be enough. The image of the Dragon Clan prodigy Ao Feng kneeling before him, eyes filled with killing intent, was etched deeply in his mind, constantly reminding him not to slack off. Lin Xia glanced at him and encouraged, "Keep it up, Sun Chi." Sun Chi felt a bit awkward because Lu Chen usually called him that. Hearing Lin Xia say it made him uncomfortable, as if something was amiss. However, Lin Xia had already walked away. After a few steps, she murmured, "I hope one day we can fight alongside Lu Chen." Her thoughts drifted back to sitting next to Lu Chen on the journey from Linsong City, when the distance between them was the closest. She even remembered giving him homemade pastries back then. In the living room of Qiu Yuanlong's villa in Jiangnan Martial Academy, Lu Chen felt a bit troubled after hearing Li Bagang's request. He blinked and tentatively asked, "Uncle Ba, if I understand correctly, you want me to get to know the woman in the red dress, right? What on earth is going on?" Lu Chen was utterly bewildered. After the fierce battle in the valley, Li Bagong suddenly appeared, fabricating a random excuse to cover up the truth. He claimed that there was no incident involving the woman in the red dress and that Wu Tsong, who had been defeated, was evidently killed by his own subordinates. After 2 waves of intense attacks, Wu Tsong had indeed been obliterated. As for Wu Tsong's head, where had it gone? Perhaps it had already been devoured clean by Hong Shuang. The woman in the red dress might just be a figment of Li Bagang's imagination. However, to everyone's surprise, this matter caught Li Bagang's attention, leaving Lu Chen somewhat puzzled. He felt his mind in a whirl. The scene before him left him dumbfounded as Li Bagong nodded earnestly and said, "That's right. I have a connection with the woman in the red dress, and I hope you can help me realize it, little master uncle." Lu Chen's mouth twitched, feeling as if his brain had short-circuited. Beside him, Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong's eyes sparkled as they struggled to hold back their laughter, their faces flushing red. Meanwhile, in Lu Chen's sea of consciousness, Hong Shuang was rolling and howling in hysterics. "Master, I'm laughing to death. Just tell him the woman in the red dress is madly in love with you and has no interest in anyone else." Kai chimed in. "Little Blue agrees too." These 2 little creatures suddenly joined in the fun, as if gossip had nothing to do with the Zerg race. In the telepathic group chat, the 3 little bugs seemed to have found a common topic and began to discuss it earnestly. Lu Chen felt a headache coming on and quickly blocked the messages. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Master Ba, you really overestimate me. I've never even seen the true face of the woman in the red dress. The aftermath of the battle left me unconscious, and I know nothing." "I understand. You might think I'm hiding something, but that's not the case." Lu Chen finished explaining with a bitter smile, then glanced at the onlooking Qiu Yuanlong and Ma Jingyang before continuing. "In the underground stronghold of the ancient god church, I discovered a blood pool. I seized the moment to absorb its contents, and just then, you appeared behind me and startled me." After hearing his account, Li Bagang's expression suddenly became serious. He remained silent for a while, then turned to Qiu Yuanlong beside him. Even though they were both members of the Batian society, there were still degrees of familiarity between them, and some topics were best addressed by the most suitable person. To Li Bagong, Qiu Yuanlong was undoubtedly the right choice. Qiu Yuanlong stepped forward to face Lu Chen, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "What you just said, that you absorbed the blood pool created by Wu Tsong. Is that correct?" He gazed at the young man before him and began to recount an ancient legend. The martial era had been ongoing for nearly 600 years. Whether it was from the techniques obtained through various secret realms or those created by the sages, methods relying on the massive consumption of blood could be considered heretical. Among them, the most infamous was none other than the ancient god church. According to some intelligence, to rapidly elevate their followers' levels, they developed many evil techniques, most of which involved consuming blood. 50 years ago, the battle to annihilate the ancient god church mobilized the entire Jiangnan war zone. Not only did many grandmasters and great grandmasters participate, but even the powerful from the Wenshin Pavilion joined in. Of the 3 leaders of the ancient god church, 2 were slain, and the remaining one was injured and fled into the gray mist sea. Because the current holy son of the ancient god church possessed a talent perfectly suited for dark arts, he could enhance his power by merely consuming the blood of martial artists, even reaching the point of city-wide massacres. When this information was revealed, Jiangnan was thrown into turmoil and began a campaign to eradicate the ancient god church, especially targeting the Holy Sun. However, sending skilled warriors to hunt him down only made him stronger, as he thrived on battle, continually increasing his power from a master to an unreached pinnacle. Ultimately, it took the might of the experts from the Wenshin Pavilion to finally defeat him. After summarizing the story, Qiu Yuanlong continued, "That man was a forbidden martial artist. After he was eliminated, Jiangnan banned all related techniques, and anyone practicing them was considered a heretic." "Xiaoqing, be honest with Uncle Qiu. Have you ever practiced these dark arts?" "Don't worry, even if you have, our Grandmaster can help cleanse you and rebuild your foundation." The living room fell into a tense silence. Qiu Yuanlong, Ma Jingyang, and Li Bagong all wore anxious expressions. This was no trivial matter. If Lu Chang had indeed practiced dark arts, traces would inevitably remain, and it would only be a matter of time before they were discovered. Even if he could enter the Tianjiao camp, preserving everything would be a significant issue. Despite the formidable strength of the Batian society, some lines could never be crossed without severe repercussions. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Lu Chen blinked and softly said, "Uncle Chiu, you're scaring me a bit. All right, I'll come clean." Noticing Chiu Yuanlong's grave look, he stopped talking and signaled Hongshuang, extending his right hand to reveal a flame that was red on the outside and black on the inside. "Uncle Chiu, Master Ma, Master Li, you all know my talent includes 3 colors and 1 gold, one of which is fire-based, but you've never seen my flame. That blood pool was absorbed by my flame." As he spoke, he stood up and showcased the 9 nether tribulation flame, embodied by Hongshuang to the 3 of them. This was part of Lu Cheng's long-devised plan, and he seized the opportunity to reveal it. Firstly, displaying the flame embodied by Hongshuang to see if its nature could be discerned, as it might prove useful in the Tianjiao camp later. Secondly, and most crucially, Lu Chang had been pondering how to legitimately acquire beast corpses to breed bloodthirsty insects using the camp's resources. Now, the answer was right here. As the 3 men closely examined his flame, Lu Chang continued, "Initially, my flame was just an ordinary little spark, but then I discovered that burning beast corpses allowed my flame to evolve. It has evolved 4 times so far." Before he could ask further, he noticed the fervent expressions on Ma Jingyang and Li Bagang's faces. Chiu Yuanlong quickly walked over to Master Ma and Master Ba, asking with a puzzled expression, "Master Ma, Master Ba, what happened? Why do you both look so serious?" Li Bagong, however, seemed completely unaffected, his eyes fixed on the 9 nether hellfire, as if he were admiring a rare piece of art. Master Ma painstakingly explained, "Xiao Chen's fire affinity has always been at the SSS level, something you should know, but his flames have the potential to evolve further. Do you understand what that means?" Ma Jingyang suddenly turned his head, speaking excitedly, "An SS-level fire evolving is the stuff of legends. It's what they call limit-breaking. It's simply unbelievable." Chiu Yuanlong was stunned upon hearing this. He had thought that Lu Chen's display of tricolored gold flames was already the pinnacle of amazement, but he hadn't anticipated that there would be even more shocking developments. Seeing Uncle Chiu clutch his chest suddenly, Lu Chen quickly helped him to the sofa. The unfamiliar term kept echoing in Chiu Yuanlong's mind, his eyes blinking in disbelief at the commotion it had caused. At that moment, Li Bagong seemed to awaken from a dream. His eyes filled with anticipation as he finally tore his gaze away from the 9 nether hellfire, speaking solemnly, "I've seen an SS-level fire awakener's flames once in my life, but compared to Xiao Chen's, the difference is staggering. The former was just simple fire, but Xiao Chen's flames seem to have a consciousness of their own. It's truly extraordinary." His gaze returned to the black core, red-flamed, 9 nether hellfire, his eyes reflecting a strange fascination, and his voice softened, "Look at the outer layer of red flames, how enchanting, and I can smell the extreme scent of blood." He leaned in closer to the flames, taking a deep breath. "Yes, that extreme scent of blood. It's irresistible." Li Bagong had 2 great passions in life. The color red, which was why he dyed his hair red, and killing, because he loved the sight of blood splattering. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but shiver. This 9 nether hellfire, formed from red frost, seemed to cater to his tastes perfectly. From the woman in the red dress to the 9 nether hellfire, it all seemed like a coincidence, all connected to red frost. Lu Chen subtly took a step back, maintaining a safe distance from Li Bagong. Chiu Yuanlong interjected at the right moment. "So, your flames devoured the blood pool of the ancient god church's Wuzong?" Lu Chen nodded and replied, "Yes, it was that devouring that allowed my flames to evolve from infernal red lotus to 9 nether hellfire, significantly boosting their power." Chiu Yuanlong stood up and reached out to touch the flames. Lu Chen quickly stopped him. "Uncle Chiu, my flames are extraordinary. You might not be able to control them." Chiu Yuanlong glared at him confidently, "As a 9th level grandmaster, I may not be as strong as Master Ba and Master Ma, but testing the depth of your flames is a piece of cake." Lu Chen hesitated slightly. Seeing Chiu Yuanlong's determined stance, was he planning to withstand the flames with his bare body? Considering the formidable physical defense of a 9th level grandmaster, Lu Chen's curiosity was piqued, and he watched intently. Chiu Yuanlong didn't hesitate for a second. He extended a finger and fearlessly plunged it into the flames. Suddenly, a faint popping sound echoed in the living room. Chiu Yuanlong's face contorted with a myriad of expressions, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Seeing the 3 people nearby watching intently, he felt a surge of struggle within him. He wanted to hold on for a moment longer, but ultimately, he couldn't endure it. In less than 2 seconds, he quickly withdrew his finger. This flame was truly extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, Chiu Yuanlong hid his hand behind his back and, with an air of authority, began to lecture. he warned. This flame not only burns the flesh but also harms the soul. It is, without a doubt, a supreme martial art. Before he could finish his sentence, his right hand was suddenly grabbed by Li Bagong. Qiu Yuanlong felt a twinge of annoyance had he been too showy, not allowing others to see clearly. Lu Chen finally noticed the changes on Uncle Qiu's finger. His index finger was completely covered in a dark, eerie flame that flickered intermittently. Even when doused with spiritual energy, it would reignite. Qiu Yuanlong, having been publicly humiliated, wore an expression of utter embarrassment, wishing he could disappear. After a moment of silence, he shook his head with a bitter smile and admitted, "All right, I did underestimate you. Without using spiritual energy, my Grandmaster level physical defense can only hold out for 10 breaths before sustaining serious damage. And more crucially, that flame of yours, Xiao Chun, is called Nine Nether Tribulation Fire. It not only attacks the soul, but also has an incredibly tenacious adhesive quality, making it hard to extinguish." At this point, the flames on Qiu Yuanlong's finger finally ceased, leaving burn marks that were difficult to remove. However, it should be noted that although Lu Chen's Nine Nether Tribulation Fire is formidable, a Grandmaster could effectively resist it by using spiritual energy, unless caught off guard like Grandmaster Song Qifeng was. "Xiao Chun, this trump card of yours will certainly serve you well," Qiu Yuanlong advised. "But remember, no matter how strong your hand is, never rashly confront a Grandmaster. Below a Grandmaster, everyone is an ant." "This is not an exaggeration," Ma Jingyang, who was standing nearby, agreed. "In the 600 years of the martial era, fewer than 10 people have successfully challenged a Grandmaster from the airborne realm. 8 of them died on the battlefield." Confused, Lu Chen asked, "So, 2 of them succeeded?" Despite having previously defeated a Grandmaster, Lu Chen knew that victory had been a stroke of luck. One minor mistake could have cost him his life. However, things were different now. With over 6.3 million bloodthirsty insects at his command, he felt confident he could easily crush a Grandmaster. Even so, he would not act recklessly. He planned to wait until he entered the Tianjiao camp and completed the 5th generation of cultivation before fully utilizing these resources. Yes, 2 did succeed. The first was the ancestor of one of the 8 great families. And the second, Ma Jingyang smiled slightly and continued, was our own Grandmaster. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he became even more curious about his master's strength. After retracting the flames, Lu Chen sat comfortably on the sofa as the 3 elders discussed how to leverage the rules of the Tianjiao camp to secure more resources for him, including a large number of beast carcasses and even the establishment of a supersized blood pool. Listening to their plans, Lu Chen felt an immense sense of joy. But he also sensed that the old man was more interested in the mesmerizing flame within him. He decided to be cautious and keep some distance from the old man. 2 hours later, the preliminary plan was finalized. Old Master Ma Jingyang was the first to leave, heading to the logistics department of the Tianjiao camp to start handling affairs. Shortly after, Li Bagong also hurried off after contacting a few people. Watching the 2 senior figures bustling around on his behalf, Lu Chen felt deeply grateful. The villa suddenly became quiet, a change he found somewhat unsettling. Qiu Yuanlong did not leave. Instead, he sat by Lu Chen's side and spoke softly. "Xiao Chun, because the resources you need are extraordinary, we had to report your flame talent to avoid unnecessary trouble. This information might remain confidential for now, but it won't stay hidden forever. Moreover, there's something extremely important that both Master Ma and Master Li insisted I tell you." Lu Chen, with a solemn expression, put down his teacup, straightened up, and prepared to listen. Qiu Yuanlong continued, "I've told you before, among the 8 great families, the Jiang family reigns supreme in Jiangnan. Their foundation and strength are unparalleled, and our Batian society has always been a thorn in their side. For over a century, the Jiang family has been targeting us, engaging in relentless and brutal conflicts, far more severe than you might imagine." Qiu Yuanlong paused for a moment before continuing. "Do you know, before you, I was the most recent member to join Batian society, and that was 120 years ago." Lu Chen was stunned. Besides him, Uncle Qiu was the youngest member of Batian society? Wait, he seemed to realize something and blurted out. "Do you mean the Jiang family has been obstructing Batian society from recruiting new members for over a century?" "Yes, they have been obstructing us." Qiu Yuanlong sighed. "In the past century, anyone who joined Batian society either died mysteriously or withdrew voluntarily. Until my generation, no new members joined. Even with our Grandmaster, an invincible force, the Jiang family still dared to act this way? Xiao Chun, things are often more complicated than they seem." Qiu Yuanlong advised earnestly, "Our strength is formidable, but we are merely a single mighty tree in Jiangnan, whereas the Jiang family is the land beneath countless trees. Some matters can't be explained quickly. We just want to warn you, once you go to the Tianjiao camp, the Jiang family and the Dragon clan of the East Sea will undoubtedly cause you trouble. Be very careful." Once there, you can only rely on yourself. The moonstone cannot be used, and we old folks won't be able to back you up. We can only help you secure more resources. The Tianjiao camp is a stage for young talents, and everyone has to depend on themselves. Lu Chen nodded. Since the people at Tianjiao camp were his peers, he really had nothing to fear. In terms of hidden strengths, he had quite a few red frost in its flame form, which could fend off ordinary masters with its celestial crystal guard. Moreover, tonight, the entire Sun family would arrive at the main base, bringing another batch of black gold magnetite. He also had the Heaven-tier original demon blood seal technique. With enough beast corpses, his 12 blood apertures would soon be filled, equivalent to having 12 extra dantians. And that's not all. He had many other advantages as well. His abilities are not only evident on the surface, but also manifest in his Earth-level footwork and geomagnetic skills. Qiu Yuanlong seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, "Has the heaven-level sword heart given to you by our grandmaster been integrated?" Lu Chen nodded and replied, "Yes, it has been integrated, but there hasn't been any noticeable change yet." After being accepted as a disciple, he returned home and upgraded his blood seal technique. Following the taught method, he merged the sword heart into his body, but he didn't feel any difference. He even began to doubt whether the sword heart had lost its effect. Qiu Yuanlong noticed the doubt in Lu Chen's heart and explained with a smile, "The sword heart is like a seed, it needs the right moment to take root and sprout. And your moment will come in the next few days." Is the moment referring to a specific object? Lu Chen asked curiously. Yes, and that object is currently with one of your senior sisters. She is on her way back from beyond the region to deliver it to you, Qiu Yuanlong added. Furthermore, our lineage of sword cultivators has no specific techniques or special martial arts. All the mysteries lie within that moment. Looking at the young man before him, Qiu Yuanlong felt a surge of anticipation. What kind of journey in the way of the sword would Lu Chen embark on once he received this moment? As evening descended, the sun had already quietly set in the west, and the sky gradually took on a deep, dark blue hue. In the distance, a blood moon appeared faintly, exuding a mysterious glow. Inside a grand villa near the artificial lake in the Tianyuan community of Ring 18.5 of the main base, the lights were bright, and the atmosphere was filled with joy and harmony. Not long ago, the Sun family, the most prominent family in Linsong City, had relocated to the main base, establishing their new family center here. Elder Sun Jinyue and others had just arrived, and friends, relatives, and business partners gathered to offer their congratulations, creating a lively scene. On the private lawn in front of the villa, people mingled and chatted in small groups. A bit away from the entrance, Sun Qi, dressed impeccably, was in a somewhat sour mood but still dutifully performed his role as a greeter. He meticulously recorded the names of arriving guests and received their gifts, loudly announcing the names of those who brought valuable presents to add a touch of prestige. Nearby, Huang Linglan, looking even more enchanting in an elegant gown, occasionally cast concerned glances at Sun Qi, exchanging meaningful looks with him. Little did she know, her parents had also followed the Sun family to the main base. Although it was just a short stay, this joy was enough to make her happy for days. Originally planning to train at the martial academy, both Huang Linglan and Sun Qi had been summoned here temporarily. After a brief chat with her parents, Huang Linglan excitedly ran over to Sun Qi, handing him a cup of hot tea to quench his thirst. She softly asked, "There shouldn't be any more guests arriving now, right?" Night had fallen, and the clock was about to strike 8. All the expected guests had already arrived. Only the final ceremony awaited. Sun Qi smiled wryly and said, "Great-grandfather and aunt haven't spoken yet, so I can't relax just yet." Just as he finished speaking, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a tall figure in the distant night. "Wow, it's Brother Lu." Sun Qi's eyes sparkled with surprise as he eagerly went to greet him. To him, the formalities could be momentarily set aside at this moment. Lu Chen, smiling warmly, replied, "I had nothing to do tonight, so I decided to drop by." The two chatted casually as they walked to the registration desk. Noticing Sun Qi's unpreparedness to record, Lu Chen teased, "Did you think I came empty-handed?" With that, he placed a brocade box on the table. "Go ahead and first, you can open it later." Before Sun Qi could respond, Lu Chen had already stepped into the villa. Crossing the lawn, the living room opened up brightly. Several important guests were seated on the sofas, with Elder Sun Jinyue, the head of the Sun family, naturally present, and Sun Chenyin standing quietly beside him. They were the only two Sky Ascension Realm Masters in the Sun family, with profound backgrounds. Although the main base was teeming with talent, in the absence of a Grandmaster, the Sky Ascension realm was enough to dominate. And as a 9th-level Sky Ascension Master, Sun Jinyue was a formidable presence within his circle. On this day, Sun Jinyue ascended to the realm of a Grandmaster, marking a historic moment for the entire Sun family. At this moment, he humbly conversed with a gray-haired elder, discussing future business collaborations. Everyone around them listened quietly, not daring to interrupt. simply sipping their tea and hanging on to the elder's every word. The elder, named Zhang Yiming, was one of the chief stewards of the Jiangnan War Zone Mining Association. It wasn't just his status that commanded respect, but his cultivation level Grandmaster level 1. Linsong City is a significant mining hub in Jiangnan, and the Sun family's relocation here brought with it substantial resources. Hearing Zhang Yiming's words, several people seated on the sofa felt a stir in their hearts, nervously lifting their teacups to conceal their unease. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Even a powerful family like the Suns had to tread carefully on this unfamiliar land, facing the risk of being divided and conquered. Zhang Yiming's gaze swept over Sun Xinyan, who felt a chill and tensed up. A grandmaster, she thought with a sigh. Sun Jinyue, however, remained smiling and humbly said, Elder Zhang, you flatter us. The Sun family is hardly noteworthy. We don't have any resources worth your attention. Before he could finish, Zhang Yiming interrupted. The elder set his teacup down heavily, plunging the room into silence. He stared directly at Sun Jinyue and chuckled. Are you joking? I've received intelligence that your family hired grandmasters from the Mingyang escort agency for protection. The scale of your convoy is enormous, with hundreds of camels, not to mention the valuable minerals like black gold magnetite, earth flame essence, red sunstone, and sun windstone. The Sun family almost monopolizes the surrounding market. As the Sun family's strength was laid bare, Sun Jinyue's expression gradually turned serious. He paused for a moment before finally asking, Elder Zhang, isn't this a bit excessive? Zhang Yiming shrugged and replied calmly, excessive? I don't think so. Of course, there are other ways to resolve this. Despite his burning anger, Sun Jinyue pressed on, please, tell me. Zhang Yiming smiled and suggested, it's simple. I heard you have a heaveneer inner core. Why not give it to me? When the time is right, you can sell it, and the profits will naturally go to you. Furious, Sun Jinyue smashed the tea table, his eyes blazing with anger. He enunciated each word clearly, Zhang Yiming, are you trying to destroy us? Neither the black gold magnetite nor the inner core will ever be handed over to you. Everything belongs to Lu Chen. Without these, how could the Sun family face him? Zhang Yiming shook his head, leaned back slightly, and said calmly, I'm only informing you on behalf of the mining association, not negotiating. Do you understand? Sun Jinyue was about to speak when he suddenly saw a figure walk in. He turned and his face lit up with joy. Xiao Chun, you're here. He and his family had just arrived and knew little about Lu Chen's situation. According to Sun Qi, Lu Chen had apprenticed under an incredible master. Being called incredible must mean he's a grandmaster. Perhaps he could save the Sun family? Mr. Sun, long time no see. It looks like you're quite upset. Lu Chen greeted with a smile, and then looked at Zhang Yiming. He had overheard some things when he walked in. These greedy people had taken everything for themselves. How audacious. The mining association? If he remembered correctly, they weren't even considered a third-rate power in this main base. Elder brother, please have a seat. Lu Chen gestured for the old man to sit down and patted the middle-aged man next to him. The latter, who had been tense and uneasy, quickly stood up and offered his seat. And who might this be? Zhang Yiming scrutinized without making any rash moves. The situation in this main base was complicated. One must never act without understanding someone's background. The consequences could be dire. The Sun family was already in his grasp. Just then, an excited voice came from the entrance of the lawn. Sun Qi had finally opened the box. Welcome, esteemed guest champion of the Linchang City Martial Exam. Linchang City's most handsome man, and newly crowned school heartthrob of Jiangnan Martial Academy Lu Chen. Lu Chen's eyes twitched at the introduction, while Zhang Yiming, hearing these titles, smiled indifferently. He had wondered who it could be. Just a martial exam champion from a small place, a freshman at Jiangnan Martial Academy? But why did the name Lu Chen sound so familiar? Before he could ponder further, the voice rang out again. Esteemed guest Lu Chen presents his gifts. Sun Qi's voice echoed through the space, even more excited and almost shouting, 3 yuan pills, 10 in total, 1 cloud sea formation of the 3rd grade, a martial technique of the 8th grade. After these announcements, a hush fell over both the lawn and the living room. Some people were initially puzzled by the trembling explanations of the surrounding martial artists, but soon they realized it was the Sanyuan pill. This elixir has miraculous effects on Void Realm martial artists. Although not as potent as the boundary-breaking pill, it significantly increases the chances of a breakthrough, making it a dream for all Void Realm practitioners. In the outside market, each pill is priced at no less than 30 million. And now, they're giving away 10 pills? That's incredibly generous. As for the Yunhai formation, it's usually a treasured artifact used by major families to protect their homes. Its basic function is to gather spiritual energy, making it ideal for cultivation. Besides that, it can be used for defense and surveillance of blind spots. Even the most basic yellow grade version costs at least 50 million. As for the Xian grade level 3 Yunhai formation, Its exact price is astronomical and unknown to those present. Even Zhang Yiming felt it was beyond his reach. Despite being from a master family, he could only use the yellow grade version. As for the Xin grade level 8 martial skill mentioned last, it's just a step away from the earth grade. No further comment is needed. For a master like Zhang Yiming, the most powerful technique he possesses is only Xin grade level 2. A Xin grade level 8 martial skill could serve as the ultimate foundation for a family like the Sun family, enabling them to leap several levels. Such skills are exceedingly rare and can only be found at auctions by sheer luck. Earlier at Xiao Yuanlong's villa, Lu Chen casually mentioned that the entire Sun family would be relocating and arriving at the main base tonight. He also informed Uncle Chiu about his relationship with the Sun family. Uncle Chiu immediately insisted that the evening's reception must be impeccable. As a member of the Batian Association, they must maintain their stature wherever they go and never lose face. They must also show adequate respect and benefits to their subordinate forces. Without hesitation, he instructed Lu Chen to bring the Sanyuan Pill and Yunhai formation as gifts. As for the Xin grade level 8 martial skill, it was actually the Four Seasons reincarnation fist that Lu Chen had comprehended long ago. He rarely used this technique nowadays, as improving its proficiency required consuming a large number of Dao evolution worms, making it cost-ineffective. Instead of letting it go to waste, it was better to give it to the Sun family. After all, enhancing the Sun family's foundation was equivalent to enhancing his own. Xiao Chun, this gift, old master Sun Jinyue, said with a wry smile, shocked. Next time you pull something like this, give me a heads up. I'm getting old and might get scared to death by you. Standing behind him, Sun Chenyin gazed at Lu Chen with sparkling eyes, a smile playing on her lips. She never expected that recognizing him as a godbrother back then would lead to such strength now. It seemed his master might be even more formidable than a grandmaster, perhaps a great grandmaster. Just the thought made Sun Chenyin's heart race. Xiao Chen's master was not only powerful but also incredibly kind, sending so many gifts. Her heart was filled with emotion. As for the old man's past joke, she only occasionally recalled it at night, feeling a wave of nostalgia. When Zhang Yiming saw Lu Chen sitting across from him, it was as if he suddenly remembered something crucial. He sprang up like a spring, his eyes wide open as he stared at the young man before him. Trembling, he asked, "Is this Lu Chen, the newest member of the Batian Society?" Earlier that morning, every faction in the Jiangnan war zone had received a piece of intelligence. A new member named Lu Chen had joined the Batian Society. What was even more shocking was that Lu Chen's master was the infamous woman from Wenxin Pavilion. All the factions unanimously elevated Lu Chen's status to the highest level, marking him as someone not to be provoked under any circumstances. They warned their juniors, whenever and wherever they saw someone named Lu Chen, they should flee immediately. If they angered him, they should either apologize at once or find a way to please him, or face dire consequences. Could this young man before him be the legendary Lu Chen? Zhang Yiming was terrified, feeling a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but recall the gift Sun Shi had mentioned earlier. Only a new member of the Batian Society could afford to give such grand gifts that would astonish even a grandmaster. Staring at the expressionless young man, Zhang Yiming's body unconsciously leaned forward. As the silence dragged on, he bent lower and lower. "Yes, that's me," Lu Chen replied calmly, picking up an apple that had rolled to the ground. "These fruits are so delicious, just like a person's head. Once they fall to the ground, they're no longer perfect." Hearing this, Zhang Yiming started trembling all over. He made up his mind and began to slap his own face with both hands. Lu Chen remained silent while Zhang Yiming continued his self-punishment. As a grandmaster of the Batian Society headquarters, he knew all too well how terrifying their punishments could be. It was no exaggeration to say that if the Batian Society wished, the mining association he belonged to would be obliterated. He would face retaliation from those who once supported him, and whether his family could escape unscathed was uncertain. Cutting off someone's economic lifeline was as cruel as taking away their loved ones. Smack, smack, smack. The crisp sound of slaps echoed through the living room, even reaching the lawn outside. Everyone present was stunned, watching Zhang Yiming beat himself. This was a grandmaster. A grandmaster. Sun Zhenyue gulped, his entire body trembling slightly. He couldn't tell if he was excited or terrified. It was only now that he truly realized the immense power Lu Chen wielded. A single word from him could make a grandmaster submit and publicly humiliate himself. Sun Zhenyue couldn't even fathom the extent of the Batian Society's influence. After 3 minutes of slapping, Lu Chen finally spoke. "I heard that the Jiangnan War Zone Mining Association has 4 vice presidents?" Zhang Yiming stopped and nodded respectfully. "Yes, there are 4. I think that number is a bit unlucky. 5 would be better, don't you think, Grandmaster Zhang?" "Yes, 4 is indeed unlucky. It should have been adjusted long ago." Zhang Yiming immediately agreed. "I believe the additional vice president position should go to Sun Jinyue of the Sun family. It would be fitting and well-deserved. However, I'll leave the specific arrangements to you. I expect results by tomorrow. Zhang Yiming, as if receiving a precious gift, respectfully bowed and hurried out of the room. The villa remained eerily silent inside and out. Lu Chen took a bite of his apple and smiled. Why is everyone staring at me? Come on, keep the music playing and the dancing going. For a moment, it was as if someone had hit a reset button. The atmosphere returned to its usual liveliness. People chatted, discussed business, and debated martial arts. Yet, everyone seemed to be talking over each other without really listening, occasionally stealing glances at Lu Chen in the living room. Xiao Chun, you never cease to amaze me. Sun Jinyue, the old master, snapped out of his daze, pounded his chest to calm his excitement, and said with a wry smile, "It's only been 5 or 6 days since I last saw you, but you've changed so much. After tonight, not only has the Sun family secured its position at the main base in the war zone, but our foundation and strength seem poised for a significant boost." With a sudden thought, he retrieved a key from his storage bracelet and continued, "The latest batch of black gold magnetite has already been delivered to the main base. Here is the key, you can collect it anytime. The quantity is similar to the last batch." Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he bit into his apple. Old Master Sun is incredibly efficient and reliable. I'll devour them all tomorrow and be ready to enter the Tianjiao camp the day after. The opening of the Tianjiao camp is just 1 day away. Lu Chen made his way alone to a warehouse located in the outskirts. As he pushed open the door, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Before him stood towering piles of Wujin magnetite ores, emitting a dazzling glow that made the vast space seem even more magnificent. In this chaotic magnetic field, an ordinary person would likely suffer a nosebleed if they ventured in recklessly. Only a martial artist could forge ahead fearlessly. Suddenly, Xiao Lan sensed a delicious aroma and eagerly flew out, circling around Lu Chen a few times before asking, "Father, are all these for me? Can I start tasting them?" Xiao Lan had been bonded with Lu Chen for a long time and had become much more lively and less timid or reserved. Perhaps it was due to the company of the talkative Hong Shuang that Xiao Lan had become more outgoing. Even Kai Yi, who usually stayed in the background, occasionally chimed in with a few words. It seemed like it was going to be a long night of feasting. Lu Chen smiled and nodded, softly saying, "Let your children join in too." Xiao Lan obeyed the command and joyfully flew into the warehouse. Approaching the first pile of ores, thin blue threads suddenly appeared around Xiao Lan, weaving together like fabric to form a net-like structure. To Lu Chen's amazement, the net bag Xiao Lan could create had grown from the size of a basketball to a diameter of at least 3 meters. Feeling a bit shy, Xiao Lan asked, "Father, may I start?" Lu Chen nodded, and Xiao Lan eagerly began devouring the ores. Lu Chen knew that consuming the ores not only provided nourishment for Xiao Lan but also allowed it to reproduce, so there was no harm in eating more. He speculated that Xiao Lan might evolve as well, though for now, the only noticeable change was the increase in the size of its food-gathering tool. After waiting for a few minutes and watching Xiao Lan finish devouring a pile of ores, Lu Chen concentrated and released the remaining 840,000 Tianjing bugs. Time was of the essence, and the main base was too far away, taking 5 hours for a round trip. As the number of Tianjing bugs increased, their consumption rate grew exponentially. In less than 5 minutes, the warehouse was completely empty, with not even a trace of or fragments left. Instead, the space was filled with swarms of Tianjing bugs. The countless blue bugs fluttered in the air, transforming the warehouse into a vast ocean of blue, reminiscent of a giant glowing jellyfish. 204,000, a bit more than expected, Lu Chen murmured to himself. The reproduction rules of the Tianjing bugs were entirely different from other species. As long as there were enough resources, they could reproduce indefinitely, and each bug had this capability. The amount of Wujin magnetite here was similar to what they had found in Linsong City. He had expected their numbers to double after consumption, but it turned out there were 400,000 more. Perhaps some of the Tianjing bug's offspring had stronger reproductive abilities. Lu Chen decided to test the outcome by commanding the 2,040,000 Tianjing bugs to gather and swirl in the air. A mysterious blue beam of light suddenly surged into Lu Chen's body. Within seconds, he felt an intense and fulfilling sensation that kept growing stronger. As this energy filled his entire body, Lu Chen started to emit a blue aura, which lasted for several seconds before gradually fading away. This was the second-tier Wujin magnetic body, which required 5 million sky crystal worms to achieve, and he still had a way to go. Sky crystal worms have 6 different evolutionary forms: stone tier, gold tier, rare tier, extraordinary tier, star tier, and chaos tier. Currently, Lu Chen was at the stone tier. After choosing Wujin magnetic stone as his material, his physique was enhanced by the Wujin magnetic body. This physique granted him 2 main abilities: controlling magnetic fields and soul magnetic storms. Additionally, it had the potential to evolve further. The only measure of progress was the number of sky crystal worms fed by the Wujin magnetic stone. The first tier required 500,000 worms, the second tier 5 million, the third tier 50 million, and the fourth tier a staggering 5 billion. Lu Chen had previously calculated that a first-tier magnetic talent was equivalent to SSS-level. If he could advance, the third tier would correspond to SS-level, and the fourth tier might even reach limit breaking, just like the last time at Xingyue Pavilion, where his magnetic field was effortlessly crushed by Ao Feng of the Dragon Clan. Indeed, in the face of such top-tier geniuses, SS-level talent seemed somewhat inadequate. Nevertheless, evolving his magnetic talent to SS-level was only a matter of time. Old Master Sun had already started purchasing Wujian magnetic stones throughout the Jiangnan war zone, including the main base and 72 satellite cities. During a casual chat last night, they estimated that raising 50 million sky crystal worms would be achievable, but going further would be challenging. The Jiangnan stockpile was limited, and mining alone wouldn't suffice. To reach the goal of 5 billion worms, the only solution was to establish warehouses in other war zones, make advance purchases, and then personally visit those locations. Take it slow. After all, his talents were not limited to just this one. Lu Chen closed his eyes, feeling the heavenly crystal protection provided by 2.04 million sky crystal worms. While his magnetic abilities needed gradual development, his defense was immediately effective and was one of his greatest assets. A high-grade alloy battle knife appeared in his hand. Compared to the last experiment, this knife was of a higher grade, akin to a 5th-grade yellow-tier weapon. As his spiritual energy surged, the blade transmitted power, releasing an awe-inspiring slash. Without hesitation, he struck his left arm with the knife. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the battle knife broke into 2 pieces. The immense recoil forced Lu Chen to step back and discard the broken knife. If not for the heavenly crystal protection on his right hand, his arm would have been severely injured, with bones shattered. Purely in terms of defense, he was now more than twice as strong as before, matching the number of sky crystal worms he had. Of course, since his body was limited, the more worms integrated under his skin, the denser the protection, and naturally, the stronger the defense. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed sharply. Not long ago, at Qiu Yuanlong's house, he had conducted a defense test with Uncle Qiu. Under the strength of a second-tier grandmaster, he could barely break through his defense. At this moment, Qiu Yuanlong's strength has reached around the 4th level of a grandmaster. While this is just an estimate, it shouldn't be far off the mark. After all, the differences between grandmasters are minimal. As a member of the Ba Tian Society, Qiu Yuanlong's foundation far exceeds that of grandmasters of the same level, making him much stronger. Apart from his formidable defensive capabilities, he seems to have another special skill: retaliation damage. This trait is becoming increasingly evident and might become more pronounced as the number of Tianjing bugs increases. This prospect excites Lu Chen. After completing various data tests, Lu Chen finally left the suburban warehouse around 3 p.m. and returned to his residence. He planned to have a good night's rest. Tomorrow, he would embark on his journey to the Tianjiao camp. As night fell, 50 miles east of the Jiangnan base, a sprawling complex of buildings came into view. These structures are nestled between mountains and water, offering picturesque scenery. Generally, the outskirts of the city are filled with dangers, and apart from warriors and caravans, few people venture there, let alone settle down. However, this complex is as vast as a county, complete with commercial areas, entertainment zones, and high-end residential districts. Strangely, even though high walls have been erected around the main Jiangnan base, this town remains open. It is bustling with lights and activity even at night. Vehicles frequently leave the main base to come here and enjoy themselves. It is widely believed among the residents of the main base that even if the base were to fall, this town would remain safe. The reason is simple. This is the domain of the Jiang family of Jiangnan. Not only is it independent of the main base, but it also has a unique name: Shenwu City. At this moment, in an elegant old residence within the city, a Jiang family elder was presiding over a meeting. Seated at the table were 8 young individuals, all under 25 years old. These 8 are the elite of the Jiang family's new generation and are about to represent the family in the Tianjiao camp. Among them was Jiang Chuyang, who had previously clashed with Lu Chen at Xingyue Pavilion. However, his seat was at the very end, indicating he was the lowest ranked among the young Jiang family members present. The elders had already explained the rules of the Tianjiao camp, potential loopholes, and the personnel arrangements made by the Jiang family. The leading elder asked softly, his gaze sweeping over the group with a detached air. However, 2 of the Tianjiao seeds, a young man and a young woman, seemed not to hear his words. The man was picking at his nails, looking bored, while the woman, with messy hair and dark circles under her eyes, appeared on the verge of falling asleep. Jiang Wushuang, Jiang Yuanyao, I am still an elder, you know? Could you at least give me some response? Jiang Yoji smiled wryly but eventually chose to ignore them, waving his hand dismissively. Fine, fine. You two don't seem to need to hear this anyway. Once your strength reaches a certain level, rules, schemes, and contingencies become irrelevant. The idea of overwhelming force conquering all applies here. As the most outstanding talents of the Jiang family's current generation, Jiang Wushuang and Jiang Yuanyao have the ability to disregard everything. For them, participating in the Tianjiao camp is merely a formality. The Tianjiao ranking tournament is just 2 months away, and Zhang Yuji is confident she's a strong contender for the top 3. She gazed at the remaining 6 and spoke in a steady voice. Remember, including Jiang Chuyang, the Tianjiao camp this time should not be underestimated. The Martial Arts Association and the military prodigies might not be our main competition, but we need to pay attention to the Dragon Clan of the East Sea, the 3 major demon clans of Yunmings, and the mysterious hidden forces. Particularly the participants from Pinglano, one knows their background, so we must stay vigilant. She paused for a moment before continuing. The qualifiers from the various satellite cities are not our concern. Each city only has 10 spots, which are just for show. However, we must ensure all 8 of us qualify to participate in the Tianjiao ranking tournament. This is crucial for our family's interests, and any mistakes are unacceptable. Jiang Yuzi's expression turned solemn as she went on. I need to remind you all, there are no easy tasks in the Tianjiao camp. No super powerful equipment or formations can be used. The rules must be followed, or severe punishments will be imposed. Here, everyone must rely solely on their own strength. Jiang Wushuang, the number 1 in the new generation of the Jiang family, finally stopped picking at her nails and said nonchalantly, 16th uncle, I'm feeling a bit tired. With that, she stood up and walked straight out. Jiang Yuanyao watched her leave, a flicker of excitement in her eyes, and then stood up as well, saying, 16th uncle, the anime I've been waiting for 3 years is about to end. If I don't watch it now, I'll miss it. Without waiting for a response, she quickly left. Jiang Yoji watched them go, shaking her head with a wry smile but said nothing more. She understood that this was the Jiang family's way. She reiterated, work hard to qualify. Once you reach the top 3, you'll have the freedom you desire. Finally, Jiang Yuji mentioned Lu Chen of the Batian Society. As for Lu Chen from the Batian Society, find an opportunity to disable him. This task falls to Jiang Chuyang since you're somewhat acquainted. Remember, in the Tianjiao camp, there's no external assistance. Everyone must rely on their own strength. The Tianjiao ranking is like a chessboard for competition, causing a sensation throughout the entire Daxia kingdom. Even prestigious families like the Jiang family from Jiangnan have to adhere to the rules. The latest intelligence reports that Lu Chen's cultivation has advanced from the 1st level of the fusion aperture stage to the 5th level. Moreover, his talent is said to be of the SS-level fire attribute, potentially even a limit-breaking level talent. After the meeting, someone will provide recommendations on how to handle this situation, but caution is paramount. Plan thoroughly before taking action. Jiang Yoji sternly warned that the decision to cripple Lu Chen was an order from one of the family's ancestors, and it must be executed properly. If difficulties arise, seeking assistance from the Dragon Clan's prodigies might be considered. The mention of limit breaking made Jiang Chuyang's eyes flash with confusion and shock. This was because the recently departed number 1 sequence Jiang Wushuang and number 2 sequence Jiang Yuanyao both possessed limit-breaking talents. Thinking of their prowess, Jiang Chuyang couldn't help but shiver. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, 13th Elder, if the situation becomes critical, can we eliminate him directly? Although Lu Chen was merely the last in the Jiang family's sequence, Jiang Chuyang was confident that removing him wouldn't be difficult. However, unless absolutely necessary, it would be best to spare his life to avoid provoking the mad dogs of the Batian Society. Year 581 of the Martial Era, September 28th. The grand opening of the Tianjiao camp in the 8 major war zones of Xia has begun. Heroes from all over compete fiercely for a spot on the Tianjiao list, marking the official start of this intense contest. At 8 a.m., at the west gate of the main base in the Jiangnan war zone, a steady stream of vehicles departed. These young talents, mostly nurtured by major satellite cities, were among the best. Some of them were particularly distinguished. After leaving the city, they were guided by their elders and flew away on magical flying devices. The more advanced participants took out their powerful flying artifacts, soaring into the sky and cutting through the heavens. At this moment, at Gate 25 of the West Wall, Old Master Sun Jinhua watched as Lu Chen and others drove away. With a sigh of relief, he remarked, "It seems my decision back then was indeed wise." Beside him, Sun Chenyan understood his sentiment. Watching the departing vehicles, memories flooded his mind. He softly replied, "Your decision was indeed a gamble. You threw the entire Sun family into Lu Chen's camp, and even spent all our liquid assets to acquire black gold magnetite. If Lu Chen had failed, the Sun family would have faced immense losses. I had to deal with 2 dissenting elders just to stabilize the situation." As the vehicles vanished from sight, Sun Chenyan smiled and said, "Now, the Sun family has firmly established itself at the main base of the war zone and even secured a high position within the mining association. You have become one of the 5 vice presidents. Those who opposed, hesitated, or schemed against us now look at you with admiration and respect. Turning to the old master, she added emotionally, our Sun family is on the verge of transformation. Sun Jinhua humbly shook his head and smiled. The Sun family's success today is not because of me, but because of Lu Chen. His journey is still long. Looking into the distance, he continued, this Tianjiao camp might be the starting point for Lu Chen's rise. Like a great rock spreading its wings, soaring to the heights. Perhaps in the near future, the once unknown boy from Linsong will be famous throughout Xia. We must not stop. We need to continue following our previous plan, prioritizing Lu Chen's needs. As for family affairs, as I discussed with you yesterday, I'll leave them entirely in your hands. Remember my words. Only by meeting Lu Chen's needs can the Sun family leverage his power to grow and prosper. He paused briefly, then turned to Sun Qinyan and said, some within the family are already aware of our relationship with Lu Chen. They will also gradually learn about the existence of the Batian Society. You must take this matter seriously. Anyone using the Sun family or Batian Society's name must be ruthlessly dealt with. Remember, anyone. As the first family in Linsong City, the Sun family had a considerable number of members. Within this vast family system, the Sun family not only employs retainers and warriors, but also supports their families, amounting to nearly 1,000 people relying on the Sun family for their livelihood. With so many people gathered together, diverse thoughts abound, and any slight misstep could lead to trouble. The head of the Sun family handles matters with a straightforward approach and iron fist. With enough manpower, they could annihilate the entire Sun family in one fell swoop, ensuring absolute unity and leaving no future threats. Though this decision is harsh, it is preferable to the risk of the Sun family fracturing. Upon hearing this, Sun Qinyan couldn't help but shiver, solemnly declaring, all right, I will establish a family enforcement team to carry out this task diligently. The head of the Sun family nodded, the storage ring on his finger glinting as he took out 2 large pearls, playing with them in his palm. He said, let's go. We have a few more matters to handle, all involving the higher-ups of the mining association. I must deal with those old folks. Having a strong backing is crucial, but it should only be a last resort. We mustn't act recklessly in normal times. The Sun family had found a path forward, relying solely on their own strength and means. Sun Jinhua understood this well. Just as the two left, 2 figures were observing them from the restricted area above the number 25 section of the city wall. Qiu Yuanlong remarked, the Sun family indeed has some tricks, especially that old man's son. He knows his limits, understands when to advance and retreat, and acts decisively. If not for his limited cultivation, he would surely be a significant figure. After the martial era, ordinary people and low-level warriors found it hard to make a name for themselves unless they possessed near-demonic cunning. As a member of the Batians, Qiu Yuanlong's perspective was naturally higher. It was remarkable that Sun Jinhua managed to bring the Sun family to the pinnacle of Linsong City with his own abilities. Ma Jingyang nodded in agreement and said with a smile, I was worried that if the Sun family acted under the name of the Batians, they would have to distance themselves from Xiao Qian and the others, but it seems there's no need for that now. With someone like Sun Jinhua, coupled with Xiao Qian and the others' support, the rise of the Sun family is inevitable. He thought for a moment and added, in that case, I plan to handle the Jiang family, who are preparing to move against Sun Jinhua, to serve as a deterrent. Although the Mining Association's power isn't strong in this main base of the war zone, they do have a Grandmaster-level expert. To be easily outmaneuvered by a newcomer, especially with the bias of the city gate's defenders, is truly disheartening. This will surely trigger a reshuffling of interests. Those harboring grievances spent heavily to enlist the Jiang family, opponents of the Batians, seeking a challenge. However, these actions did not escape the notice of the Batians. Qiu Yuanlong laughed then, on behalf of Xiao Chun, I thank you. Master Ma, heaven helps those who help themselves. Something Sun Jinhua can't know. These trivial matters aren't worth mentioning. Ma Jingyang put his arm around Qiu Yuanlong's neck, grinning. Xiao Qiu, you better tell me honestly. Are you hiding something about Xiao Chun from me and 8th Master? At that moment, a figure swiftly approached from the distant west gate, landing steadily beside them. Li Bagong had just arrived, his face brimming with excitement as he greeted familiar faces from the Tianjiao camp. Without hesitation, he declared that if anyone from the Jiang family dared to make a move here, they would not be spared. He mysteriously hinted at an important piece of news. The overall commander of the Jiangnan Tianjiao camp had been transferred from the capital. This revelation left the 2 men exchanging puzzled glances. He continued to unravel the mystery, revealing that not only the commander of the Jiangnan Tianjiao camp, but also those of other war zones had been airlifted from the same place, the capital, a dominant force. This news made Ma Jingyang and Qiu Yuanlong's expressions grow serious. In the hierarchical structure of the Daxia kingdom, the 8 great families undoubtedly held the highest positions. However, more precisely, the winners from the capital were the unrivaled presence. The first-generation ancestors of the 7 great families had suffered casualties to varying degrees, but the ancestor of the winning family was still alive and had reached an unfathomable level of cultivation. The winners controlled the Tianjiao camps in various war zones, ensuring that no one would dare to scheme against Xiao Chen. After sharing this information, Li Bagong suddenly changed the topic, curiously asking what they had been discussing earlier. Ma Jingyang immediately responded that he and 8th Master had been running around for Xiao Chen these days, while Xiao Chen was living leisurely, drinking tea and listening to music in the villa. He pointed at Xiao Yuanlong, smiling and suggesting that Xiao Shiji might still have some secrets he hadn't disclosed. Forced into a corner, Xiao Yuanlong finally confessed the secret he had been hesitant to reveal. Li Bagong and Ma Jingyang exchanged a glance, eager to know if Lu Chen had any other secrets. Xiao Yuanlong decided to spill everything, and they listened intently. He excitedly explained that Xiao Chen's talents included 3 colors and 1 gold, with a fire element and what seemed to be an intuitive talent. There was also 1 talent they should remember. Ma Jingyang immediately identified it as a defensive talent. Li Bagong agreed, noting that such a talent required the appropriate techniques to activate, and the higher the level of the technique, the better the defensive effect. The master was currently searching for a suitable technique for Xiao Chen. Xiao Yuanlong was shocked to hear that the master had put aside his duties to focus on finding a technique for Xiao Chen. Seeing the increasingly puzzled expressions on their faces, Xiao Yuanlong set up a barrier to isolate their conversation and finally admitted that Xiao Chen's defensive talent had mutated. It could now enhance itself without the need for any techniques. He had even personally tested it, finding that only by suppressing his cultivation to the 2nd level of a grandmaster could he break through Xiao Chen's defense. This revelation made Ma Jingyang's heart skip a beat. Trembling, he stammered, breakthrough level. Another breakthrough level? This is insane. Is there any justice left in the world? Even someone as powerful as Li Bagong found it hard to believe. 600 glorious years of the martial era, and those with dual breakthrough level talents could be counted on one hand. The first ancestor of the Ying family in the capital was one. The guardian of the outer battlefield for 500 years was another. Their own grandmaster surely counted as well. But who else? After thinking it over, he burst out angrily. Damn it! If I had known, I wouldn't have gone through all that trouble, wasting favors left and right. I should have just looked for that woman in the red dress. He shot Xiao Yuanlong a glare before storming off, likely to do what he had in mind. Those who understood knew. As for Lu Chen, he had no concerns left. Could anyone really defend against Xiao Yuanlong's suppressed level 2 grandmaster power? What a joke. Even though Xiao Yuanlong was the weakest in the Batian Association, he was still a standout in his tier and could easily fight above his level. Ma Jingyang snapped out of his daze, grabbed Xiao Yuanlong, and grinned wickedly. Oh, little Xiao, you've been keeping secrets from me. Come on, join Master Ma for some giant whip wine. I got a top-quality whip, 32 meters long. The wine it makes is potent. Last time you escaped, but not this time. You're drinking for days. Hearing this, Xiao Yuanlong's face turned green. Not every man enjoys whip wine, especially Ma Jingyang's, which was loaded with powerful ingredients. Even a single sip could knock out a Sky Realm warrior for half a month. Despite being a level 9 grandmaster, Xiao Yuanlong couldn't handle too much of it either. Poor Xiao, still a bachelor, was in for a tough time. At the main base of the Jiangnan war zone, about 100 miles past the West Gate, the landscape had radically changed since the martial era began. Once a fertile plain with a high population density, the area now boasted several abruptly risen mountains. The flatlands were overgrown with dense vegetation, resembling a primordial jungle. From an aerial view, one could see a large green expanse completely erased, replaced by a modern, militarized town. Watchtowers stood on all 4 sides, and the buildings varied in height, with the tallest reaching about 10 stories. At the town center was an expansive training ground with a grandstand. This was the Jiangnan War Zone's elite camp. At that moment, the sky was filled with a deafening roar as numerous armed transport planes were at work, arriving from all directions to deliver supplies. The most eye-catching were the special cages hanging from the planes, some containing humans and others holding fierce beasts. On the ground, the east side of the elite camp, facing the west gate of the main base, was busy registering new arrivals. Meanwhile, massive transport trucks were efficiently moving in and out on the other 3 sides. It was a scene of bustling activity. Lu Chen and his 3 companions got out of their vehicle some distance from the registration point and were immediately stunned by what they saw. Holy crap! Are those people in the cages under the planes from the ancient god cult? So many in black robes? Wait, there are even a few redrobed grandmasters among them. Sun Qi pointed to the sky, shouting in shock. They had encountered an ambush from the ancient god cult on their way to the main base. They had just gone through a life-or-death trial and naturally began to look up related information. They also gained some understanding of the organizational structure of this force. Those at the lowest level, dressed in gray robes, were usually extraordinary powerhouses. Those in black robes held higher positions as enforcers, possessing abilities in the realms of fusion and airborne mastery. The ones in red robes were even more terrifying, revered as sword-bearers in the ancient god church, a role reserved only for grandmasters. Lu Chen observed for a while, then withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "These people from the ancient god church might just be one of the best opportunities for us to improve our skills." Sun Chi immediately felt anxious and said with a wry smile, "Using grandmasters as a whetstone, aren't you worried the blade might get dull?" "I'm getting a bit nervous." Lu Chen patted his shoulder and smiled without saying a word. The command center of the Tianjiao camp wasn't foolish either. They would surely be aware of the Grandmaster's formidable combat strength and would take appropriate measures to limit them. As he casually glanced around, he noticed that there were quite a few people, mostly young faces, with some brought by their elders. After all, they were the cream of the crop among the Tianjiao. Judging by their aura, the weakest among them were extraordinary powerhouses. Their faces all radiated unparalleled confidence and excitement. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly noticed someone staring at him from a distance. Their eyes met briefly, but Lu Chen clearly felt the killing intent in that person's gaze. Will the Jiang family target me in the Tianjiao camp? Lu Chen thought with a smile, musing to himself. Aren't they worried that all their chosen candidates might be defeated by me? Lu Gu, what's up? Sun Chi followed Lu Chen's gaze but saw nothing, asking in confusion, what was that expression about? Did you see a pretty girl? Seeing Lu Chen looking around, Huang Linglan, displeased, pinched his side. It turned out that person was Jiang Chuyang from the Jiang family. Lin Xia, after speaking, turned to Lu Chen with a worried expression. Back at Xingyue Market, he could rely on the moon suppression stone to intimidate opponents. But now, in the Tianjiao camp, those external aids were useless. Despite her doubts, she didn't show them. At the mention of Jiang Chuyang's name, Sun Chi also fell silent, lost in thought. Just as the four were about to report in, someone approached from behind, wearing a friendly smile and introducing himself. "Hello, beautiful people, I'm Liang Mingqiu." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly and said calmly, "We met at the testing center. You got slapped by Uncle Qiu." "Hee, no pain, no gain," Liang Mingqiu said, pretending to be relaxed. His gaze shifted away from Lin Xia and Huang Linglan, and he continued nonchalantly, "As long as I can be friends with Lu Chen, I'd take 10 slaps any day." With that, he handed over a slip of paper. Seeing that Lu Chen remained unmoved, he stuffed the paper directly into Sun Chi's hand. Then, Liang Mingqiu waved goodbye, hands in his pockets, swaggering towards the registration area, his eyes roaming over the girls. Hearing the loud rumbling overhead, he looked up, his expression turning cold. Do they plan to use my people from the ancient god church as whetstones? Even a sword-bearer? His eyes flashed with cold light, tinged with a hint of anger. After averting his gaze, he silently thought to himself, do these self-righteous church masters really think of weapons as toys? Swordsman. Swordsman? This sword. It can actually explode? I wonder how many people it can kill when it goes off. He stared ahead, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He continued to move forward, his steps fluid and his body swaying rhythmically. Not far behind him, Sun Chi asked curiously, "Brother Lu, who is that guy? He looks pretty cool." "Don't bother with him, just a mad dog," Lu Chen replied, his heart filled with disdain for Liang Mingqiu. Meanwhile, Hong Shuang, an exceptionally perceptive companion, warned in his mind, this person is dangerous, not someone to mess with. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Sun Chi unfolded a piece of paper and, after a quick glance, his face turned pale. Trembling, he handed it to Lu Chen. The note read, 8 members of the Jiang family have entered the Tianjiao camp. The list is as follows. Jiang Wushuang, Jiang family's number 1 new generation, possesses a limit-breaking talent, cultivation level reached the 9th level of Yukuan. His battle record is Jiang Yuanyao, Jiang family's number 2, possesses a limit-breaking talent, cultivation level reached the 9th level of Yukuan. Lu Chen, we are friends, not enemies. We can join forces against the Jiang family. Sun Chi's face was ashen, his voice trembling as he urgently said, Brother Lu, the Jiang family is targeting you. Should we retreat? This Tianjiao camp is a dangerous place. It's not worth sacrificing ourselves here. How about we go back to the main base and wait until we are invincible before striking? Isn't that how it always goes in novels? Hearing this, Lin Xia also nodded in agreement. Although they hadn't been at the main base for long, they had come to understand the formidable power of the Jiang family. In a word, the Jiang family was the overlord of the Jiangnan war zone. Provoking such an opponent was practically courting death. Smiling at Sun Chi, Lu Chen said, Dragon's Lair or Tiger's Den? I must venture in. Seeing Sun Chi about to speak again, he added, stop reading those novels from hundreds of years ago. Those sci-fi web novels are all made up, although exciting, this is the martial arts era. Year 600. Have you ever seen a strong person emerge by hiding? All those giants spilled blood on the battlefield to prove their invincibility. Martial arts, martial arts. Without fighting bloodily, where's the path? Retreating again and again will only lead to perpetual retreat. Inspired, Sun Qi's face turned red, and he roared lowly, "Damn it, let's crush the Jiang family's scum." Brother Lu, you're right. If we retreat this time, we'll retreat next time too. How can that be? Isn't that showing weakness? After his outburst, he realized that Lu Chen and the others had already walked far away, as if they didn't know him. Sun Qi felt confused. He suddenly noticed that passers-by were giving him strange looks. Even the staff at the registration desk were casting odd glances his way. Oh my god, what did I just say? Can everyone hear me out? At the registration area of Tianjiao camp, the various registration points were bustling with activity, as if they were ablaze. The registration process was straightforward, involving basic information matching like appearance, fingerprints, and iris scans. Once successfully completed, participants received special identity wristbands and camp assignments. Lu Chen and his 3 companions queued up for registration and quickly completed the process. As they stepped through the entrance, they noticed figures standing every few meters on the open ground to their right. These individuals exuded an unmistakable aura, all of them being masters. A quick glance revealed about 50 of them. The overwhelming pressure made every genius entering the camp feel their breath catch and their heart skip a beat. Even Lu Chen was awed by the sight. It was the first time he had seen so many masters, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. Sun Qi lowered his voice and said, "Our numbers are consecutive, so we should be assigned to the same unit. Let's go. I can't wait to meet our instructor." They noticed that each master had a number range in front of them, corresponding to the trainees' assignments. Lu Chen and his group quickly moved forward and slowed down in the middle section of the master's area. Their numbers were 0436 to 0439, with 0438 being Sun Qi's. Sun Qi felt as if he was being targeted. However, none of them noticed the strange expression on Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen was staring at a particular instructor, who seemed to recognize him and even showed a hint of evasion. Sun Qi stopped a few meters in front of a master named Song Qifeng, his expression becoming quite animated. Song Qifeng's eyes twitched as he heard this, his worst fears coming true. He forced himself to stay calm and asked, "Are you 4 assigned to me?" Sun Qi nodded awkwardly, while Lu Chen walked over with a smile, saying, "Yes, Master Song. Long time no see." He scrutinized Song Qifeng's face, which had already returned to normal, showing no signs of disturbance. However, Song Qifeng felt that there was something hidden in Lu Chen's smile. He quickly interrupted, "Enough talk. Get in line. I'll explain the rules once everyone is here." As the 4 of them stood behind him, Song Qifeng's expression turned helpless. As someone suffering from a social death, the best solution was to go somewhere no one knew him. Initially, he wanted to go to the Grey Mist seafront, but that area was relatively stable and didn't require the support of a master-level expert. So he had to request a transfer to Tianjiao camp to serve as an instructor. He figured that if he could endure these 2 months, the social death incident would gradually fade away. Those shameful nicknames, like Love-Struck Song Lulu, Jadeite Song, and Master of 100 Dagger Catch, would no longer be mentioned. However, just as he was dreaming of a bright future, the very people who had witnessed his embarrassing moments appeared before him again. To make matters worse, they were all juniors. Song Qifeng felt a deep sense of sorrow, as if the world was against him. Just then, behind him, Sun Qi was making faces at Lu Chen, his eyes gleaming with uncontrollable gossip. He imitated speaking in a low voice, "Wow, Master Song is still in Jiangnan." But before he could finish, he noticed something off in Lu Chen's eyes. Turning around, he was startled to see that Song Qifeng had already turned and was staring coldly at him. Sun Qi trembled and let out an involuntary scream. He was then kicked, flying 5 or 6 meters away. Song Qifeng sternly said, "If you mess around again, they'll show you during training." Sun Qi quickly got up and apologized with a smile. "Sorry, Master Song. I was wrong. I promised to behave from now on." In truth, the kick hadn't been forceful. It had merely sent him a few meters away without causing pain. The geniuses of Linsong City knew well the kind of person Song Qifeng was. He was fair and impartial, with a gentle temperament. When he first led everyone to the main base, he patiently guided them in their training, earning their deep respect. Because of this, both Sun Qi and Lu Chen trusted him completely. Good to know. Song Qifeng maintained his stoic expression, embodying the aloof demeanor of a master. With a cold snort, he turned to await the team members. As time passed, more and more people joined his group. All 10 qualifiers from Linsong City's martial exam had gathered. Seeing Lu Chen, they were all visibly excited, chatting animatedly. Some were particularly enthusiastic, following Lu Chen's every word. However, with Sun Qi around, no one dared to act arrogant in front of Linsong's top young master, showing no fear. Since the Xingyi Weifang incident, Lu Chen's reputation had spread throughout the main base. It was no surprise that some people, knowing his background, tried to curry favor with him. Just one more to go. Sun Qi scanned the surroundings. 20 people had already joined Master Song Chiefing's group. The other two masters had already led their teams away, leaving the registration area quite deserted, with only the group waiting. The check-in deadline was noon, and anyone who missed it would be disqualified. Half an hour passed, and still, no one else appeared. It was now 11:55, and only one person was missing. Sun Qi and the others were growing impatient. Although leaving early had no particular advantage, watching other teams depart made them eager to get started as well. Here he comes, Lu Chen said softly, his gaze fixed on the registration area. A young boy hurried over, his long black hair tied in a Taoist knot, wearing a washed-out gray Taoist robe and carrying a thermos. After registering, he hurried over to Song Qifing and quickly apologized. I'm really sorry. I lost my luggage and didn't have money for a cab, so I had to run all the way here. Sorry to keep the master and everyone waiting. After speaking, he bowed deeply towards Lu Chen. Song Qifing nodded kindly and said, It's all right. Join the team as soon as you can. Then, turning to the group, he announced, Now that we're all here, let's head to the rest area where I'll explain the rules. Sun Qi asked curiously, Is there no ceremony, or anything? I was hoping to meet the commander, so I wouldn't miss him later. Song Qifing shook his head and explained, There was supposed to be one, but it got cancelled recently. To be honest, even us instructors haven't met the commander. With that, he led everyone into the Tianjiao camp. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's gaze lingered on the last person to join the team, a young Taoist. There was something odd about him. Typically, when a warrior absorbs spiritual energy, their body and blood essence improve, almost like a radiation source. But strangely, Lu Chen couldn't sense any energy fluctuations from this young Taoist. He seemed just like an ordinary person. Closing his eyes, the other geniuses around him glowed like bright fireballs. But the young Taoist was as elusive as the wind. Not only Lu Chen, but even Hong Shuang couldn't sense anything. In Master Song's team, there were 21 people in total, with 20 from Linsong and Yunzi City. The young Taoist was the only outsider, which puzzled Lu Chen, but he soon dismissed it from his mind. Just then, the young Taoist approached him and said earnestly, Friend, you've been watching me. Are you doubting my cultivation? There might be some misunderstanding, but I can teach you a technique to conceal your energy, allowing you to reach my level. According to your system, it should be Earth rank, grade 5. Lu Chen looked at him skeptically, but the young Taoist continued seriously, Before I set out, my master divined my fortune and got the Fire-Earth Progress hexagram, saying that meeting fire would bring me good luck and meeting earth would bring me fame. I was confused at first, until I met you. I realized you are the benefactor my master mentioned. Sun Qi, standing nearby, muttered, Why are these Taoists always so mysterious? It seems like a trick. The young Taoist turned to Sun Qi and smiled. Your talent seems to be spiritual. I can teach you the appropriate technique, which should be Earth rank, grade 2 according to your system. Sun Qi was shocked and quickly said, From today on, Lu Chen is my big brother, and you are my second brother. I want to be your disciple. Just as he was about to kneel, the young Taoist stopped him and said sternly, Friend, I am sincere with you, but please don't harm me. By becoming my disciple, you would actually be harming me. Sun Qi blinked, his joy turning to suspicion. Would I harm him? He thought for a moment and then pointed to Lu Chen. What about him? The young Taoist looked seriously at Lu Chen and said, He is an abyss. I dare not delve deeper. Sun Qi shook his head and decided to ignore the seemingly crazy Taoist, while Huang Linglan, standing nearby, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Lin Xia's lips twitched slightly, as if mocking the absurdity of the person's words. Noble? What a joke. Lu Chen was equally baffled. He intended to end the conversation but was suddenly interrupted by Song Qifing's voice transmission. The Taoist's name is Feng Qingyang, hailing from the mysterious Penglai. Although uncertain of the truth in his words, the place cannot be underestimated. According to rumors, Penglai's patriarch was an extraordinary figure. During the martial arts era, as a fan of martial arts novels, he used the existing spiritual power and blood energy system to recreate the techniques from those novels. He even created several heaven-ear techniques, such as the 9-Yang Divine Skill, 6 Meridian Sword, and Wuxiang Skill. These revelations left Lu Chen utterly shocked. As far as he knew, most of the advanced techniques in Daxia came from various secret realms and ruins, rarely created by martial artists themselves. Now, his understanding was completely overturned. Song Qifing continued his voice transmission, saying, It's said that Penglai's patriarch intended to create a technique called the Northern Darkness Divine Skill, but was killed by a powerful figure from the capital halfway through. Today, Penglai remains suspended overseas, shrouded in gray mist, unreachable. For reasons unknown, they have suddenly reached out to Jiangnan, willing to send disciples to join the Tianjiao camp. This is all the information I have. After finishing, he led the team to the rest area. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was still in shock. The young Taoist smiled and said, "Did the senior instructor tell you everything? You seem to know a lot. I didn't see you divining." Lu Chen was taken aback. The young Taoist continued, "My master gave me the name Feng Qingyang, but I don't like it, because it's from someone else's novel. You can call me Shi Chuanxiao." Inspired by Carefree Wandering, Lu Chen nodded. After introducing himself, he asked, "Can the techniques from Peng Lai be freely taught to others?" Through Song Qifeng's explanation, Lu Chen increasingly felt that the mysterious Peng Lai was a treasure trove of techniques. Although the legendary patriarch had passed, how many techniques had he created? If they were easily taught to others, it might be inappropriate. Shi Chuanxiao, however, responded without hesitation, "I can give you 2 techniques, but I have a small request." Lu Chen decided to hear out the scatterbrained youth's request first. Shi Chuanxiao paused, looking a bit embarrassed, and said, "I want to join you. Firstly, you are my destined benefactors. Secondly, I need your help. Actually, I am not yet a martial artist." Lu Chen's eyes widened in shock. No wonder he couldn't sense any life force or energy fluctuations. It turns out he was just an ordinary person. Sun Qi, extremely surprised, hesitated and said, "You're not a martial artist? How dare you join the Tianjiao camp?" Shi Chuanxiao, full of confusion, asked, "Why wouldn't I dare? After all, I have you all here." This conversation, oddly enough, seemed to make perfect sense. After spending a short time together, Lu Chen decided to give Shi Chuanxiao a chance and temporarily accept him. He planned to observe for a while before making a final decision. Lu Chen wasn't too concerned about talk of destiny or auspicious people. He valued tangible things, like martial arts techniques. Integrating into their small circle wouldn't be easy for Shi Chuanxiao. Gaining Lu Chen's genuine acceptance seemed almost impossible unless, like Sun Qi, they had known each other for a long time and had come from Linsong City together. Or like the Batian Society, where Qiu Yuanlong acted as a link. Otherwise, it would have to start with an exchange of interests. When faced with interests, people reveal their true intentions, shedding their disguises. At this moment, the 5 of them were trailing at the end of the group. Sun Qi, being from a prominent family, occasionally chatted with Shi Chuanxiao, and before long, they became quite close. They talked about everything from local customs to cultivation, from street food to barbecued fierce beasts. Lu Chen listened with a smile on his face. Despite Sun Qi's usual cheerful demeanor, he was undoubtedly a smart person, now skillfully guiding the conversation. After all, as a scion of a wealthy family, he had met many people. Once he started talking, he could go on endlessly. He told Shi Chuanxiao some things about Peng Lai, leaving Shi Chuanxiao astounded, almost ready to bow in reverence. Soon, they arrived at a resting place, a spacious and clean room resembling a classroom. From today until the Tianjiao camp closed in 2 months, they would be here day and night. Song Qifeng was the first to sit down, inviting everyone to join him, indicating that they could approach him anytime. 21 geniuses sat in front of him, listening attentively. Lu Chen and the others did the same, knowing they were about to learn the rules of the Tianjiao camp trials. Song Qifeng then got down to business. He surveyed everyone present and said seriously, "Your presence here proves your potential and strength. However, the cost of the Tianjiao camp is enormous, with investments beyond imagination. With such investments, there must be returns. Remember, the competition here is fierce, and the aim is elimination. Every day, someone will be eliminated. Those who are unqualified will be sent away. Progress or perish." His words made the atmosphere tense. The geniuses from the 2 major satellite cities began to look solemn, the excitement and confidence in their eyes gradually fading. Some started whispering among themselves. Song Qifeng waited for everyone to calm down. In Lu Chen's small circle, he and Lin Xia appeared relaxed. Huang Linglan also remained calm, knowing she just had to follow Qi Bao. Sun Qi looked tense, clenching his fists tightly. Shi Chuanxiao, on the other hand, nonchalantly opened his thermos and took a few sips. He noticed Lu Chen watching him, smiled awkwardly, and offered the thermos. "Boss, thirsty?" He had picked up this manner of address from Sun Qi. Although Song Qifeng's words hadn't made him nervous, he seemed a bit flustered while handing the thermos to Lu Chen, holding it tightly. "No thanks." Lu Chen shook his head. After Shi Chuanxiao announced the amnesty, Song Qifeng cleared his throat and continued speaking. He informed everyone that the Tianjiao camp would last for 2 months, during which the majority would be eliminated, leaving only the top 50 to enter the Great Xia Tianjiao ranking. The entire camp would be divided into 3 stages. The first stage, lasting 1 month, would involve internal eliminations through the ladder battle and the extreme battle, cutting down 800 participants. The second stage, lasting half a month, would see the remaining 700 engage in wilderness hunts, with 500 being eliminated. And the final stage, also half a month, would feature a life-and-death arena challenge among the last 200 participants. Song Qifeng took a deep breath and continued, explaining that this final stage would be a fight to the death. where the victor advances and the defeated must leave. As Lu Chen listened, he felt a surge of concern for the Zhang family, knowing they were likely to make their move during the last two stages, especially the wilderness hunt. However, he felt no fear, only a sense of anticipation. The wilderness was a familiar territory for him, and he wondered what gains might come if he could kill the Zhang family's prodigies and let Hong Shuang devour them. Lu Chen was well aware of the power of the Zhang family and the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. The Zhang family's prodigies had talent that broke the limits, and the Eastern Sea Dragon clan was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, he was not worried, confident in his own strength and foundation. He was focused on methodically completing each stage of the challenge and waiting for future opportunities. After Song Chifeng finished explaining the rules, he waited for the crowd to process the information. Once everyone was ready, he displayed the silver bracelet on his wrist and prepared to explain the operation of the ladder battle. Lu Chen also activated his bracelet, and a faint blue light appeared on the screen, indicating his readiness to begin the challenge. Song Chifeng reminded everyone once again to click and enter the ladder battle. Lu Chen's consciousness momentarily blurred, and when he came to his senses, he found himself standing in a vast square. Beside him, Sun Qi and others appeared out of thin air one after another. He realized this was a peculiar experience of entering with their consciousness. Looking around, he saw numerous masters leading their students and explaining something. A rough estimate suggested there were hundreds of masters alone. Coupled with the onlooking students, the crowd likely numbered in the thousands. Could it be that all the students from the 8 elite camps of Daxia had gathered here? Lu Chen speculated. Before long, Song Chifeng joined them. Without much ado, he said, once you enter the virtual divine realm, you just need to silently recite a command to start the ladder battle. Each match will randomly pair you with an opponent, who could also be from the elite camps, but not necessarily from Jiang'an. After each match, points will be added or deducted based on the outcome and other factors. Listening to this, Lu Chen felt a sense of déjà vu. The ladder battle mode was strikingly similar to certain competitive online games from his previous life, evoking a sense of familiarity. With the basic rules explained, the core concept was straightforward: elimination. Based on the overall rankings, a portion of participants would be eliminated daily. The elimination information would be directly displayed on their wristbands. After finishing his explanation, Song Chifeng smiled and asked, "Any questions?" Lu Chen raised his hand. "Master Song, I have 2 questions. First, when we first enter the virtual divine realm, the wristband screen shows that we can set our own nickname and appearance. Does this mean that participation in the ladder battle doesn't require real identity information?" Song Chifeng nodded. "That's correct. This helps effectively protect personal privacy. My second question is the virtual divine realm absolutely fair and safe?" This was crucial for Lu Chen. The virtual divine realm should scan data like soul, blood energy, and physique, which could reveal his previously tested 3-color and 1-goal talent. Understanding Lu Chen's concern, Song Chifeng smiled and replied, "The virtual divine realm is vast and covers the entire Daxia region. Entering through the terminal is absolutely safe, with no need to worry about privacy leaks. Only a tiny part is accessible to the public. Let me briefly explain the origin of the virtual divine realm." Song Chifeng suddenly fell silent, then sighed after a moment and said, "400 years ago, a legendary figure with a limit-breaking spiritual talent donated his head on his deathbed, which was used by numerous researchers to create the core of the virtual divine realm. This place is the only sanctuary not controlled by anyone. Of course, not everyone can enter the virtual divine realm. At least a grandmaster is needed to withstand the soul pressure. This area has been weakened by tens of thousands of times." Hearing this, Sun Qi beside Lu Chen looked up, his eyes reflecting a sense of resonance. He too had awakened a spiritual talent, albeit just a level 1. "All right, everyone, you may go back now," Song Chifeng said. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if he vanished into thin air. In the lounge, after everyone had returned from the virtual realm, Song Chifeng once again succinctly explained the ultimate battle. In addition to the ladder battle, this phase was even more intense. Every 3 days, each person had to enter an octagon cage for a real fight against a fierce beast. Besides the beasts, they might also face members of the ancient god cult. Inside that cage, it was a matter of life and death, with the risk of losing one's life. Of course, one could choose to refuse the battle, but the consequence would be losing the qualification to advance. After hearing the rules of the ultimate battle, most people in the lounge turned pale, some becoming visibly uneasy. Although the beasts were arranged and wouldn't be overly formidable, the name Ultimate Battle meant giving it their all. A single mistake could turn them into the beast's prey. Next, Song Chifeng led everyone on a tour of the entire Tianjiao camp. The living quarters and the cafeteria were the basic facilities, but there was also a training area. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the training equipment in the camp was several times more advanced than those in martial arts academies. No matter what aspect one wanted to train, there was a corresponding functional room available. At 3 p.m., the group disbanded, beginning their free time to enjoy the last moments of leisure. Starting tomorrow, everyone would be plunged into intense battles and combats, day after day, with no respite. Either they get eliminated, or they advance. On the way back to the dormitory, Sun Shi frowned and said, "Brother Lu, these rules are insane. I'm afraid I won't last 10 days before getting eliminated." Lu Chen didn't respond to him. Instead, he turned to Shi Chuanxiu and asked, "Little Taoist, aren't you worried about being eliminated?" When Shi Chuanxiu had asked to join Lu Chen's group earlier, he had mentioned that he wasn't a warrior and hoped to get Lu Chen's protection to see if he could pass the advancement trials. However, now, both the ladder battle and the ultimate battle required personal participation, with no reliance on others. Me, Shi Chuanxiu, holding a thermos in one hand and rubbing his head with the other, said, "In the ladder battle, although I can't win, I won't necessarily lose either. Theoretically. As long as I don't lose points, I won't be eliminated." His words sounded strange. Lu Chen and Sun Shi exchanged puzzled glances, but before they could ask, Shi Chuanxiu continued, "As for the ultimate battle, it's even simpler. I can't win, but I won't necessarily lose. Whether it's a fierce beast or someone from the ancient god cult, they are all living beings, right? I can communicate with them rationally and ask them not to harm anyone." His words became increasingly baffling. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Shi Chuanxiu looked a bit smug. He subconsciously wanted to take a sip from his thermos, but stopped himself. He smiled and said, "Don't doubt me. You'll see when the time comes. The ultimate battle happens every 3 days, and you can watch from outside the octagon cage." He pointed to the situation outside the octagon cage. Suddenly, Shi Chuanxiu seemed to remember something and took out 3 jade slips from his pocket. "These are the techniques I promised you all. They're all earth level, including concealment technique, mental techniques, and ice techniques. These jade slips are exclusive secrets from Peng Lai. Just place them on your forehead to receive the information, and they will disappear after use." There was something that made Sun Shi feel a bit embarrassed. He admitted that it wasn't because he looked down on Huangling Lan, but rather because it was genuinely difficult to find a suitable martial art technique for her. Even if she obtained one, she wouldn't be able to practice it. Sun Shi couldn't help but glance to the side, relieved that Huangling Lan and Lin Xia had already gone to the other dormitory. Early the next morning, Lu Chen was awakened by a faint sound. Opening his eyes, he found the room shrouded in darkness. As a martial artist, his vision was exceptionally sharp. Slightly turning his head, he noticed a figure quietly getting dressed in the room. It was Sun Shi. In this dormitory, besides Lu Chen and Sun Shi, there were also Shi Chuanxiu and a quiet individual from Linsong City. "What's going on?" Lu Chen asked softly, glancing at the time. It was only 4 a.m. Although missing a bit of sleep might not be a big deal for martial artists, maintaining adequate rest was crucial during the grueling training at Tianjiao camp. Sun Shi's sudden movement startled him. Sun Shi turned stiffly, hesitating a bit before saying, "Lu Gu, I need to use the bathroom." Lu Chen got up immediately and said loudly, "All right, I'll go with you. It's always good to have company." Sun Shi's expression froze, and he gritted his teeth as he pleaded, "Lu Gu, please let me go alone. You should rest." Feeling sympathetic, Lu Chen chuckled softly, quickly dressed, and resolutely said, "Let's go together. With me by your side, you can push your limits even further." Lu Chen could see the anxiety and urgency in Sun Shi's eyes. Since the attack by the ancient god cult and the incident at Xingyue Pavilion, Sun Shi had become more withdrawn and heavy-hearted. Although Lu Chen had resolved the trouble, the emotional scars were not easily healed. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Sun Shi's face lit up with surprise, and he immediately agreed to head to the training room. As they stepped out into the quiet night, they found Shi Chuanxiu sitting by the door, holding a thermos, silently watching them. Although envious of their close relationship, Shi Chuanxiu jokingly offered to join them. Thus, the three of them set off towards the training area, each with a distinct expression, showcasing an extraordinary dynamic. At the entrance of the training room, they saw many people already hard at work. Sun Shi remarked with a sigh, "I thought I was the only one working this hard, but it turns out others are even more diligent. These talented and hard-working folks are truly intimidating." After an hour of intense training, Sun Shi was battered and bruised, heading towards the mental stress relief room, with Shi Chuanxiu following closely, still holding his thermos. Lu Chen, now relaxed, went to the private lounge and found someone sitting cross-legged inside. Song Qifeng was surprised to see Lu Chen arrive so early. Glancing at his watch, he remarked, "You're really exceptional. It must have taken a lot of hard work to get here." Lu Chen responded a bit awkwardly, "Yes, all my achievements are the result of my own efforts." Song Qifeng's face showed a hint of sentiment as he looked at Lu Chen with kindness in his eyes. For someone like him, he admired those who worked hard and persevered. Gently, Song Qifeng advised, "Xiao Chun, remember to balance your training with rest. It's like a spring. If you pull it too tight, it will rebound even more strongly. After giving his advice, he shifted the topic and asked, "Are you here to start the heavenly ladder battle?" Lu Chen nodded and found a place to sit. Once he entered the virtual divine realm, his body would need someone to watch over it. It turned out that what Song Chifeng had said earlier, he would sit here day and night before the camp closed, protecting the place. After a bit of small talk, Lu Chen opened his wristband and started the heavenly ladder battle. His consciousness blurred slightly as he found himself in that vast plaza once more. Unlike yesterday, this time it was completely empty, with only him present. He began to probe the abilities he had brought in, wanting to understand what he didn't have time to figure out yesterday. He sensed and muttered to himself, "Red Frost didn't come in, but I can still use fire abilities. The Tianjing Worm didn't come in, but Tianjing Shield is still here. The intensity of the flames isn't as strong as Red Frost, but it's not weak either. As for the other abilities like Earth Rank Footwork, Wujin Magnetic Body, they all work perfectly. It seems the virtual divine realm scans based on my soul imprint and enhances it with my physique. This place is more powerful and mysterious than I imagined." Except for the bloodthirsty worm swarm, Lu Chen had brought in most of his strength, enough to face the challenges ahead. He thought about giving himself a new name and, after a moment's thought, typed in Black Dragon Doctor. He casually adjusted his appearance, becoming more muscular with a beard, giving him a more rugged look. Just as he finished these changes, a light flashed in the distance, and a figure appeared before him. The newcomer seemed surprised to see him, glanced around, and then approached, asking, "Care for a match?" Lu Chen sized up the opponent and replied without hesitation, "Sure." Both clicked to match, and the connection was made smoothly. Black Dragon versus Mundane Dr. Mundo. Whoosh, both vanished from the plaza and reappeared on an unfamiliar arena. Standing 100 meters apart, they locked eyes for 2 seconds before almost simultaneously launching their attacks. Black Dragon watched as Lu Chen approached with star-like speed and said in a deep voice, "Earth-rank footwork?" Though a bit surprised, he remained calm. The crimson spear in his hand flickered with an eerie light as it suddenly appeared in Lu Chen's grasp. In a low voice, he reminded, "In the Void Realm, you can conjure weapons that suit you, and they're all of the same rank." His words were a friendly reminder, showing he had no intention of taking advantage of superior weaponry. However, despite his warning, the black dragon opposite him remained unmoved, and Lu Chen decided to let it go. The air trembled as the black dragon took a giant step, covering dozens of meters in an instant, appearing right in front of Lu Chen, who was performing his intricate footwork. The scene before him was blurry, making it hard to discern Lu Chen's figure. Nonetheless, the black dragon was unfazed, sweeping his spear like a massive dragon. The fierce momentum caused ripples in the void, as if tearing through water. The spear's sharp gleam burst forth, piercing through the void between the starlight. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly as he realized the spear's tip was aimed directly at his chest. The footwork he was using was a high-level technique, making his body move like a shooting star, hidden within distorted light. Yet, it was easily countered? His matched opponent was this powerful? Lu Chen was at a loss, realizing that no matter how he dodged, the spear's glow followed him closely, almost like a part of his body. Not to mention the advanced footwork technique, the spear technique alone was worthy of being called a high-level martial skill. Although Lu Chen could still use his magnetic and fire abilities, he decided against it after a brief thought. He wanted to test his defense and see if the Heavenly Crystal Guard from the 2.04 million Heavenly Crystal Bugs was truly invincible. He stopped dodging and conjured a battle knife in his right hand, facing the spearhead Hedon. This sudden change caught the black dragon slightly off guard, but his gaze remained calm as he unwaveringly thrust his spear at Lu Chen. With a clang, the spear struck Lu Chen's right shoulder, producing a harsh sound. However, despite the terrifying force, it only tore his clothes, leaving a white mark on his skin. The black dragon's previously calm expression turned to shock as he saw Lu Chen slightly arch his body, letting the spear slide off his shoulder and fall behind him. The last thing the black dragon saw was the flash of the knife and his own head flying off. With a crash, cracks appeared on the arena ground, and Lu Chen emerged victorious, gaining 5 points in the ladder battle. Lu Chen's consciousness returned to the Void Realm Plaza, where his opponent, the black dragon, stared at him from a distance, puzzled. They locked eyes for a few seconds before the black dragon logged off without a word. Lu Chen muttered to himself, "That guy's really strong." Besides the bug abilities, his intricate footwork had always been his survival tool. He didn't expect it to be countered so easily. He felt somewhat inadequate, like a mage class with powerful long-range attacks, but once in close combat, things get tricky. No matter how many bugs he had, he needed to improve his own strength. Otherwise, if defeated, it would be truly laughable. This initial battle forced Lu Chen to reveal his trump card, leaving him a bit frustrated. To directly enhance his strength, He had his original 12 blood apertures from the demon blood seal technique and his high-level sword heart. He wondered how long it would take for his senior sister to bring that opportunity. Standing still for a moment, he began to ponder. In a special room in Tianjiao camp in the capital city, Lu Chen sat on the floor, deep in thought. He was tightly clutching his neck, as if searching for something. Suddenly, a tall young man walked in, smiling as he said, "Shao Qi, weren't you in the virtual god realm? How come you're back so soon?" Lu Chen turned his head, his face filled with confusion, and said, "Brother, I just had a match in there and got beheaded." He wanted to ask if it was real, but seeing Lu Chen's perplexed expression, it seemed like it really happened. As a prodigy with limit-breaking talent from the most prestigious family in the world, being crushed by a peer and even beheaded? If this news got out, no one would believe it. "How much of your strength did you use?" the tall young man asked. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and replied, 40%? That doesn't make sense. Even a master shouldn't be injured so easily, the young man said, frowning as he sat down on a stool. Describe the entire process in detail. Lu Chen recalled the events and then meticulously recounted everything from start to finish. The older young man frowned in thought for a moment and then said, 3 key points. First, the opponent used an unfamiliar earth-level movement technique. Second, he subconsciously formed a basic standard combat knife, the kind seen only among high school students in Guard City. Third, his defense was unusually strong. These 3 points combined are indeed very unusual, hard to accept. Where in Guard City could there be such a formidable opponent? The young man was silent for a while, unable to come to a conclusion. He comforted, "Shao Qi, don't be too disheartened. Maybe his defense has already reached its limit. If you use your full strength, you can definitely defeat him." Lu Chen shook his head, saying nothing more, but simply stated, "Brother, don't worry, I will continue to fight him until I defeat him. By the way, what's his name?" "He's called Dr. Mundo, a rather unremarkable name." The camps of the prodigies in various war zones were bustling with activity. Everyone was fighting desperately to earn points in the latter battle. This fierce competition not only raged internally, but also drew significant attention from the outside world. Any news that occasionally leaked out quickly became a hot topic. It is no exaggeration to say that whether ordinary people or martial artists, residents of all war zones were deeply interested in their own prodigy camps. They might not understand all the rules and rewards, but driven by some keen individuals, the ladder rankings in the virtual divine realm became wildly popular across China, sparking widespread discussion. They were eager to know if their war zone could surpass others. After the great changes in the world, the territory of Daxia had become extraordinarily vast, and the connections between various war zones had become loose. This led to an intensified sense of regional honor. In the past, only high school graduates within each war zone could participate in the final rankings hosted by the Martial Arts Association. But this time, the situation was different. Not only were the military, hidden forces, and noble families involved, but even the demon clan joined in, making the competition fiercer. This was a true battle of honor for each war zone, with significant prestige at stake. In some gray areas, people even set up betting houses with astonishingly high odds, likely creating numerous billionaires. Not only the general public, but also the internal discussions within major martial arts academies were buzzing. Everywhere, students were tracking the latest updates on their phones. At this moment, in the villa area of Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, Qiu Yuanlong hurried home, holding a special terminal. This terminal looked identical to the ones issued by the Prodigy Camp, but was slightly different in color. The Prodigy Camp's terminals were gray, while the one Qiu Yuanlong had held all the functions of the virtual divine realm. Beside him, Ma Jingyang warned, "You need to be clear that only grandmasters can withstand the soul pressure in the virtual divine realm. You, as a 9th level master, can only stay inside for 10 minutes a day at most." As a grandmaster, he had a deep understanding of the virtual divine realm and could enter it freely. "Don't worry, I know what to do," Qiu Yuanlong said eagerly. "It's already been a day. The latter battle rankings should have stabilized. I need to find out where Shao Chun is ranked." Ma Jingyang chuckled. "Shao Chun isn't a fool. There's no way he'd use his real name. Rest assured, with his insane defensive abilities, his ranking won't be low." The two chatted casually as Qiu Yuanlong completed the binding process, and they entered the virtual divine realm together. In a flash, they found themselves in a city. The surroundings were vibrant and varied. Some areas resembled idyllic countryside scenes with pleasant pastoral views, while others showcased the pinnacle of technological development, filled with a sense of futurism. Floating islands of various sizes dotted the sky, creating a striking picture. So this is the virtual divine realm? The soul burden is so heavy. Qiu Yuanlong was slightly surprised, feeling dizzy and exceptionally weak. He quickly used the terminal to contact Ma Jingyang, sending his coordinates. In less than a second, Ma Jingyang appeared beside him. Master Ma laughed heartily and said, "This virtual god realm is as magical as the internet was hundreds of years ago. You can teleport freely. Your cultivation level isn't high enough, so you can only stay for 10 minutes. Let me first take you to see the Heavenly Ladder battle rankings and teach you a few basic operations in the virtual god realm. After explaining a few basic operations, they both vanished from where they stood and appeared in front of a massive floating leaderboard. The area was bustling with people. Some were observing alone, while others were in groups of 3 or 5, discussing animatedly. Everyone here was either a grandmaster or of an even higher level. Remember, you promised to find Xiao Qin's ranking. I paid a hefty price to get you a terminal, Ma Jingyang said sternly. If you can't find it, you'll have to keep drinking giant whip wine with me. Qiu Yuanlong shivered and chuckled nervously. Don't worry, I know Xiao Qin's personality. I can guess the name he would use. The two looked up. The information on the leaderboard was clear. At the top of the real-time Heavenly Ladder battle rankings was Ing Xuanji, with 128 wins and 0 losses, scoring 1280 points from the Beijing battle zone. Next was Ing Hao, with 117 wins and 0 losses, scoring 1180 points, also from the Beijing battle zone. Third was Qi Zhan, with 112 wins and 0 losses, scoring 1120 points from the Tianfu battle zone. Following closely was Jiang Wushuang, with 109 wins and 0 losses, scoring 1090 points from the Jiangnan battle zone. Among the top 10, Beijing occupied 3 spots, while the other 7 came from various battle zones. All these individuals used their real names, unafraid of revealing their identities. Perhaps, for them, hiding their identity was inconsequential. A mere display of their skills would easily defeat any opponent not matching their strength. Moreover, it was only the first day, and according to the rules, the top prodigies from various families wouldn't face each other yet. Judging by the current situation, Jiang Wushuang was doing exceptionally well in the Jiangnan battle zone, ranking in the top 5. No wonder the students at the Martial Academy were cheering when Qiu Yuanlong returned. A question flashed through Qiu Yuanlong's mind. I heard there's a terrifyingly talented youngster in the new generation of the Ying family. When he was born, celestial phenomena occurred, alarming the old ancestor, who personally trained him. He reached the extraordinary realm at 5, and was at the 9th level of flight by 10. Now, at just 15, he's only a step away from becoming a grandmaster. Did he not participate in the prodigy camp trials? Such news is rarely fabricated out of thin air. After all, it's the Ying family of Beijing. Who would dare to make up false stories? And these rumors had been circulating for years without any denial from the Ying family, which seemed to tacitly confirm them. That youngster is much more than that, Ma Jingyang said with emotion. There are also rumors in the virtual god realm that this genius from the Ying family recently defeated a second-level grandmaster openly. And his opponent was no ordinary person, hailing from a prominent family in Beijing with extraordinary strength. Seeing the shocked expression on Qiu Yuanlong's face, Ma Jingyang felt a hint of satisfaction. Ma Jingyang smiled faintly, a mysterious glint in his eyes. He sensed something odd right here. The winner had also made it onto the list of prodigies. Moreover, his identity was revealed, but he wasn't undefeated. Look at the 16th place. Qiu Yuanlong's gaze shifted downward, locking onto the individual ranked 16th, Heilong. With a record of 101 victories and 1 defeat, and a score of 995, he belonged to the Beijing battle zone yet had lost a match? If the rumors were true, how could he have lost? Could there be an existence stronger than the winner among the other 8 great families? It seemed too unbelievable. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it, and continued to look further down. Among the top 50, 8 contestants were from the Jiangnan battle zone, and they were all from the Jiang family. Qiu Yuanlong meticulously scanned the list, focusing solely on the contestants from the Jiangnan battle zone. 5 minutes had passed. Ma Jingyang frowned and asked, "What's going on? Didn't you say you could find Xiao Qin? We've already seen 3,000 people, and we still haven't found him." Qiu Yuanlong shook his head, feeling puzzled. It shouldn't be like this. Xiao Qin has 2 limit-breaking talents. How is it possible that he isn't even in the top 100, or even top 500? Could it be that he hasn't started the competition yet? This is unbelievable. It's already 10 p.m. In 2 hours, the results will be finalized, and each war zone will eliminate a batch of people. Ma Jingyang waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. You can't even find Xiao Qin's alias, and you claim to know him well. Let's go. You need to leave. The 10-minute limit is almost up. Qiu Yuanlong felt his mind growing foggy, his body almost floating. He withdrew his gaze and let out a couple of bitter chuckles, saying nothing more. Just as they were about to leave the virtual world and find a corner, they bumped into a group of people. "Oh, if it isn't the 2 from Bashianhui," an old man leading the group said with a smile. "Are you here to check Lu Chen's ranking?" Seeing their faces turn cold, his smile grew even wider. He suddenly slapped his thigh, feigning regret. "We're all from Jiangnan, and we're bringing glory to Jiangnan. The prodigies of the Jiang family have all made it into the top 50. I wonder where your Bashianhui guy ranks?" I checked, and not a single SS-level fire ability user is in the top 300. Could it be that no one from Bashianhui made it into the top 300? The elder of the Jiang family stroked his beard, pretending to be surprised. Unbelievable. Not a single person from Bashianhui in the top 300? Oh well, at least we have Jiangnan. Listening to these sarcastic and mocking words, Ma Jingyang was almost furious. He retorted sharply, since when does the Jiang family need to rely on youngsters to hold the fort? Are all the old guys dead? Do you need me to pay my respects? If they're still alive, how about sending a grandmaster to fight me in a death match at the martial academy? No one from the Jiang family responded. Ma Jingyang continued. What's wrong? Are all your grandmasters buried underground? If not, then even a master would do. I can fight with Qiu Shizhi. The group remained silent, their faces turning livid. He went on. If masters don't dare, and grandmasters don't dare, then my senior brotherly Bagong, though only in the Shanghai realm, would anyone dare to face him in a death match? Not waiting for a response, Ma Jingyang snorted disdainfully. A bunch of cowards. Qiu Yuanlong followed him away, feeling immensely satisfied. Ma Jingyang was adept at verbal sparring, leaving their opponents speechless. Once they reached a secluded spot, Ma Jingyang said seriously, we need to figure out what's going on with Xiao Chun, or his resource supply will be affected. Qiu Yuanlong nodded, thinking for a moment before suggesting, should we ask Aunt Mao? She should be back from the outer regions by now. If she goes to the prodigy camp, she can definitely see Xiao Chun and ask him. On the virtual world's arena stage, Sun Qi's chest was soaked with his own blood, dripping continuously from the hem of his clothes. His face was as pale as paper, blood streaming not only from his mouth, but also from his eyes, nose, and ears, making him look utterly miserable. He stared at the distant, solitary figure, his vision blurred but his voice unwavering as he declared, I am Sun Da Xiao. I still have the strength to fight. In this so-called ladder battle, some achieve victory with ease, but many must give their all, often ending in defeat. Sun Qi belonged to the latter group. This was his 28th match. Though utterly exhausted, he stood his ground. Whenever he felt on the verge of collapse, the image of the Dragon Clan prodigy Ao Feng flashed in his mind. He craved victory. He yearned to win through his own strength. The virtual divine realm, though a simulated space, felt almost indistinguishable from reality, even down to the pain. Defeat here was akin to experiencing death, requiring a long recovery upon returning to the real world. Sun Qi's mental aptitude might not have been high, but he fought with everything he had. Around 20 meters away stood a young man with a scarred face, who remarked coolly, you might have potential, but right now, you're nothing but a worthless weakling. He used this opportunity to explore ways to counter mental warriors. Despite his nonchalant words, his right hand trembled and bled continuously, showing he was injured too. However, as he had said, Sun Dashao was at his limit and could be easily finished off with a single blow. Yet, Scarface chose not to end the fight quickly. He wanted to hone his skills. His gaze locked onto Sun Qi, and he suddenly charged forward, his aura like that of a bloodthirsty beast. As you wish, let's continue, he shouted, launching his right fist. Spiritual energy surged, forming the phantom of a fierce leopard, roaring as it pounced at Sun Qi. Neither noticed the elderly man with graying hair, silently watching from the edge of the arena. This was the 41st mental battle, and he wondered how this young man would perform. Upgrade mental aptitude, the lowest tier, with limited potential. The old man muttered to himself, his gaze calm. Just as he was about to leave, he let out a surprised exclamation and continued to observe. On the stage, the void screeched under the impact of the leopard's charge. Sun Qi felt like his head was struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him dizzy and his blood churning. After such intense battles, he had become familiar with this move. He staggered, striving to release his mental energy to construct an invisible defensive wall in front of him. He believed there had to be a way. Only by winning this match could he secure his points and avoid elimination. Sun Qi launched an attack, not at his opponent, but at his own spiritual sea of consciousness. The violent tremor made him cough up blood again, but on the brink of death, he managed to regain some composure. As he had anticipated, the opponent's attack was not at full strength and was blocked by his mental defense, dissipating into nothingness. At the side, the old man's lips curled into a slight smile. As expected, he mused, I used this method back in the day. The pain was unbearable. For a mental warrior to attack their own soul, such pain is unimaginable to others. The old man was puzzled, wondering what drove the protagonist to be so relentless. Sun Qi's unwavering determination deeply moved him. He reached out his right hand and gently tapped the air. Instantly, scenes began to unfold before his eyes. In the Void Realms arena, he effortlessly accessed fragments of Sun Qi's memories, almost like an omnipotent deity. The first scene, a young boy stood outside a valley, saying to him, no one knows what's inside. If you go in, You'll only be a burden to me. After watching, the old man chuckled softly and mused, is it because of your insignificance that you watch your companions risk their lives? This realization struck him deeply. His thoughts flickered as if they were transported back centuries. Reflecting on this, he turned to the second scene in the Star Moon Market. A dragon clan prodigy attempted to capture a young girl, only to be thwarted by the protagonist. The protagonist, without hesitation, slapped the dragon clan prodigy across the face, causing a stinging pain. Shortly after, the boy from the previous scene appeared, resolved the conflict, and forced the dragon clan prodigy to kneel before him. The old man was silent for a moment, his eyes blazing with anger. He rebuked, the Jiang family has fallen so low. Our ancestors sacrificed their lives to protect the people of Xia, and now they betray us? Now they help foreign clans oppress the people of Xia? The Jiang family must be punished. He waved his hand, dispersing the scenes before him, and continued to watch the center of the arena, his gaze fixed on Sun Qi, his mind racing with thoughts. At this moment, Sun Qi knew he couldn't hold on much longer. He deliberately feigned exhaustion, staggering back to create distance from his opponent, while continuously using his mental power to launch attacks and create distractions. He was searching for a way to win. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, "Kid, you're using your mental power incorrectly. You can turn it into a bomb, bury it in the void, and detonate it at will." Sun Qi was startled. Who's speaking to me? But those words seemed to hold a certain magic. Mental power bombs? Detonate at will? This idea was brilliant. However, the process of condensing, setting, and detonating mental power would generate void fluctuations, making it easy to detect. Crafting it into a bomb was no simple task. Sun Qi quickly grasped the challenge. Yet, the voice continued in his mind. Listen to me, you need to... At the entrance of the Tianjiao camp's cafeteria in the Jiangnan war zone, a small square was planted with a few large, unnamed trees. Despite their leaves about to fall, the fragrance emanating from the bark was refreshing and invigorating. After suffering a setback in the morning's battle, Lu Chen came to the cafeteria for a hearty meal. Feeling better after eating, he walked out and saw a recliner under the trees. Without hesitation, he lay down on it, letting his thoughts drift. It had been a long time since he had felt so relaxed. Ever since he crossed over to this martial arts world on Blue Star, he had been striving to become stronger, planning for the future, raising insects, solving problems, and confronting forbidden martial artists. There was just too much to think about. The last time I felt this relaxed, it must have been back on Earth before I time traveled, playing that game and pulling for a second constellation for a character named Raiden Shogun. It's really been a long time. Lu Chen closed his eyes and fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already evening. To his surprise, there was now another lounge chair beside him, with a casually dressed middle-aged man lying in it, gently rocking back and forth. The man had a square face, unremarkable features, a scruffy beard, and looked like a typical cafeteria worker. He was engrossed in a newspaper from who knows where. Noticing that Lu Chen had woken up, the man turned his head and smiled. Hey there, kid. You sure slept long enough. Lu Chen smiled awkwardly. Sorry about that. This chair must be yours, right? Sorry for taking it. It was obvious that the lounge chair he had been using was brought over by the man. After it got occupied, the man fetched another one. No worries, there are plenty more in the cafeteria kitchen, the man said, then suddenly asked curiously, all the trainees who came to eat today were talking about the ladder battle. Aren't you participating? Lu Chen shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, I fought this morning. I won, but it was a tough battle. Whether before or after the time travel, I've always enjoyed chatting with ordinary strangers. There's no conflict of interest and it's very relaxing and freeing, plus I get to brag a bit. So, I don't mind talking a bit more. Feeling down even after winning, you young folks sure are something. The man folded his newspaper and laughed. Why don't you tell me about it? Listening to those trainees today got me all fired up, wishing I could join in. But you know, he trailed off with a bitter smile. Lu Chen didn't mind, assuming the man was just a support staff member, so he briefly recounted the fight. I barely won by relying on my defense, which is my trump card. I didn't expect to have to use it in a random match. Sigh, I'm really weak. He didn't notice the strange look the man gave him as he sat up. Checking the time, Lu Chen suddenly jumped up. Oh no, I have to go. I need to get a few more matches in to boost my points. He then hurriedly headed towards the rest area. According to the rules, rankings are settled at midnight every day, and a batch of people gets eliminated. Even though he won a match and earned 10 points, that wasn't nearly enough to be safe. After he left, the middle-aged man calmly said, Jia 35. If I recall correctly, Xiao Tianming was the one who took a hit from the 3 Desolate Divine Spear this morning and got decapitated, right? A voice responded from behind him, though no one was there. Yes, sir. The family has already spread the word and is looking for that mysterious prodigy. It seems it was just that young man. Upon receiving confirmation, The middle-aged man's expression became quite colorful. He smiled bitterly. Damn it, this kid has no idea. He defeated our family's Ingtiaming. Thinking back to what Lu Chen had said and the frustration on his face, the man gritted his teeth. After a long pause, he chuckled and shook his head. Who would have thought that a place like Jiangnan would have such talent? I came all the way here to be the chief commander, thinking it would be incredibly dull. But now it seems like there might be some fun after all. In the battle arena of the virtual divine realm, as the settlement time approached, the number of participants surged, creating an increasingly frenzied atmosphere. Each victory added 10 points, while each defeat deducted 15 points, a rule that left those teetering on the edge feeling hopeless. However, for Lu Chen, it was merely confusing. Early in the morning, he had faced an opponent named Heilong and suffered a crushing defeat, which left him devastated. To vent his frustration, he went to the cafeteria and then slept the entire day. As the time was running out, he returned to the lounge, ready to re-enter the virtual divine realm for more matches. To his surprise, the difficulty had drastically dropped. He was able to win almost every match in under 10 seconds. After 27 consecutive victories, Lu Chen's score soared to 280 points. Including the morning match, he had achieved a 28-match winning streak, propelling him into the top 1,000. Initially, the matchmaking was rapid, but as the matches progressed, the pace slowed down, making Lu Chen feel uneasy. His morning opponent, Heilong, was likely a top-tier genius waiting for him. During a break, Lu Chen opened the leaderboard and indeed found Heilong listed. He was ranked 29th with 101 wins and 1 loss, boasting a score of 995 points. The top 50 were all members of the 8 great families, using their real names, except for this anonymous Heilong. It was no exaggeration to say that whether or not Heilong hailed from the capital, he was a top expert on par with the 8 great families. This discovery gave Lu Chen some comfort, but it also made him realize if an ordinary expert from the 8 great families could put him in such a dire situation, then perhaps what Uncle Chiu had said wasn't without reason. Maybe he had indeed become somewhat arrogant. Setting aside the power of the bloodthirsty swarm, his current strength wasn't even at the first-tier level. When he first arrived at the main base from Linsong City, Lu Chen had asked Chiu Yuanlong where he would rank if he challenged the genius ranking. Chiu Yuanlong had bluntly stated that Lu Chen was at least 10,000 times weaker than the lowest-ranked genius. At that time, Lu Chen had only displayed the strength of the first level of the Rongqiao realm, combined with his earth-level body techniques and calm combat responses. The second time he asked, Lu Chen had already advanced to the 5th level of the Rongqiao realm, possessing a 3-color, 1 gold talent and a heaven-level sword heart bestowed by his master. Chiu Yuanlong then said he had a chance to make it into the top 20, provided he underwent 2 months of rigorous training in the genius camp. Back then, Lu Chen had some doubts, thinking Uncle Chiu might be deliberately conservative to prevent him from becoming complacent. But now it seemed his doubts were unnecessary. The path of martial arts must be walked step by step, without aiming too high. To cultivate the power of the swarm catastrophe, he himself must also become stronger continuously. He needed to focus on both nurturing the swarm and enhancing his own cultivation. Neither could be neglected. Lu Chen's mindset shifted once again, becoming more resolute. Simultaneously, a strong fighting spirit surged within him. The virtual divine realm was an excellent place to cultivate combat willpower. In the past, he had enhanced many martial skills and body techniques through Kai, making his strength more formidable, but his flexibility, coordination, and creativity in actual combat were somewhat lacking. Dealing with ordinary opponents might still be manageable, but facing true adversaries, these basic skills were crucial. Lu Chen's eyes shone with determination. As he glanced once more at the massive leaderboard in the center of the heavenly ladder battle square, a fierce determination ignited in the heart of the young Ingtianming. He resolved to break into the top 100. Knowing that only then could he compete with the elite talents of the 8 great families. He vowed to defeat his opponents honorably, and even in dire situations, he would not hesitate to use the heavenly crystal guard. Losing was not an option. At most, he could accept a draw. As long as he could drag the match to its time limit, the battle would automatically end. After all, the higher his rank in the heavenly ladder battle, the more resources he could obtain. Whether it was for nurturing his insect companions or improving himself, he could not afford to lose. Though he spoke of fighting honorably, he knew that adaptability was crucial in real combat. He continuously matched and challenged opponents, and as his record improved, the adversaries he faced grew stronger. Meanwhile, in the capital of Daxia, within the camp of young talents, Ingtianming sat alone in his room, replaying every detail of that morning's battle. It was his first defeat in life, and he had been beheaded by his opponent. Over and over, he mentally simulated the duel with that mysterious Dr. Mundo, trying to find a way to break through his defense. While he yearned to defeat his opponent honorably, the desire to face him again grew stronger in his heart. All day, Ingtianming searched the virtual spirit realm for the opponent who had humiliated him, continuing to match battles even as he waited. It wasn't until nightfall that he left the virtual spirit realm, but the frustration lingered, tormenting him. Just then, a hurried knock came at his door. A young man burst in, informing him that Dr. Mundo had logged in to participate in the Heavenly Ladder battle. A gleam flashed in Ing Tianming's eyes as he decisively entered the virtual spirit realm. The members of the winning clan closely monitored the leaderboard, ready to inform Ing Tianming of any changes in Dr. Mundo's rank. The young prodigy had to overcome his inner demons and achieve victory. At that moment, in the Heavenly Ladder battle square, Ing Tianming's eyes were fixed on the leaderboard, his gaze locked on the 852nd rank. He swore to defeat that opponent, no matter the cost. Each change in his rival's rank signaled the end of another battle, prompting him to swiftly locate and challenge the opponent. In the Heavenly Ladder battle, besides the matching mode, there was also a challenge mode where both parties could engage in a fierce duel if they accepted the challenge. Ing Tianming's eyes were glued to the leaderboard, his fists clenched, and a sharp glint in his eyes. Suddenly, Dr. Mundo's rank jumped to 847th. Ing Tianming, consumed with fervor, quickly scanned the surroundings for his opponent. In a corner to the southwest, another young man, Lu Chen, was about to leave as it was getting late. Just as he was about to depart, he sensed something. A deafening roar echoed from behind, and Mundo finally appeared. Turning around, I saw a black dragon soaring through the morning sky. Before I could utter a word, the dragon rushed toward me, speaking urgently, "Mundo, please, I must spar with you. I beg you." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, "Did you wait an entire day?" The dragon nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I yearn to defeat you. It's a knot in my heart, something that could even become my inner demon." Ing Tianming spoke with a serious expression. He was born into the prestigious Ing family in the capital and was personally mentored by the first-generation patriarch. The Ing family had invested immensely in him. The patriarch once said, "Ing Tianming, born to be invincible." By the age of 5, he had entered the extraordinary realm. At 10 he had mastered it, and by 15, he had reached the 9th level of the airborne realm. Not long before the opening of the Tianjiao camp, he had challenged an old master in the capital under an alias and, after a fierce battle, emerged victorious, though heavily injured. Despite his own injuries, this achievement was nothing short of astonishing. He became the third person in 600 years of martial arts history to defeat a master while still in the airborne realm, a feat that sent shockwaves through the martial arts community and solidified the Ing family's dominance, far ahead of the other 7 great families. Ing Tianming joined the Tianjiao camp with a single purpose, to challenge the top of the Tianjiao rankings. However, reality was harsh. On his very first day in the camp, he was defeated in the ladder battle. It was his first failure in life. Now, standing before him, Mundo appeared both disheveled and imposing. Ing Tianming's expression was serious and tense, filled with anticipation. "You must defeat me to conquer your inner demons and move forward, right?" Lu Chen's expression grew increasingly peculiar. "Yes, please teach me." Ing Tianming nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Lu Chen chuckled and said, "Then let's begin." Meanwhile, on another, ladder battle platform, Sun Shi no longer appeared as disheveled as he had during the day. His face was calm, even slightly excited. The match had just begun, and his opponent was formidable, far stronger than him. By conventional standards, he was destined to lose. However, as the battle unfolded, he showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he took the initiative. He disrupted his opponent with mental attacks, creating distance while employing newly learned techniques to form mental bombs. Amidst the intense fight, he was mentally discussing the core issues of the mental bombs with a mysterious old man in his mind, constantly reflecting. For others, the sudden appearance of a stranger in their mind might be terrifying and confusing, but for Sun Chi, it felt natural. After all, his greatest hobby was reading online literature from the technological era of centuries past, often staying up all night engrossed. He felt a strong connection to the protagonists of those stories. He had always been envious and fascinated by the wise old men in rings, supreme bones, dual pupils, and the 12-layered black towers. Whenever he fantasized about experiencing such adventures himself, his heart brimmed with anticipation. However, reality was often cold and unforgiving. Just when he thought these extraordinary encounters only existed in online novels, an unexpected opportunity suddenly presented itself to him. A wise, old voice echoed in his mind, guiding him on how to harness his mental power. This guidance seemed somewhat peculiar for someone with psychic abilities, but Sun Chi found it incredibly valuable. It felt like a seasoned player returning to the beginner's area to patiently mentor a newbie. Sun Chi felt immense respect and gratitude. Standing in the arena, Sun Chi smiled at his opponent and asked his mentor if the mental bomb he created was up to par. As he spoke, he accurately predicted his opponent's move and detonated the mental bomb, causing his opponent to cry out in pain. Though the opponent survived, he was severely injured. The mentor remarked in his mind that if the mental gunpowder had been compressed better, Sun Chi could have won without needing a second bomb. The mentor also clarified that he did not want to be called teacher, as he hadn't formally accepted Sun Chi as a disciple. Sun Chi smiled awkwardly and promised to improve his next bomb. Unbeknownst to him, an elderly man with white hair and beard had been watching from the edge of the arena, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. The old man muttered to himself that while Sun Chi's talent level was slightly lower, his temperament and comprehension were superior to other psychic talents. Overall, he might not achieve high rankings, but the old man didn't choose disciples based on such metrics. He continued to watch as Sun Chi perfected his second mental bomb, directly defeating his opponent and winning the match. In the Heavenly Ladder Battle Plaza, Sun Chi didn't seek another match but instead communicated with his mentor in his mind. He realized that he could only meet the old man in the virtual divine realm. Once back in the real world, the mentor was nowhere to be found. Thus, Sun Chi longed to stay there and seize every opportunity. The old man responded that while Sun Chi's mental bomb had a power rating of 60, it was far from his potential limit. Sun Chi mentioned that he was already at the 9th level of transcendence and that his mental pool had reached its capacity, but the old man believed Sun Chi's understanding of explosive power was still lacking. The old man pointed out that the power of an explosion is not the same as its ultimate lethality, suggesting that Sun Chi add some elements to the bomb to enhance its potency. Sun Chi suddenly understood, with various ideas flooding his mind, though he struggled to grasp their essence. He had a faint feeling that this idea might be the key to overcoming his difficulties. He felt somewhat foolish for not having thought of it earlier. Had the current martial artist never experienced military life or encountered a real bomb? He recalled his younger days when every martial artist had to serve for 3 years. An old voice echoed in his mind, continuing, adding steel balls to a regular black powder bomb increases its lethality. Why can't the same be done with a mental bomb? Upon hearing these words, Sun Chi felt a jolt as if struck by lightning, his whole body trembling involuntarily. Some ideas seem obvious once pointed out, yet remain elusive when trying to figure them out on your own. The teacher continued, a mental bomb is just a basic attack method. You can add various elements to it, such as toxins. You can learn poison techniques to let the toxins seep into the mental depths. Of course, this is just a concept. If the toxins penetrate the mental depths, you alone won't emerge unscathed. Sun Chi, however, no longer worried about these details. He sincerely praised, teacher, you are truly amazing. This perspective has given me a whole new outlook. I'll discuss it with my brother tonight. Maybe he'll have an even better idea. After saying this, he bowed to his teacher and left the virtual god realm. Today had been an eventful day for him, leaving him utterly exhausted. He certainly needed a good rest. At the Heavenly Ladder Battle Square, despite the presence of numerous elite camp trainees, no one could see the elderly man with a head of white hair. He snorted coldly, muttering to himself, I want to see what capabilities your brother has that you keep mentioning him so often. As the preordained disciple, he was always praising others, which stirred a sense of comparison in the teacher's heart. With a thought, he moved to the battlefield of Lu Chen and Tianming. The situation in the ring was exceptionally strange. With only 2 minutes left until the end of the stipulated time, no winner had emerged yet. One combatant wielded a long spear, attacking frantically with a twisted expression, while the other kept trying to find ways to improve himself, ignoring the attacks as his defenses remained unbroken. So this is Lu Chen? The teacher felt displeased with Lu Chen's seemingly shameless fighting style. After observing for a moment, he said in a deep voice, his defense is both strong and peculiar. Could it be that his entire body has no weaknesses? That's impossible. Filled with doubt, he decided to examine Lu Chen's consciousness information. In the virtual god realm, he was the true god. He could see all the secrets of anyone who entered this realm. However, although he could see them, he would never divulge them. As one of the former protectors of Great Xia, he would never harm others. But something strange happened. To him, Lu Chen appeared like a dense fog. The deeper he delved, the thicker the fog became. He had already scanned this area. Why couldn't he see anything? The teacher was dumbfounded. Unwilling to give up, he ventured further, determined to uncover the truth. As he reached the core of the fog, he saw a crescent moon. Immediately after, a dazzling sword light, like the Milky Way, assaulted him. This true god of the virtual god realm was nearly killed in his own domain. Xuanji looked at his brother Tianming's vacant eyes, and an indescribable sadness welled up in his heart. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the military strategy book in his hand, and struggled to control his inner sorrow. Mu Juexian's sword intent, like an invisible blade, deeply pierced his soul. As night fell, the roars of fierce beasts echoed through Tianjiao camp, mirroring Xuanji's inner turmoil. He knew that the art of warfare was a delicate balance between victory and defeat. At this moment, his brother Tianming's failure left him with an unprecedented sense of frustration. Ying Tianming's pale face showed helplessness and confusion, causing Ying Xuanji's heart to ache. He gently patted his brother's shoulder and said softly, "Brother, victory and defeat are common in warfare. What's important is that we learn from this and strive harder." Hearing this, Ying Tianming's face revealed a slight, relieved smile, as if finding a trace of comfort. As the brothers exchanged glances, a silent understanding seemed to form between them. They realized that in the face of Mu Juexian's ruthless sword intent, only continuous effort would allow them to surpass themselves and defeat formidable foes. Although this battle ended in a draw, they knew that failure was not the end but a necessary step on their journey. On this long path of cultivation, they would move forward together, supporting each other towards eventual victory. Deep within the Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy, while the outside world is enjoying the crisp, refreshing autumn air, the small world within the Wenshin Pavilion remains full of spring's vitality, with a warm breeze caressing the face. In the fields, farmers are diligently working, occasionally chatting about their daily lives, creating a harmonious and joyful atmosphere. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that these hard-working beings are not oxen or horses, but various fierce and terrifying mythical beasts. There is the three-headed Tianyun Tiger King, the Dragon Wolf Emperor with its fearsome fangs, and the enormous Fumo Rhino. Any one of these creatures could wreak havoc if let loose. In the city of Linsong, they could easily break through defenses and destroy the city. Yet, within the Wenshin Pavilion, these dominant beasts are as gentle as kittens. At that moment, a petite figure with hands behind her back strolls through the distant fields, as if on an inspection. She has slightly curly black hair with neat bangs draped across her forehead, tied into a ponytail at the back. Wearing a white top adorned with purple decorations on its black sleeves and shawl, her tight-fitting clothes accentuate her perfect figure. As she passes by each farmer, she greets them warmly. "Uncle Li, has the jimu tree you planted sprouted yet? Maybe you should try using some organic fertilizer." "Ah, Madam Niu, you're here too. When I first came to Wenshin Pavilion, you called me Xiao Tian Tian, but now you avoid me like the plague. Madam Gongsun, are you here to farm or to find a man, dressed so provocatively?" The farmers, each with a stern face, quickly avoid her. Only after her petite figure disappears from sight do they begin to grumble angrily. "That little demon from the body Angui is back again." Uncle Li, who had been teased earlier, adds, "I heard she chased the Hengsha monarch into the depths of the demon realm on the battlefield outside the domain and still managed to come back alive." Madame Niu snorts. "Every time that little demon returns, she stirs up trouble. Last time, she took my sky-stepping blue ox and had Ma Jingyang cut off a part to soak in wine. It infuriates me." The crowd continues to list her misdeeds, but only dares to discuss them behind her back. Meanwhile, the petite figure has left the fields and arrived at a stone bridge. Seeing an old man selling tea there, her expression softens, and she smiles sweetly. "Senior brother, you're selling tea here again. This stall has been here for hundreds of years and hasn't made much money. Why not come with me to explore beyond the domain?" The old man, who once served tea to Lu Chen, looks up and smiles. "Little Mao Mao, you're back. Quite fast, huh? Did you bring good news for our junior brother?" "Haha, nothing escapes you." Mao Fu suddenly remembers something and curiously asks, "Senior brother, have you seen our junior brother? When I became a disciple, you gave me half a bowl of tea. What about him?" The old man chuckles. "That boy looks a lot like I did when I was young. He deserves a full bowl." Mao Fu snorts, stands up and says, "I'm going to find master. Goodbye, senior brother." With that, she hops away from the stone bridge. The old man watches her leave with a kind smile. Not long after, Mao Fu pushes open the wooden gate of the small courtyard where she had once become a disciple and walks in. Sure enough, a white-haired woman is sitting on a stone bench, a black eye patch covering her eyes. In the cold training ground, Mao Fu's heart was filled with a yearning and reverence for her master. When she saw Mu Juexian, tears welled up in her eyes, and she couldn't help but want to embrace her strict mentor. However, a swift slash of sword energy halted her in her tracks, making her hesitant to move closer. Despite her master's obsessive tendencies keeping her at a distance, Mao Fu expressed her feelings without embarrassment. Mu Juexian's gaze, cold and indifferent beneath his blindfold, casually inquired about Mao Fu's intentions. Mao Fu, unreservedly admiring her master's long legs, let her eyes shine with admiration and awe. She sighed softly and confessed that every time she saw her master, she was captivated by his beauty. Mu Juexian remained noncommittal, while Mao Fu straightforwardly pulled out 2 boxes, hoping he would try on the contents. When the 2 silk boxes were opened, the items inside were identical, except one was black and the other white. Mao Fu looked at the scene with a twisted heart, loudly urging her master to wear these clothes and not be so monotonous. Mu Juexian merely smiled and remarked that he had no use for them. Mao Fu felt a bit aggrieved, but could only accept his response. During their exchange, Mu Juexian mentioned the secret technique Maofu had been practicing to kill the Hengsha monarch of the Tianying clan. Maofu admitted that she had indeed practiced it, but Mu Juexian's attitude left her feeling slightly disappointed. She nodded in acknowledgement, conceding that the Hengsha monarch's abilities intimidated her, but she had not given up on pursuing him. To counter her opponent, she diligently mastered a secret technique that could detect life imprints. No matter how well the adversary concealed themselves, they couldn't escape her detection. She thought smugly, I'm the only one in the world who can master this secret art. Maofu patted the bulging hillside, hoping her master would praise her. However, Mu Juexian merely nodded slightly without much comment. After a brief silence, she continued, when you see Xiao Chun, if you sense any strange aura, don't panic. With that, she gently raised her hand. Maofu's body moved uncontrollably towards the courtyard, and the door closed behind her. She muttered, so strange. Could it be that my junior brother also harbors many independent life forms within his body? Without delving further, she left directly. Meanwhile, in Mu Juexian's small courtyard, she was preparing to invite a few women from the village for a game of mahjong. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks, furrowed her brows and said, someone is spying on Xiao Chen? Wait, this aura, why does it feel so similar to Shen Jiyuan? Shen Jiyuan, one of the legendary figures of the Great Xia dynasty, the supreme master of mental power. During the dark turmoil, he almost single-handedly safeguarded the security of Great Xia. However, he ultimately suffered a fatal injury. As he lay dying, to enhance Great Xia's strength, he proposed the creation of the virtual god realm. This required gathering all warriors and experts for validation, but it also needed a terrifying central core to construct the virtual god realm. Thus, this supreme guardian who protected Great Xia throughout his life decapitated himself to maintain the purity of his mental power. He even ended his own life to clear all lower-level consciousness, preventing any potential danger. It couldn't be Shen Jiyuan. Could it be his successor? Thinking of this, Mu Juexian sighed. When he passed away, his only regret was not leaving a legacy. After some speculation, she couldn't determine who was spying on Lu Chen. After all, the one left in the Wenxin pavilion was just a clone of hers with limited abilities. But it didn't matter. Xiao Chen being spied on was inevitable. Fortunately, she had long prepared for this, having set up the moon sword formation within his body. To probe his secrets, only Maofu could manage that. She walked towards the courtyard, murmuring, so what if he's a forbidden warrior? Am I not the same? As night fell, the air carried a biting chill. The howls of fierce beasts echoed from the distant mountains and forests. After leaving the lounge, on his way back to the dormitory building, Lu Chen noticed many people who had just rested for a few hours were heading this way, clearly prepared to fight through the night. This method indeed seemed effective. After all, those big shots were confident and disdainful of fighting ladder battles at night. This way, the remaining individuals had a chance to match with opponents of their level or even higher. Thinking of this, Lu Chen laughed out loud. Maybe in the future, I'll be the only one left in the dorm at night. Sun Qi was currently just at the 9th level of transcendence. When Lu Chen left the lounge in the morning, he brushed past Sun Qi, who looked utterly despondent, as if he had 1,000 words to say but couldn't utter a single one. After the intense impact of the heavenly ladder battle, Lu Chen felt weighed down. An entire day had passed, and he had no idea what the current situation was or if he still had positive points. Despite wanting to help, he couldn't exert his strength. In his free moments, he tried to assist Sun Qi by providing unknown combat practice. As for the other oddball Shi Chuanxiu, his brief interactions with Shi made Lu Chen feel that this guy was exceptionally strange. From his behavior at Penglai, it seemed he wasn't there to compete for a spot on the Tianjiao list, but rather to take a vacation. Wherever he went, he always carried a thermos cup. He either wandered around with Sun Qi or came to find Lu Chen to kill time. He was practically a loafer. As Lu Chen approached the dormitory, his stomach growled with hunger, so he detoured to the cafeteria for a hearty meal. After eating to his fill, it was already past midnight. Returning to the dorm, he was surprised to find the other 3 occupants present. Sun Qi stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, while Shi Chuanxiu sipped from his thermos cup. Both of their gazes were fixed on a bed at the far end of the room, occupied by a talented youth from Linsong City. Clearly, this young talent had been eliminated. Originally intending to greet Sun Qi, Lu Chen remained silent upon seeing the scene. This young talent had been a prominent figure in Linsong City, but had been mercilessly eliminated on the first day at the Tianjiao camp in the war zone. He arrived full of ambition, but left with teary eyes. As the boy packed his belongings and prepared to leave, he looked at Lu Chen and the others and earnestly said, "Good luck, everyone." Stepping outside the dorm, he glanced back, his eyes filled with reluctance and unwillingness. As his footsteps faded away, Sun Qi softly remarked, "This is too cruel." Noticing Sun Qi's worried expression, Lu Chen lifted his head and smiled. Sun Shi, do you think I'm next? Ha ha ha, that's impossible. I'm the great Sun Shi of Linsong. I won't fall behind in the Tianjiao list competition. In the virtual god realm, Sun Shi had been sternly warned by his grandfather not to reveal any information, or the consequences would be dire. Although he was itching to brag to Lu Chen, he knew better and kept silent. Just then, Shi Chuanxiu suddenly spoke. Hey, Sun Shi, is your big opportunity coming? Sun Shi turned his head in surprise, staring at him in shock. The scene of their first meeting flashed through his mind. Back then, the young Taoist had offered him a heaven-tier cultivation technique. But when Sun Shi tried to bow in gratitude, he was stopped and solemnly told that his immense fortune would damage Shi Chuanxiu's lifespan if he truly bowed. Coupled with Shi Chuanxiu's current words, Sun Shi blinked, feeling a chill down his spine. The fortune teller's words had come true. As the person involved, Sun Shi felt apprehensive and instinctively looked to Lu Chen for help. Sensing something amiss, Lu Chen probed. So, did you really encounter a big opportunity? After thinking for a moment, Sun Shi decided it wasn't a breach of secrecy and nodded. Lu Chen took a few steps forward, seriously asking, are there any restrictions or significant costs? After some consideration, Sun Shi shook his head. The room fell into silence. After a period of contemplation, Lu Chen finally turned to Shi Chuanxiu. After a brief thought, he asked about Shi Chuanxiu's ranking in the Sky Ladder battle. Shi Chuanxiu nonchalantly revealed his rank. Lu Chen nodded, opened his wristband, and browsed the Sky Ladder battle leaderboard. After some searching, he found Shi Chuanxiu's rank, 7058. Lu Chen thought to himself that Shi Chuanxiu's performance was surprisingly mediocre, with a record of 0 wins, 0 losses, and 10 draws, totaling 0 points in the Jiangnan battle zone. It seemed he could indeed keep advancing by continuously drawing matches, just 10 more to meet the daily minimum requirement. Shi Chuanxiu's performance perfectly maintained a 0-point status. This seemed to confirm Grandmaster Song Qifeng's earlier statement that it wasn't negative points that led to elimination, but rather the bottom 20 contestants in each zone were eliminated daily. In theory, if Shi Chuanxiu kept his score at 0, he might actually make it to the end of the Sky Ladder battle. Both Lu Chen and Sun Shi found this baffling and somewhat absurd. They exchanged glances, as if seeking each other's opinions. Shi Chuanxiu couldn't help but shrink his neck and tighten his grip on his thermos cup. He felt a sense of wonder, unexpectedly realizing that Lu Chen was seriously verifying everything he had said earlier. Lu Chen shook his head and asked with a smile. So, the techniques you gave the three of us before, are they real? Shi Chuanxiu smirked and replied, of course they are. Just as Sun Shi was about to speak, his wristband beeped with a message. After reading it, he frowned and said with a wry smile, Huang Linglan has been eliminated. She's probably crying right now and told me not to go see her. She'll return to the main base on her own. Lu Chen asked, then why are you still here? Sun Shi looked confused. Why don't you go to her now? Shi Chuanxiu interjected. If she told you not to go, would you really not go? If a girl tells you to stay, would you stay? Watching Sun Shi walk away in confusion, Lu Chen sat down beside Shi Chuanxiu and looked directly at him. So, am I your destined benefactor? Did your master send you to the Tianjiao camp because of me? Shi Chuanxiu nodded earnestly. I suppose so. After all, the rewards on the Tianjiao list aren't that important to me. Lu Chen continued. Can you see if Sun Shi has any great opportunities? And what about me? Shi Chuanxiu smiled and shifted his position. You are like an abyss, with a crescent moon hanging above it. If I look too long, I'm afraid my eyes will go blind. After chatting for a while, Lu Chen didn't ask any more questions. He washed up briefly and lay down on his bed, reflecting on today's Sky Ladder battle. Out of the 76 matches he fought, the ones that really mattered were the first match in the morning and the last match in the evening, both against the Black Dragon. The opponent was incredibly strong, making Lu Chen's Earth-level body technique seem insignificant. However, the fire attribute talent granted by Hong Shuang allowed him to try some new tactics, even succeeding in some surprise attacks. Attack. He realized he lacked powerful offensive techniques. Reflecting on Black Dragon's spear technique, Lu Chen couldn't help but be impressed. His own skills and knowledge were insufficient. He could only guess that the opponent's spear technique was at least Earth level, if not higher. He didn't know if his senior sister had returned from abroad, nor what changes all this would bring. In the Jiangnan battle zone, members of the Batian Society were generally the elites among their peers. Tomorrow morning, Lu Chen eagerly prepares to head to the cultivation area, hoping to gain more from the mysterious opportunities awaiting him. He decides to prioritize using his share of resources, starting with filling his 12 blood apertures by using red frost as nourishment. Following this, he plans to secretly hatch insects to enhance his offensive capabilities while simultaneously advancing his realm. Lu Chen realizes his current combat methods are too limited. Apart from his fire abilities, he only has the Yuan magnetic power, which consumes too much energy. He firmly believes that once his blood apertures reach full capacity, his combat prowess will soar. The primordial blood seal technique. being a true heaven-tier art, holds immense power, which boosts his confidence significantly. In the capital's Tianjiao camp, the brothers Ing Xuanji and Ing Tianming are still reflecting on their previous battle. As top-tier, limit-breaking talents, their perspectives are extraordinary. Through repeated simulations and analyses, they have identified many of Lu Chen's weaknesses and even devised countermeasures. As the evening grows late, Ing Xuanji gently pats his brother's shoulder, reassuring him, Tianming, don't worry. Follow my advice tomorrow, and you will definitely defeat him. Our family's 3 Desolate Divine Spear is a top-tier heaven-grade martial technique. No defense can withstand it. This time, he won't be able to resist your attack or stall for time. Ing Tianming's eyes sparkled with renewed determination as he nodded and smiled confidently. Don't worry, brother. I am confident that we will succeed tomorrow. He silently vowed not to underestimate his opponent again and planned to stay in the virtual god realm, ready to challenge Mundo the moment he appeared. That night, he slept exceptionally well. In his dreams, he vividly saw scenes of tomorrow's victory. The next morning, Lu Chen arrived at the resource allocation area. After completing the formalities at the registration entrance, he stepped into the underground space. A long corridor made of sturdy alloy stretched out before him, about 100 meters in length, giving a sense of uniformity and completeness. Bright white lights hung at regular intervals from the ceiling, one every few meters. On either side of the corridor were rooms with numbers. Lu Chen's supply room was numbered 019. As soon as he entered the room, Lu Chen was surprised to find the space much larger than he had imagined, almost the size of a football field. In the central area, there was a massive platform with several pipes of different colors, their destinations unknown. The pipe outlets were connected to terminal devices used for recording. Walking up to one of the terminals, Lu Chen tapped his wristband, which emitted a synthesized electronic voice. Based on your ladder battle points and initial application settings, you are eligible to receive the following resources. 5,000 Tier 2 Beast Corpses, including 3,000 early stage. 80 Tier 3 Beast Corpses, all early stage. 15 pounds of Qingyuan Spirit Liquid. Would you like to claim them? Excitement sparkled in Lu Chen's eyes as he immediately confirmed his selections. The support from his sect was perfectly evident here. If he hadn't accepted Uncle Chio's invitation back then, he might have ended up like Sun Qi, only able to claim resources from the public allocation area, and certainly not in such abundance. Just the early stage Tier 2 Beast Corpses alone were worth at least 600,000 each. With 5,000 of them, that amounted to nearly 4 billion in total. Back in Linsong City, it was difficult for Lu Chen to obtain beast corpses of this level. He could only get 3 to 5 a day at most. The martial arts development there wasn't sufficient, and the region was too small. But here in the Tianjiao camp, he truly understood what luxury meant. As for the price of Tier 3 beast corpses, Lu Chen had no idea because they simply weren't available for sale in Linsong City. Only 15 pounds of Qingyuan Spirit Liquid. Lu Chen muttered to himself, taking out 6 white jade porcelain bottles from his storage ring, each filled with Qingyuan Spirit Liquid. He had luckily purchased these earlier while strolling through the materials area with Lin Xia at Xingyue Market. Later, he had Xiao Yuanlong help him find someone to appraise them and also register them in his resource needs at the Tianjiao camp. It was clear that the elders of the Baishans had prepared this batch of resources for him in advance. Future supplies might not be as generous. A warm feeling surged in Lu Chen's heart as he summoned Hongshuang and Cai, ready to take action. One for devouring and repaying, the other for feeding and reproducing. Soon, the transmission pipes activated, emitting a faint sound. For some reason, the pipes automatically extended and retracted, moving their tail ends to a distant open area. As if unloading cargo one after another, the relatively fresh beast corpses began to land on the ground. The transportation pipeline is divided into primary, intermediate, and peak stages, which are easily distinguishable. Are all the fierce beasts gold-eating weasels? They must have been raised by someone. Lu Chen was stunned as he gazed at the mountain of beast corpses. Each gold-eating weasel was flawless, without any wounds, clearly euthanized. Lu Chen suddenly realized that the beast breeding industry might be highly advanced. Such second-tier beasts must be bred on a large scale, even artificially matured, and then sold in bulk. Those that evolve into third-tier king-level beasts could be sold at high prices. Without the system, he would never have been able to get into the martial academy. He might have ended up in a liberal arts college, and with his talent for taming, he could only enter related enterprises. Lu Chen shook his head and smiled, signaling Hong Shuang to start devouring. Hong Shuang happily fluttered around him and exclaimed excitedly, "Master, I'm going." With that, it dashed forward eagerly. On the other side, Kai Yi landed gently on the surface of the Qingyuan Spirit Liquid like a dragonfly. Invisible threads extended from its ethereal wings, connecting to tiny light particles that fell into the liquid. Lu Chen watched for a moment, then looked away and found a place to sit cross-legged. The feedback from Hong Shuang had already begun, and it was incredibly fast. At this rate and efficiency, he would be able to fill 3 primordial blood orifices in about 3 hours. The capacity of the blood orifices was linked to his cultivation level and couldn't exceed the total amount of spirit liquid in his dantian. Of course, Lu Chen had carefully considered the trade-off between accumulating blood orifices and improving his cultivation. He chose the former. There were 3 reasons. First, he had just advanced to the 5th level of the fusion aperture before entering the Tianjiao camp. Relying on feedback to improve further would raise too many suspicions and be difficult to explain. Second, below the Grandmaster level, the advantage in realms wasn't significant and often not cost-effective. Those Tianjiao from the Jiang family could fight 3rd-tier fierce beasts at the 9th level of transcendence, relying on superior martial skills and powerful techniques. Combat power was not reflected in the realm but in the foundation and trump cards. Lastly, each filled primordial blood orifice was equivalent to adding another dantian, as the 12 blood orifices gradually filled. In terms of endurance in prolonged battles, Lu Chen was confident that no one could claim the top spot over him. This would bring a massive boost in combat power. Once the 3 blood orifices were filled, if he faced that black dragon again, he surely wouldn't be at a disadvantage. The black dragon hoped to defeat him to overcome an inner demon and improve its cultivation. But Lu Chen was the same, breaking through continuously in their confrontation, treating him as a whetstone. You picked the wrong person, brother. On the eastern side of the Tianjiao camp, at the edge, there was a large garden constructed into a pleasant landscape. Despite the deepening autumn, the flowers and plants were still vibrant and colorful. Many stressed-out genius contestants would come here occasionally to walk and relax. At this moment, on the lakeside deck chairs, 2 figures sat far apart, as if they didn't know each other. One of them, a young man, was dressed flamboyantly with dyed golden hair. It was Liang Mingqiu, who had previously provided Lu Chen with information about the Jiang family during the opening ceremony of the Tianjiao camp. As an elite nurtured by the ancient god cult, his status was not low, and he had 3 grandmasters under his command. Liang Mingqiu orchestrated several significant events, including collaborating with the Grey Mist Sea and coordinating the transport of geniuses from various fortress cities for ambush and assassination missions. Although these efforts yielded limited success and exposed several hidden locations, his organizational skills and strategic planning were highly regarded by the church's upper echelons. This time, he was assigned to infiltrate the Tianjiao camp under a false identity, tasked with a crucial mission. Standing by the lakeside, Liang Mingqiu murmured to himself, lightly fiddling with his nails, pondering whether his sister could accomplish the assigned task. He looked up, his gaze settling on an ordinary-looking girl at the other end of the rattan chair. Smiling, he said to her, "Dear sister, you look quite different now. Once we complete our mission to destroy the Tianjiao camp, we should have a proper talk." The girl responded with a look of disgust, coldly retorting, "Actor, if you keep talking like this, I will get angry. We are merely partners, not subordinates. I'm here to assist you, nothing more. By the way, if you enjoy such disgusting behavior, why not bother your flirtatious Master Lu?" Liang Mingqiu shrugged off her scolding, smiling as he replied, "Oh, why must we always use such formal titles? Should I call you teacher? Your outfit today is truly unforgettable." The girl glared at him with evident disdain, suppressing her anger and opting to keep the conversation brief, outlining the mission. Liang Mingqiu took the bone flute, understanding the gravity of the task at hand. Failure was not an option, as the consequences would be dire. As a master rapidly trained by the church, he was aware of the many secrets lurking in the shadows. He examined the bone flute closely, contemplating its significance. His eyes fell on the girl's retreating figure, and a flicker of desire crossed his mind. Sighing at the thought of the impending mission, he put on his headphones and left the room. By noon, Liang Mingqiu finally encountered Lu Chen in the virtual realm. Eager for battle, he issued a challenge without hesitation. Lu Chen, having recently enhanced his strength to unprecedented levels, was ready to test his newfound power. His abilities had not just improved incrementally but had quadrupled, bringing him to a new pinnacle of strength. The time has come. This will be a battle that changes everything. With ample fuel for his magnetic abilities, although it would be a massive drain, it would also significantly boost his combat effectiveness. Without hesitation, Lu Chen agreed. 10 minutes later, both of them appeared in the virtual god realm. One stood motionless like a statue, while the other looked puzzled, constantly mulling over new insights, sometimes having sudden realizations, and other times feeling deeply moved. "Let's go again," Lu Chen enthusiastically invited. "I didn't handle a few things well just now. Come on, don't you want to beat me?" However, the moment he finished speaking, he realized something was off. His opponent, He Long, seemed not to have heard him, standing there frozen, eyes vacant like a walking corpse. Was he crushed by the defeat? Lu Chen was perplexed. At that moment, a figure rushed over, shouting angrily, "Mundo, you've gone too far." Looking up, Lu Chen saw a young man with a resolute face and eyes blazing with fury. As he appeared, the onlookers erupted in exclamation. Ing Xuanji, the top ranked on the heavenly ladder, is here. This shout instantly turned the area into the focal point of the heavenly ladder battle plaza. More and more people gathered around. Lu Chen thought to himself that this didn't look good. He wanted to slip away but then reconsidered. He couldn't lose Hei Long, his excellent sparring partner. Every battle with Hei Long allowed him to grow rapidly, whether in combat techniques, spiritual power usage, or attack methods. Such a sparring partner was invaluable. As Ing Xuanji approached, Lu Chen's gaze returned to the statue like Hei Long, and a suspicion arose in his heart. Was this guy a member of the Ying family? Everyone else used their real names. Why did he use a fake one? Could he be the most inconspicuous member sent by the Ying family? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Ing Xuanji walked up, glaring at Lu Chen, and began summoning his brother, Ing Tianming. It took a moment for Ing Tianming to come to his senses, and he said blankly, "Brother, I really can't break through his defense." Hearing this, Ing Xuanji's anger flared up even more. He glanced at Lu Chen and then softly said to Ing Tianming, "It's okay. Let's go back first and find the ancestor to lift the seal on you." Upon hearing this, a spark of life returned to Ing Tianming, and his eyes began to shine again. He opened his mouth and said, "The ancestor said that even with the seal, I could easily take the top spot." Ing Xuanji didn't say much more. He turned to the doctor, Mundo, standing in front of him and said, "I don't know who you are, nor do I care. I hope you'll accept my brother's challenge next time. Otherwise, don't blame me for coming to Jiangnan to find you myself." After delivering this harsh warning, he left the virtual god realm with his brother. Lu Chen glanced at the surrounding onlookers, feeling at ease. He was currently striving to climb the ranks, so attracting attention was inevitable. Leaving a bit early wouldn't hurt. As for Ing Xuanji's threat, he didn't take it to heart. Upon arriving in Jiangnan, things didn't go as planned, but nothing could dim Lu Chen's brilliance. He kept participating in matches until late into the night, achieving an astonishing record 278 games with an incredible 169 wins, 0 losses, and 3 draws, amassing 1690 points. This placed him in the top 300 of the Jiangnan Battle Zone leaderboard, marking a significant milestone. This meant he was among the top 50 elites in the battle zone. The current Tianjiao camp was hailed as the most glorious event in 600 years of martial history, gathering the 8 great families, century-old clans, powerful financial groups, hidden forces, military prodigies, and demon clan talents. All major forces were involved. Breaking into the top 50 of any battle zone was a testament to extraordinary talent. Such an achievement was beyond doubt. By 10 p.m., Lu Chen noticed the matchmaking speed had slowed down, so he decided to take a break. Little did he know that the outside world was abuzz because of him. Not only in the Jiangnan battle zone, but all factions across Daxia were trying to uncover his identity, eager to know who he really was. Lu Chen had no idea who Black Dragon was, but everyone else did. That fearsome being, who defeated masters openly, was a well-known figure. In the villa area of Jiangnan Martial Academy, Qiu Yuanlong was training. Suddenly, a loud crash shook the ground, and the 2 main doors were flung into the living room. Ma Jingyang staggered in, reeking of alcohol, but his eyes were unusually excited. Before he could speak, Qiu Yuanlong angrily said, "Master Ma, those doors have been with me for 20 years. I treat them like my sons. Without 3 to 5 billion, I can't mend this emotional trauma." Ma Jingyang widened his eyes, glanced at the shattered doors, and sneered, "Oh, I see. Well, I'll be leaving then, since you don't seem interested in Xiao Chen's latest exploits." As he was about to leave, Qiu Yuanlong suddenly shouted, "Master Ma, it's fine if the doors are broken. I'll just get new ones. Please come in, and I'll make you some tea." Ma Jingyang, feeling smug, accepted the invitation and lounged on the sofa. After Qiu Yuanlong prepared the tea, Ma Jingyang deliberately lingered, watching his host's impatience with amusement. "You always lose your composure when it comes to Xiao Chen. Where's the fierce warrior who dominated the Grey Mist Sea?" he teased. After some light-hearted banter, he got to the point. At noon, something big happened in the latter battle. Winner Tianming was beaten into seclusion. He recounted the events of the afternoon. Qiu Yuanlong, puzzled, asked, "Master Ma, are you saying Xiao Chen made Winner Tianming retreat into seclusion? How strong is Winner Tianming?" He had never witnessed it, but in 600 years of martial history, only 2 people had ever defeated a master heathen in the airborne realm, and recently, there was a third. It was that prodigy from the Ying family, Ing Tianming. This victory alone solidified his position as the top talent in Xia. However, the fact that this legendary young man was defeated by our very own Xiao Chen is almost unbelievable. Noticing Qiu Yuanlong's expression, Ma Jingyang let out a hiccup and chuckled. Think about it. The Ying family's 3 Desolation Divine Spear is a heaven-tier martial technique, considered one of the most powerful offensive methods. Yet, it was dragged out to a 10-minute draw. 3 matches, 3 ties. What does this mean? It shows that his opponents couldn't win either. They could only prolong the fight, which requires terrifying defensive capabilities, other than Xiao Chun. Who else possesses such outstanding defensive skills? Hearing this analysis, Qiu Yuanlong nodded repeatedly. After all, the Ying family's heritage is undoubtedly the strongest in Xia. To end in a draw, merely dodging with agility is far from enough. If hit even once, one would likely lose. Only strong defense can hold out. And only Xiao Qin's monstrous, limit-breaking, defensive skill can withstand Ying Tianming's 3 Desolation Divine Spear. Although the name sounds a bit crude, it's incredibly effective. Ma Jingyang continued. Ying Tianming's situation has caught the attention of the Ying family's progenitor. To restore that young man's invincible spirit, they decided to lift his seal. Moreover, word from the Ying family is that Ying Tianming will challenge Xiao Qin again in 3 days. To ensure Xiao Qin doesn't refuse, they are offering a massive reward. For fairness, the virtual god realm will also open up projections, allowing us old folks to watch and act as judges. Qiu Yuanlong's heart trembled. Even the Ying family's progenitor has been alerted? They are going to great lengths to helping Tianming overcome his psychological shadow. With all these thoughts racing through his mind, Qiu Yuanlong sighed. Xiao Qin always surprises us without a word. I wonder what the outcome of that battle in 3 days will be. Ma Jingyang's eyes widened. Xiao Qin's defense is strong, but it can only withstand a 2nd-level grandmaster like you. And that little monster from the Ying family? He's actually defeated 2nd-level grandmasters. Testing is important, but between Lu Chen and Qiu Yuanlong, it's just a test of defensive capabilities, not a real fight. Real combat is full of possibilities. The opponent won't just attack once. They'll find weak points and launch continuous attacks. Plus, who knows how many hidden cards Ying Tianming has after lifting the seal. Regardless, in these 3 days, we need to provide Xiao Chun with more resources. Boost his strength as much as possible. Qiu Yuanlong stood up and said, that's true, but Uncle Master Mao Fu should also be arriving at the Tianjiao camp with new opportunities, right? In the capital, Ying Xuanji stood respectfully, waiting patiently at the base of a desolate mountain. Amidst the overgrown weeds, a dilapidated stone tablet could be faintly seen, inscribed with the characters Tian Yuan. A few steps ahead lay a humble thatched cottage. An elderly man, dressed in tattered clothes, was sharpening a kitchen knife, preparing to start a fire for cooking. Occasionally, he would glance up at Ying Xuanji and smile, saying, young man, you must be Ying Xuanji. I've heard you are exceptionally talented. Would you like to join me for a meal? The old man suddenly asked. Ying Xuanji quickly bowed and replied nervously, I have already eaten at home and would not dare trouble you, senior guardian of the mountain. As a leading figure in the Tian ladder battle, Ying Xuanji remained humble and meticulous despite his position. This was, after all, the sacred ground of the Ying family, where the first ancestor resided atop the mountain. Even the guardian before him had lived for countless years. Even the head of the Ying family would show utmost reverence here. The old man chuckled and said, then I'll save you a bowl of rice. He glanced up the mountain and continued his work. After thanking the old man, Ying Xuanji continued to wait. Despite the rule against leaving the Tianjiao camp without permission, members of the Ying family had certain privileges. Moreover, the commander of the Tianjiao camp in the capital was appointed by the Ying family. Ying Xuanji had accompanied his younger brother, Ying Tianming, to this place, waiting for the latter to meet the ancestor and lift the seal. Despite the 2-hour wait, he was not impatient but rather excited. Once the seal was lifted, Ying Tianming's 2nd major talent would manifest. As Ying Tianming's elder brother, he felt deeply honored. As for Dr. Mundo, who had caused Ying Tianming so much distress, he was destined to become a worthy sharpening stone. Lost in thought, Ying Xuanji saw Ying Tianming descending the mountain, brimming with confidence. His aura was like a spear piercing the heavens. With the seal just lifted, he struggled to fully control his power, letting some of it leak out. He eagerly shared with Ying Xuanji, brother, the ancestor gave me a task to slay Mundo in 3 days and ascend to the rank of Grandmaster. He paused, intentionally building suspense. Ying Xuanji asked urgently, what exactly is it? Ying Tianming was finally going to become a Grandmaster. A 15-year-old Grandmaster was unprecedented. He spoke excitedly. Ying Tianming's cultivation had long been stuck at the 9th level of the Sky Realm. If not for the ancestor's requirement, he would have already advanced to Grandmaster. This time, through the setbacks of the Tian ladder battle, he was finally stepping onto the path of the Grandmaster. In the Tianjiao camp, as long as one's age did not exceed 25, there were no limits on cultivation level. In the 600-year history of the martial era, no one has ever reached the Grandmaster level at such a young age as Ying Tianming. The ancestor once said that only by rising after a fall can one's martial heart become more resolute. Filled with emotion, Ying Tianming made a silent vow to properly thank his opponent, Mundo. after defeating him. Yes, he must thank him properly. Listening to his brother's words, Xuanji couldn't help but snort, realizing that without Mundo's guidance, he might have lingered in the 9th level of the Skywalking realm for a long time, let alone breaking through the seal and gaining his full strength. As the two brothers talked, they gradually walked to the roadside. A modified special vehicle driven by a Grandmaster-level warrior was parked there. Just as they were about to get in, Tiaming suddenly stopped and pondered. What if Mundo refuses the duel in 3 days? Xuanji hesitated and asked blankly, brother, what should I do if that really happens? Mundo has become my obsession. In his encounter with Lu Chen, he tasted defeat for the first time and even suffered the humiliation of being decapitated. Although he was confident afterward and fought 2 more matches, he still couldn't win. The unassuming Dr. Mundo had left a deep impression on Tianming. If this feeling continued to grow, it might even become an inner demon. True rebirth means breaking this obsession and reaching new heights. But what if the other person doesn't give him the chance? Tianming reassured him, don't worry, he won't refuse. We've already sent word, and if he agrees, he'll receive a generous reward. At the dining hall in the northern district of the Jiangnan Battle Zone's Tianjiao camp, the busiest place was the kitchen. The back kitchen was bustling with activity, especially in the slaughter area where the corpses of fierce beasts were hard to handle and could only be managed by warriors. Though this task seemed unremarkable, the rewards from Tianjiao camp were quite generous. Many low-level warriors had competed fiercely for these positions, even using connections to secure a spot. Among the slaughtering crew was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, dressed in a white robe, holding a bone-cutting knife and demonstrating his skills with flair. If Lu Chen were here, he would surely recognize him. This middle-aged man was the same person who had occupied Lu Chen's lounge chair last time, and they had once had an engaging conversation. In front of him, a first-grade meat pig beast, weighing 2,000 pounds, was effortlessly tossed into the air. Then, with a flash of his knife, the meat pieces fell neatly, all of uniform size, drawing cheers from the onlookers. Both warriors and ordinary people praised him sincerely. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, the man enjoyed the crowd's applause and boasted confidently, when it comes to slaughtering pigs, I'm the absolute expert. Do you all agree? Yes, the crowd responded loudly. In reality, smoking and performing such actions were prohibited in the kitchen, but rumors had it that he had a special relationship with the head of the logistics department, so the rules were often overlooked. He thrust his knife into the cutting board with a crisp sound, elegantly flicked his left hand and quickly combed his hair. Then, with his right hand, he took the cigarette out of his mouth, blew a smoke ring, and gazed dreamily into the distance. His scruffy beard, weathered face and blood-stained white robe unexpectedly exuded a unique charm, though not quite the type to attract women. However, the men around him admired him greatly, almost idolizing him. At that moment, a message suddenly came to Guangjiang's mind, mentioning his pig slaughtering activities here, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Although Guangjiang was puzzled by the news, the subsequent words made him stop in his tracks. He decided to bid farewell to everyone, took off his robe, left with a confused expression, and exited the place. In the Jiangnan Tianjiao camp, no one could observe his actions without his knowledge, let alone send him a message. This indicated that an outsider had intruded, which was quite intriguing. A slight smile appeared on Guangjiang's lips. Since his last encounter with Lu Chen, he had come to Jiangnan and discovered a new challenge. After all, in the Tianjiao camp, intruders were not treated kindly. Guangjiang walked out of the kitchen and into the dining hall, seeing some students having their meals. His gaze quickly locked onto a hammock under a few large trees in the open square ahead. A petite figure was sitting there, engrossed in playing a game on her phone. Despite her attractive appearance, it seemed no one noticed her presence. This girl was named Mao Fu, a direct disciple of the old witch in the Batian society, known as the Little Witch. Although her level was comparable to Guangjiang's, he knew deep down that he was no match for her. He took a deep breath and sat down beside Mao Fu. There was originally only one chair, but when he saw Lu Chen sleeping here 2 days ago, he didn't wake him up and instead brought another chair. With a stern face, Guangjiang said, "Do you think you can come and go as you please in the Tianjiao camp?" Mao Fu, however, paid no attention and continued playing the snake game on her phone. Her screen was already filled with a long tail. Suddenly, Mao Fu closed her phone and muttered, "Boring." She then turned to Guangjiang and nonchalantly said, "If I were really being overbearing, I wouldn't sneak in like this. I would enter openly. Does that satisfy you?" According to the Tianjiao camp's rules, no matter which faction's genius entered here, they couldn't leave without permission, nor could they allow external forces to intervene. This rule was meant to prevent external interference. After Mao Fu finished speaking, she looked at Guangjiang's unpleasant expression. He waved dismissively and said, all right, you're really quite boring. Let's get to the point. I'm here to help the Ying family." Guangjiang remained unmoved, his face expressionless. "Let's hear your brilliant idea then," he replied. To be honest, he was quite irritated. If it were anyone else, he would have started a fight immediately. As someone who enjoyed pleasure, even killing was a form of entertainment that excited him. But the one breaking the rules this time was a madman from the Batian society. As his thoughts swirled, he noticed Mao Fu speaking mysteriously. Isn't your little prodigy from the Ying family struggling with a block in his martial arts heart, trying to break through and rebuild? Is that what this is about? In Guangzhong sneered. Isn't that thanks to your Batian society's Lu Chen? Now it was Mao Fu's turn to be stunned. She stammered. You know Dr. Mundo is Xiao Chen? That's impossible. According to Ma Jingyang and Xiao Yuanlong, only the two of them knew Lu Chen's alias. It was because of this information that she had planned to exploit the Ying family on Lu Chen's behalf. But before she could say more, her plan was exposed? Of course I know. In Guangzhong said fiercely. That kid, last time he sat right in that chair you're in, mistook me for a kitchen worker and poured out his grievances to me. He said he was crushed by the first match. Even though he was the one who chopped off the little prodigy's head, he still called himself weak. Remembering this, he got angry again and said furiously, damn it, truly shameless. No wonder he came from your Batian society. Mao Fu blinked, suddenly at a loss for words. This man already knew Xiao Chen's alias. That meant she had lost all leverage. But this whole situation seemed full of too many uncertainties. So she tentatively asked, if you know Dr. Mundo is Lu Chen, why haven't you reported it to the Ying family? Why should I report it? Ying Tianming shook his head and laughed. Such great entertainment. I just need to sit back and watch. You don't think our Ying family's prodigy will lose, do you? He looked at Mao Fu with a mocking expression. He continued, once the ancestor lifts the seal for him, his strength will be unimaginable to everyone. That bastard Lu Chen is bound to lose. I'm just waiting for the moment when the prodigy defeats him, and that kid comes back here, dejected and complaining to me. I want to see him wear the mask of pain. What kind of twisted thinking is this? Watching Ying Guangzhong beside her, his eyes gradually lighting up with excitement, Mao Fu couldn't understand it at all. But it didn't matter. Right now, the advantage was with the Batian society. The Ying family had created a grand stage to restore Ying Tianming's invincible heart, and the battle in 3 days would be simulcast in the virtual god realm. But there was a crucial problem. What if Lu Chen refused? He could simply decline the challenge, causing Ying Tianming's inner demons to grow and preventing him from breaking through and rebuilding. Because of this, after exchanging information with Ma Jingyang and Xiao Yuanlong, Mao Fu had devised a plan to exploit the Ying family on Lu Chen's behalf. And at this moment, Mao Fu looked at Ying Guangjiang's smug expression and suddenly said coldly, have you ever considered why Xiao Chen refused to fight you? With a 3 billion appearance fee, what reason would he have to refuse? Our Ba Tian Hu's status is invaluable. You must double the price. They started bargaining. Losing was inevitable, so it had to be a valuable loss. Besides, Xiao Chen is a unique presence from the Ying family of Great Xia. This is such a rare opportunity. 30 billion. Not a penny more. Ying Guangzhong gritted his teeth and said angrily, do you think you can dismiss us with just this amount? Mao Fu leaned back and said disdainfully, 100 billion. It's just a match, not a life and death gamble. Lu Chen didn't even get a scratch. Ying Guangzhong almost growled. Didn't you understand what I just said? It's a super double. Mao Fu stretched out her hand, flicking 3 fingers one by one in front of Ying Guangzhong's eyes. 300 billion, plus a Pazong Dan. Agree, and the match goes on. Refuse, and it's over. After saying that, Mao Fu stood up and walked towards the door. Just as her figure was about to reach the doorway, Ying Guangzhong finally spoke, his voice hoarse, fine. We Batian Hui admit defeat. Mao Fu turned her head and added, one more condition. Your Ying family must not reveal Xiao Chen's true identity. That's no problem. Ying Guangzhong nodded. After reaching an agreement, they signed a blood contract, making it impossible to go back on their word. At that moment, Ying Guangzhong suddenly said, you have no idea how important this battle is for Tianming's destiny. Ha ha ha. Seeing the puzzled look on Mao Fu's face, he found the match even more intriguing and continued. This battle will determine Ying Tianming's ability to kill Lu Chen and become a grandmaster. On the morning of the 3rd day of the Tianjiao camp opening, Song Qifeng sat cross-legged in the lounge, eyes closed, meditating. In front of him, a dozen other figures were also seated. His consciousness had already entered the virtual god realm, preparing for the arduous journey of the heavenly ladder battle. In the back corner of the lounge, Lu Chen and 3 others were chatting, enjoying their daily relaxation time. Most of the time, Sun Qi was the one doing all the talking, animatedly and passionately. Although the nearby people weren't disturbed, Master Song Qifeng opened his eyes several times, trying to get Sun Qi to lower his voice. Sun Qi always apologized with a smile, but soon enough, he would raise his volume unconsciously again. He excitedly declared, in 3 days, they'll definitely break into the top 800. Do you all believe it or not? After receiving guidance from a mysterious old man, Sun Shi had made rapid progress in the virtual god realm. Coupled with his own hard work, he had successfully jumped into the top 1,000 after 2 days of intense battles. This achievement was almost top 100 in the Jiangnan war zone. Such rapid progress was previously unimaginable for him. Sun Shi confidently scanned his companions in front of him. Lin Xia, sitting on a chair, said calmly, "Sorry, I've already made it into the top 500. This statement left Sun Shi feeling somewhat deflated, and even Lu Chen was quite surprised. Although Sun Shi had a great opportunity, it wasn't something he could reveal casually. His rapid progress was understandable, but Lin Xia only had an 11 ice talent. She was considered top-notch in Linsong City, but among the geniuses in the 8 major Tianjiao camps, she seemed a bit out of her depth. Making it into the top 500 of the Heavenly Ladder battle was almost equivalent to being in the top 70 in the Jiangnan war zone. It was no exaggeration to call her a peerless genius. After all, Lu Chen had barely made it into the top 300 after 2 days of hard fighting. Sun Shi asked, somewhat dumbfounded, "Lin, our class monitor. I come from a small village and can't handle being tricked. You have a level talent, breaking into the top 800 while I make it into the top 500. Is that really that hard?" Lin Xia countered, "That does sound about right. But young Master Sun, you have a great opportunity. Aren't you supposed to be a child of destiny, a genius of the realm? Why do you keep facing setbacks?" Sun Shi was left speechless, blinking his eyes. Lin Xia, though not very talkative, never spoke empty words. Perhaps she was right. Sun Shi sighed and admitted defeat. "All right, I admit I can't beat you. Next." He turned to Shi Chuanxiu beside him. Shi Chuanxiu, holding a thermos cup, had just finished drinking and was about to tighten the lid, a happy smile on his face. Before Sun Shi could speak, Shi Chuanxiu smiled and said, "You all know my ranking and alias. If you think you're better than me, then you are." Sun Shi asked, puzzled, "Why do you always speak with such a strange tone? You have 0 points, so why are you so confident and proud?" At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly spoke up, "Rich bro, don't compare yourself to the little Taoist. He's a master at controlling points, you know?" Sun Shi stood there, bewildered, not knowing what to do. Playing 10 matches a day and achieving consistent draws is almost like hiding a huge secret. On the first day, it might be explained by the large number of participants and good luck, matching against slightly weaker opponents. But on the second day, luck can't always be that good. Yet, Shi Chuanxiu still manages to precisely control the pace of the matches. He doesn't seem to train deliberately and just walks around with a thermos cup after the games. Lin Song's young master, Sunda, feels frustrated once again. He can only place his hope on the last person. He asks Lu Gu softly, "What's your rank now? Can you give me some confidence?" Initially, it was a group of 5, but Huang Linglan was eliminated on the first day. Among the remaining 4, only Sun Shi and Shi Chuanxiu used hidden identities. Therefore, he knew nothing about Lu Chen's ranking. Despite not having high expectations, Sun Shi still looked at him hopefully. Lu Chen smiled and patted his shoulder, saying lightly, "I just need to make a slight move, and that's your limit. Keep it up, young man." He could only joke easily in front of Fu Gu. Sun Shi's expression instantly fell, while Lin Xia beside him chuckled secretly. As expected, the plot in novels is all lies. According to those scenarios, they should be shocked by his excellent performance and then bow down. Sun Shi shook his head with a wry smile, gazing at the 3 in front of him, and pondered, "I have reasons to suspect. Are the 3 of you children of destiny? Especially Lu Gu. Did you use some kind of cheat system? Lu Chen, you and that little Taoist priest, always holding a thermos cup, looking mysterious, yet able to control the matches precisely without any spiritual power fluctuation theory, a master of point control. Are you a max-level emperor? Shi Chuanxiu and Lindaban. You two are the most suspicious. According to those online novels, you have numerous tags, like school beauty, ice talent, social anxiety, and being reticent. Are you reincarnations of some terrifying powerhouse?" Lin Xia could only shrug helplessly upon hearing this. Sun Shi suddenly felt like an ordinary old man, somewhat inferior compared to these few. But this self-adjustment seemed to work. Seeing the 3 fall silent, Sun Shi wasn't disheartened and changed the topic. "You all logged off early yesterday, didn't hear the latest gossip, right?" He suddenly took out a small folding stool from his storage space, sat among the 3, and said mysteriously, "Do you know about the winners in the capital? That's the most powerful family, even stronger than the Jiang family in Jiangnan. The family produced the strongest genius named Ing Tianming, who was utterly defeated by a mysterious expert in the ladder battle." Hearing this, Shi Chuanxiu was about to drink water and paused slightly. His gaze inadvertently swept across Lu Chen opposite him, who seemed completely unaware, smiling and listening to Sun Shi's gossip. It was said that after 3 or several matches, Ing Tianming of the winners either got defeated or drew. That's the strongest existence in the winner's family. He suffered a blow to his martial heart on the spot. After that, Sun Shi paused slightly, selling us suspense. Lu Chen, a young Taoist priest, took a bottle of cola from his storage space and sipped it lightly. No one was rushing him, but he felt a bit impatient inside. Then, he continued his story. I'm not really sure what happened next. Anyway, the Ying family in the capital suddenly announced that in 3 days, Ying Tianming would face off against that unremarkable Dr. Mundo, with a $3 billion appearance fee. After saying this, he suddenly complained. Why is that name so hard to pronounce? It's awkward and hard to remember. Man, earning $3 billion for a single match, that's easy money. I hope it's my turn someday. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows, controlling his irritation towards Sun Qi. How could the name he came up with be hard to pronounce? If anything, the name Yesuan Dashao, grandson of Ya, was a perfect match for the opponent. Despite his inner grumbling, Lu Chen's gaze became serious. Yesterday, he did go to bed early. In the later stages of the competition, the matchmaking time was too long, so he had to wait in the gravity chamber. In the virtual world, Lu Chen usually didn't communicate with others. It was either fighting or waiting for a match. Sun Qi was more adept at gathering intelligence. Therefore, Lu Chen knew nothing about the challenge. 3 billion as an appearance fee. Was this meant to set up a match between me and that little black dragon? Were they giving me face? Lu Chen pondered silently. If I refuse directly, will Ying Tianming feel hurt? Oh well, there's no harm in earning this money. They were old acquaintances by now. Through several intense battles, Lu Chen had roughly figured out that the opponent was someone highly protected. Not only did he possess outstanding talent and strength, but he was also genuinely polite and straightforward in his dealings. However, his biggest flaw was his susceptibility to setbacks. Of course, Lu Chen was also aware that there must be a lot of behind-the-scenes machinations in this challenge, but he didn't want to delve into it. After all, in the latter battle, death didn't mean actual death, so he had nothing to lose. To him, the 3 billion was well-deserved. At this moment, Sun Qi sighed a few words and suddenly shifted the conversation to mention that Dr. Mundo was actually from the Jiangnan battle zone. He smiled bitterly and said, though I hope he wins, the chances are slim. The Ying family in the capital is so ostentatious, even using money to pave the way. They must have a surefire strategy. People didn't know much about the Ying family in the capital. But according to rumors, although the Ying family was on par with the other 7 great families, their strength was unparalleled. Compared to the Jiang family in Jiangnan, they were at least 2 levels higher. This comparison gave people some understanding. It wasn't just Sun Qi who thought so. Others with limited knowledge of the situation reached the same conclusion. And those top-tier forces with detailed intelligence were even more aware of the terrifying prowess of the Ying family. They also believed that in this challenge, Ying Tianming was bound to win. Hearing Sun Qi's words, a glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. While he was still deep in thought, Shi Chuanqiu suddenly spoke up. I happen to know a bit about Ying Tianming from the Ying family. His gaze did not fall on Lu Chen. Shi Chuanqiu spoke in a low, almost casual tone, whispering, there's a rumor that Ying Tianming's talent is not just a double limit-breaking level, but possibly an unprecedented triple limit-breaking level. He carries the seal of the Ying clan's ancestor, and its secrets are unknown to anyone. However, one of his talents is no secret. As he spoke, Shi Chuanqiu kept his gaze fixed on Sun Qi, making him feel somewhat dazed. Suddenly, the young Taoist paused, and Shi Chuanqiu quickly pressed, what exactly is going on? Tell me in detail. Sun Qi impatiently urged. Shi Chuanqiu slowly twisted the cap off a bottle, took a small sip of water, and continued. It's said that the Ying clan's progenitor once defeated a black dragon in the Tianyuan secret realm and imprisoned its spirit, mysteriously merging it with his own body. And this isn't some sea creature. It's a true ancient dragon. Because of this, the Ying clan's bloodline carries the imprint of the ancient black dragon. When the right person comes along, this imprint awakens, manifesting as a dragon soul talent. Some people, if not highly compatible, can only awaken the weakest level talent. Those with moderate compatibility can awaken this level talent. But Ying Tianming has 100% compatibility. This grants him a dragon soul talent with limit-breaking power. Sun Qi was stunned, stammering. So, this means that the Ying clan's bloodline always has at least an A-level dragon soul talent? That's unbelievable. Shi Chuanqiu nodded in confirmation. Yes, as long as they are compatible, it's at least a level. Of course, not every descendant of the Ying clan can awaken this talent. He was about to continue when a voice interrupted. Well, this Taoist seems to know quite a bit. Everyone looked up in surprise to find a little girl had somehow appeared behind them. Song Qifeng's eyes snapped open, his muscles tensed, and he took a step forward. His duty was to ensure the safety of all the trainees. But now, in this very lounge, a stranger had appeared out of nowhere? If the intruder hadn't spoken, Song might not have even noticed. Who are you? Song Qifeng demanded, his eyes fixed on the intruder, spiritual energy surging through his body. He had almost lost his life in a previous encounter with a woman, which made him particularly wary of beautiful women. Excuse me. Lu Chen hesitated as he spoke. He stared at the young girl standing a few steps away and asked uncertainly, Mao Shiji? After joining the Batian Society, Qiu Yuanlong had introduced him to all its members. There were fewer than 20 in total, so the introductions had been quick. One person, in particular, had left a deep impression on Lu Chen. Your second senior sister is named Mao Fu. The Grandmaster calls her Little Mao Mao. She's petite, strikingly beautiful, and has an impressive record within the Batian Society. She serves as a great general of the Daxia Kingdom and has been stationed in foreign territories for a long time. Qiu Yuanlong's words echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Everything had fallen into place naturally. Mao Shiji? Who taught you to call me that? Was it that kid Qiu Yuanlong? Mao Fu glared at Lu Chen, let out a light snort, and raised her head. If you want to address me, call me the sweet, lovely, unbeatable, and invincible Mao Shiji. The more adjectives, the better. Got it? Lu Chen nodded blankly. His first meeting with his second senior sister was certainly unusual. At that moment, Mao Fu turned to Song Qifeng with a peculiar expression. You must be Song Qifeng, right? Finally meeting you in person. Song Qifeng's eyes widened as if he had realized something, but it was too late. Your stories have reached even the foreign territories. Master Green Jade Song, Madly in Love, the Green Master Song. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious. Mao Fu found it a bit rude, so she quickly covered her mouth, but her cheeks puffed up with laughter. She had found it very amusing when she first heard it abroad, and now that she saw him in person, she couldn't hold back her laughter. Seeing Song Qifeng's hesitant expression, Mao Fu tried to control her emotions and pulled out a proof of authorization. Look, I have permission from the commander of the Jiangnan War Zone's Tianjiao camp to borrow Lu Chen for a bit. She winked at Lu Chen and transmitted a message. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Master Green Jade is about to lose his temper. Realizing the urgency, Lu Chen immediately followed his second senior sister. As they left, he cast a glance at Sun Qi and the others, wishing them luck. Moments later, the two arrived at Lu Chen's resource supply room. This formation room could only be opened by Lu Chen himself, ensuring no interruptions. Mao Fu got straight to the point and handed Lu Chen a card. This is 30 billion. It's your appearance fee. 3 days from now, you'll have a match against Ding Tianming. Just perform normally. No need to go all out, but don't slack off either. Lu Chen took the card, surprised, and asked, wasn't it supposed to be 3 billion? Although it was just 2 extra zeros, the number made Lu Chen a bit uneasy. When the old master Sun Jinyue had led his family to relocate from Linsong City, the cost of hiring a Grandmaster-level expert from the escort agency for a single trip had been nearly 200 million. Mao Fu's eyes gleamed with confidence and determination, showing no compromise towards the upcoming ladder battle. She smirked disdainfully, as if declaring to the world the pride and strength of the Batian Society. A 3 billion entry fee? That was just their standard, with no hesitation. As for the Pizong pill, it was an extremely precious treasure that could allow someone at the 9th level of the Void Realm to break through the limits and become a Grandmaster. Though it had significant side effects, its value was immeasurable. Lu Chen was astonished upon hearing this. The rarity of the Pizong pill far exceeded that of the demonic beast core he had once obtained. In the martial world, the 9th level of the Void Realm was a formidable barrier. Even talents like Sun Jinyue had lingered at this stage for years. Achieving the Grandmaster realm was not something ordinary people could touch. Mao Fu's eyes sparkled with reverence as she marveled at Ying Tianming's strength and talent. In her eyes, Ying Tianming was already a true child of destiny, possessing unparalleled talent and power. Her words conveyed a deep respect and admiration for Ying Tianming, which made Lu Chen start contemplating the upcoming battle. Mao Fu's tone suddenly softened considerably as she gently spoke to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, I understand you have your own pride. After all, you possess 2 extraordinary talents that can break limits. Whether it's the terrifying flame that can evolve or the ever-increasing defense, one day, they will make you a shining star that commands respect. But for now, it's not the time. Seeing Lu Chen lower his head, Mao Fu felt a bit at a loss. She was adept at fighting, but comforting her junior brother was a whole different challenge. How did their master console her in the past? Surely not through fighting, right? Even though she thought this, Mao Fu pondered on how to cheer up Lu Chen. After all, he was her junior brother, and she had to take good care of him. Encouragement. Yes, she needed to encourage him. With this thought, she continued, Xiao Chen, you've worked so hard to come all the way from Linsong City. Some people have been training since birth. Lu Chen, has no one ever told you that your emotional intelligence isn't very high? Who comforts someone like this? Praising yourself is one thing, but raising others even higher? Mao Fu, however, was completely unaware of her own mistake and continued enthusiastically, just like Ying Tianming, who had his bone veins opened and his soul nurtured by the strong in his clan while still in the womb. After he was born, he was fed with the best spiritual treasures. And you, well, it's just because your training time is too short. To give a simple example, talents need to be developed. The more you develop them, the stronger the resulting combat power. Ing Tianming has developed at least 30 of his 3 extraordinary talents, but yours? Not even 10. What can you use to fight with? Sigh, it's just not enough time. You're going to join the Tianjiao camp now, and we can't guide you personally, so we'll have to wait for 2 months. Don't worry. Losing to Ing Tianming is nothing to be ashamed of. Plus, if you help him break through to the Grandmaster level, he'll be grateful. That's loyalty. In the future, there will definitely be rewards. Lu Chen suddenly looked up and smiled. In fact, he had just been thinking about whether to help that little black dragon. After all, he had received 3 billion and could get a Pazongdan. If he just acted normally and the other party could break through his defense, it would be his own strength, and he should become a grandmaster. If not, then there was nothing more to say. But now, after Malfu's encouraging words, Lu Chen felt a bit reluctant. Brother Black Dragon, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that my sister here has hyped you up too much. I want to increase the difficulty a bit to see how strong you really are. I will be the one to test your defenses. Seeing Lu Chen's genuine smile, Malfu also felt very happy. Comforting someone for the first time was quite interesting. She added, Xiao Chun, I'm not saying all this to discourage you, but to let you know that there's a mountain ahead. Use it as your goal to keep pushing yourself forward. Oh, Malfu, you're amazing. You can even come up with such philosophical insights. What should my junior brother do now? A look of excitement spread across Lu Chen's face as he softly said to Malfu, Senior sister, I need your help with something. Without hesitation, Malfu replied, Junior brother, even if it means taking down the head of a foreign deity, I'll do it for you. Lu Chen hesitated slightly before continuing. I need to acquire all the black gold magnets from the main base within 2 days. It's urgent and complicated, something others might not be able to handle, but you? Malfu interrupted him with a confident air. Don't worry. Senior sister guarantees to get it done. I may not know why you need the black gold magnets, but it doesn't matter. You have a need, and I'll fulfill it. At Lu Chen's request, Malfu confidently assured him that she would solve the problem, even though she didn't know the specifics. Gradually, Malfu found herself lost in the senior sister title that Lu Chen kept using. Lu Chen continued to request, Senior sister. I also need a batch of fierce beast corpses, preferably second tier, and the more the better. Malfu immediately agreed. No problem. Anything else, junior brother? Lu Chen quickly stopped her. No, that's enough. In the Batian society, Mu Juexian had only 3 direct disciples. With the addition of Lu Chen, there were now 4 in total. The eldest disciple sold tea on the stone bridge at Wenxin Pavilion, while the second was none other than Malfu herself. As for the third disciple, they remained a mystery. No one in the society, apart from the master, had ever seen their true face. Before Lu Chen joined, Malfu, being a lively and outgoing person, often felt quite bored. The eldest brother had been selling tea for 2 centuries, a situation that hadn't changed since Malfu first joined, and it remained the same to this day. Who would believe such a thing if it were told? This generational gap made it difficult for Malfu to communicate effectively with her fellow disciples. As for the third disciple, whether they were male or female, human or otherwise, remained an enigma. Master never spoke of them, which left Malfu somewhat isolated among the second generation of Batian society disciples. She not only struggled to find someone to talk to but also couldn't find a sparring partner, leaving her feeling lost. However, now that Lu Chen had become Mu Juexian's direct disciple, Malfu finally had a junior brother to support. She was filled with a protective instinct towards him and would go to great lengths to fulfill any requests he made. After Lu Chen and Malfu said their hurried goodbyes, she threw herself into her work with unparalleled zeal. Before leaving, Malfu didn't forget the task she had upon returning from beyond the realm. She handed over the opportunity to Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen stood in his exclusive resource room, frowning as he stared at the tall, black stone tablet before him. It looked unremarkable, something that wouldn't catch anyone's attention. It appeared to be a random piece of rock that had fallen from a mountain, irregular in shape, with only its base flat enough to stand. Both sides were exceptionally smooth, as if they had been cut by a sharp blade. The surface of the tablet was covered with crisscrossing marks of varying depths. This is the opportunity that Uncle Chiu mentioned, the deepest foundation of Batian society? Lu Chen muttered to himself. He had been eager to see this opportunity because he had already experienced the formidable power of Batian society. Among his peers, he was nearly unbeatable, and this strength came from the way of the sword. However, upon seeing the opportunity with his own eyes, Lu Chen began to have doubts. According to senior sister Mao, the members of Batian society didn't practice sword techniques or skills. They merely comprehended the essence of the sword. The sword's heart was the seed, and the opportunity was the soil. Whether it took root and flourished depended entirely on one's own destiny. Was this their mystical path? Malfu left in a hurry, leaving Lu Chen with many questions to ponder on his own. She even explicitly stated that comprehending the essence of the sword was not something that could be achieved overnight. It might take 5 years, 10 years, or even longer. There was no need to rush. Circling the opportunity stone tablet, Lu Chen observed it closely and finally decided to give it a try. After all, just touching it shouldn't be a problem, right? So, he extended his right hand and gently touched one of the marks on the stone tablet. Boom! It was as if everything around him vanished in an instant. A scorching sword light descended from the sky, destroying everything in its path. When Lu Chen came to his senses, his back was drenched in cold sweat. The sudden turn of events startled him, making him almost believe his end was near. Caught off guard, the sword scars blazed like fire, and the sword light tore through the air like thunder, giving Lu Chen an unprecedented sense of reality. As he touched the marks on the stone tablet, each groove felt like a judgment day, and the sword light seemed like a divine punishment. A flash of insight crossed Lu Chen's eyes, and his expression grew increasingly excited. Eager to verify his hunch, he kept touching the sword marks on the stone tablet. Flames, flowing water, storms, spring blossoms, summer days, autumn leaves, winter snow, the sun, moon, and stars all appeared within the sword light, carrying immense power. Each mark contained a unique sword intent. The deeper the mark, the more refined the sword intent. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen's gaze fixed on the center of the stone tablet where 3 of the deepest sword marks emerged, making everything around them seem insignificant. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen lightly touched the first sword mark with his fingertip. With a buzzing sound, the scene before him abruptly changed, revealing a lush forest. The surroundings were peaceful and serene, but Lu Chen felt a bit lost. He realized he seemed to have merged with the sword intent, no longer an observer but a part of it. Looking at his hands and clothing, he felt as though he had become someone else. Just as confusion set in, the door of a distant hut slowly opened, and a man in a white robe stepped out, smiling and saying, "Another one has come to comprehend my sword intent?" The man's face was shrouded in a thin mist, making it impossible for Lu Chen to see clearly no matter how hard he tried. A soft whisper reached his ears, "Not bad. A natural sword heart, a promising talent. Young man, watch closely." As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Chen felt a tremendous force sweeping him up in the sword intent world, his body rising uncontrollably higher and higher until even the endless mountain peaks below seemed tiny. A gentle voice reminded him not to close his eyes. Then, the scene before him tightened his chest. A sword light in the distance approached swiftly like a fleeting shadow, its 5-colored brilliance flickering representing the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This sword intent could create worlds and destroy everything. When the sword light vanished, Lu Chen returned to the real world, gasping heavily, overwhelmed by the powerful sword intent. After a brief rest, he resolutely turned to the remaining 2 sword marks and, without hesitation, touched the one on the right. His consciousness once again entered the sword intent world, but this time, there was nothing around, only vast emptiness. His steps moved forward uncontrollably, and after walking dozens of steps without any change, Lu Chen felt puzzled. He looked down and was shocked to see his clothes had faded. Despite his confusion, he was still driven by some force to keep moving forward. Lu Chen's gaze fell once more to the ground beneath him, and his pupils shrank suddenly. The once faded garment had now become fragile, as if weathered by the elements over time. A gentle tug would tear it apart. Confused, he tried to pull it, only to find his arm stiff and immobile. Through the tattered sleeve, he saw his arm had withered, covered in age spots. Am I aging rapidly? A sense of bewilderment surged within Lu Chen. Despite losing control, he involuntarily stepped forward. However, after 3 steps, his body suddenly gave way, collapsing to the ground. His legs, like decayed wood, couldn't support his weight and broke apart. His eyelids grew heavier, his breathing raspy, like a bellows being pulled. Am I dying of old age? Lu Chen thought bleakly. Just as he was on the brink of death, a cold voice echoed in his ear. My sword intent represents the passage of time. Though intangible, it can destroy all. His consciousness snapped back to reality, and Lu Chen stared at the stone tablet before him, gripped by overwhelming fear. He had experienced the strongest 3 sword intents, with only the final one in the center remaining. He gazed at the inscription, unable to move for a long time. After gathering his resolve, he took a deep breath and lightly touched it. However, this time, the sword intent world was entirely different. It was a place he knew well. This was the heart-questioning pavilion, his master's small courtyard. The strongest sword intent originated from his master, even stronger than the 5-element sword intent and time sword intent. Lu Chen was deeply shaken, feeling both excitement and immense pride. The scene before him remained as it once was, with Mu Juexian sitting quietly on a stone bench. His white hair was tied with a green ribbon, and his eyes were covered by a black blindfold with a silver moon emblem in the center. Xiao Chen, you're here. It seemed Mu Juexian knew the visitor was Lu Chen. He spoke softly. This is not my real self, nor a clone, but a projection of my sword intent. You don't need to talk to me, as I cannot respond. Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, Mu Juexian continued, before you observe my sword, I must tell you 3 things, as part of my teaching. First, the opportunity given to you by Xiao Mao Mao is called the Eternal Sword Source Tablet. The strongest sword intents from all worlds will appear on it. Of course, the strength of sword intents varies from person to person. While my sword intent may not surpass those 2, it prevails on this sword source tablet. Remember this, there is no strong or weak sword intent, only strong or weak wielders. Lu Chen nodded, deeply resonating with this. In his previous life, he often said while playing a certain MOBA game, there are no weak heroes, only weak players. Second, you possess a heaven-tier sword heart, allowing you to observe any sword intent on the tablet and learn from it. They will resonate with you. Third, you can also forge your own path and create your own sword intent. Fourth, this one is redundant, just for symmetry. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. His master's extreme obsession with symmetry was evident everywhere. Before he could react, the small courtyard around him vanished in an instant. Lu Chen held his breath, intently watching the imminent display of sword intent. After all, it was the creation of his revered master. Before him, the night sky was pitch black, then gradually, countless stars appeared, dazzling like a river of light. Suddenly, all the starlight began to twist and distort. As if guided by an invisible hand, the stars were forcibly pulled together, eventually forming a bright crescent moon. The vision abruptly ended, leaving Lu Chen feeling somewhat bewildered as he returned to the resource room. It seemed that his master's demonstration of sword intent was incomplete, and he hadn't even been taught the name of this sword intent. Despite the numerous sword intents inscribed on the Eternal Sword Source Monument, Lu Chen had no desire to explore each one. It was like tasting the most exquisite delicacy in the world. Other fine foods, no matter how refined, would pale in comparison. Choosing his own path or following someone else's, Lu Chen smiled, not troubled by this question at all. To him, his most formidable asset now was undoubtedly the bloodthirsty swarm. Though he couldn't use it in the Tianjiao camp, putting him at a disadvantage in the latter battle rankings, he was in no rush. He had other techniques to employ and saw no need to find shortcuts for an attack method. Others' paths might seem smooth and direct, but for Lu Chen, the way of the sword was neither his destination nor his end. It wasn't even a choice. He knew well that the Zerg plague was his core, and everything else was just a minor detour on the path to that calamity. Given that, he was determined to create something interesting. As for how to cultivate his own sword intent, his master had mentioned that there was no specific method to follow. He just had to wait for a moment when the heavenly sword heart within him resonated, signaling the budding of his own sword intent. After a while, he returned to the resting room and participated in the ladder battle, winning over a dozen consecutive matches. The little black dragon did not appear again, leaving Lu Chen somewhat bored. He eagerly anticipated seeing his fated brother again, hearing him say in confusion, "Bro, I really can't break his defense." However, these little episodes were just embellishments in the ladder battle. After all, continuous fighting could even wear out Lu Chen. At noon, after having lunch with Sun Qi and others, Lu Chen prepared to return to the resting room to continue matchmaking for battles. On his way, he saw large transport aircraft constantly flying in, with soldiers busily moving heavy black gold magnetite. Senior Sister Mao Fu moved swiftly, earning Lu Chen's admiration. After bidding farewell to Sun Qi, Lu Chen returned alone to the resource room. Soon, a large amount of supplies began to be transported through the transmission pipes. Due to the vast quantity, the array in the resource room was activated, causing the space to expand continuously. Initially the size of a football field, the space grew hundreds of times larger over time. It wasn't until late at night that the array machinery transporting the supplies finally ceased operation. Lu Chen was utterly dumbfounded. He simply couldn't fathom how Senior Sister Mao Mao managed to gather so many supplies in such a short period of time. It was truly unbelievable. Looking around, he saw glittering Wujin magnetic stone mines on his left, too numerous to count. On his right, there were piles of ferocious beast corpses stacked like mountains, intimidating anyone who dared to look. Old Master Sun had previously mentioned that there were 3 places where large amounts of supplies were hoarded, but even with money, they were impossible to buy. Those places were the Martial Arts Association, the military, and Jiangnan Martial Academy. It seemed that Senior Sister Mao Mao had emptied all 3 of these places. A warm feeling surged in Lu Chen's heart. He knew he would be busy tonight. It had been a day since the scheduled duel with the Ying family from the capital, and the remaining 2 days were more than enough to process everything. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.